This audiobook contains 7 censored sentences and 23 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. Synopsis. As the General Affairs Officer of Shuchiin Student Council, Sakurai Saki is very satisfied with his current life. During class, he seriously listens. After school from Monday to Wednesday, he tutors the 5 Nakano sisters. Thursday and Friday, he works as a rental boyfriend, dedicating a portion of love to the world. Goes home. Every night before 12 o'clock, he goes to sleep on time, never once letting exhaustion carry over to the next day. The person he likes the most is Fujiwara Chika, currently in a very good relationship, waiting for her to confess. The person he has the most fun talking with is Hayasaka AI, currently in a very good relationship, waiting for her to confess. The student he feels most at ease with is Nakano Miku, currently in a very good relationship, waiting for her to confess. The person he respects the most is himself, because he's a superpower user. Teleportation, hypnosis, charm, nothing is impossible. Sakurai Saki, an ordinary superpower user, is currently single, worrying about how to get the girls to confess on their own. Chapter 1. The General Affairs Officer of Shuchiin is a normal person Shuchiin. Today is the opening ceremony. Raise your head and look at the blue sky at the distant peak of Fuji. A male student with sleepy, drowsy eyes was singing along in the auditorium. When will Mount Fuji erupt, I wonder? I hope it happens in the very next second. Right now, Sakurai Saki just wanted the world to end, because recently he was suffering from severe sleep deprivation. So much so that he almost wanted to quit his student council work. In the island nation, the deepest lake is Lake Tozawa. The highest mountain is Mount Fuji. And if we're talking about the most sleep-deprived person, he would definitely make it onto the rankings. Sakurai Saki extremely hated working, but could not work. Whether it was handing out flyers in front of buildings in Shibuya, or wearing a mascot costume to work part-time in an amusement park, to him, it was all daily routine. He had done it plenty of times before. Recently, there was another task, tutoring a classmate. Nakano Miku's academic performance in high school was not very ideal, or rather, it was unbelievably bad. If there were a ranking of idiots in Japan, Miku would definitely take first place. Miku, but well, her father paid too much money, after all. Sakurai Saki came back to his senses and realized everyone was looking at him. Sakurai-kun, please come up to the stage and give a speech. On the stage, the homeroom teacher of Class 3A, with a face like he hadn't slept for hundreds of years, reminded him. Sakurai knew that teacher's name. Owabayashi Hikaru. Teacher of the honor class, very high-level teaching ability. It's just that his appearance looked like he was suffering from kidney failure, making people uneasy. Sakurai stood up, empty-handed, and walked up onto the stage. The speech had long been memorized in his head, and besides, he didn't really care about situations like this. Even so, the polite words still had to be said. Of course, it was just polite words. Praising youth had nothing to do with Sakurai Saki. To him, high school life was merely a stepping stone to earning more money later. Sakurai gave a perfect smile, as brilliant as the morning sun, causing the auditorium to instantly fall silent. Dear students of Shuchiin, hello. I am the General Affairs Officer of the Student Council, Sakurai Saki. Today, because President Shirogane is sick, I will be giving the welcoming speech on behalf of the upperclassmen. Below the stage, Fujiwara Chika, a girl with shoulder-length light pink hair and an extremely cute face, was counting on her fingers. What's wrong, Fujiwara-san? Beside her, a blonde girl asked curiously. I'm counting the number of times Sakurai-kun has been late. Hearing that, Hayasaka AI glanced up at the stage. The short-haired, black-haired boy with a handsome appearance was currently ranked 3rd in the entire second-year cohort. First place was Shirogane Miyuki, second was Shinomiya Kagaya. As someone who played games with Sakurai Saki, Hayasaka AI knew a little more, for example, that he could actually be ranked first, or that he only spent 2 hours studying each day. That made Hayasaka AI feel extremely unbelievable. There are always people who can both play games with you every day and still study better than you. It makes one wonder if their day has 48 hours. The number of times I've been late is 3. The number of times Sarai-kun has been late is 2. And adding this morning, it's the same as me now. Fujiwara Chika counted while thinking about how she should challenge Sakurai Saki later. Last year, she got teased by him every day. This year, vengeance will be her. 10 minutes later, Sakurai Saki stepped down from the stage, bowed to the teachers, and returned to his original seat. Dear students, welcome to Shuchiin. I am the principal of Shuchiin, Adolphe Pescarolo. Listening to the principal's speech, Sakurai Saki began to think about how he should use his ability today. Sakurai Saki was someone with a superpower. More precisely, a person with a random ability. Every morning at 6 o'clock, Sakurai Saki would receive a superpower that he could use for that day. Currently known abilities include Super Strength, increases strength by 10 times, but speed decreases to 2/3. Super Speed, increases speed by 10 times, but strength decreases to 2/3. Invisibility, can hide the body, but not the clothes. Barato, can see through bodies and walls, but not through clothes. Teleportation, can freely teleport within a large range, but cannot teleport to a place where people are present. Time Stop, can freeze everything in the world, but can only maintain it for a maximum of 24 hours. And today it's Death Note. Death Note can curse and kill anyone in the world simply by writing the word death along with the person's name on paper and then writing anything else. If there are multiple people with the same name, the death target will be chosen randomly. Side effect, being forgotten by everyone for one day, and this time can be accumulated. Sakurai Saki felt it would be best to seal it away, not only because it was too dangerous, but also because in this world, there was no one he hated so much that he would want them to die on the spot. After the opening ceremony ended, Sakurai Saki next prepared to head to the student council room. Good morning, Sakurai-san. Pushing open the door of the student council room, Sakurai Saki lightly nodded and returned to Vice President Shinomiya Kagaya, who had just greeted him. Good morning, Shinomiya-san. After saying that, Sakurai Saki walked straight to the president's chair, paying no attention to Kagaya, who was resting while drinking tea on the sofa. The relationship between the two was not good, at least not good enough to have a casual chat. If not for the invitation from Shirogane Miyuki, Sakurai Saki fundamentally would never have agreed to join the student council. He and Shirogane Miyuki were close friends, and at the same time, both were transfer students from other junior high schools, completely different from Shinomiya Kagaya, who had been promoted internally from Shuchiin's junior high division to high school, as if belonging to two different worlds. Whether it was family background or social connections, it was like heaven and earth. Today, Shirogane Miyuki's health was not good. Initially, he said he would try to come to school, but Sakurai Saki couldn't bear to see that and had voluntarily taken over his tasks. The recruitment season for new club members was about to begin, so there were a lot of documents that needed approval. Band club, ping pong club, bowling club, baseball club. One by one, Sakurai Saki approved them. A few minutes later, Sakurai Saki suddenly paused. Death Metal Club, this one cannot be written. Just writing the opponent's name and the word death on paper could kill someone. Sakurai Saki put the pen down beside him. He didn't want to come to school tomorrow and see a mass sudden death among the members of the Death Metal Club, a mysterious murder case in the school. Moreover, the causes of death of those members would be extremely bizarre. For example, being strangled to death by the guitar strings while playing with their teeth? Shinomiya-san, could you help me review this club recruitment application? Sakurai Saki spoke up to ask Shinomiya Kagaya if there had been anyone else in the student council room besides her. No matter what, Sakurai Saki would have chosen someone else. Whether it was Ishigami-yu, the treasurer who shared common topics with him, or Shirogane Miyuki, who was kind and pleasant, even Fujiwara Chika, who always wanted to challenge him, would have been much better choices. The Shinomiya group could sway the entire nation. Honestly, Sakurai Saki did not want to get too involved with the Oju-sama of such a family. But now it seemed there was no other choice. Sakurai-san, the task entrusted to you by President Shirogane, please complete it yourself. Shinomiya Kagaya lifted her teacup, took a sip, her face cold. Her current state could be called Ice Kagaya. I can't make the judgment myself. The Death Metal Club wants to compete for the golden spot in the new member recruitment. I'm not confident. Sakurai Saki made an excuse. I thought you could do everything. So there are things you can't do after all. Shinomiya Kagaya gave a faint smile, stood up, and prepared to help. I really can do everything. Just one stroke of writing, and I could kill your father and your 3 brothers without any problem. Please be grateful for my mercy, Shinomiya-san. Sakurai Saki smiled as he handed the application form to her. Thank you. Shinomiya-san, you're helping me with a big task. Chapter 2. Fujiwara-san, who is really good at being teased, play with me, Sakurai-kun in the student council room. Sakurai Saki had just finished his work and was sitting on the sofa with an expressionless face. Fujiwara Chika was frantically shaking his shoulders. You know, Fujiwara-san, last year when you competed against me, you lost 186 times, drew 4 times, and never won even once. Do you know what that means? Even flipping a coin and getting the same side, that many times in a row would be impossible. But you managed to do it. Sakurai Saki clapped as he gave the example. Stand proud, Fujiwara-san. You're really strong. Pashi hearing that. Fujiwara Chika showed a panicked expression. She exclaimed, I lost that many times? That's right, not even one win, Shinomiya Kagaya added. Fujiwara Chika, extremely disheartened, placed the deck of cards she was holding onto the table. I was planning to bet tomorrow's lunch with Sakurai-kun. What a pity. On second thought, that actually sounded kind of fun. Sakurai Saki changed his mind. Or rather, that was his plan from the beginning, to aim for Fujiwara Chika's bento box. High school students' meal expenses aren't cheap, especially for someone like Sakurai Saki, who had to work part-time after school and spent a lot of time on his job, naturally having no energy left to prepare meals. At home, it was just Sakurai Saki alone. He had no siblings, and his mother wasn't in Tokyo. Besides transferring living expenses every month, they basically only met once during New Year's. All right then, let's start playing. Draw the Joker. The super classic game. Fujiwara Chika was full of confidence. Yesterday, after going home, she had even practiced for several hours. She even marked the backs of cards. Prepare for the coming victory. Fujiwara, have you heard of Waterloo? Apollo? It's Napoleon. Sakurai Saki explained. A continuous winning streak makes the victor blind and arrogant, and fate will deliver a fatal blow when he is at his peak. But I've been losing the whole time. Fujiwara Chika tried to understand him. No, I mean this time the probability of me losing is very high. Sakurai Saki glanced at Shinomiya Kagaya, noticing she wasn't exposing his true intention. After failing with a 1 in a million chance, Fujiwara-san's luck will reach its peak, so I think you can bet big this time. Facing Sakurai Saki, who finally revealed his fangs, Fujiwara Chika was immersed in the joy of her soon-to-be victory, completely unaware. One idiot. Shinomiya Kagaya cursed silently in her heart. Then he'll definitely win this time. That's right, you'll definitely win. Sakurai Saki nodded. The prey had taken a bait. Then let's bet 3 lunches. Fujiwara Chika raised her hand energetically. That's fine. Sakurai Saki didn't get greedy. Then let's not hesitate. Let's make it official. Fujiwara Chika suddenly said and took out a piece of paper from her bag. On it was written contract of life and death. Wait, death? Moreover, Fujiwara Chika's name had already been filled in. Isn't this a bit too serious for something so small? Maybe it is. Fujiwara Chika rested her chin on her hand, thinking for a few seconds. Then she put away the life and death contract. Fujiwara-san, you know, without you realizing, I just saved your life. It'll take the 3 meals as payment. I'm about to beat Sakurai-kun for the first time. Fujiwara Chika shook her head back and forth happily while dealing the cards. completely unaware that she had just narrowly escaped death. After dealing, Sakurai Saki glanced at Fujiwara Chika, sneakily peeking at his cards, but pretended not to notice. Fujiwara Fraud Chika. This brat cheats every time she plays. The only question is how she would cheat this time. Pair of twos. Sakurai Saki drew a card from her and played a pair of twos. In Joker draw, the players just needed to avoid drawing the Joker. A few minutes later, a noise sounded outside the door. Today, Student Council President Shirage Miyuki was absent due to illness, so the only person who could come to the Student Council room was the treasurer of the Student Council, Ishigami-yu. A gloomy-looking otaku boy? That would probably be the impression normal people had of him. Initially, Sakurai Saki had also thought, how could there be such a shady otaku in a prestigious school? But later he realized that was just prejudice. Liking anime doesn't mean you're a bad person. Moreover, Ishigami turned out to be surprisingly reliable, at least when it came to things he was interested in. He wouldn't make mistakes. Good morning, Ishigami-kun. Sakurai didn't even lift his head as he greeted Ishigami while observing Fujiwara. Fujiwara Chika was cheating. Just one look at her eyes, and it was obvious. Sakurai Saki stared at her eyes for a few seconds, and the secretary Fujiwara immediately averted her gaze. You're not cheating again, are you, Fujiwara-san? Sakurai Saki drew a card. A 5. Oh, of course not, Sakurai-kun. You're such a joker. Chika straightened her back, making her already ample chest even more prominent. Outside the door, Ishigami-yu, with his bangs covering half of his left eye, exuding an extremely gloomy aura, walked in carrying his bag. Sakurai-senpai, good morning. Huh? Isn't that Fujiwara-senpai? Ishigami-yu sat down next to Sakurai and took out his laptop to start calculating the club recruitment budget. While doing so, he glanced over a few times. Ishigami-yu, skilled at noticing details, let out a gloomy chuckle. Oh my, why do these cards have strange markings? No way. Fujiwara-senpai, could it be that even in Joker draw you cheat? No way. Hearing that, Fujiwara Chika hung her head low in panic, whistling, her eyes darting everywhere. No, I didn't cheat, really. It was like this when I bought the deck at the store. Terrible. Just terrible. Fujiwara-senpai, you cheated because you couldn't beat Sakurai-senpai. I heard from Sakurai-senpai. You've been cheating since last year, right? Who would trust you anymore? Ishigami-yu said while scratching himself like he had a rash, and even shamelessly claiming you didn't cheat. Oh, this person, really too shameless. Ishigami-yu muttered and rambled on. Say a little less. Sakurai Saki thought he was overdoing it. After all, Fujiwara Chika, that brat, had never beaten him even once. What was there to be afraid of? Maybe this was the arrogance of the victor. Anyway, the secretary Fujiwara had never won. Not even once. Let's continue. Sakurai Saki extended his hand, using his index finger to cover the patterns on the cards. Seeing that, Fujiwara Chika panicked even more. Sakurai-kun, if you cover the cards, I can't draw. Why not? Because Chika's mind raced to find an excuse. Oh, I almost forgot, Fujiwara-san, you have Alzheimer's, so covering the cards in this situation is bullying. Sakurai Saki generously forgave her. That's right. Fujiwara Chika nodded vigorously. Then she happily drew a card from Sakurai's hand. Fujiwara-san, Alzheimer's is the technical term for senile dementia. Kagaya couldn't help but explain. Fujiwara Chika glared angrily at Sakurai Saki. Huh? Sakurai Saki stared right back at her. Yu Chika's eyes welled up with tears as she held out her last 2 cards. Sakurai drew 1 card, then discarded a matching pair. Now, he only had 2 cards left. Draw. Sakurai Saki turned away, concealing the cards and presenting them. There are 2 cards here. The left one is the one you want, the right one is the Joker. Sakurai Saki pushed up the left card. You just have to draw the left card. Fujiwara Chika's eyes hovered around his fingers as she tried to peek at the patterns. If you think I'm tricking you, then pick the right card. For a moment, Fujiwara Chika hesitated. Left or right? Sakurai pushed up the left card. Did that mean he wanted her to pick it? Meaning the left card was actually the joker? Chika reached out, placed her hand on the left card, and secretly observed his expression. He smiled. Then the correct choice must be the right one. Whoosh. Fujiwara Chika quickly snatched a card. She held it up. Joker? Nah. Why didn't you trust me? Sakurai Saki smiled as he took the remaining card from her hand. Those 3 lunches. Don't forget Fujiwara-san. He's the observer, Kagaya. Sighed. That's why you can't win. Completely predictable. Fujiwara Chika, teary-eyed, gathered the cards. One more game. Bet 5 bentos. Facing Chika's whining, Sakurai Saki decisively answered, I refuse. Chapter 3. How about letting Shinomiya Kagaya disappear? The student council's work wasn't very busy. Sakurai Saki, in the role of general affairs, only needed to handle a few trivial matters, but most of them were taken care of by Shirage Miyuki. This made Sakurai feel quite guilty. 1 week before the end of spring break, right before the opening ceremony, the student council had already started operating. Members included Secretary Fujiwara Chika, Treasurer Ishigami Yu, Vice President Shinomiya Kagaya, President Shirage Miyuki, and additionally Sakurai Saki as general affairs. That was the entire student council. Actually, there was one more person, a third-year senior responsible for auditing the finances. But that person very rarely came to the student council room. Basically, they could be considered invisible. I refuse your refusal. I demand a rematch. Fujiwara Chika was unhappy with the previous game's outcome. I'm very busy right now, texting someone. I don't have time to play with you. So I refuse your refusal of your refusal, Luffy-san. Sakurai Saki was holding his phone. Liar. Adulterer. Netterer. Playboy. Yantoryu. Fujiwara Chika somehow pulled out a newspaper and tape, starting a craft project. A few minutes later, she had made a giant paper fan. Chika circled behind Sakurai, gathering strength. Bang! Sakurai felt a heavy blow to the back of his neck. Just kidding. Actually, she didn't hit very hard. Let's forgive her this time. Chika suddenly raised her voice. Is that a line in her face? Fujiwara Chika, holding the paper fan, stood behind Sakurai Saki. She suspiciously stared at his phone screen. Line is a messaging app for smartphones. Tonight, I've arranged to play games with Ishigami-kun and some friends. What? Games? Fujiwara Chika looked like an alien receiving a transmission from Earth, her face full of excitement. Sakurai Saki turned his head around, looking at her and the black ribbon on her head. Secretary Fujiwara was a noob, but heavily addicted to gaming. Just seeing how she lost nearly 200 times without giving up was proof enough. Sakurai-kun, can I join too? Fujiwara-san asked with sparkling eyes. No way. Fujiwara-senpai sucks too much, so no. Bringing you would be like carrying a 100 kilograms burden. We don't want extra dead weight. Ishigami-yu answered while typing on his keyboard, speaking for Sakurai Saki. Although gaming was for fun, Ishigami didn't like losing. Sakurai Saki also nodded. No way. He also didn't want to lose. Neither of them wanted to lose. Even the person Sakurai was texting right now was a highly competitive gamer. Hayasaka AI had a very strong will to win, and her gaming skills were top tier. She didn't like losing either. Sakurai Saki liked gaming with her simply because she had superb aim, a whole magazine, and it was like using an aimbot, all headshots. One would think she actually trained with real guns. Hayasaka, yeah. By the way, the two of them were about to become desk mates. It was the result of class assignments. Sakurai Saki had checked the class allocation before the opening ceremony. This year, Sakurai Saki and President Shirage Miyuki were assigned to different classes. At Shuchiin Academy, classes changed every year, and seating arrangements changed every semester. Currently, it was the first semester of spring. Also in the same class was Shinomiya Kagaya. Secretary Fujiwara had been in the same class as Sakurai Saki last year, but not this year. The bond between them could have been severed, but unfortunately, Shirage Miyuki invited Sakurai into the student council. Unexpectedly, Shinomiya Kagaya was also invited by Shirogane, and she even dragged her best friend Fujiwara Chika along. As for Ishigami-yu, he was forcibly dragged into the council by President Shirogane too. Originally a kid who refused to attend school, thanks to Shirogane Miyuki's help, he returned school. Moreover, just a few days after entering school, he was already pulled into labor work by the president. Kagaya-san, they're bullying me. Chika, tearful, sat down next to Kagaya. Then, under Kagaya's helpless expression, she began sobbing and accusing the two innocent male students of school bullying. Isvigami-kun, do you know what earth cancer means? Sakurai Saki finished texting Hayasaka, AI. Fujiwara-senpai. Ishigami-yu answered curtly. Yuwa, you guys are so mean. Chika, with tears streaming down her face, ran out of the student council room while crying. After Chika ran away, is bullying her that fun? Sakurai-san? Shinomiya Kagaya's flawlessly smooth white face became even colder, her tone completely devoid of emotion. Sakurai Saki nodded. This is one of the few pleasures I have, Shinomiya-san, so please don't deprive me of my entertainment. Last year, they had barely spoken in class, and even within the student council, they hardly interacted. Yet now, at the start of the new school year, they had to work together. Sakurai Saki found it extremely annoying. If only that good-natured guy, Shirogane Miyuki, were here. If he were around, the situation might ease up a little. After all, it was he who dragged them into this. Fujiwara-senpai, clearly lost, but keeps clinging on to people. Ishigami-yu sided with Sakurai. Shut up, Shinomiya Kagaya ordered. Yes, ma'am. Ishigami-yu was so scared his teeth chattered, immediately admitting defeat. He glanced apologetically at Sakurai, then silently bowed his head and got back to work. Is bullying him that fun, Shinomiya-san? This is one of the few pleasures I have, Sakurai-san, so please don't deprive me of my entertainment. Shinomiya Kagaya countered with the exact same words Sakurai had just said. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Then, feel free to bully him all you want. That way, I won't feel guilty anymore for teasing Fujiwara-san. Honestly, bullying Fujiwara-san every day, I'm starting to feel a little guilty. Sécuriser cette chose, self-destruction. That was a lie. There was no way he felt guilty about bullying Secretary Fujiwara. For a moment, the atmosphere grew silent. Sakurai Saki then left the sofa and tea table, sitting down at his desk, preparing to review documents once more. Ishigami-yu, working in this suffocating atmosphere, felt like he could barely breathe. The pressure from Shinomiya Kagaya was truly terrifying. He dared to tease Fujiwara Chika, but when it came to Shinomiya Kagaya, he wouldn't even think about crossing the line. Ishigami-yu was terrified of Shinomiya Kagaya down to his very soul. Shinomiya Kagaya took a sip of tea. A boring student council. Tedious members. She had thought the boy whom Fujiwara Chika mentioned every day might be a bit more interesting, but he turned out to be just another stiff. Ranking third in the entire grade wasn't impressive enough for her to consider roping him in for her own uses. As for clubs, he belonged to the Go Straight Home faction. Didn't join any sports clubs, not even a cultural club. During important occasions, he could maintain a good smile and a gentle demeanor. That was at least praiseworthy. Fujiwara Chika was one of the few friends Kagaya had, aside from her close bodyguard Hayasaka, AI, so she treasured her. But Sakurai Saki, who enjoyed bullying Fujiwara Chika, was someone Kagaya couldn't stand. She even felt a bit disgusted by him. Still, it was strange that even though Fujiwara Chika got bullied every day, she would still come running to find him to play the next day. Kagaya glanced at the nearby desk, where Sakurai Saki was reviewing documents. What the hell is going through his head every day? How about making Shinomiya-san disappear from this world? That was what Sakurai Saki was thinking. Chapter 4. The job as a rental boyfriend. Sakurai Saki was very satisfied with his current job. From Monday to Wednesday, he tutored Nakano Five Sisters. On Thursday and Friday, he did smile selling work. And on the weekend, he could rest. If he wanted to earn more, he could also take extra jobs. It was currently after school hours. For 30 in the afternoon. Not joining any clubs, Sakurai headed to the Shibuya district. Today's client was a high school girl, seemingly wanting to avoid the awkward atmosphere of going to karaoke with her best friends, so she was looking for a temporary boyfriend to hold the line. The list of demands wasn't short either. Appearance was the most basic requirement, followed by personality. Had to be the puppy type, but not too clingy, cheerful but not talkative, gentle, but had to step up bravely if the girlfriend was being bullied. If you didn't know, you'd think Miss A was looking for a bipolar lamp. Brightly black in all colors. She might not even find one. But those above requirements, Sakurai could still meet. Although the client laid out many demands, as long as the appearance met the standard, the rest could be overlooked. This was a world that lived by the face, especially in the smile selling industry. He gently tugged at the collar of his coat, making the previously neat look a bit messy. Too neat would look stiff. Sakurai Saki lifted his head and looked up at the sky, waiting for the client to arrive. A few minutes later, out of the crowd stepped a figure. Necklace, blonde hair, school uniform. Probably just finished club activities. Ordinary face, but the gyro-style outfit matched Shibuya quite well. Hey there, you're Yudo, right? You're even more handsome in person than in your photos. I really hit the jackpot this time. Sakurai Saki nodded. Yudo was a stage name. The rental boyfriend website didn't allow using real names, all to prevent staff from being tracked down. Even so, harassment was still unavoidable. However, Sakurai's luck seemed pretty decent. Had been doing it for over half a year and never ran into a stalker. The type who acts too sincerely, gets too deep into the role. He really couldn't take that. If it's a job, then don't bring in personal feelings. That's the best for both sides. Eri-san, let me confirm once again with you. The rental service this time is a total of 3 hours. The content is to accompany you for the full duration of a karaoke gathering, correct? Sakurai confirmed. That's right. Shuchiin. Shuchiin? That kind of pet name, whatever. It wasn't the first time Head been given a nickname like that anyway. Last time I bragged to them that I'd find a super amazing boyfriend within a week, so that's why I hired you. Eri, explain it. You don't need to tell me the reason. That's the client's private matter. Oh, confirmation complete. Then, for the next 3 hours, I will be your temporary boyfriend. Sakurai said, following the company's protocol. The contract prohibited intimate physical contact with the client. Hugging and hand-holding didn't count, but anything from kissing upward was not allowed. Even if the client paid extra, not allowed. In a place where the two of them were strangers, in front of KTV. A few gyro-style girls were chatting. Why isn't Eri-chan here yet? We've been waiting for over 10 minutes. She didn't bluff us last time, did she? Said she'd find a hot boyfriend in a week. That was hilarious, Ryuta-kun. What do you think? Is Eri-chan messing with us, or what? The blonde guy called Ryuta took a drag on his cigarette in frustration. Where's Hayasaka? She's not coming this time? If not for that blonde high schooler. Who'd bother coming to hang out with a bunch of gyro like this? A bunch of ugly chicks. Ryuta-kun, don't tell me you've got a thing for Hayasaka-chan? Hilarious. Look at your own damn face in the mirror, dude. They waited a few more minutes. Ohaya, isn't this Ryuta-kun? Long time no see. Your blonde hair is still as ugly as ever. Cracking me up, Eri and Sakurai Saki had arrived in front of the KTV. Eri leaned on Sakurai's arm, her face full of smugness, seeing the jealous faces of her friends at that moment. She felt the money she spent hiring a boyfriend was totally worth it. Hello, everyone, I'm Eri's boyfriend. Just call me Yudo, Sakurai smiled brightly, looking toward the group of gyro girls not far away. Their faces were all average, if scored on a scale of 10, maybe around 5, just barely above average. The blonde delinquent Ryuta threw his cigarette to the ground and crushed but a few times with his foot. Who the hell are you? Acting all high and mighty. Darth Vader, your father, Luke Kuin. Sakurai Saki didn't bother paying attention to this clown jumping around. Is everyone here? If so, shall we head in first? Everyone's been waiting quite a while, so we'll cover the cost this time, Sakurai Saki offered. No need, Shuchiin. They'll pay later, okay? Eri responded in sync. The whole group rushed inside together. The gyro girls walking behind whispered among themselves. with a boyfriend that handsome. Shuchiin is seriously super lucky, and he's super gentle too. So what about Ryuta-kun? Anyone to go get him? Leaving him out there feels kind of sad. But seriously, it's hilarious. He got completely ignored by Shuchiin's boyfriend. One of the three girls went back to call the blonde delinquent, while the remaining two went with Sakurai and Eri to choose a room. After the room was selected, a short while later the delinquent and another gyro girl also stepped in. All right, let's start picking songs. Even though we're still missing someone, we can't just sit around waiting forever. One heavily made-up gyro clapped and took the lead in choosing a song. Sakurai Saki chatted with the gyro girls. Mostly they talked, and he replied accordingly. If no one spoke to him, he would talk with the client privately. Shuchiin, aren't you going to sing? Eri leaned close to Sakurai and softly asked. Rather than singing, I'd rather listen to you sing. Sakurai Saki looked her straight in the eyes, his words like a drifting cloud, making Eri feel a little lightheaded. Eri felt her cheeks flush. Okay. Eri picked up the microphone, preparing to show off her voice in front of her boyfriend. Katamoy Emmer, a song about unrequited love. Sakurai tilted his head, eyes fixed on her, his face full of happiness, as if he were genuinely enjoying it. To others, this looked like a very affectionate couple. Not that good, went off key, Sakurai thought silently. Too high by one note here, too low over there. The song ended. Sakurai clapped his hands, cheerfully saying, Eri, that was great singing. Oh, on one side, the delinquent blonde took a sip of soda. Everyone in the room was underage, so no alcohol. Drinking soda at KTV, so lame. Couldn't be more embarrassing. But if this guy was Eri's boyfriend, then no one would be trying to fight him over Hayasaka anymore. Thinking that, Ryuta's gaze towards Sakurai softened a little. That girl looked way better than the gyro girls in the room anyway. Midway through the gathering, the KTV room door swung open. A girl with a side ponytail, blonde hair, jacket tied around her waist, walked in with a tired expression. In just a split second, the entire KTV room fell silent. Hayasaka, AI, swept her gaze around the room. Her eyes very quickly stopped on Sakurai Saki. At first, she had only planned to come to this gathering to maintain her gyro image. She didn't expect to encounter something this interesting. Chapter 5. O Kavaikoto Anel Comer. Hayasaka, AI, raised her hand to cover her mouth, her expression overly dramatic. Super handsome, too. Is this Shuchiin's boyfriend? After saying that, Hayasaka glanced at Sakurai. What the hell is this Sakurai guy up to? Why is he hanging around with a bunch of gyro? Hello, I'm Eri's boyfriend. Just call me Yudo. This is our first time meeting, right? That's right, first time. Hayasaka, AI, untied the jacket around her waist. It was a bit hot in the room. Looking around, she noticed the only empty seat was next to Ryuta. Maybe I should find a chance to get rid of this guy. He's been following her for days. Fatch! With a sound, something strange fell from Hayasaka Ace's jacket pocket. Oh dear. Dropped something. Sorry about that. One gyro girl, sitting in the corner, caught sight of the object and froze. That's a gun. EHHHWEH. I'm very interested in guns, so I usually collect gun replicas. Hayasaka, AI, picked the gun up. Oi oi. That drop earlier sounded way too heavy, didn't it? Are toy guns really that weighty? Look, it's fake. Hayasaka, AI, cocked the gun. Clack. She pointed the barrel toward Ryuta, and just as the blonde delinquent turned pale with fear. These fake models are so finely made now, just like the real thing. Eri tried to ease the tense atmosphere. Because it is real, Hayasaka, AI, sighed silently to herself. As the personal maid of Oju-sama Kagaya, carrying a gun for self-defense wasn't unusual, right? Though usually it was only for intimidation, not actual killing. Those present also noticed that Hayasaka, AI, clearly didn't want to sit next to the delinquent. So the gyro girl who had been sitting next to Sakurai stood up to give her seat. And so, Hayasaka, AI, successfully approached Sakurai Saki. Hello there. Sakurai still wore his sunny smile. He was currently flustered enough to want to die on the spot. Though he had mentally prepared for the possibility of running into someone he knew while working, he hadn't expected to be this mortified. It was the kind of embarrassment that made him want to dig a hole and bury himself forever. Hayasaka AI smiled as well, but the two didn't speak much. Sakurai Saki quickly redirected his attention to the client. As a rented boyfriend, he couldn't afford to neglect his temporary girlfriend. Otherwise, his reputation would plummet. Any factor that might affect his income had to be eliminated as early as possible. What followed was a long stretch of dull time. Sakurai got dragged into singing a few songs with everyone. After separating from the group, somewhere on a Shibuya side street, Sakurai and the client ended their professional relationship. Watching Sakurai's back gradually fade into the distance, Eri felt a hollow emptiness inside. Just moments ago, he had been so gentle and sweet. Now he was cold as ice, though that was exactly what professionalism looked like. Still, she couldn't help but wish he'd care about her, even just a little. Just a little would be enough. Would she even be able to book him again tomorrow? Was there a lifetime subscription plan? Thinking that, she pulled out her pink, heavily accessorized smartphone and opened the boyfriend rental app. So extra, all appointments were fully booked until next month. Tidying his hair and clothes, Sakurai Saki stood at the entrance of the train station. At the vending machine, Sakurai inserted a coin and waited for the can to drop. He was addicted to coffee. If he didn't drink some regularly, he'd start getting sleepy. One can dropped. Sakurai bought a second. Thud! Along with the sound of the coffee dropping into the tray, a slender, pale hand with clearly defined joints snatched the can. Hayasaka AI grabbed the can of coffee, opened it, and took a sip. Black coffee, so bitter. Then don't drink it, Sakurai snapped. Drinking for free and still complaining. I don't even like coffee, yet you keep treating me to coffee. Hayasaka had now put her jacket back on. It was already 8 in the evening, and the air had turned a bit chilly. Don't let Fujiwara-san find out about this. After taking a few sips, Sakurai spoke up. If Secretary Fujiwara found out, she might just book up his schedule for the next 2 years straight. Your current job is rental boyfriend. Huh? You figured out already? As Sakurai said that, he saw the blonde Jairu pull out her phone and open Wikipedia. You even used an encyclopedia to look it up? That's dirtiple, Ai-chan. Were you born in the Showa era or something? So bad at accepting new things? Hayasaka AI shot back. It'll kill you. AI-chan, Sakurai said as he took a sip of coffee. Enjoying the comfort brought by caffeine, Sakurai squinted slightly. A job where you have to force a smile like that, you clearly don't have to do it. Hayasaka watched him closely. It felt like maybe he was too embarrassed to be a full-on male escort. So he picked being a rental boyfriend as the next best thing? To be honest, they weren't all that different. Maybe the latter just looked a bit more proper. 8,000 yen, an hour. Where else are you going to find a job like that? Sakurai Saki let the cold Shibuya wind blow past him. Surrounding them were stylishly dressed young women. Far in the distance, nightclubs sparkled with neon lights. Let AI Wani-san be your sugar mommy? Hayasaka AI suddenly blurted out. For real? Sakurai Saki tilted his head, looking directly at her. As always, she was unreadable. Probably just joking? Just kidding. Hayasaka AI suddenly shrank back. For a moment, neither of them said anything more. Didn't expect to let you get the drop on me. Sakurai-chan, you don't want your secret spreading around either, right? So, Hayasaka casually tossed the coffee can clink. It landed right in the trash. Let's go somewhere private to talk. Sakurai suddenly said, now that you've got me cornered, I have no choice but to offer up this precious virgin body of mine. Whatever slight flutter had stirred in Hayasaka immediately vanished. What I meant was, tonight you play support and it'll carry the team. If it's about games, say whatever you want. But how about we talk about grown-up stuff instead? Sakurai Saki knew her weak point well. She was bad at handling direct attacks. The classic strong offense, paper defense type. Tomorrow, I'm going to tell the whole school about your job. Ayazaka o entretened. Then let's talk games. Sakurai Saki surrendered instantly. If the whole school really found out, he'd probably have no choice but to kill everyone who knew, right? Of course, that was just a joke. Tomorrow, he'd be changing superpowers, and without the ability of Death Note, killing would be way too much trouble. Better to spend that time figuring out how to make more money. Didn't you say you also took a tutoring job? And that household had 5 kids? Hayasaka AI said while roughly yanking Sakurai's jacket off and wrapping it around herself. Stripped of his coat, Sakurai replied, only tutor from Monday to Wednesday. Right now, there's only one who's actually studying Nakano Miku from Class C. Her dad's one of the school's shareholders, and the teacher recommended me there. Alone in a room with a Bishujo every night. What luck. Hayasaka looked straight into Sakurai's eyes, teasing. Sakurai-chan, AI-chan. You really are jealous, huh? Don't get the wrong idea, we're just friends. The person whole fall for you? Not even born yet, so you're that Sundra type. Huh. AI-chan, O Kawaii Kodo Chapter 6. Today, as superpower is Thursday night, playing games with Ishigami Yu and Hayasaka AI. Since it's a new season, climbing rank is quite difficult. The entire evening only made it to platinum rank. Too many bratty kids and game ruiners. Friday, Class 2A, Shuchiin Academy. At the seat next to the window, Sakurai Saki was emotionlessly staring outside. It was morning now, and students continued to enter through the classroom door. From his home in Setagaya Ward to Shuchiin, located in Minato Ward, Tokyo wasn't very far, so he arrived quite early. There were a few familiar faces in the class, but Sakurai only maintained enough relationship to exchange polite greetings. Sakurai-chan is looking out the window, but in his heart, he's thinking about how to get a passionate romance Haya. Should he choose Secretary Fujiwara Chika or maid Hayasaka AI? So torn, or maybe choose both? A strange voice rang in his head. Sakurai Saki sighed. This was today's superpower. Sodeo, superpower, narrator. Is this lady right here? Hello, next up, is this lattice self-introduction? Everyone listen up. Narrator-chan can predict what's going to happen to Sakurai-chan within the next 5 minutes. Super amazing, right? Hey, humph. Just a variant of precognition power. Isn't it? Humph. I'm way better than precognition. You'll see in a bit. What the hell am I doing? Awakening the feminine side within or something. At the moment, Sakurai just wanted to skip this Friday altogether. In 5 minutes, AI-chan will walk into class through the door. Hurry and give her a heartfelt hug. What kind of idiotic romantic superpower is this? Sakurai felt like he was going to be in a bad mood today. Being woken up early in the morning. Who the hell could be happy about that? Why don't you act? You like her, don't you? AI-chan likes you too. She's just at Sundra. Hurry and hug her already. See? This superpower drags everything into romance. Absolutely ridiculous. Oomph. Sakurai-chan pours all his money and living expenses into games and still dares to talk down to this lady? That's a reasonable investment. What the hell do you know? You're just a temporary power, only effective for 1 day. Totally absurd. Oomph. You know full well that in just a few years, all your superpowers will awaken. And you still dare say stuff like that? Indeed, you understand me better than I do myself. That's right, because this lady is you shit. This whole thing of talking to your imaginary friend in your head is fucking stupid. Haha baka. 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 Shut up. Nope. I'm gonna keep saying it. Baka. Baka. 3 minutes later. Sakurai-chan, you really didn't act? Oya, AI-chan just walked in. What a shame. If you suddenly confessed to her writing class on the first day of the new term, the success rate would have been super high. Let me tell you a secret. The success rate was 100. There's no such thing as a 100 success rate in this world, except for me. You narcissist. You're just as narcissistic as Shinomiya Kagaya. That damn girl walks around with that damn proud little cat face all day, and you're the same. What's the harm in smiling a bit? Makes all the girls in school fall head over heels. Then gather them all into your harem. I'm already famous enough. Besides, girls are literal landmines. Step on one, and it's boom. Total obliteration. This is the first step in our plan to conquer the world. You know, this lady is truly a super genius. If you seduce all those high-class Oju-sama girls in Japan, then it's basically like having Japan in the palm of your hand. World domination will just be a matter of time. Ha muaha, ignoring the villain laugh just like Great Demon King voice echoing in his head, Sakurai turned to greet Hayasaka, walking toward him. Good morning. AI-chan Yahalo Sakurai, only one night apart, and you already miss me. Huh? Hayasaka, AI looped her arms around Sakurai's neck from behind. A few classmates who saw this scene were already used to it. Last year, the two of them had quite a few moments of physical closeness like this too. She's super happy right now. Give her a hug. A choo-choo kiss is fine too. This lady is getting seriously impatient. You're not even involved. What the fuck are you so excited for? This ain't a TV drama. Like some chick obsessed with Korean dramas. Crying just because she doesn't get any romance? You ain't gonna cry for real. You are so damn noisy, you're seriously loud as fuck. Hayasaka, AI, saw Sakurai, saying nothing and curiously asked, Stayed up too late playing games last night? You look completely out of it. Am undergoing a fierce inner struggle. Trying to convince myself. Huh? Tonight we're pushing the diamond rank, okay? Don't ghost me, Ayazaka said. Ara. So cute. Clearly wants a duo and play together, but still using that kind of excuse. Fufu too damn adorable. You motherfucking death. Wait, no, not death. Sorry, Mom. Who's in Kyoto right now? Your son just swore out loud. Please forgive me. Sakurai Saki was overwhelmed with guilt inside. I'm dying of laughter. Baka. Baka. All morning, Sakurai kept arguing with Narration-chan and didn't hear a single word of the lesson. In the end, he still had to borrow Hayasaka ace notes. At noon, Sakurai Saki planned to head to the student council room. He hadn't met Shirogane Miyuki yesterday, so hopefully today he could. Opening the door, he saw Shirogane Miyuki sitting on the sofa. A face typical of a Japanese man, hair with a slight golden tint. A fierce look in his eyes, but Sakurai knew that was because he was nearsighted, and the squinting from observing things and the fatigue from overworking made him look like that. Huh? Sakurai? What are you doing here? Shirogane Miyuki asked while eating his bento. Came to check on you. Sakurai Saki sat across from him and used his phone to call Fujiwara Chika. Oh, President Shirogane is so cool. If Sakurai-chan were a girl, he'd totally fall for him. Oh wait, hold on. Boys are fine too. Fujoshi, get the fuck out of here. I'm mad now. Are you mad? Chika-chan also has potential to become a Fujoshi, of course. I'm just saying that casually. No offense or anything, humph. I don't even like Secretary Fujiwara. Bullying her is just to test my superpowers each day. Didn't you think the same thing last time when you used hypnosis on her? Gii Hentai-san, that garbage hypnosis only lasts 1 minute. What the hell is that supposed to accomplish? Are you fucking kidding me? Puff. Hypnosis-chan would be so hurt hearing you say that. It's like the voice still babbling nonstop in his head. Through the phone, Fujiwara Chika's voice came through. Lively, adorable, with a slight trace of sadness. Sakurai-kun I forgot you bento. What do I do? No problem. Just give me your portion. Isn't Sakurai-kun supposed to be the one giving his portion to me? Oomph. As if. This is my war trophy. Uwu with a sigh. Sakurai Saki hung up the call. Shirogane Miyuki looked up and reminded, Don't bully Secretary Fujiwara like that. She's a bit clueless. In some matters she can be very, very stupid, very dumb. Sakurai added. Shirogane. This guy's a real, steel-hearted man. Chapter 7. Narration-chan prepares to cheat sitting on the sofa, waiting for a while. Fujiwara Chika, with her signature black ribbon on her head, pushed open the door to the student council room. You hand over the bento, Sarai-kun. I'm super hungry, though, she was begging with her mouth. Chika still handed her bento over. Beg me. Sakurai took the bento box she handed over. Please, Secretary Fujiwara blinked her big round eyes. Uwu. So cute. Narration-chan wants to become Chika-san's dog. I'll love Fujiwara Chika forever. You call that love? You just lust after her body. You're despicable. But Chika-chan's boobs are huge. Look at them. That's right. Lower your gaze a bit. her bodice leaning forward. Don't they look full and plump? Wah, what lewd body. Sakurai quietly pulled his gaze down. I'll give you half, even though it was brought by her in the first place. This bento box was huge, made to suit the appetite of a male athlete. Sakurai's own appetite wasn't that big. Sharing some with Fujiwara Chika wasn't impossible. As he spoke, he opened the bento box. It had 3 tiers. The top layer had high-end ingredients: wagyu beef, sashimi, sea urchin, lobster. The middle tier was home-style dishes: rolled omelets, fried chicken, tempura. The bottom was plain white rice. Fujiwara-san, do you think I'm a pig or something? Sakurai asked curiously. You idiot. She wanted to eat together with you in the first place. You still don't get it? Don't get it, and don't want to get it either. Sakurai Saki was a master playing dumb. He could even fool himself. This was undoubtedly the highest level of acting stupid. Even a lie detector wouldn't catch it. Shirogane Miyuki looked down at his own bento. It looked plain, but the sausage cut into octopus shapes was very neatly done, a little piece of craftsmanship he was proud of. His sister Shirogane Ki's bento was decorated more delicately, with some cute details. Even at Shuchiin Middle School, it would be considered a respectable lunchbox. President, want a taste? Sakurai glanced at Shirogane Miyuki. You dumbass. This is your chance to eat with Chika-chan. If you let Shirogane in, the atmosphere will be ruined. Weren't you just praising Shirogane earlier? Well, cough cough, Chika-chan wasn't here yet at that time. Watch yourself. Superpower-chan. Is that really okay? Just sharing my war spoils. You looked after me a lot last year. President, consider this repayment. Besides, had eaten Chika's cooking plenty of times already. The rice is so soft and delicious. Woohoo! Sakurai-chan's got a weak stomach, can only eat soft food. He note. In my understanding, eating soft food means being kept by someone else, basically, being a sugar baby. You're right, absolutely right. And do you know why? Because words spoken by a superpower that only lives one day are like the words of a terminal cancer patient. When things reach that point, all you can do is humor them. Sakurai-chan, yesterday, while playing games, you couldn't use the word death to curse people because of the death note. So you've been feeling stifled, haven't you? I want to die. In all 16 years of Sakurai Saki's life, never had he felt so suicidal. Shirogane Miyuki still looked a little hesitant. Sakurai Saki promptly picked up a few pieces of lobster and dropped them into Shirogane's bento, and while at it, swiped 2 of his octopus sausages. These look tasty. I'm taking them. Umu, give a taste. I'm quite confident in my seasoning. Shirogane Miyuki usually disliked being taken advantage of, but if it was an exchange, he found it acceptable. Not bad, really tasty. Sakurai tasted a bite and gave praise. Truly a family man, cooking daily for his dad and sister. His cooking skills were excellent, though Sakurai himself wasn't bad at cooking either. Next to them, when Fujiwara Chika saw the octopus sausage in Shirogane Miyuki's bento, she looked like she wanted some. So cute, glup. Shirogane Miyuki popped the last octopus into his mouth and swallowed. Something wrong, Secretary Fujiwara? Sakurai silently picked up the octopus sausage he hadn't eaten yet and handed it to her. If she didn't get anything, this girl would definitely make a fuss. That was a hard-earned lesson. Hee. So tasty. Fujiwara Chika bit into the octopus sausage. President, did you make this lunch yourself? Umo. Shirogane Miyuki replied, just a little personal hobby, I guess. As he spoke, he glanced at the 2 who had just fed each other earlier. It was a question Head always wanted to ask. They're this close, so why aren't they dating yet? But judging by Secretary Fujiwara's demeanor, she didn't seem to notice anything. As for Sakurai, sorry, Shirogane couldn't even imagine him taking the initiative to make a move. Just like how Shirogane himself couldn't imagine falling for someone. If this best friend of his ever confessed to someone, that would be a miracle. Seriously impressive. Fujiwara Chika praised Shirogane Miyuki. Chika-chan is super happy right now, not because the octopus sausage was tasty, but because the one who gave it to her was Sakurai-chan. You've just uncovered a maiden's little secret, Sakurai-chan. Are you moved? No. There's still plenty of time left in the lunch break. Don't you want to make a move on Chika-chan? with the help of this noble lady. Your success rate is 1,000. Isn't that amazing? Hee hee, stop flattering me, narrator Chan is just that overpowered of a super ability invincible. The strongest, the cutest, annoying, stupid, most detestable. Sakurai and Fujiwara Chika finished their bentos and neatly packed up their chopsticks and spoons. As for narrator Chan's suggestion, Sakurai subconsciously ignored it. Take the initiative? Not in this lifetime. The final class of the afternoon was PE. After changing into sportswear, Sakurai headed out to the field with his newly made friends. This period's activity was table tennis. So after warming up outside, Class 2A headed into the gym. Inside the table tennis room, Sakurai and Hayasaka AI were standing in the corner. Dominant hand is weak, backhand is slow, footwork is sloppy, reaction time is dull. Just thinking about how these people might one day become Japan's table tennis elites, competing on the international stage, makes me seriously worried about the future of this country. They can hear you, Sakurai. Hayasaka AI reminded him. So Deo, they're all ready to jump you and beat the crap out of you right now. Class harmony can't be built by running away. It must be earned through strength, Sakurai declared with a Chinibu-level line, face dead serious. PFF full-on Chinibu mode. I'm dying over here, but this time you have support from narrator Chan. Victory is assured. What the hell are you going on about? Like I need your help? Ha, ridiculous. Shinomiya-san, how about a match? Sakurai picked up a paddle, getting into ready stance. A soft smile formed at the corner of his lips. His handsome face made the entire table tennis room freeze for a moment. Shinomiya Kagaya glanced at Hayasaka AI and decided to go a little harder this time. The dignity of the Shinomiya household isn't something anyone can just challenge on a whim. Chapter 8. Kagaya. Hayasaka. I'm being bullied. The ping-pong match between Sakurai Saki and Shinomiya Kagaya begins. The round ping-pong ball bounced high. Pop! The ball shot forward at incredible speed, as if trailing a streak of light behind it. The target is the blind spot. Facing his attack, Kagaya countered with a straight-held paddle, hitting the ball towards Sakurai's left side. Oh, narrator Chan predicted it right. Hey, it's not a prediction. I already knew it. Kagaya-chan really is a Baka-chan counterattack. Sakurai bent down slightly, raised his right hand, paddle met ball. A white beam, like a laser, pierced through Kagaya's defense. Nice. Beautiful shot. After gym class, Sakurai changed into his sports uniform. He was getting ready to make a trip to the student council room. The documents reviewed yesterday needed to be confirmed again with Shirage Miyuki. What Sakurai didn't know. In the changing room, Yuwa Hayasaka, in being bullied, I couldn't win even a single point against him. Kagaya had collapsed. In just a blink, she had switched from Ice Kagaya mode to the rare Bakagaya. Even Hayasaka AI, the one always by her side, had only seen this side of Ojusama Kagaya a few times. Usually, she always had a cold expression. There, good girl. Hayasaka AI hugged Kagaya in her arms. Two beautiful girls hugging. Yuri, energy explodes. I want Hayasaka to go play against him for me. Aren't you close with him? Kagaya whined. Hayasaka cheerfully agreed. Kagaya tugged on Hayasaka A's shirt, wiping her tears. After leaving her embrace, she immediately returned to her icy state. I will remember this grudge. Vengeance will be mine. This time was just a technical adjustment. Next time, I'll definitely beat him. Luckily, this time the opponent only hit a few balls before leaving. Otherwise, she would have completely disgraced the Shinomiya household. Sakurai-san, you should be grateful you still have your life. If not for the honor of the Shinomiya family, I would have thrown you into Tokyo Bay already. Kagaya thought, expressionless. Hayasaka patted Kagaya's head. Next time, should just tell Sakurai to go easy on her a bit. But Kagaya-sama being all spoiled like that really is too cute. Elsewhere, Sakurai, already changed, pushed open the student council room door. Huh, Ishigami-kun, you're here too? Sakurai had thought the other would be out gathering some info related to club matters. After all, The new student welcoming would begin next Tuesday. Shirogane, good afternoon. Sakurai greeted Shirogane Miyuki, then placed his bag down on the sofa. Then he walked over to President Shirogane's side. The notes I made yesterday, have you looked at them? Oh, it's Sakurai. Shirogane Miyuki looked up. Good afternoon. The notes you gave me, I haven't finished reading them yet. For the popular sports clubs, they don't really need to fight for the prime spots. Because even without any promotion, freshmen will still join them. That's what your notes were saying, right? Umo. Sakurai nodded. But those senpai will pressure us. About the location arrangement of the clubs. They don't judge by club strength, but by the family background of the members. Shirogane said in a heavy tone, that's how this school works, but I want to try reorganizing the locations for the culture clubs. Why can't humans understand each other? Because people are all idiots who think they're always right. Culture clubs aren't popular at Shuchiin to begin with. You want to change that? Sakurai guessed. Those people in the sports clubs are all muscle-brained idiots. Poo just like gorillas. LOL, hey, how can you say something like that? Casually saying such terrifying nonsense like this. This damn, trash, superpower. Sigh. Shirogane Miyuki rubbed his forehead. Sakurai Saki didn't bother him anymore. Then he walked to the cabinet and took out some coffee. There was a coffee mug, and still some beans left, all stuff he had brought from home a few days ago. As for brewing coffee, it was all thanks to his previous part-time job. Bartender, barista Sakurai never refuses any job as long as it can make money. Bartender is super cool though. Just swish, 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 and the cocktail is done. This superpower is seriously annoying. Grinding coffee. Sorry, forget it. Tired as hell. Sakurai obediently took out the automatic coffee machine. No craftsman spirit at all. Manual brewing is the essence. I think Sakurai-chan totally doesn't get it. There's so much to learn about coffee. Obey. You have to obey her, Sakurai, because she's a superpower that can only survive for one day. Like a mayfly, dead after a day. That's right. Dead. Go die already. WA. Sakurai-chan. Your inner thoughts are super dark. That's why I'm saying, boys are like this. Sometimes these twisted thoughts just leak out. Oh. Chika-chan is about to arrive. Daisuke. Hurry. Sakurai-chan. Go choo-choo her already. What kind of pervert are you? Okishmonioth. This freak thing is seriously my superpower? Just thinking that this came from inside his head made Sakurai feel itchy all over. After brewing the coffee, he handed a cup to President Shirogane. Thanks, that really helps. Shirogane Miyuki said as he took the cup, then set it aside, very far away from the pile of documents. Back on the sofa, Sakurai was just about to pour a cup for Ishigami when he noticed the guy was deeply focused. Even when he greeted him earlier, he hadn't responded, probably trying to do a good job. Even though he was just a first-year student, he was incredibly reliable. With a loud bang, a pink demon kicked open the student council room door. Alala, everyone's working so hard, huh? No one answered. Fujiwara Chika pouted. How dare they ignore her? The president, Ishigami-kun. Even her rival Sakurai, too. Everyone's been working for so long. Let's take a break and play a game, Fujiwara Chika said while pulling a weird-looking board game out of her bag. Tada aeroplane, yes. I am dead. Chika-chan is so cute. Oh, don't you go in a heat right here. Damn it. Sakurai turned his head and glanced at Fujiwara. Everyone is trying their best for club recruitment. Fujiwara-san, please keep quiet. Oh, come on, Sakurai-kun. Saying things like that, obviously you're dying to play too, right? Right? Sakurai, expressionless. Fine, just one quick round. Hey, Shirogane. You playing? Figuring out how to talk to the senpai isn't your job anyway, right? Sakurai said, then glanced at Chika, whispering in a devilish tone. That's the job of the secretary in charge of coordination, Fujiwara-san. Fujiwara Chika, who had been beaming moments ago, instantly drooped at those words. Her expression fell. Fine, we'll go do it. Guess no games for me, it's fine. We've still got time to finish our tasks afterward. One round of aeroplane chess won't hurt. Fujiwara Chika was moved. Sakurai-kun, you're so kind. Totally exposed, Hachika-chan. Nay, Sakurai-chan. Could it be you know she likes you? And you're purposely teasing her every day just to see her react like that? No way, right? Heh, who knows? Chapter 9. Chika-chan's Aeroplane Chess. A 4-player game. Roll the dice, fly your plane around the board once, and into the central base to score a point. When all your planes are in the base, you win. Ai is such a brutal game. Aeroplane chess. Brutal? You gotta be kidding me. Sakurai picked up the blue pieces. The 4 of them sat neatly on the sofa, a game board of aeroplane chess set up on the coffee table. Sakurai Saki and Fujiwara Chika sat together. Ishigami Yu and Shirogane Miyuki sat together. Sakurai Senpai, you seriously play this old-fashioned aeroplane chess stuff? We should be playing something more modern, like a MOBA game or something. Ishigami said with a bored look, then placed 2 of his pieces on the starting point. The student council room had a TV. They could use it to play games. Traditional games are the most fun. Fujiwara Chika was a loyal fan of old-school games. Huh? Fujiwara Senpai, are you serious? What's fun about this? Roll the dice and move step by step. Pooh. Yeah, so fun. Ishigami, you had zero affection for the girl who came every day to bother Shirogane Senpai and ruin Sakurai Senpai's break time. Ishigami. Shirogane Miyuki called his name. TCH Ishigami, you picked up the red pieces. You Chika-chan just got dissed. Hurry up and help her. Sakurai-chan. Why are you just sitting there watching? It's fine. Just treat it as a break. Everyone's tired from studying anyway. Sakurai Saki's voice was gentle. Hearing that he took her side, Fujiwara Chika immediately perked back up. That's right, Sakurai-kun said it himself. Just treat it as a break. Aeroplane chess is super fun. Shirogane Miyuki and Ishigami, you both fell into silent resignation. What the hell is this girl so smug about? The only person who'll play games with her for no reason is Sakurai. From last year until now, every lunch break, Fujiwara would drag Sakurai to play games, and he still put up with it. Shirogane thought, if it were him, he would have had enough ages ago. Narrator-chan totally loves Chika-chan's smile. Unbearably cute as long as the Bishujo's smiling. You'd love it anyway. Wouldn't you? Exactly. Narrator-chan super loves Bishujo. The biggest Bishujo lover in the whole world. Because this lady is a Bishujo, too super. Invincible. Ultra cute. Super. Ultra stupid. Big dumbass. This time, I'm definitely gonna win. Fujiwara Chika folded her arms and rested her chin on her hands. She looked exactly like Ikari Gendu. A secretary Fujiwara completely possessed by the desire to win. 2 guys resigned to their fate, just playing to get it over with, and a psychic fighting the ability inside his head. Those were the participants in this game. All were hidden talents. And if you could win over even one of them, you could win the world. They'll go first, okay. Fujiwara Chika said as she glanced around. No reaction from anyone. Did no one want to play? Fujiwara Chika felt the game wasn't exciting enough. So she decided to bring out a prize. I've got 2 movie tickets. Whoever wins can invite someone else to go with them. Ishigami, you snarked. Fujiwara Senpai, you're seriously giving yourself first-turn advantage too? There was an anime movie out in theaters this week. Ishigami, you really wanted to see it. Shirogane Miyuki casually said, I think we should do rock, paper, scissors to decide the order. If he got the tickets, he could let Kei-chan and her friend go see the movie. Whatever. Sakurai Saki wasn't interested in movies. The Fujiwara family's upbringing was strict. No way she could go to a movie with someone. If you throw paper, you can get first turn. Throw rock, and Chika-chan can go first. But Sakurai-chan, you're only going to get the 4th spot to roll the dice. Rock, paper, scissors. For Ishigami, you threw rock. Shirogane also threw rock. Sakurai threw rock too. Weirdly synchronized. As expected. In the second round, Sakurai lost to the 2 guys. Currently, the turn order is first position, Fujiwara Chika, second, Ishigami Yu, third, Shirogane Miyuki, fourth, Sakurai Saki. Hee. In the end, I'm still first. Fujiwara Chika cheerfully tossed the dice. And then, 3 points. In this game, you can only take off when you roll a 6. No doubt, a completely meaningless roll. Ishigami, you picked up the dice. In aeroplane chess, going first doesn't really give you much of an advantage. Only getting a plane to take off in the first round counts as a real edge. The dice rolled in Ishigami's hand. Then he lightly tossed it. 5 points, miscalculation. Next, it was Shirogane Miyuki's turn. He picked up the dice. Weight confirmed. Light roll. No stuffing inside, very balanced. He placed the 6 face up on top, calculated exactly how much force to use, and then threw it. It's here. The sure shot technique. This is a skill only possessed by professional board game players. At any given turn, they can roll whatever number they want. By the way, if Sakurai-chan wants to roll a 6, he has to wait 3 seconds first. Can you shut up with the commentary for a second? It's just a board game. Don't make it so intense. 3 seconds later, Sakurai casually tossed the dice. Sorry, I'm not really in the mood to lose. 6. He called it out. In the first round, both Shirogane Miyuki and Sakurai Saki launched a plane. Sakurai glanced at his 3 opponents. To the left, Fujiwara Chika was studying the board, title Earth Cancer. Across from him, Shirogane Miyuki with a confident expression of certain victory, title Evil-Eyed Tiger of Japan. To the side, Ishigami tucked his hair back and switched into serious mode. Title Melancholy Destruction Dragon. This game just got interesting. This is truly a battlefield. This battle is only just beginning. 20 minutes later, just as the 4 of them were completely absorbed in the fight, the student council room door burst open. Shinomiya Kagaya entered with a blank expression. As the vice president, it was important for her to show her face in the student council regularly, whether it was to build prestige or win people's hearts. Lowering oneself slightly was an extremely effective tactic. Shirogane Miyuki really was someone worth winning over. This Kagaya couldn't deny. But what the hell is this madness behind the door? Ha ha ha. Secretary Fujiwara, your plane is way too weak. Get back to the hangar immediately. Shirogane Miyuki was so into the game, he was high on it. 6 points, same color space, jump 1 tile. Sakurai Saki wasn't particularly concerned with winning or losing. Yes, perfect. Take it down for me. The next dice roll better. Follow narrator Chan's instructions too. This game, I would win. Just a tiny Shirogane dares to go up against me. The match had entered its final phase, and all 4 players had already landed 2 planes. Leading the race were Shirogane Miyuki and Sakurai Saki. One relied on calculations, the other on a cheat, both with a bright future ahead. The fighting spirit of the 4 was overwhelming. So much so that Shinomiya Kagaya couldn't even bear to look. She covered her face. This student council might as well be destroyed already. Chapter 10. Fujiwara Chika S. Kikaku, Student Council Room. The aeroplane chess showdown is still going on. I roll the dice and summon a 3. Appear. My Tamashur. Crimson Red Flight Path. I activate its effect. When the plane passes through the Crimson Red Path, it can knock an opponent's piece on the route into the graveyard. This effect can only be activated once per turn. Ishigami, you start a high. Yamaro. My plane. Shirogane Miyuki clenched his fist as his last piece, just about to reach the goal, was knocked away. Damn, that cursed Crimson Red Path. He rolled a 6 again and launched his plane. But it was too late. Now it's my turn. Sakurai Saki laughed coldly. This time, I will take the victory. With that said, he was about to throw the dice. Time. 3 seconds later. Hey. Fujiwara Chika's body suddenly lost balance, and she accidentally fell towards Sakurai. Adama. What a great chance. Hurry and hold her. Hee so soft. Chika-chan hee smooch, what the hell are you saying? Right now I want to win. Sakurai angrily threw the dice. The dice spun in midair, moved, then fell onto the table. For points. I win. Sakurai proudly moved the piece into the goal. Shirogane Miyuki gritted his teeth in frustration. Gushoha. Just a little more. Clearly, this was a great opportunity to help Kei-chan make friends. Yet I ended up wasting it. Kei-chan, can you hear me? I will never lose again. Ishigami, you also looked up at the ceiling, where a tear seemed to fall from the corner of his eye. Lost. Utterly lost. So this is the feeling of defeat? Even though I've lost a lot of games before, I still wanted to win this one. Fujiwara Chika was lying on Sakurai Saki's lap, a little unwilling to get up. Sakurai-kun's lap is so comfortable. Fufufu, everything just according to Kikaku. Standing to the side, Shinomiya Kagaya watched for several minutes with a blank expression. Her wine-red eyes were devoid of light. Kagaya-san. Fujiwara Chika, lying on Sakurai's lap, called out in a bizarre position. Fujiwara-san, you lunged at me just now to stop me from throwing the dice, didn't you? Sakurai lifted her head. You've been lying here for a whole minute already. Don't make me become a gender equality advocate. Creating an entire game just for a lap pillow a maiden in love, is just too cute. Oh, that's not it. Chika's eyes darted all around, her face full of panic. Awawa Chika-chan playing dumb is really cute too. You've used the word cute too many times already, to the point that it's not cute anymore. Ishigami, you complained, to interfere with the opponent just to win. Fujiwara-senpai, that's really low. Exactly, Secretary Fujiwara. Next time we play a game, you have to follow the rules. Shirogane Miyuki lectured. Thank goodness they didn't notice my little move just now. Ishigami, you secretly let out a sigh of relief. Using a gentle force to control which face lands up on the dice. That probably doesn't count as cheating, right? Shirogane Miyuki thought. Sakurai Saki, on the other hand, had zero self-awareness. Superpowers are part of him. How could that be called cheating? Isn't that right? All right, the movie tickets, here you go. Fujiwara Chika pulled out 2 tickets from her pocket. Sakurai-kun, go watch a movie with a friend this weekend. Sakurai Saki accepted the tickets, then handed them to President Shirogane. Shirogane, go watch a movie with Kei-chan this weekend. I'm not interested in the recent releases. That wasn't a lie, but it wasn't entirely true either. Sakurai Saki just didn't have anyone he wanted to go with, so he was too lazy to go. Going to the movies alone, it's just a bit too depressing. A cinema full of couples, sitting in a dark corner, watching a tragic film and sinking into sorrow, while your mouth is stuffed full of dog food. Just thinking about it makes you want to cry. Just think of it as a gift for Kei-chan. Sakurai Saki didn't want to be rejected by him. Thanks. President Shirogane accepted the tickets. Kei-chan, that's the president's little sister? Secretary Fujiwara caught the key point. Kagaya-san, you come sit over here, too, don't just stand there. As Fujiwara Chika spoke, she shifted her body toward Sakurai. Sticking close to him, Sakurai was forced to sit on the edge of the sofa. Shinomiya Kagaya did not reject her goodwill and sat down next to Chika. Luckily, the sofa was big enough. Otherwise, Sakurai might have walked off right there. Also, Fujiwara-san, you're sitting way too close. Chika-chan, get away from him a bit. Chika-chan, your chest touched him already. This lady can't take it anymore. Are you a diehard fan, simping for an idol, or something? It's just some fat touching his arm, okay? Yes, she's my younger sister. But lately she's entered her rebellious phase. Shirogane Miyuki had a sorrowful expression. Girls are hard to understand. Ever since she hit that phase, she doesn't even talk to me anymore. Are you the kind of older brother obsessed with his little sister, Siskin-san? Sakurai Saki spoke up. Kei-chan just doesn't want to seem too close to her brother, but she still cares about you a lot inside. As soon as he finished, Fujiwara Chika added, this is what they call it tsundere, right? Tsundere characters are super popular. Ishigami, you sneered disdainfully as soon as he heard it. What do you even know, Fujiwara-senpai? Tsundere is so outdated. Tsundere? Shirogane Miyuki asked in confusion. What's that? Fujiwara Chika enthusiastically explained. It's those girls who don't say what they really feel. Clearly they like you, but they can't say it out loud. XXX-Coin, clearly I really like him, but after some close contact, I subconsciously punch him. What should I do? That's what tsundere is. After saying that, Chika pointed at Kagaya. Kagaya-san, is it tsundere too? No. This is just purely an ice princess. Even if she really is at tsundere, the tsun part on her is way too overpowered. PFF Kagaya-chan's expression is killing me. That murderous look of hers, she can't hide it. Ha ha ha. Please don't laugh inside my head, thanks. Heretical like you. I can't take it. Ishigami-yu's voice suddenly rose, filled with irritation. Don't just skim through wiki pages and pretend like you understand. Fujiwara-senpai, do you really get what a tsundere is? That contrast feeling is what makes tsundere characters attractive. The tsun part doesn't matter. What matters is the deer part. Ishigami-yu is full of ridicule. That's why all you heretics who blindly go along with the hype are seriously annoying. Kagaya coldly glanced at Fujiwara-chika, then shifted her gaze to Ishigami. Ishigami, please stop looking me. Sorry, I was too arrogant. Wait until I go into the hyperbolic time chamber to train, and then I'll come back. Today's weather is really nice. Ishigami-yu acted like nothing happened, grabbed his bag, and started packing up. Senpai, I've got something to do. Please excuse me. A few minutes later, Ishigami-yu left the battlefield. Sakurai Saki sat down next to President Shirogane. Glup, Shirogane gulped. Sakurai Saki still had that cold expression. Now it was 2 versus 2. Ice Princess Kagaya had entered the game. A crisis like no other before. Chapter 11. Superpower Outburst. President Shirogane. Have you finished your work yet? Damn it. The situation was extremely unfavorable. Ice Princess Kagaya unleashed her special move. President, you still have a lot of work to handle. You can't take a break, yet it's over. Sakurai Saki's situation is dangerously dire now. What should we do? If this keeps up, Sakurai-chan will have to face 2 girls all by herself. Gi one guy 2 girls, how stimulating. This lady is starting to get excited already. Waka Waku. The real question is, what the hell are you even imagining right now? Superpower love brain, absolutely unacceptable. Still not done. Shirogane Miyuki slumped down, holding the movie ticket, patting Sakurai on the shoulder. Just like a warrior heading out to the battlefield. And Sakurai like a fiancé waiting back in the village. All right, no, not really. Sakurai Saki stood up with him. It's about time, I should go home. Grabbing his bag, Sakurai walked to the door and spoke to Secretary Fujiwara. Fujiwara-san, see you next week. Shirogane. She needed someone to keep her company. Let's put that aside for now. That customer, who had lost her child early and recently her husband, still looked attractive. She might arrive a bit late today. Pushing the bike, he walked from the garage toward the school gate. Bicycles weren't allowed inside the campus. Carrying a bag on his shoulder, Sakurai glanced around. The trees on campus looked beautiful. It was still the cherry blossom season, not yet fallen. What's the falling speed of cherry blossoms again? The answer is 5 centimeters per second. Who told you that? 5 centimeters per second. Falling from a 3-meter high tree and taking a whole minute? That doesn't follow Newton-san's laws. As for whether Newton-san would turn into a jiangshi, come to Japan, and kill off this blasphemous superpower of his Sakurai, wasn't so sure. This topic was kind of interesting. Newton-san wouldn't turn into a jiangshi even if he flipped open his coffin lid. He wasn't even Chinese. So would he turn into a zombie? Let's leave that discussion for later. Narrator Chan has already seen danger incoming within the next 5 minutes. So run quickly now. Sakurai-chan, hurry up and activate the desire driver. Let's grasp the light together. Begin transformation. What the hell? I'm not a Kamen Rider. Besides, talking to an imaginary voice in your head is already stupid. He felt like he was about to develop multiple personalities. This lady is also a part of Sakurai-chan, specifically the emotional side that you keep trying to suppress. So it's fine to think of Narrator Chan as your girlfriend too. Seductive wink. Talking to imaginary friends is already dumb enough. Please don't make me any dumber. Sakurai felt that today. The number of sarcastic comebacks he had to mutter had nearly equaled an entire month's worth. Hey, you kids, stop right there. Just after exiting the school gate, he reached a shopping street. On the side of the road, a few delinquents blocked Sakurai's path. The passing students were frightened and quickly sped up their steps. Getting tangled up with punks never ends well. Hey, Sakurai-chan, why didn't you listen to this latest warning? I already told you danger was coming. Ryuta-kun. Long time no see, huh? Sakurai Saki stopped his bicycle. Yesterday you made me lose face that bad. Have you thought about the consequences yet? The blonde delinquent slicked back his spiky hedgehog-like hair and spat on the ground. Huh! The corner of Sakurai's lips lifted into a smile, making the delinquents surrounding him feel something was off. If it were someone else, being surrounded like this would have probably made them drop to their knees, begging for mercy. Even if not kneeling, they'd at least be shaking in fear. What the hell are you smiling at? Ryuta saw through the act and got annoyed. It's nothing. Just thinking you guys didn't do your homework well enough. Sakurai calmly parked his bike. He swung his arms to warm up. While at it, he took off his school uniform jacket. The white shirt underneath perfectly displayed the contours of his muscles. You managed to figure out my daily route. You didn't think of using your brains a bit more, huh? Kill them all, Sakurai-chan. Yander a face. It wouldn't be good if someone saw this, right? Meh. As long as no one sees it, it's fine. And right next to them, there just so happened to be a deserted alley. Gotta say, they found a pretty decent spot. Sakurai stepped forward. As if he had foreseen it, he effortlessly dodged the opponent's straight punch, grabbed the blonde guy by the collar, and drove his knee up with force. The guy collapsed like a pile of mush, completely losing the ability to resist. Ignoring the threatening stares from the delinquents around him, Sakurai Saki dragged the blonde guy into the narrow alley. 10 minutes later, looking at the thugs sprawled all over the ground in front of him, Sakurai Saki expressionlessly walked out of the alley. A psychic afraid of school violence? What he feared now was school violence not being violent enough. Normally, to suppress the destructive urges brought on by his supernatural powers, he already had to endure to an extreme degree. If only tomorrow's superpower could make them all disappear from this world. Praying, and then just kill them all already. Mwahahaha. Maniacal laughter. What was meant to happen would still happen. His supernatural powers were about to go out of control. Tokyo, Shinjuku, 7th floor of a luxury apartment. Sakurai Saki was doing his rental boyfriend job today. At the dining table, Saki-kun, how come I haven't seen you around lately? A voluptuous woman in homeware pouted as she complained. Oh, this one is-san. Love at first sight. This lady has made up her mind. Tonight, let's use her as a side dish. Mashiro-san, I joined the student council recently, so I have to work there on weekdays. Sakurai Saki responded with a gentle smile. I live alone and feel so lonely. Every day, it's just collecting rent to get by. So boring. So jealous. Sakurai Saki felt deeply envious. The beautiful woman gently caressed her cheek. Her mature, pale face full of concern. Saki-kun, you got into another fight today, didn't you? Nope, Sakurai acted clueless. Right there on your face. The beautiful woman raised her right index finger and pointed at her own cheek. It's nothing. Just some paint from a club recruitment event after school. Got a bit on me. Sakurai made up an excuse and shifted his gaze away from her body. Sakurai-chan, your expression looks weird. Your face is all red. Like you're in heat or something. This is all your fault. Overusing supernatural powers leads to an increase in desire. But Sakurai-chan suppresses all that desire into sexual craving and destruction. When these urges accumulate to the extreme, his willpower weakens and the lust skyrockets. That's what we call a state of superpower outburst. Just like the settings in those hentai stories. Thanks for the explanation. Even though nobody asked, it was actually pretty simple to resolve this state. He just needed to go home and play some games. Slaughtering in a virtual world helped ease his urges, and projecting sexual desire onto virtual characters worked too. By 6 a.m., his supernatural powers would refresh. Everything would go back to normal. What's wrong? Saki-kun. Seeing him looking unwell, the beautiful woman immediately put down her chopsticks. She hurried over to him and wrapped her arms around him. It's okay. Sakurai Saki gently closed his eyes. Just go into the bedroom with her already, right? Even though she still treats you like a kid, if Sakurai-chan begs her, she'll definitely say yes. But I don't want to say yes. Even though his heart was resisting, Sakurai Saki's eyes started to glaze over. The scene in front of him began to blur. Chapter 12. A new week, Mishiro-san. My head hurts a little. I'll head back and rest first. You were able to hold it in that long? Is Sakurai-chan really a boy? This lady is starting to doubt. Are you really okay? Saki-kun, you can stay over for the night. I still have an empty room. Faced with her insistence, Sakurai Saki forced a strained smile. I'm really sorry for today, for making you worry. He'll come over to hang out with you again next week. Umo. The woman gave him another once-over. Seeing that Sakurai's complexion wasn't as bad as earlier, she was somewhat relieved. Be careful on your way home. Yes. Sakurai Saki nodded, then left the apartment. He had endured with great difficulty if he stayed any longer. Even Sakurai wasn't sure whether he could keep holding out. The weekend. With no plans to go out, Sakurai Saki stayed home and played games for 2 straight days. Monday morning, he rode his bike to school, stopped at the gate, then pushed the bike in. At the school gate, a member of the disciplinary committee was checking student uniforms. Sakurai's collar was a bit messy. The buttons weren't fastened in the correct regulation order either. But as someone well-known in school, normally no idiot would be tactless enough to call him out for it. Today was the exception. A brand-new idiot had appeared in the disciplinary committee. Aino Miko, a newly admitted student in the high school division. She had already served in the disciplinary committee during middle school and continued in high school. Her father was a famous judge, her mother an international humanitarian aid worker. Being the daughter of the two, it was only natural that she had a strong sense of justice. Hey, you there, your uniform is not up to code. Aino Miko pointed her right index finger, stopping Sakurai in his tracks. In Sakurai's mind, thoughts were racing nonstop. Then he quietly pulled a tasty candy stick snack, a biscuit type snack he usually carried in his pocket, out of his bag. Here you go. What? Are you trying to bribe me? Hey, senpai. As the general affairs officer of the student council, this kind of behavior is unacceptable. Aino Miko raised her hand. She firmly rejected his bribe. Sakurai didn't bother with her, silently shoved the candy into Miko-chan's mouth. Amiko reflexively took a bite. Delicious. Wait. No. This is supposed to be a moment of serious disciplinary action. Please let me off just this once. Sakurai pleaded. All right then. Aino Miko nodded. Sakurai Saki smiled faintly at her, then pushed his bicycle through the school gates. Today's supernatural ability. Of course you'll choose to forgive him. As long as you feed the other person, you can gain their forgiveness, no matter how much of an asshole you've been. Side effect. Only works on one person at a time. He arrived at the school building and entered class. Noticed that the classroom was already nearly full. After returning greetings from his students who proactively said hello to him, Sakurai sat down by the window. There are many kinds of supernatural powers, but the most dangerous ones are always those with great power and long-lasting duration. Narrator Chan's ability was a typical example. Always active, never resting, and precognitive powers are an especially strong kind of supernatural ability. That's why Friday's incident got out of control. Today's power is also quite absurd, but compared to predicting the future, it's merely an appetizer. Good morning, AI-chan. Sakurai. Good morning. Hayasaka. AI was clearly exhausted. Working for the Shinomiya family was seriously tiring, especially when Kagaya-sama was a master full of deep thoughts. She even said she wanted to watch a movie. Apparently because she overheard a conversation about movie tickets in the student council room on Friday. Shinomiya Kagaya had never been to a movie theater since childhood and was extremely curious about it. So Hayasaka AI had to personally install a home theater setup for her and was met with this evaluation. So movies are only this much, huh? Oh. Hayasaka AI wanted to quit her job. After quitting, she would confess to that Sakurai guy. Then they'd elope together. She herself had 40 million yen in savings living abroad. They could live comfortably for a lifetime. As for children, they'd have 11 of them. What's wrong? Did you encounter a demon over the weekend? Sakurai asked curiously. As he spoke, he glanced out the window. The disciplinary committee girl from earlier looked like she had lost all faith in life. Ukavai koto ran into a Yukiana guarding a snow-covered mountain. Ayazaka replied nonchalantly. AI-chan, your house is way up in the snowy mountains? That's rough. Sakurai Saki chuckled softly. When you came into school earlier, didn't that overly responsible disciplinary committee girl catch you? Your coat was tied around your waist, and you weren't wearing your uniform properly either. My legs are very nimble. Hayasaka AI replied with a loaded tone. Lunchtime. Sakurai headed to the student council room. He found only Shirogane Miyuki inside. The guy was always the first to arrive. After all, he was the student council president, with a lot of matters to handle. Club affairs, disputes, personnel coordination all fell under his responsibilities. Like this current round of club member recruitment. Oh, Sakurai, you're here. Another weekend of part-time work? Judging by how you look, you must work quite a few hours. Sakurai Saki said as he sat down on the sofa. He pulled out a snack stick, tore open the wrapper, then popped it into his mouth. Corn flavor, slightly sweet. Umu, to help with family expenses. Shirogane Miyuki didn't even look up, continuing to review the documents. Anyone opposing the idea of putting the cultural clubs in the prime recruitment spot? Sakurai asked out of curiosity. Shirogane picked up a few sheets of paper and waved them. There are already some. As expected, that was fast. Sakurai commented. In order to secure more benefits for their own clubs, the members of those clubs were already fiercely arguing their cases. Where there are people, there will be conflict. Within the small campus of Shuchiin, it can only be a tiger. Secretary Fujiwara wants to increase the budget for the board game club. Sakurai, what do you think? Crush her fantasy completely. For me, Sakurai Saki said seriously. Oh, Shirogane was momentarily stunned, then laughed. I thought you'd take her side. Business is business. As members of the student council, we must set an example. Sakurai responded with sound reasoning. All right. Shirogane wrote, not approved on Fujiwara Chika's request form. This recruitment matter must be finalized today. My final opinion is to place the cultural club's display board right at the entrance. It's quite a visible spot. Shirogane Miyuki sighed. As an ordinary person, it seemed this was the best he could do. Just took office. It's best not to do anything too radical. Sakurai said as he walked over to him. He picked up the stack of opposition letters from the sports clubs. Soccer club, basketball club, kendo. He skimmed through them one by one. Noticed there was no opposition from the Kyudo club. That was the club Shinomiya Kagaya belonged to. Seemed like she didn't actually hate the student council as much as she let on. Chapter 13. Of course you'll choose to forgive him. Noon was lunchtime. Even a workaholic like Shirogane Miyuki couldn't stay in work mode all the time. President, why didn't you increase the budget for the board game club? Fujiwara Chika tugged on Sakurai Saki's arm. It was clearly Shirogane's decision, so why was she tugging on me? Sakurai Saki picked up a piece of tempura. I was the one who told the president that. The training costs for sports clubs are much higher than for cultural clubs, and the rate of equipment damage is greater too. From what I've heard, a lot of the board games purchased by your club were played just a few times and then left to gather dust in a corner. Fujiwara Chika instantly deflated. Well, that's just... Shirogane Miyuki picked up a piece of vegetable, swallowed it, then joined the conversation. If something's been bought, it should be used until it's completely worn out at the very least, right? Shirogane Miyuki was a stingy person. His family's circumstances had shaped his habit of frugality. If an electronic device could still power on, it was still new. If food was still edible, it was still fresh. Exactly. Sakurai Saki nodded. President, you too, Sakurai-kun. You stingy cheapskates. Fujiwara Chika yelled. Using student council resources for personal reasons is obviously not a good thing, but technically, it's not impossible to increase the budget for the board game club. Sakurai Saki brought the piece of tempura he had just picked up to Fujiwara Chika's mouth. So it's my fault. Can you forgive me? No way in hell I'm forgiving you. Fujiwara Chika angrily munched down the tempura. Oomph, I forgive you. After she said it, Fujiwara Chika froze. Sakurai Saki picked up a piece of beef. What about back then? When I used to tease you every single day, can you forgive me for that too? Of course no. Before Fujiwara Chika could finish, another piece of meat was shoved into her mouth. After swallowing it, The rest of her sentence turned into the "you, I forgive you." Sakurai Saki nodded. "You're not holding a grudge, what a relief." Shirogane Miyuki, sitting across from them, had the corners of his eyes turning a bit red. What a beautiful relationship this was. Even though she lost miserably every time they played, Secretary Fujiwara never once complained. This truly was genuine love. Oh, Fujiwara Chika felt something was seriously wrong. She quietly covered her mouth with her small hand. Fujiwara-san, I like a devil. Sakurai brought over another piece of food. It was a sausage. Fujiwara Chika frantically shook her head. Shinomiya Kagaya had planned to drop by the student council room for a bit during lunch today, but it seemed she had walked in at the wrong time. Sakurai-kun, Yemi, don't do that. Fujiwara-san, eating more is good for your health. Ora ora. On Kagaya's usually cold face appeared a trace of suspicion. She slowly pushed the door open and saw a scene that made her feel unbearably embarrassed. Sakurai was forcibly holding Secretary Fujiwara down on the sofa. Fujiwara Chika had her hands over her mouth, teary-eyed. But upon seeing this scene, Shinomiya Kagaya didn't look worried at all. In fact, she seemed a little amused. That normally overly enthusiastic, hard-to-handle girl, like a cancer cell replicating endlessly, had finally met her match. Kagaya-san? Shinomiya? Shinomiya-san? Shinomiya Kagaya had almost no knowledge of sexual matters. If the average person's understanding of sex was at ground level, then Kagaya was the sheltered, rich girl living on the 99th basement floor. She believed that just kissing would lead to pregnancy. Those two, were they about to kiss? Getting pregnant in high school was definitely not a wise choice. When the baby's a month old, don't forget to send me an invitation, Fujiwara-san. Kagaya said as she stepped into the student council room. She glanced at the food laid out on the table, and at the two people practically glued together. Kagaya's face turned red, and she left the student council room with a solemn expression, leaving behind Fujiwara Chika and Shirogane Miyuki, who stood frozen in place, utterly confused as to what she had just misunderstood. Did Shinomiya just mention baby? Shirogane Miyuki had thought he understood Shinomiya Kagaya well enough by now. In his eyes, Shinomiya Kagaya was someone who appeared cold on the outside but was warm on the inside. He had invited Kagaya into the student council partly because he wanted to help her open up. Don't let the family tie down your freedom, Shirogane hoped she could become someone named Shinomiya Kagaya, not Kagaya of a Shinomiya household. Sakurai let go of Fujiwara, looking at the still shocked expression on her face. Then he answered. She said, don't forget to send me an invitation when the baby's 1 month old. But among the three of us, do any of us even have a lover? Sakurai asked Shirogane Miyuki. The moment the topic of love came up, Fujiwara Chika perked up. All the embarrassment from earlier when the sausage was shoved toward her face completely vanished. President Shirogane, do you already have a girlfriend? Not yet. Then do you have someone you like? Fujiwara asked curiously. No. Shirogane Miyuki felt like he didn't have time for romance. Daily studying took up 10 hours, plus part-time work and student council duties. He genuinely had no energy left for anything else. That's so sad. Chika looked disappointed. President, high school is the time to celebrate youth. Youth only lasts a few years, Secretary Fujiwara said, then even pretended to be an old lady and coughed a few times, or else you'll blink and suddenly you're an Aji-san. The way you define youth is way too random. President, don't listen to her. Even if you die a virgin, a man is still a boy. But as for me, I already have a girl I like, Sakurai Saki said, resting his chin on his hand. Then he started describing the girl he liked. Her hair's a bit curly. Fujiwara Chika glanced at her own hair. That's a match. She's petite, very cute. That's a match too. A total match. 5. Her name starts with the syllable Chi-A-A-A. Oh, isn't that clearly a confession? Chika's cheeks flushed red, and her smile bloomed brighter than the cherry blossoms in the schoolyard. She just turned 12 this year. Nanny. Chadomat. What? So it wasn't me. Fujiwara Chika's smile instantly disappeared. replaced by a face of utter despair. Shirogane Miyuki didn't catch the implication in Sakurai's words. Oh, you mean that little one? Yeah, she's really cute. Tiny and is super clingy too. Shirogane smiled fondly. Every time we visit, she runs out to hug us, and she won't leave until we give her a kiss. Fujiwara Chika jumped out of her seat. 12 years old, elementary school student. Loli. President and Sakurai-kun. So you guys aren't at girls that age? Shirogane Miyuki rubbed his nose awkwardly and said, She's already old and still running around like that. It really worries me sometimes. Old? She's only 12 years old, though. Secretary Fujiwara, trembling, pulled out her phone. Her fingers shook as she opened the dial screen. Call the police. I need to call the police. What's the police number again? Secretary Fujiwara. Are you okay? Shirogane asked, puzzled. Pervert. Even children aren't safe from you. Beast. Fujiwara Chika shrieked, hiding behind Sakurai in fear. Shirogane's face was full of question marks. What? Beast? If I'm a beast, then the one you're using as a human shield right now is a true beast, you know? Secretary Fujiwara, a 12-year-old dog, is actually quite old. She's not doing too well these days. Dog? Fujiwara Chika froze for a few seconds. Her fair face visibly changed color. No longer able to face anyone. Umu. A white Bichon Frise. Very cute. She's an old lady now, 12 years old this year. Sakurai Saki smiled as he looked at Fujiwara Chika. Then, like a demon, he dropped a question straight into her soul. Secretary Fujiwara, just who exactly did you think I was talking about? Chapter 14, Monopoly Chess got played. Even Fujiwara Chika had to admit it was a complete trap she had fallen into. Ladies and gentlemen, love is war. Whoever falls in love first loses. Exploitation and being exploited. Sacrifice and being sacrificed. The strong must humiliate the weak. And what is the consequence of failure? Is it the inability to raise one's head in love? Is it one's status in the family after marriage? No, those things don't matter. To Fujiwara Chika, who lost 186 times and drew 4 times last year. What matters most is winning the game called confession. She must make Sakurai fall in love with her. However, things didn't seem to be going smoothly. Chi-chan is seriously super good. Sakurai Saki smiled happily. Just hugging her makes me feel healed. Too cute. Chi-chan, if possible, I want to be with Chi-chan for the rest of my life. Together for life? With Chi-chan? It was as if steam was rising from the top of Chika's head. She was about to overload. President, and also Sakurai-kun. I feel a little unwell. I'll head home first, Fujiwara Chika said, then staggered out of the student council room, leaning against the door behind her. Fujiwara Chika pressed her hand to her forehead to feel her temperature. So hot after school. Sakurai left the home economics classroom. Today was the day he had to tutor the Nakano quintuplets. Honestly, such a pain in the ass. Just thinking about having to face those 5 faces that always looked down on him pissed him off. In the student council room. Huh? Sakurai-senpai, what's wrong, senpai? Ishigami, you looked at the person who just walked in. Then he looked at Sakurai sit down next to him. Ishigami-kun, let me ask you something. As someone who gave up on studying, what were you thinking when you dropped out? Sakurai Saki set down his bag. Why are you asking that? Because of today's tutoring session. Sakurai-senpai, you work as a tutor? Ishigami, you looked quite impressed. All problematic kids. Not only are they uninterested in studying, I even suspect they hate men. Kids? Elementary school? Girls? Ishigami, you smelled gossip. They're classmates. Shirogane Miyuki, who was sitting in the president's seat organizing documents, spoke up to clarify. The teacher originally asked me, but I felt I couldn't do it, so I passed it on to Sakurai. That's exactly what happened. Sakurai nodded. If it weren't for the invitation from the other party, Sakurai Saki definitely wouldn't have taken on this thankless and exhausting job. Moreover, those 5 were like jumping rope on a red line. Totally a bunch of idiots. The difficulty level of teaching them was absurd to the point of ridiculous. Last week, he had gone twice on Tuesday and Wednesday. Since it was still summer break and school hadn't started, he ended up only meeting 2 of the 5 sisters. One was Nakano Miku, the other was Nakano Itsuki. Sakurai suspected the remaining 3 were deliberately avoiding him. But when accepting this job, Sakurai never promised to fulfill all of the other parties' expectations, turning 5 idiots into normal people. Almost impossible. Sakurai-senpai, I think the reason they don't want to study is probably because their fundamentals are way too weak. Ishigami, you said while pressing buttons on his game console. They can't see a path forward, so they give up. So, just letting them taste the sweetness of learning should be enough? Sakurai Saki pondered with a blank expression. Right after that, the door was pushed open again. The ones who entered were Shinomiya Kagaya and Fujiwara Chika. Secretary Fujiwara was clinging to Kagaya's arm. Kagaya-san, come play with me. She was pestering someone to play a game with her again. Fujiwara-san, can't you go find someone from the board game club to play with? Kagaya tried to push Fujiwara Chika away, but it was useless. Everyone in the board game club is busy today, and it looks like Sakurai-kun has something going on too. Chika spoke while glancing into the room. And then, the moment she saw Sakurai, she immediately let go of Kagaya. Shinomiya Kagaya watched her back as she walked away. For some reason, she felt a little disappointed. Sakurai-kun. Secretary Fujiwara ran over while pulling a board game box from her bag. It was Monopoly chess. Faced with Fujiwara Chika's sparkling, glowing eyes, Sakurai Saki found it hard to say no. I have to go to my part-time job soon, so I can only play for an hour at most. It was now 3:30 p.m., just after school, and the tutoring location was in Minato Ward, so it wasn't too far. Playing one round would still be on time. Ishigami-kun, want to play a round? Senpai, I'm not interested in Monopoly. Traditional board games are totally boring. Ishigami answered while playing his handheld game console, showing zero intention of joining. Meanwhile, Shinomiya Kagaya looked extremely excited. That was the main reason why Ishigami decided not to join. That senpai was basically a symbol of fear, an abyss taking the form of a young girl. Best to stay as far away as possible. Ishigami. It's devil. Ishigami-kun, don't tell me. You're scared? Fujiwara Chika covered her mouth with her hand and giggled. Ishigami lifted his head. He let out a scoffing laugh. Final play. But Fujiwara-senpai, wasn't you who came in dead last when we played airplane chess last time? Losing that miserably and still wanting a rematch. If it were me, I'd be so ashamed I'd want to crawl into a hole. Ishigami's ability to roast others remained top tier, facing his sharp-edged sarcasm. But Sakurai-kun came in first. Secretary Fujiwara tilted her head, looking innocent. What does Sakurai-senpai coming in first have to do with you? Fujiwara-senpai? Ishigami grumbled silently. Shinomiya Kagaya sat down next to Fujiwara Chika and watched her set up the Monopoly chessboard. Monopoly, Kagaya had heard of it before. This was a game that heavily depended on luck. And in terms of luck, Shinomiya Kagaya, was always confident. As for the reason she was joining, she simply wanted to demonstrate the strength of the Shinomiya family. It was absolutely not because the last time she saw them playing airplane chess, it looked fun and made her want to join. Absolutely not. Kagaya, when do we start? Kagaya's cold face had softened a bit. Kagaya-san, if we start like this, it'll be boring. Fujiwara Chika raised her right index finger, shook it side to side, her face full of mystery. Then what? You bringing out prizes? Ishigami glanced at her. No, this time we'll play it like a punishment game. Sakurai glanced at the board, a little curious about her plan. The first winner gets to ask a question to one of the losers, and the loser isn't allowed to lie. Secretary Fujiwara explained happily. In other words, truth or dare. President, want to join? Fujiwara Chika excitedly asked Shirage Miyuki. You have to answer and can't lie. As long as I win. Then ask that question, he'll know whether Sakurai-kun likes someone or not. Everything just according to Kikaku. Fujiwara Chika smiled in a Yagami-like manner, as if she had already secured victory. It'll pass this time. Shirage Miyuki replied, while rubbing the dark circles under his eyes. There had been too much going on lately besides the morning club recruitment. There was also the afternoon freshman welcome event. The performance schedule of each club had already been published. So it's 4 players then. Fujiwara Chika pulled out the pieces and item card from the box, then quickly arranged the board neatly. But in a place she couldn't see, Sakurai Saki and Ishigami, you exchanged a quiet smile. Monopoly also had a way to secure victory. Chapter 15. The game begins, note. The last time I played Monopoly was like 12 years old. I barely remember the rules. If I do remember, it's in my language instead of English. So forgive me for any mistakes. Monopoly Chess. A classic board game, where the victory condition is for one player to reach a certain amount of money, or force all opponents into bankruptcy and out of the game. Schemes, betrayal, alliances, diplomacy. Within this small board hides countless tricks and strategies. And among the players of this style, Sakurai Saki and Ishigami, you were undoubtedly top-class masters. If one wanted to secure victory reliably, there was only one way. Alliance. That's right. Individual power has its limits. If you want to win, other than playing dirty, the only way is to unite with others. Sakurai placed his piece on the starting tile, then winked at Ishigami. If I win, they'll treat you to a soda. Ishigami slightly raised his eyebrows, replying in a burst of Morse code. Sakurai-senpai. No problem. Fujiwara Chika saw the two exchange winks, and her ocean blue eyes lit up with curiosity. She eagerly asked, Sakurai-kun, are you guys exchanging secret codes? Tell me. Pretty please. No, we're not. Fujiwara Chika placed her index finger between her eyebrows, thought for a moment, then pulled a detective hat out of her bag and put it on her head. Then she pulled out a magnifying glass. Loved Detective Chika Holmes. Appears. Fufufu. You two are definitely cheating. Fujiwara Chika pointed her index finger sternly at Ishigami. Senpai, what are you talking about? We have no reason to cheat. It's just one question. Ishigami shrugged, his face looking like he was unafraid of anything. My dark history is so extensive that talking about it doesn't even embarrass me anymore. Ishigami, you truly a terrifying man. No doubt about it, he was the biggest wild card in this game. Beside them, Shinomiya Kagaya had already taken her starting capital, her eyes brimming with excitement. Can we start already? Can we start? She was so excited she repeated herself twice. Fujiwara Chika slightly furrowed her elegant brows, her pretty face filled with suspicion. Too suspicious. Chika, don't ask anymore. We really weren't trying to cheat. Everything was within the bounds of the game rules. How could that be called cheating? Hearing Sakurai say that, Fujiwara Chika blushed, timidly sat down. If Saki-kun said so, then fine. He called me by name. He clearly never called me that even once last year. Isn't this kind of like a confession? What's that, Fujiwara-san? Vos Saki-kun. Sakurai tilted his head curiously. You just called me Chika, didn't you? I thought that. Fujiwara Chika turned her face away, timidly said, that way of calling sounds really close, like, a confies. How much longer are you going to talk about names? Does it have anything to do with the game? Shinomiya Kagaya finally couldn't take it and interrupted. Hearing that, Fujiwara Chika glared furiously at Shinomiya Kagaya, her cheeks puffed out like a hamster. Kagaya-san, I thought of you as a close friend. How could you cut me off like that? You lonely. You're ruining my love story. You villain. Big bad villain who destroys love. Can we start now? Hasn't the prep time for this match already gone on too long? Shinomiya Kagaya, when it came to love knowledge, wasn't just bad. She was completely clueless. What is love? Can it be eaten? Boys were just tools, puppets of the Shinomiya family. Moreover, the Shinomiya family rules had one very important clause. Falling in love with someone is forbidden. No exceptions. In that case, since Shinomiya-san is impatient, let's begin. Sakurai Saki gave a radiant smile like the sun. Fujiwara Chika peeked at him several times. Bullied again. Rock. Paper. Scissors. 3 Kagaya also placed her hand into the center of the play circle as if it were the most natural thing. Her motion was very skilled, It was like this wasn't her first time playing a board game. Previously, even though Fujiwara Chika had invited her a few times, Kagaya always flatly refused. Eventually, Fujiwara Chika, who was extremely perceptive, understood that Kagaya wasn't interested in board games. So she gave up on asking her again. Until a few days ago, when Fujiwara Chika happened to discover that Kagaya seemed interested in airplane chess. That led to the earlier scene, where Chika actively asked her to join the game. The order is Shinomiya-senpai goes first, then Sakurai-senpai, followed by Fujiwara-senpai, and finally me. Ishigami, you announced the results of rock, paper, scissors. This board has an item card and trap card system, so going first doesn't give much advantage, kind of like airplane chess yesterday. Sakurai nodded. On the contrary, the game time will be longer. If no one build a house to a high level, ITLL become a prolonged tug-of-war. First round, Shinomiya-san, please roll the dice. Sakurai Saki smiled and invited. The other three knew Kagaya was a newbie, so they intentionally explained the rules clearly for her. The die rolled from Kagaya's hand. 3 points. The tile landed on was the Fate Zone. Fate. The player may draw one card from the Fate deck. In the end, Kagaya drew an item card at the cost of 1,000 points. Compared to the starting capital of 30,000 points, that price was basically a giveaway. The name of the item card was Seizure Card. It allows you to seize another player's land tile, but not the house. If you want the house too, you must pay for construction. Newbie luck? Ishigami, you muttered. In the board game community, there's a concept called newbie luck. That means new players tend to draw rare items more easily. Some conspiracy theories even claim the drop rate for rare cards is higher for newcomers because veteran players have become overfarmed saplings with no motivation to spend money, while the rich high rollers don't care about petty matters. Shinomiya-senpai, you're really lucky today. There are only 2 seizure cards in the entire item deck. Sakurai Saki heard Ishigami's words, but said nothing. He glanced at Fujiwara Chika, just in time to see her quickly avert her gaze. Acting completely natural, he turned to talk with Kagaya. Shinomiya-san, your luck is amazing today. Luck? I don't believe it. Sakurai Saki picked up the dice, carefully adjusting the force in his hand. 3. Once again, the Fate tile. But he didn't rush to draw a card. Instead, he turned to look at Fujiwara Chika. Why that panicked look? Fujiwara-san? He flipped the second Fate card, a free item card draw, and the second item card. As expected, Seizure Card. Quite the lucky draw, Fujiwara-san. Yep, that's right, exactly. Chika averted her gaze while whistling. Unfortunately, no sound came out, because she didn't know how to whistle. This scene looked exactly like someone trying to act cute. Your turn. Sakurai Saki handed her the dice, getting powerful items that can shift the game early on. This round is already tilting in his favor. 2 versus 1 versus 1. The advantage is ours. EI4. Fujiwara rolled the dice, then moved her piece to South Korea. 1,400 points, he'll buy it. Bad deal. Shinomiya Kagaya glanced at the land value and gently shook her head. A failed investment deal. The toll fee was only 90 points. It would take 15 turns just to break even. Kagaya-san. In board games, what's important is having fun, Fujiwara Chika said cheerfully while holding the land card. Only you think that. Shinomiya Kagaya silently observed the 2 players across from her. Sakurai-san and Ishigami-kun. You two are worthy of being my opponents. Shinomiya Kagaya. Let me show you the business acumen of the Shinomiya family. Chapter 16. Plastic Sisterhood. The intense battle had begun. Due to the limited size of the board, by just the 4th round, all the land on the map had already been completely bought up without a single slot left. Ishigami, you observed the situation and contemplated. The number of properties currently owned by the 4 players was as follows. Shinomiya-senpai. 6 high-grade properties, selling price above 3,000. For mid-grade properties, selling price between 2,000 and 3,000. 0 low-grade properties, selling price below 2,000. As the noble heiress of the Shinomiya family, Shinomiya-senpai would never make a losing investment. After calculating the most profitable strategy, it seemed she was executing a plan named One Fatal Blow. She kept a seizure card in her hand, then tried to build houses on the high-grade properties. As long as any player landed on them later, they'd either lose a lot of money or be eliminated from the game outright. Fujiwara Senpai, one high-grade property with a 2-story house, 2 mid-grade properties, 12 low-grade properties. As the daughter of a politician, Fujiwara Senpai was taking the for-the-people approach. In other words, she needed to. Never mind. She was just playing randomly. Ishigami, you mentally removed Fujiwara Chika from board. What about himself and Sakurai Senpai? Altogether, they had 5 high-grade properties, 10 mid-grade properties, and 12 low-grade properties. The situation was now actually quite clear. As long as they didn't land on Fujiwara Senpai's 2-story house, they wouldn't lose so easily. Ishigami thought, my hotel is now 3 stories high. All right, now it was 3 stories. Ishigami, you flipped through the rulebook to check the toll fee for a 3-story house on high-grade land. 8,900? That much. Passing the bank only gave out 4,000 points. Because everyone had spent too much on land and construction, no one had any spare funds left. Wait, hold on. Our team has a seizure card. We could take over that house right now. Sakurai Senpai. Ishigami winked at Sakurai. Norus. Sakurai Saki didn't even bother to acknowledge Fujiwara Chika. To him, Shinomiya Kagaya was the true enemy. She still had 2 special items, a teleport card and a demolition card. One could move a piece anywhere, the other could reduce a building by 1 level. The game board was still shrouded in fog, impossible to see clearly. 10 minutes later, at the student council president's seat, Shirogane Miyuki looked up at the 4 players. Shinomiya and Sakurai are taking this way too seriously. It's not like this is some real business battlefield. Why so serious? I want to use the demolition card to destroy Shinomiya Senpai's mansion. Ishigami, you shouted. Well, that's pretty fiery. The corner of Shirogane Miyuki's lips lifted into a slight smile. Having this bunch in the student council really was a blessing. Even while working, he didn't feel bored. Isvigami-kun, why are you destroying Kagaya-san's mansion? Then Fujiwara Senpai. What was the point of using a block card earlier to stop Sakurai Senpai? This is just a game. Why take it so seriously? Shirogane Miyuki listened to the 2 of them arguing and let out a few chuckles, shaking his head in helplessness. So childish, how cute. Another 10 minutes passed. Fujiwara Senpai, I just finished building that building. Isvigami-kun. Didn't you just say it's just a game? Occasional arguing actually helps strengthen bonds, cultivate teamwork, and was beneficial for both work and study later on. Shirogane Miyuki consoled himself silently, trying to convince himself. It's just, well, they were all a little too competitive. A few minutes later, I want to use the seizure card. My target is Shinomiya-san's America property. This is the construction cost. Sakurai played his killer move. Then I'll use mine too. My target is Sakurai-san's China. The total construction cost is 13,000. Shinomiya Kagaya also placed her special item card back on the pile. Then Sakurai reshuffled the item deck once again. That way, cheating could be avoided. Even in Monopoly chess, Fujiwara Chika could still find ways to cheat while shuffling cards. Truly not to be underestimated. No wonder they call her Fujiwara Fraud Chika. If she had been born in the Heian era, even Ryomen Sukuna would have bowed at her feet. Chika, Shirogane Miyuki, watching the flames of war spread ever wider, hastened to finish correcting the last of his documents. He slammed the table and shouted loudly, I'm done with work. Shinomiya Kagaya didn't even bother to lift her head. Good work, Shirogane. Sakurai Saki was busy trying to figure out how to force Kagaya to use up her trump cards. Kagaya still had 2 item cards in her hand. President, want to play a round? Ishigami, you said as he rolled the dice. 4. Oh shit, it's a trap. He landed on Fujiwara Senpai's trap. Ishigami-kun, you've landed on my mansion. Fujiwara Chika said sweetly as she extended her small palm. Open. Pay up. Toll fee. TCH. Ishigami Yu reluctantly handed over his game money. A total of 12,000 points. His remaining funds were now nearly depleted. Ishigami, it's time to use that move. Sakurai Saki said calmly. Next, I will use the negotiation card. This card lets you negotiate with any player to buy one of their properties. And I have a total of 3 of these cards. Ishigami nodded. He quietly handed Sakurai 3 high-grade property cards. If their total points reached 100,000, they could claim victory. Shirogane Miyuki's intense gaze grew even sharper. He was squinting at the board, eyes narrowed. Shirogane Miyuki was nearsighted, and whenever he focused seriously, his expression turned frighteningly intense. Evenly matched? No. Shinomiya held the upper hand. All her high-grade properties had now been upgraded with 2-story hotels fully fortified. This is, in a corner of the map, Shirogane Miyuki discovered a terrifying sight. It was a zone composed of 3 mid-grade properties and 1 high-grade property. One of the mid-grade properties belonged to Secretary Fujiwara, and the rest were under Shinomiya's control. This kind of territory, if Fujiwara-san is eliminated, I might be able to seize that property. And if I get 4 adjacent properties, the rent in that zone will double. The corner of Shinomiya Kagaya's lips curled into a cruel smirk, just like a final boss hiding in the shadows of a corporate warfare movie. So hot. Shinomiya Kagaya emotionlessly pulled out a fan. Written on it was, "Peerless under heaven." Of course, Sakurai Saki had also realized her scheme. Faced with Shinomiya Kagaya's backstabbing plan, Sakurai chose to form an alliance to resist. Secretary Fujiwara, let's team up. If this keeps going, none of us will win. Sakurai Saki extended an offer of cooperation. No way. I would never betray Kagaya-san. Fujiwara Chika rejected it without hesitation. But she's already planning to betray you. Chibaka. Trying to persuade a dead ghost would be more productive. 1 round later, Ishigami Yu stepped on Fujiwara Chika's hotel and exited the game gloriously. A few rounds after that, Fujiwara Chika landed on Shinomiya Kagaya's property and died a swift, clean death. Yuwa Kagaya-san, avenge me, okay? Fujiwara Chika said as she accepted the fan from Kagaya and helped her cool off. On Shinomiya Kagaya's icy face appeared a trace, just a tiny trace, just the faintest hint of embarrassment. Hopefully no one had noticed her using that fan earlier to interfere with Fujiwara-san's dice rolls. Sakurai Saki looked at Kagaya. He smiled brightly. Shinomiya-san, it's just the 2 of us now. Huh. Chapter 17. When are you getting engaged? The game between the 2 had really lost all sense of excitement. In the end, despite everything, Sakurai Saki still had to admit defeat under Shinomiya Kagaya's absurd streak of luck. There was nothing he could do. The opponent's dice rolls followed no predictable pattern. Yet a surprisingly effective Kagaya managed to dodge Sakurai's properties by a hair's breadth every single time. The fierce standoff dragged on until the end. Even after drawing his second seizure card, Sakurai still couldn't turn the tide. Yay! Kagaya-san. We won. Fujiwara Chika cheered joyfully. Seeing Sakurai Saki lose made her even happier than winning itself. Now it's time for the punishment game. Kagaya-san gets to ask each of us one question. Fujiwara Chika leaned in close to Kagaya and whispered conspiratorially. Huh, Fujiwara-senpai, are you trying to play telephone through Kagaya-san? You didn't even win and you want to enjoy the victor's rights? Ishigami Yu grumbled, then muttered, Are all daughters of politicians this shameless and thick-skinned? Humph, they'll be staying far away from her from now on. He didn't even bother to lower his voice. Fujiwara Chika heard every word loud and clear. I wasn't good at asking Kagaya-san to ask anything for me. Not all. Fujiwara Chika shouted in protest. With that single sentence, she completely exposed her inner thoughts as expected of Chika. You guys, may I start asking? Shinomiya Kagaya was eager for the sweet fruits of victory. She was ready to uncover everyone's weaknesses for the sake of future manipulation and blackmail. As a Shinomiya, she must have full control over the life and death of the student council. Go ahead, Sakurai Saki said, seemingly unfazed. Outwardly, he looked as calm as still water. But on the inside, he was boiling with rage. This man was a slave to victory. What the hell? How could a newbie solo wipe 3 people? Just because she was lucky? Sakurai Saki took winning and losing very seriously. So seriously that he could remember a single defeat for over 10 years. A terrifying man indeed. The word petty wasn't enough to describe the level of grudge he could hold. Note, haha, I'm totally reading this part in the narrator's voice from Kaguya-sama. Sakurai-san, what do you plan to get engaged to Fujiwara-san? It appeared a nuclear bomb of a question. The ultimate opening move. Shirogane Miyuki, who had only been casually eavesdropping in hopes of some juicy drama, felt his heart leap out of his chest. Right, Shinomiya would never be satisfied with just asking if 2 people were dating or how far along they were. The Ice Princess Kaguya, a terrifying woman who could not read the room. The highest level of KY, can't read the air, is not even realizing you're KY. This is bad. I gotta help Sakurai out of this. Having decided that, maybe in a few years? Shirogane Miyuki interrupted. I wasn't asking you, Shirogane President. Shinomiya Kaguya cut him down coldly. Okay. Shirogane Miyuki shrank back. One hit, completely defeated. Ishigami, you began trembling. What if he got hit with a question like that too? But after thinking for a bit, he suddenly realized he had nothing to fear. Yeah, what's there to be afraid of? Shinomiya-senpai can ask whatever she wants. Sorry, but he had so much black history, it didn't even embarrass him anymore. Ishigami Yue, man who uses his dark past as a shield. So powerful. Maybe nothing in this world could break him now. Engaged? Shinomiya-san, why are you asking that? Sakurai asked. Weren't the 2 of you spending the afternoon together? Shinomiya Kaguya replied, with her utterly serious face. Everyone, male and female alike, fell in a stunned silence. Ishigami, you turned beet red. This was way too shocking for someone as inexperienced as him. Fujiwara-senpai and Sakurai-senpai. At school. Together. Doing something intimate? Yes. Weren't you 2 about to kiss? Kaguya said innocently. Fujiwara Chika suddenly recalled the scene from this afternoon where she had been pinned to the sofa. She blushed so hard she couldn't say a word. Shinomiya-san, please don't slander me. I'm still a virgin. Sakurai Saki declared with grave sincerity. This was a medal of honor only possessed by boys who kept themselves pure. There was absolutely nothing shameful about it. Number of kisses, 0. Number of dates, 0. And all the rest are obviously 0. Sakurai confidently declared. Ishigami, you got swept up in the moment. I'm a virgin too. Shirogane Miyuki was about to join in, but on second thought found it too embarrassing and only muttered quietly. Me too. Fujiwara Chika's sea blue eyes widened in disbelief. These 3 guys, what the hell were they even talking about? What did being a virgin have to do with kissing? Kaguya-san, Fujiwara Chika leaned in and whispered into her ear. That thing, making a baby, isn't quite like that. 1 minute passed. Kaguya blinked several times, and in that exact moment she grew up a little more, mentally. Ahem. Shinomiya Kaguya turned away, her cheeks bright red, and murmured softly, I've known for a long time. Babies definitely aren't brought by storks, and kissing alone can't make one pregnant. I know all that already. So in other words, she totally didn't know until now. The 3 boys froze in place, each trying to act composed. Shinomiya-senpai, I'm sorry. Ishigami, you turned his head, glancing at Sakurai Saki. His shoulders began trembling violently. A few seconds later, he couldn't hold it in anymore. Ha 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 ha. Shirogane Miyuki straightened up, trying to put on the air of a mature older brother. Ishigami, no matter how knowledgeable you are, everyone has gaps in their sex ed. In situations like this, we must never make fun of someone for it. 10 seconds later, Shirogane turned his head, but Sakurai Saki looked at Kaguya's increasingly terrifying expression and said seriously, I've received strict training. I normally don't laugh. Unless it's something I really can't hold back. I'm not laughing, really. Sakurai covered his mouth with his hand, struggling to contain himself, but the corners of his lips were twitching from the effort. She truly was a sheltered young lady raised in a gilded cage. Her lack of basic knowledge was excessive. As the trio's laughter echoed around her, Kagaya's expression turned terrifying. It was the kind of look that said she was about to grind someone into dust, mix them with concrete, and dump them in Tokyo Bay. Kagaya, the three boys instantly snapped back to seriousness. Sakurai Saki quickly answered the previous question, about what you asked earlier. For now, I haven't thought that far ahead. A very vague answer. Ahem. Shinomiya-san, you can move on to someone else now. Please stop staring at me like that. Otherwise, one day, I might snap and wipe out your whole family. Wouldn't that be a pain? Shinomiya Kagaya turned her gaze toward Ishigami-yu. Isvigami-kun, you thought what I said earlier was funny, didn't you? Kagaya smiled sweetly, but her eyes were anything but sweet. Shinomiya Kagaya, Ishigami-yu, is it too late to run now? No, I need to run right this second. I sincerely apologize. Ishigami jumped up and bowed deeply, then grabbed his bag and bolted for the door. Senpai, I just remember my neighbor's sister asked me to take her to her prenatal checkup today. I'm heading home now. Oh, Ishigami, be careful on your way. Shirogane Miyuki called out cheerfully, immediately playing along. Sakurai Saki nodded with a serious face. Prenatal checkups for the neighbor's sister are indeed important. These three, could they please come up with more believable lies? What the hell does a neighbor's prenatal checkup have to do with Ishigami-kun? Who's the baby's father? Him? Fujiwara Chika thought to herself, the corner of her mouth twitching. Was it really okay to let Ishigami-kun slip away like that? Recalling the many times had mocked her so mercilessly she couldn't lift her head. Fujiwara Chika smiled brightly and stood up. Ishigami-kun, you haven't answered the question, yet you really plan on leaving just like that? Ishigami froze, stood rooted to the spot like a statue. Dad, Mom, big brother, future wife, future son, and daughter. I'm sorry. Today it seems Ishigami-yu, won't be coming home again. Chapter 18. Itsuki already has a boyfriend? Faced with Fujiwara Chika's underhanded, unpredictable moves, the counter-strategy of the Sakurai trio was secret technique Nijirandeo. Shinomiya, Secretary Fujiwara. Actually, today we already made plans to go to the dessert shop near the station to try their new menu. Shirogane Miyuki lied as naturally as breathing. It's on me. Sakurai Saki didn't flinch at all. Yes. Ishigami, you also smiled brightly, stepped forward to pat their shoulders, and then the three boys retreated from the student council room at lightning speed. Their group moved so fast, even Kagaya froze for a few seconds. So this is the unspoken coordination between boys. Fujiwara Chika nodded slightly, her expression like that of a detective cracking a case. But what about my victory? Kagaya almost couldn't maintain her usual cold expression. Of course, there's nothing to speak of. Fujiwara Chika replied nonchalantly. That's not right. Sakurai and Ishigami already gave their answers, actually. The only one who hasn't answered yet is her. Fujiwara-san. Shinomiya Kagaya brought her hands together, tilted her head slightly, and smiled like an angel. You still haven't answered my question. Fujiwara Chika inside. Walked right in the trap. No doubt about it this time. She's definitely brought disaster upon herself. What should I do? What if Kagaya-san starts asking about love-related stuff? What am I supposed to do? And as it turns out, her guess was spot on. Fujiwara-san. What does it feel like to like someone? It was Shinomiya Kagaya's first time dealing with this kind of thing. You just told me to ask Sakurai-san if he likes anyone. Shinomiya Kagaya looked intently at Secretary Fujiwara. You like him, don't you? Oh no, I don't. Fujiwara Chika pretended to look clueless. You're lying to me again. If you don't like him, then why would you tell me to go and ask? Shinomiya Kagaya asked, puzzled. Is this kind of thing really that hard to talk about? Hearing that, Fujiwara Chika fell silent. Kagaya-san, Topics like this are so embarrassing. Ugh, so annoying. If Kagaya-san ever falls for someone in the future, I swear I'll crash their dates as hard as I can. When they're sweet-talking each other, ill but in and say the most awkward, out-of-place things ever. At that moment, Fujiwara Chika secretly made a grand plan of revenge against Kagaya. Actually, she's not as innocent as she looks. Even though most of the time, she seems oblivious. Truth is, there's a small part of her that does it on purpose. Well, liking someone is like, whenever you think about them, your heart itches a little. If Kagaya-san finds herself often thinking about a certain someone while at home, then that means you probably already like them. Fujiwara Chika said confidently. Shinomiya Kagaya fell silent and pondered for dozens of seconds. Do I have anyone like that? Constantly thinking about them, and every time I do, there's this itchy feeling in my chest. There is someone like that. It's Shirogane? No, lately it's been Sakurai-san. So infuriating I grit my teeth. I want to punch all his teeth out. I think I like Sakurai-san. A dangerous smile spread across Shinomiya Kagaya's usually expressionless face. So much that I want to kill him. If I lose again in the next round, to erase the disgrace of the Shinomiya family. That might be the only way left. Fujiwara Chika. How the hell did Kagaya-san come to that conclusion? Liking someone is a feeling that comes from deep within the heart. Fujiwara Chika placed both hands on her chest, her expression serious as she said, "You feel happy because of them, sad because of them, and being with them makes you feel at peace. That's what liking someone really is. Love is so annoying. Fujiwara-san, I've decided I won't fall in love anymore." Shinomiya Kagaya remarked. That sentence made Chika choke on her breath. Love isn't something that's simple. Sakurai-san is all yours then. Shinomiya Kagaya stood up. Oh, right. See you tomorrow. With that, she left the student council room. Fujiwara Chika was left behind with a face full of disbelief. Kagaya-san clearly has such beautiful rosy lips. How could she say such cold words? Just wait until Kagaya-san has someone she likes. I swear I will. Ruin the two of them with everything I've got. Absolutely. Stepping out of the student council room, Kagaya walked to the school gate and got into the car. Hayasaka AI, as her close maid, also sat beside her. Kagaya-sama, is something wrong? Hayasaka, have you ever kissed anyone? Kagaya asked curiously while touching her lips. Kagaya-sama, never. Ayazaka Aoi replied flatly. You like Sakurai-san, don't you? Shinomiya Kagaya turned her face, looking out the car window. At that moment, she caught sight of Sakurai Saki riding a bicycle across. Yes. Ayazaka, I nodded. Snatch him early, Hayasaka. Shinomiya Kagaya looked at Hayasaka AI with empty, lifeless eyes. The Shinomiya family has never failed to get what we want. Even if the opponent is Fujiwara-san, it's no exception. Hayasaka AI didn't answer immediately. Has Kagaya Oju-sama been triggered by something? Kagaya-sama, love is not something that's simple. You sound exactly like Secretary Fujiwara. Kagaya seemed a bit bored. By the way, I want to study some knowledge related to sex. Go prepare the materials for me, Hayasaka. Yes. Ayazaka Aoi responded. Sakurai Saki rode his bicycle away from the school. He headed straight to the location for today's tutoring session. It was a luxury apartment building in the Minato district of Tokyo. Upon arriving at the entrance, after parking his bike, Sakurai Saki saw a sign saying no unauthorized entry placed outside the building's main door. He looked up to inspect. It was astonishing this apartment had 30 floors, and his tutoring location was on the topmost floor. There were a total of 5 people living there. All 5 were quintuplet sisters. Last time, since it was a preliminary visit before the school term, he didn't get to meet all of them. He opened his bag, glanced through the prepared materials to confirm nothing was missing, then adjusted his clothes. To appear more mature, he even wore a pair of outdated black-rimmed glasses non-prescription just to look more like a teacher. Oh, it's Sakurai-san. Sakurai turned his head upon hearing the voice. He saw a girl with shoulder-length short hair, wearing a green ribbon, and her hair was a reddish-orange color. Sakurai-san doesn't remember me? Itsuki. Oh, you came at just the right time. Sakurai Saki casually handed her the bag he was holding, then with a mysterious face, leaned close to her ear and softly blew a breath, gently saying, "By the way, about that secret dating thing I mentioned the other day, don't let the others know, baby." Nakano Yatsuba reflexively took the bag from him, and then in her ears echoed the biggest gossip bomb Shed ever heard. Itsuki has a boyfriend, and it's their tutor, no less. Didn't she say she hated trashy men? This guy is exactly the type of trash who changes girlfriends several times a week. Itsuki even said she saw it with her own eyes. Ah, I got it. I want to tell the others. Nakano Yatsuba purposely made a face like a girl in love. Don't forget about our trip to the Love Hotel this weekend. Itsuki-chan, Sakurai Saki said with a smile. Sakurai, Nakano Yatsuba. This gossip bomb was even bigger than she thought. Could it be? Itsuki is about to step onto the path of adulthood, even though she's the youngest of the 5 sisters? So bold. Oh, wait, no, would Itsuki seriously date a scumbag tutor she just met? She's always been so serious and proper. Itsuki-chan is all serious around her sisters, but so clingy with me like this, how cute. Sakurai Saki said as he walked into the main entrance of the apartment building, which had been left slightly open. The two of them walked toward the elevator. Nakano Yatsuba saw a few familiar figures. She shouted loudly, "Everyone, Itsuki has a boyfriend." Nakano, Ichika, Nino, Miku, Itsuki all turned their heads simultaneously. Nakano Itsuki's face was full of question marks. Since when do I have a boyfriend? Why don't I know anything about this? Chapter 19. The Nakano sisters don't want to study downstairs in the apartment building, in the elevator lobby. Nakano Yatsuba looked at her sisters, all silent without saying a word. She scratched her head awkwardly. This seems kind of wrong. This was the first time Sakurai Saki met all 5 of the Nakano sisters at once. Their hair colors weren't much different, and their faces were quite similar. Only a few distinctions could be made based on hairstyles and accessories. For example, Itsuki wore 2 yellow 5-pointed star-shaped hair clips, while Mika wore headphones with a triangle symbol. Bervit. Nakano Itsuki, who was holding a meat bun and had eaten half of it, turned her head and froze for a few seconds when she saw Sakurai Saki. Then she immediately pointed her right index finger at him and shouted loudly. There were quite a few people living in this apartment building, and right now, several people waiting for the elevator began looking at Sakurai with strange eyes. A pretty handsome boy, why would he? Must been caught 2-timing or something, huh? Yeah, nowadays young guys just need to have looks and immediately think about building a harem. Before this turned into a full-blown gender war, Sakurai hurriedly tried to explain to Nakano Itsuki. That was just work, Itsuki-san, just as he was about to say more. But I clearly saw you out with other girls. A few different ones every week. Nakano Itsuki's voice rang loudly through the lobby. Era-sensei-chan's got guts. Humph, scumbag for now. I'm calling you scumbag. Saki-kun, no matter how much you love Sengoku Era-themed games, you can't have a harem in modern times. Sakurai-san is really that kind of person? Sakurai Saki heard all the comments from the 5 sisters, and he tried to keep a gentle expression. Stay calm, Sakurai Saki. A teacher must not get angry with students. If the teaching environment is joyful, they'll be willing to study. Spartan-style learning benefits no one. Everyone, it's time for class. Let's head upstairs first, and we'll talk about this stuff later. Okay. Nakano Itsuki crossed her arms in front of her chest, forming an X shape. Absolutely no way we're letting someone like you into our house. Nakano Nino had a face full of contempt. Scumbag. Eroworm. Hentai. Nakano Miku looked worriedly at Sakurai. Saki-kun, hurry up and explain already. Nakano Ichika smiled sweetly. Sensei-chan, looks like my little sisters aren't too welcoming toward you. The ribbon on Nakano Yatsuba's head swayed slightly. But I welcome you, because Sakurai-san is so interesting. He's a guy who can change girlfriends several times a week. Super interesting. Getting judged like that. There's nothing enjoyable about it. Besides, if he brought up the rent-a-boyfriend thing now, it's doubtful any of them would believe it. Plus, with strangers nearby, he should wait until they're upstairs to explain. Sakurai Saki sighed. I don't have any intentions toward you girls, don't worry. Era-sensei-chan. So you don't like girls? Nakano Ichika looked at him with worried eyes. Clearly doesn't like girls, but can still change lovers every week. Nakano Nino's pupils dilated, her face expressing the horror of witnessing all of humanity's evil. This guy isn't just a scumbag, he's not even human anymore. Sakiko and Nakano Miku looked down sadly. Nakano Yatsuba energetically patted Sakurai's back. Sakurai-san likes boys. Huh, I know some friend from the sports club. He'll introduce you to a few sometime. Nakano Itsuki was so shocked she almost dropped her meat bun, her face full of disbelief. Sakurai noticed the looks from the passers-by, watching him. They had shifted from scumbag stares to eyes filled with pity and sympathy. Sakurai couldn't care less what these sisters thought anymore, and immediately began pushing each one into the elevator. If this kept up, there'd be no way to explain anything. Sensei-chan, don't touch me. Kua, suckphone. Pervert. Don't touch me. I can walk it on my own. Sorry. I didn't know Sakurai-san. Sakurai pressed the elevator close button and breathed a sigh of relief. I'm completely normal. I just won't be into any of you, because right now I'm a teacher, understand? He spoke as he pressed the button for the 30th floor. The floor number gradually increased. I've already looked over all of your test scores from last year, and they're not that bad. I'm not exaggerating. At least you all barely passed the red line each time. Even Itsuki exceeded the target by a little bit. Sakurai took the bag from Yatsuba, pulled out a performance statistics sheet, and handed it to them. After saying this, he glanced at the five sisters and noticed that they looked a bit proud. After being complimented, Nakano Itsuki gave a slightly silly smile. Sakurai was speechless. I'm not complimenting you. I'm just stating the facts. Actually, you know, Skumbika and Nakano Nino suddenly switched to a sweet tone with the kind of students who are rebellious and don't want to tutor. So you don't need to worry about what we do. Can we change how you address me? Nino-san? Well, forget it. You can keep calling me like you always do. Nakano Yatsuba didn't object at all. Sakurai-san, I'm really dumb. You might teach for an entire semester and my grades still won't improve. If that's the case and you still want to try, I won't object. Compared to the other three, Yatsuba was truly an angel. Yatsuba in Sakurai eyes. It's just a shame that this angel had the worst academic performance among the five sisters. I like ancient history. Miku also spoke up. Does that mean she has no interest in other subjects? Last year, Sakurai had shared class with her, so he knew quite a bit about Miku. That's also why last week, Nakano Miku didn't refuse to meet him. As for Nakano Itsuki, she appeared to protect Miku from the scumbag. At least that was the misunderstanding. She thought Sakurai was a shady guy who did all sorts of bad things. Sensei-chan, just give up. We're really dumb. We've never kept up with our teachers since we were little, and things only got worse in high school. Nakano Ichika, as the eldest of the five sisters, spoke up. If you can really help us improve our scores, then you can try. As for your personal matters, I don't need to know about them. Nakano Itsuki turned her head away, but she still looked excited. She still hadn't fully recovered from the feeling of being praised earlier. This was the first time Nakano Itsuki had been complimented for her academic efforts. It felt like her efforts were being recognized, really super happy. So now we have 3 people agreeing and 2 opposing. Is there a rule where the minority submits to the majority? Sakurai looked at the elevator floor display. They had reached the 30th floor. As he spoke, he waited for the 5 sisters to step out of the elevator, then followed behind them. No, Nakano Nino answered coldly. To teach me, you need a few hundred more years. After saying those sharp words to Sakurai, Nino turned to smile brightly and ask her sisters, what do you want to eat later? Cookies. Maybe? This two-faced behavior was a bit too much, wasn't it? Sakurai didn't feel like talking to her anymore, so he turned to Ichika. Cookies, huh? That works, I can eat anything. Ichika said while curiously glancing at Sakurai. Sensei-chan, anything else you want to say? Sakurai could tell she had no intention of studying, so he didn't bother to say anything more. If he hadn't been entrusted with this task by Shirogane Miyuki, he might have just walked away right then and there. Indeed, the road ahead is long and tough. Chapter 20. The first lesson, the five sisters walked into the room together. Sakurai Saki observed the room he had visited once the week before. The first floor was the living room and kitchen, with a staircase leading to the second floor, where the five sisters' private rooms were located. Zenzai-chan, I'm so sleepy. I'm going to bed first. Nakano Ichika smiled brightly, waved, then walked off. ZZ scumbag, us sisters don't need you sticking your nose into our business, so do us a favor and get lost already. Nakano Nino put her hands on her hips, face full of contempt. Nakano Itsuki said nothing. She simply took out a book silently. I can study by myself. Just call me when you start. Nakano Miku lightly poked Sakurai's arm. Saki-kun, let's play a game. Nakano Yatsuba enthusiastically raised her hand. Sakurai-san, when are we going to start studying? 5 students with 5 completely different personalities, yet their grades were unspeakably terrible. If his own scores were divided into 5, it'd still be enough to crush them all. Divide IQ by 5? Split brain cells 5 ways? Such a disrespectful thought flashed through Sakurai's mind. He sat down on the sofa in the living room, took off his glasses, glanced at the remaining 4, then spoke up. Originally, I intended to give a placement test today, but with 1 missing, there's really no point. Then he turned and asked Nakano Nino, why are you still here? The next second, she shot a glare. If looks could kill, Sakurai was sure the number of times Head died in the past few seconds had already reached the hundreds. The two of them stared at each other like that for several minutes. Nakano Miku and Yatsuba watched them, finding it incredibly amusing, with no intention of stepping in. Nino-san, could you move a bit further away? The way you're looking at me is annoying as fuck. Honestly, I seriously hate girls like you. Sakurai Saki gave Nino a radiant smile, but his words were anything but bright. That kind of smile was something he only used when working as a rental boyfriend, a kind of professional technique. Normally at school, unless he was giving a speech or on special occasions, Sakurai kept a blank face, never showing emotion. It was also one way he controlled his superpowers. Reducing emotional fluctuations made it easier to suppress his powers from outburst. Several more seconds passed. The other person said nothing. Sakurai Saki also retracted his smile. Could someone really maintain that much contempt in their eyes for so long? Maybe this was a kind of natural talent too. Please don't assign talent points to stuff like this, Nino-san. Seeing that she still said nothing, Sakurai softened his tone and said, if you don't want to study, you can go back to your room. Instead of sitting here glaring at me, wouldn't it be better to do something else? What do you think? Oomph. Nakano Nino snorted coldly and walked up the stairs. No matter what, you'll never be able to teach me in this lifetime, not even for 1 minute. No, not even 1 second. So don't even dream of it. Paying her no mind, Sakurai Saki took the teaching materials out of his bag. Has she always been this annoying since childhood? That overinflated self-awareness is definitely something that should be treated. No one gives a damn about someone they just met. Sakurai, Saki muttered. This job losing, it wouldn't even matter. My family's not poor. Sakurai-san, that expression you made earlier was pretty harsh. Nakano Yatsuba responded. If a guy can stay calm after getting cussed out by a girl, he shouldn't be a tutor, he should just go be a monk. Sakurai Saki said grumpily. He was ready to quit. Even if this job looked decent on the surface, 5 people, 25,000 yen a day, not exactly low, but in reality, at Shuchiin, the only person who could take this job was probably him. Because according to the rankings in the last end-of-term exam, starting from the top, Shirogane Miyuki, the #1 student, wasn't good at dealing with girls. His reason for turning down the offer was very clear. The tutoring target this time was girls, and not just 1, but 5 of them. The second-ranked student was Shinomiya Kagaya. Even the principal had to hesitate about whether to invite her. And with her way of handling things, the chance of her agreeing was probably about 1%. The fourth-ranked student was Shijo Maki, and she wasn't the type who would lower herself to tutor others. After all, most Shuchiin students were the children of politicians and tycoons born at the top of the pyramid. Asking them to take on a job that paid 10,000 yen an hour, the chances were practically zero. If the tutoring job was just for one person, it might still be considered. Everyone had their own club activities at school and their own studies to worry about. When everyone's that busy, who has the spare time to babysit a stranger? What is this, some kind of boredom-induced desire to experience poverty? Your academic performance is your own business. If you think it doesn't matter and believe going out into the world with just a junior high diploma is fine, then I obviously have no objections. Sakurai glanced at Nakano Nino, who was standing midway up the stairs. Even if you just want to land a handsome boyfriend and want to keep the romantic sparks alive after dating, being able to say sweet and interesting things is really important. And for that, you need to be good at language arts from literature subject. Sakurai Saki continued, Nino-san, I'm actually curious, why do you keep using those weird names to refer to me? I thought I was pretty well known at Shuchiin. Nakano Nino turned her head to look at Sakurai Saki. What kind of delusion are you having? Why the fuck would I need to know who you are? You're proud of being the student council's general affairs officer and messing around with all kinds of girls? So she didn't know who he was. This girl was easy to read. Oh, I assumed you were just the type who's into pretty boys stick to them like glue. I mean, you've been staring at my face this whole time. But looks like I was overthinking it. Sakurai Saki said apologetically. What's that got to do with you? So what if I like pretty boys? Nakano Nino slammed her hand onto the stair railing. The wood gave a loud clack. It was clear she was furious. Who wouldn't be pissed after being lectured like that? Especially being lectured about views on love. What the hell do you know about me? You just met me and you think you can judge me? Being good-looking makes you so special? Aren't you just another scumbag anyway? Nakano Nino furrowed her beautiful eyebrows and let out a cold snort. Sakurai said flatly, if you care too much about appearances, your standards for choosing a partner will be really low. I just hope you don't run into another scumbag. Nino-san, get the hell out of here. Nakano Nino pointed straight at Sakurai and screamed. The moment someone hits your sore spot, you jump like a fucking monkey that hasn't evolved. I mean, your academic performance is already hanging by a thread, and you still don't want to study? Even when someone comes all the way here to teach you, you act all stuck up. People like that probably won't amount to anything in life. Sakurai Saki wasn't joking. A stupid woman like that shall be fooled into bed by at least 10 different scumbags in her life. If he wanted to seduce her, Sakurai Saki could do it within a week and without even making the first move. Nakano Nino suddenly turned around, stormed towards Sakurai Saki, then grabbed his bag. All you ever talk about is studying. 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 Is that all your dumb ass knows how to do? Like a fucking idiot. She spun around, opened the window, stepped onto the balcony, and hurled the bag straight out. One clean motion done. Miku and Yatsuba were both frozen on the spot. Oh shit. Chapter 21. FCK this job. I quit a luxury apartment in the Minato district of Tokyo. On the 30th floor, the situation had become a little hard to control. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting its glow on the boy's face, an exquisitely handsome face so striking that just one glance would etch it into memory forever. His skin was flawless and fair, and in his hands were a pen and paper with a meticulously drafted teaching plan. He was more or less perfect. Anyone meeting him for the first time would probably think so. And yet now, such a good-looking young man was sitting in silence, staring downward. Below, scattered books and notes were visible in the distance. If he hadn't taken the test papers out earlier, things might have turned out even worse. Sakurai-san. Nino didn't mean it. Nakano Yatsuba was apologizing on her sister's behalf. For a moment, Yatsuba didn't know how to explain. She just, after throwing the bag, Nino had gone straight back to her room, giving no chance for reconciliation. Even Yatsuba couldn't think of a way to fix this. Sakurai Saki said nothing. He simply took out his phone. He opened Line and messaged President Shire again. informing him that he had decided to withdraw from the assignment. It's just textbooks. No big deal, Sakurai Saki said to Yatsuba. His face was calm, like nothing had happened. I mean, I'm just a scumbag who changes girlfriends 5 times a week. Of course she's on guard around me. You too? Yatsuba better stay away from me. With that, he walked to the sofa and picked up the test papers. It's getting late. I won't bother you guys anymore. A bunch of teen girls acting like they're the center of the universe. Seriously, what a pain. Hayes, I must be out of my goddamn mind to come here and tutor them. After packing up, Sakurai stood. Are you really just going to leave like that? Nakano Itsuki suddenly spoke up. She had witnessed the entire thing earlier after all. The noise had made it impossible for her to study. Sorry, I don't want to do this anymore. I'm too lazy to cater to a bunch of high-maintenance girls. They'll go resign tomorrow. At first, I thought I could handle this job. But thinking about it now, I was just being naive, Sakurai Saki said with a bright smile. Anyway, it's still early in the semester. I hope your dad can find a tutor with more patience and competence, someone who isn't me. Had prepared so many plans, even carefully made a test. Was it really okay to just give up like this? Nakano Itsuki thought this to herself, but in the end, she didn't say it out loud. Like he said, maybe someone else would be a better fit. And it was his own decision, so she didn't really have a reason to stop him. Saki-kun, you promised to play games with me last week. Miku pouted her adorable cheeks. Sorry. Sakurai Saki walked to the door, firmly shut it behind him, leaving only the sound of the heavy door slamming and the sight of his fading silhouette. Downstairs in the open lot, he found his bag. Casually, he picked up a few scattered books, brushed the dust off, and mounted his bicycle to head home. Passing by a convenience store he often visited, Sakurai Saki stepped inside to grab a few things. He usually didn't cook dinner. Even though he considered himself a decent cook, he rarely had the time. He only bought ingredients and cooked on weekends. Grabbing some snacks and a few cans of coffee, Sakurai Saki headed to the register. Back at his apartment door, he scanned his face to enter. The unit he rented was a single-person apartment, around 50 square meters, with a living room, one main bedroom, and a dining area. It didn't feel cramped for one person. If he got a girlfriend in the future, maybe he'd consider moving. But for now, there was no need. Sakurai Saki was a pragmatic person. Just enough was good enough. Changing his shoes at the entrance, he glanced around the room layout. Nothing had changed since he left that morning. Had once thought about raising a dog, though honestly, he preferred cats. In the end, he gave up on the idea. Too much hassle. And the cost of keeping a pet wasn't cheap either. At school, playing around with Fujiwara Chika, who was as adorable as a puppy, was enough to satisfy his pet owner fantasies. So he didn't feel like he was missing anything. Chika was spending an hour making a test. What a damn waste. Sakurai Saki put down his bag and hung his uniform on the standing rack. Then he took the test paper out of the bag and tossed it into the trash. For Sakurai Saki, someone who usually only spent 2 hours a day studying, devoting an entire hour to making a test was a real effort. Not to mention, the detailed study plans had prepared for quintuplet sisters had already consumed several of his free days. And in the end, it was all just a one-man delusion. Even a clown at the circus wasn't as pathetic as he was. Had kept a calm face and attitude when dealing with them, and what did he get? One girl cursed him out as a pervert the moment they met. One refused to listen and blindly trusted her sisters, giving him a contemptuous scolding. One only cared about Japanese history, another was just plain dumb, and the last one didn't even show the slightest interest in talking to him. They didn't want to study, then he want to teach. To force myself to keep going would be degrading. If he had a little sister to take care of at home, or if his parents were in poor health, maybe Sakurai Saki would have reconsidered. He might have swallowed his pride and stuck with this job, keeping his head down and quietly doing the work, coaxing them along with the silver tongue of someone half full of lies. Something like, please, if I lose this job, I won't be able to eat. Huh, how ridiculous. Rung. His phone rang. Sakurai Saki took it out and saw it was a reply from Shirogane Miyuki regarding his earlier resignation message. Sakurai had asked him for his thoughts at the end of the message. Shirogane Miyuki. Sakurai, if you want to quit, go ahead. I have no reason to interfere with your decision, and there's no need to explain anything to me. As for what I'm about to say next, you can treat it as a personal request, maybe even a selfish one, but if possible, I'd like you to try helping them one more time. Those 5 girls aren't bad people. I've checked their middle school grades, not top students, but good enough to get into Shuchiin. They're not as hopeless as they think. People who have already given up on themselves, who've only taken half a step into the abyss, are the ones who need saving the most. If it's you, I think you can sense that. So please help them. I believe in you. Sakurai frowned. I knew it. Ask him something like that, and this is exactly the kind of answer I get. That guy's just a do-gooder to a fault. Sakurai Saki let out a long sigh. Sakurai Saki. What if I just don't want to? Honestly, this has nothing to do with you. I'll explain the cancellation to the principal myself. Ring instant reply. Shirogane Miyuki. If you don't want to, I'll take responsibility. I was the one who gave you this job in the first place. So, you want to do it yourself? Sakurai scratched his head, looking gloomy. 10 hours of studying a day, and on top of that tutoring a bunch of rich dumb girls, is this guy trying to courting death? Maybe I should just drop it. Sakurai glanced at the trash bin where the test was. He thought for a moment, then looked back at the line chat screen. Sakurai Saki, you're such a good person. An extremely good person. Ring instant reply. Shirogane Miyuki. Thanks for the compliment. I wasn't complimenting you, dumbass. Putting the phone down, Sakurai collapsed onto the sofa and closed his eyes. In his mind, he recalled an image of himself from a year ago. A boy uninterested in anything. Drifting meaninglessly through class. Not joining any clubs. No plans to make money. Living like a soulless husk. At that time, a persistent boy kept coming up to talk to him. Again and again, for over a month. The one who kept coming back after nearly 100 cold shoulders was Shirogane Miyuki. Since you said all that, I guess I'll give it one more shot. Sakurai Saki opened his eyes. After all, a piss kick doesn't give up that easily. But who should he use as the breakthrough point? It's Suki? She was quietly focused on her books earlier, seemed serious, and didn't storm off. Miku? Although she was familiar with him, their relationship wasn't exactly close. Yatsuba was like central air conditioning, well-liked at school, and the kind of kid who had no problem turning down requests. This is going to be tough. Chapter 22. The 5 Sisters Conversation Evening, after dinner. Sakurai Saki was playing online games with a friend, putting the matter of the 5 sisters aside for now. Spending the whole day thinking about how to help others? Only an idiot would do that. At the very least, Sakurai had no interest in such things. Besides, he already had a fairly clear idea in mind. Oki, you've been distracted today. You've been ganged up on by the enemy team several times already. Something bothering you? This was a female online friend. The two of them were duo queuing in League of Legends. Tonight, playing Apex didn't seem possible. Sakurai's main team consisted of Ishigami Yu and Hayasaka AI. But both were busy, not wanting to solo or play with randoms. Sakurai called on a support buddy for this MOBA game. Gabchan, just keep buffing me. Let me handle the damage output. Sakurai was controlling his in-game character with such precision, it seemed like he was using a script, dodging dozens of enemy skills. The enemy players were already accusing him of hacking. Play well, and they call it hacking? Guess they've never seen someone using superpowers before. Oh, Kawaii Kodo, geez, this is way over the top. You're making it boring for me. Hey, don't forget about that top-up you promised me for that other game. Gabchan suddenly brought up. Top-up? I don't remember that. Wait, oh yeah, maybe that did happen. Didn't you quit that game already? Sakurai typed as he single-handedly wiped out the entire enemy team. The enemy team's insults were all just the same old garbage. Nothing impressive, not even irritating. Honestly, he felt nothing. After a while, he got bored of the insults and muted both the enemies and his own teammates. At first, it was just the enemies flaming him. Then the righteous teammates joined in too, scolding Sakurai for cheating. Even in games, he got isolated and bullied. Wasn't this world just a little too unfair? That's just your assumption, Aki. I didn't quit. I spent so much on that game. How could I just quit? Gabchan said, watching Sakurai go 1v5 again. She suddenly shouted, "Hey, I haven't even got a single assist yet. Kill them slower." With the ace, Sakurai ignored his teammates, throwing the match, and proceeded to destroy the enemy's crystal. "Hey, Gabriel, do you know what a sunk cost is?" Sakurai finished destroying the enemy base and explained, "The more money you spend, the more the game traps you. Eventually, you become just another useless whale with a wasted life." The enemy team had played so badly it was almost bizarre, but the satisfaction of base breaking was enough. "Hey, I do work, you know." "You're making me sound like a total deadbeat. Didn't you once say you only work so you could top up in games?" Sakurai resumed clicking, starting the next match. Meanwhile, in a rented room somewhere in Tokyo, I never denied it, though, Gabriel glanced at the pile of household trash at her feet, then looked up at the dark halo above her head, feeling no guilt whatsoever. An angel? She couldn't care less. Helping people? Only angels would do that. Had nothing to do with her, a lazy fallen soul like this. Games were number one. If it weren't for topping up, who would even bother working? Minato Ward, Tokyo, the Nakano household. The five sisters had just finished dinner, cooked by Nakano Nino. "So Sensei-chan really left? I just took a nap and missed everything," Nakano Ichika said lazily from the couch, curiosity in her voice. "Oh, don't mention him. Just thinking about his face pisses me off," Nino replied, clearly displeased. Nakano Itsuki remained silent, feeling somewhat responsible. If she hadn't warned her sisters in advance about how Sakurai allegedly cycled through multiple girlfriends each week, Nino probably wouldn't have been so wary. In hindsight, this might have all started because of her. But Sakurai was overly friendly with girls holding hands, and stuff like that wasn't exactly subtle. Letting him tutor them might not have been a great idea. Still, to run into him that many times in a week, was it just bad luck? Or was Tokyo really just that small? Itsuki began to retrace the timeline in her mind. Beginning of the week, she had seen Sakurai hanging out with various girls, and then she told her sisters about it. After all, someone ranked third in the entire school at Shuchiin being a playboy, that was big news. And then, unexpectedly, came a coincidence. He ended up being hired by their father as a tutor, something she only found out last weekend when Sakurai came to their house. Since Sakurai and Miku had been in the same class last year and talked closely, she was afraid Miku might be tricked, so she tried to stop it. Back then, Ichika had work, Yatsuba was helping out in her club, and Nino had cooking class, so none of them met him. After that, she briefly explained the situation to her sisters, and no one paid it much attention. And then, maybe everything that happened today had all stemmed from that. Nino cared deeply about her sisters and their home. That's why she reacted that way. But Sakurai hadn't actually done anything wrong. In fact, it was her own words at Suki's that had gone too far. That pervert comment should never have been said, and what she said afterward was questionable too. He didn't seem particularly interested in anyone's body, and he had clearly put serious effort into his tutoring preparations. Tomorrow, he'll apologize to him. Itsuki made up her mind. After all, personal life and professional tutoring could be kept separate. "I think Sakurai-san is pretty decent and handsome too. Didn't you say before that you liked his face, Nino?" Yatsuba chimed in. Nino's face darkened. "But I don't like playboys." "What if he's not a playboy?" "No way." Itsuki saw it with her own eyes. Dragged into this argument so suddenly, Itsuki stiffened. "Wait a second. Don't pin that kind of flag on me. Maybe I was mistaken." Itsuki replied coolly. "You said what?" Nino couldn't believe her ears. Mistaken? That kind of statement? She had already rejected a guy who was practically her dream type. Everything she had said was based on the assumption that he was a playboy. Now, there was no going back. After all, she had tossed his backpack off the 30th floor. After being treated like that, what guy would even consider continuing as their tutor? But he held hands with lots of girls. Even hugged some. I saw it clearly. Itsuki insisted. "What about kissing? If it's just hugging and holding hands, that's not enough evidence to judge anything." Mika shot back. She was a little upset after being stood up by Sakurai today, but the ones she was truly mad at were her sisters. Itsuki said nothing. Nina was also silent. Yatsuba sensed the tension and quickly tried to defuse it. If we really misunderstood Sakurai-san, we can all just apologize together. It's not a big deal. The two of them let out a quiet sigh of relief. Then Ichika poured a bucket of cold water on the mood. You guys did throw his backpack from the 30th floor. Think he's really going to forgive us? Chapter 23. Club Recruitment Day Tuesday was the club recruitment day. As a devoted believer of the Go Home Club, Sakurai would absolutely not change his belief easily. He would remain forever loyal to the club. The clubs at Shuchiin could be divided into two types: sports clubs and cultural clubs. Sports clubs included the soccer club, the kendo club, and the archery club that Shinomiya Kagaya had joined, while cultural clubs included the Supernatural Research Club, the Literature Club, and the Board Game Club that Fujiwara Chika had joined. If the students at Shuchiin were divided according to their clubs, they could be categorized into three types. At the top of the pyramid, the sports clubs, the middle of the pyramid, the cultural clubs, and at the bottom of the pyramid was undoubtedly the Go Home Club, which referred to students who didn't participate in any clubs and went home immediately after school. This was the social hierarchy of Shuchiin. Of course, members of the student council could to some extent be exempt from being pulled into this hierarchical structure. Early in the morning, while pushing his bicycle and walking along the sidewalk near the school gate, Sakurai sneezed. Pollen allergy, a common condition in Japan every year according to statistics. About 40% of the population suffers from it. Even someone with supernatural powers like him got pollen allergy. What a strange weakness. Hey, hurry up and put your clothes back on. The skirt length isn't right either. Did you roll it up, senpai? At the school gate, Aino Miko loudly scolded a blonde-haired, gyra-dressed girl. Hearing that, Sakurai looked over. It was Hayasaka AI. She had been stopped. Looks like AI-chan wasn't as smooth as she always claimed to be. This isn't the first time you've dressed like this. Last time you even ran off. Hayasaka-senpai. Even though Miko was performing her duties as a disciplinary committee member, she still respectfully called her senpai. This time, there was absolutely no way she would let her get away. Last time, with just one blink, the other person had disappeared from her sight. Truly a stain that couldn't be erased from her career as a disciplinary committee member. Yo, AI-chan Sakurai smiled brightly, approached the gate, parked his bike, then waved to greet Hayasaka AI. After finishing the gesture, Sakurai curiously looked at Miyako. Isn't this the disciplinary committee member? You too. Miko couldn't believe it. The two people she hated most, the two people who always violated the rules, were together in one place. Was today the end of the world or what? Sakurai suddenly put on a face like Head had a great realization, then rummaged through his bag and took out a stick of amebo. Here, Sakurai-senpai, are you trying to bribe me again? No. Sakurai shook his head. Then he handed her the amebo. It's just a little concern from a senpai to a kohai-san. I figured since you always come this early, you probably haven't eaten properly. Aino Miko looked at him with suspicious eyes and muttered, I did eat properly. No need. But thank you anyway. After speaking, she glanced to the side. Hey, you over there, your collar is crooked. Seeing that the male student fixed his collar, Miko looked elsewhere again. Huh? Hey, Hayasaka-senpai had disappeared. Ai-chan, where's Ayazaka-senpai? Sakurai-senpai, did you see her? Miko looked around left and right. Sakurai rubbed his glabella. After thinking for a while, he replied, she probably fell into that deep hole called love. What, senpai? Did you? Aino Miko hadn't finished speaking before seeing Sakurai Saki wearing his uniform very properly. I made a point to dress properly today. Miko-chan, do you have anything to say? Sakurai said innocently. And Miko-chan, what is that? Aino Miko repeated. Nickname, Sakurai replied simply. This guy, he's seriously a pervert, isn't he? It's only the second time they met, and he's already giving her nicknames? But today he really had buttoned his uniform all the way to the top, and there wasn't a wrinkle on his clothes. Even Aino Miko couldn't immediately nitpick him for violating any rules. But still, Hayasaka-senpai got away again. Sakurai looked into the distance and saw Hayasaka Joestar AI waving at him from the path leading to the bicycle parking lot, confirming that she had indeed fled. He turned to the small, cute disciplinary committee member and said, "Miko-chan, I'll head off now. Sakurai-senpai, goodbye." Miko politely replied, then continued looking for other people's violations. That girl was really diligent, completely different from someone like him, a true dried fish type. Sakurai walked his bicycle over to Hayasaka AI. AI-chan, where did you go yesterday? Last night you suddenly stood me up. As soon as she heard that topic, Hayasaka A's expression changed. Where did she go last night? Of course, she went to help Kage-sama cram knowledge about sex. Just thinking about the bizarre questions the innocent young lady asked made Hayasaka AI feel embarrassed. She had asked about things that made no sense to bring up in polite company. Crap, her face was starting to heat up. Seeing her expression, Sakurai said nothing, assuming she had done something shady the night before. Lately, there had been a lot of high school girls becoming sugar babies, using their bodies to earn money for cosmetics and trendy items. AI-chan, make sure to take care of your health, Sakurai said with concern. Sakurai, you better take care of your own health, Hayasaka AI replied, immediately realizing he was silently implying something about her. Don't end up being a rental boyfriend and giving your whole body to someone. I didn't go be a rental boyfriend yesterday. I went to tutor someone, the one I told you about last time. The quintuplets, huh? You're really lucky, Sakurai-chan, Hayasaka AI teased. By then, you might run into a lucky pervert event. Lucky pervert? That kind of trashy plot where you open a door and suddenly see a girl bathing in the bathroom? Like that would ever happen to him. Those 5 sisters, allow me to be blunt, is there even a single tutor in this world who could endure them? Sakurai blurted out a question from the depths of his soul. Probably doesn't exist. As the maid of the Shinomiya household, Hayasaka AI was extremely well informed about school gossip. She knew almost everything about those girls' personal information, even their food preferences, favorite colors, what they liked or disliked. Hayasaka AI knew it all crystal clear. After investigating all of them, AI-chan made a preliminary assessment of the 5 sisters, a bunch completely lacking any threat. If capturing Sakurai Saki were a battlefield, and Sakurai Saki was the flag standing at the center of that battlefield, then she and Secretary Fujiwara would definitely be the 2 candidates closest to seizing that victory flag. Those 5 sisters? It didn't even qualify to enter the arena. Sakurai wouldn't like girls like that. At least, not in the short term. Even if those girls wanted to, but in later, she and Fujiwara Chika would have already settled the match. There wouldn't be any room left for them. In short, Hayasaka AI didn't see those 5 sisters as threats at all. But this guy's never said he likes me. Just what is he thinking about me? Anyway, Hayasaka AI looked at Sakurai's back as he walked his bike and pondered. She had to find a chance to probe whether he had someone he liked, and whether that person was her. Chapter 24. Nino feels wronged lunchtime. Sakurai-kun, I forgot to bring my bento today. Let's go eat at the cafeteria together. Fujiwara Chika found Sakurai in class 2A, waving at him from the classroom door. Inside the classroom, nearly all the male and female students turned their eyes toward the 2 of them. A smaller portion of them also glanced at Hayasaka AI, who was sitting beside Sakurai Saki. There were quite a few small rumors going around about the 3 of them. Gossip saying that 2 Bishujo were fighting over Sakurai Saki, with some even escalating the story to the level of violence. From there, a number of strange creative works were born, like in previous issues of the magazine published by Shuchiin's Media Club. One story had a title something like The Tragic Battle Between the Ojusama and the Jairu Over a Boy. No one knew exactly who submitted it, but the writing was quite good, and it had already been serialized for several issues. Sakurai had a few guesses. It was probably those girls from the media club, always obsessed with grabbing headlines, never studying seriously. What did other people's love lives have to do with them? Sakurai Saki absolutely hated that kind of trashy tabloid-style snooping. What burned the most was those girls actually wrote really well. The plot was engaging. The endings often had twists Sakurai Saki almost believed it himself while reading. The part where AI-chan brought a knife to Fujiwara's house to steal him back. The main character, Sakurai, watched it with great enthusiasm. Under everyone's watchful eyes in the class, Sakurai Saki glanced at Hayasaka AI, then decisively stepped out. As for whether this action would make AI-chan sad, probably not, right? Sakurai felt like their relationship wasn't that close yet. At most, there was just a bit of mutual liking. As for Secretary Fujiwara, that tiny face of hers was practically screaming, almost carving the words "I like you" across her forehead. Sakurai Saki couldn't ignore it even if he wanted to. Chika. Hayasaka AI watched Sakurai walk off with Fujiwara Chika, chatting and laughing. Her gaze briefly revealed a trace of sadness. Then she turned and chatted with a classmate beside her. A moment later, the two pushed their desks together, and Hayasaka AI also took out her bento. Sakurai-san is gone. Hayasaka, aren't you going to chase after him? AI-chan shook her head, saying nothing. Her face briefly looked downcast. Anyone with sharp eyes could see it right away. Quite a few students in the class also noticed the scene and began to murmur and gossip. Kikaku Dori Hayasaka AI took in every reaction around her. Sometimes, a temporary setback could become the perfect setup for a counterattack. The power of public opinion was no joke. Secretary Fujiwara, when it came to love, had no scheming ability at all. She was way too naive. But naivete had its advantages. Her actions were easy to predict. If you encountered one of those strange girls who treated love like a runaway train barreling forward without brakes, now that would be trouble. The kind of woman you couldn't read. That was the most terrifying. One second she's cold as ice. The next second she's suddenly confessing her love. Way too scary. If her confession failed, she might just pull out a kitchen knife and start stabbing wildly both the lover and the romantic rival. Hayasaka AI hoped that she'd never encounter such a crazy love rival in her entire life. But I really don't have much free time. Hayasaka AI sighed inwardly while eating. Working until 9 p.m. every day was one thing. But the moment she returned to her room, she was always pulled into heart-to-hearts by Kagae-sama. That was fine too, but lately all the topics had been so weird, and once they started, it would go on for several hours. After writing behavioral reports about the young lady and sending them to the main household, it was already close to midnight. Because of that, the time she could spend playing games to build rapport with Sakurai had drastically decreased. And yet, Kagae-sama still told her to quickly conquer him? How's that even possible? So depressing. Elsewhere, while Sakurai was hurrying toward the cafeteria, the 5 Nakano sisters were also on their way. They're even faster than Sakurai. Nakano Itsuki glanced at her sisters beside her, who were chatting as they walked. Inside, she was thinking of a way to apologize to Sakurai. If you do something wrong, you have to apologize. That was Nakano Itsuki's belief. I just don't know if he'll forgive us or not. Haze, Itsuki, what are we eating for lunch today? Nakano Yatsuba suddenly leaned in close. Meat buns? Itsuki was still lost in thought. I think tempura udon sounds way better. Let's eat that together, Yatsuba said, then turned toward Miku. Miku replied flatly, I want to eat matcha cake. Eating sweets at lunch isn't good. You'll gain weight, Nakano Nino chimed in, trying to advise. Nakano Miku glanced sideways at her sister and said coldly, What's it got to do with you? Nino's face darkened. She stayed silent for a few seconds. It was just a minor argument with that tutor yesterday, right? Did it really have to get to this point? Was she really being treated this way? Weren't they sisters? That guy was just an outsider, wasn't he? The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Miku, you're mad at me because of that guy. Isn't he just a tutor? We can get another one. There's no shortage of people in Tokyo. The world doesn't stop spinning without him. Nakano Nino couldn't take it anymore. Don't fight. Nakano Yatsuba could feel the mood turning awkward again and quickly try to calm things down. Let's not argue anymore. Let's all go apologize to him later. He already said he'd quit tutoring anyway, which kind of aligns with what Nino wanted. You got what you wanted? Nakano Ichika spoke up, putting on her big sister tone. I'm not apologizing to him. Nakano Nino had originally planned to say sorry. But now, that thought was gone. Yatsuba was always bad at saying no to people, fine. But even Miku, who usually got along with her best, was arguing with her. And Ichika too, and Itsuki as well. One by one. I didn't do anything wrong. I just didn't want some stranger coming in and messing up our home. Why is everyone blaming me? Nakano Nino felt deeply wronged. A few seconds later, tears began to fall uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes, hot droplets soaking into her shirt. Huhu Nino sobbed while wiping her tears, speaking in desperation as if pouring out her entire heart. It's all my fault. Huhu, everything is my fault. Just dump everything on me. Huhu, is that what you all want? You all, just go on. Huhu, have your lunch. I'm not going anymore with that. Nino turned and ran off in the opposite direction. She ran off. Nakano Yatsuba watched her younger sister's back disappear and didn't know whether she should chase after her or not. I'm hungry, Mika said flatly. Let's buy her something to eat later, Itsuki suggested, looking at the growing crowd of students heading toward the cafeteria. Nino was already nowhere in sight. At this point, chasing her would be pointless. On that same path, Sakurai-kun, what do you feel like eating? Fujiwara Chika asked the boy walking beside her Sakurai, Saki. Today was the last day of the bet. Forgetting her bento was obviously just an excuse. Otherwise, how could she have managed to go to lunch with him? Probably pork cutlet curry rice, Sakurai Saki thought for a moment and answered. Then I'll eat the same thing as you, Fujiwara Chika instantly responded. Suddenly, as the two of them were halfway there, a commotion stirred ahead of them. What's going on up there? Some big event? A mysterious murder case? Or maybe someone's about to confess. Fujiwara Chika's eyes sparkled with excitement. She grabbed Sakurai's sleeve, about to pull him forward to check it out. Sakurai had no choice but to let her drag him along. Moments later, a familiar figure burst out from the crowd. At breakneck speed, thud, the three of them collided hard. Sakurai instinctively wrapped Chika in his arms to protect her from getting hurt. After getting up, he looked up and saw a tear-streaked face. A mix of shame and fury. Scumbag. Nakano Nino, sitting on the ground, clutching her forehead from the impact, shouted with teary eyes. Ugly pig. Shut your damn mouth. Sakurai Saki didn't hold back either. Chapter 25. Escalating conflict. Nakano-san. Are you okay? Fujiwara Chika supported Nakano Nino, asking with concern. She knew well about the quintuplet sisters of a Nakano family. The information Fujiwara Chika had was no less than Hayasaka Ace. It's just that people didn't really like to share secrets with her. After all, just looking at her face, she looked like the type who couldn't keep secrets. But Sakurai knew very well. In fact, her mouth was very tight-lipped. As long as you warned her beforehand not to say anything, she would absolutely never tell anyone. Chika, believe it. I'm fine. Nakano Nino gently replied to Fujiwara Chika. Then she looked towards Sakurai Saki and said coldly, Why didn't you get out of the way? Just now, after being told those things by her sisters, she was already unable to hold back her anger, especially when she saw the so-called main culprit. She absolutely couldn't restrain herself. Hearing that, Sakurai laughed. Why does Sakurai-kun look like he's enjoying this? Fujiwara Chika wondered. She was very confident in her ability to read the atmosphere. At least, she herself thought so, although every student who had ever interacted with her unanimously agreed that she was the #1 atmosphere ruiner. But in truth, Sakurai wasn't enjoying it at all, or rather, his kind of enjoyment was very strange. He was so angry he laughed out loud. Are you blind? The hallways, so wide, and you still ran into me? Want to go ask the disciplinary committee? It's in the school rules. No running wildly on campus. Are you forgetful? Or is there something wrong with your brain? Even though yesterday he had promised Shirogane that he would try again, just once more, but just seeing that face, Sakurai couldn't hold back his temper. So many people walked through the hallway, and none of them ran into you. Only me. Nino couldn't find a reason to refute at the moment. Playing the victim is at fault logic, huh? Why don't you take a good look at yourself and see if you're the problem? Right, I got hit by you, it's my fault, I'm blind, I'm unlucky. Are you satisfied now? Sakurai pulled Fujiwara Chika out of her hands. Hope that next time you get hit by a truck, you'll be able to ask the driver the same thing. Why did you hit me? So many trucks didn't hit me. Why was it you? Sakurai mocked as he spoke, his voice full of sarcasm. You. Nino was so angry, she forgot the sorrow she had earlier. Now all that remained in her heart was a boiling ball of rage. She hadn't finished speaking when Sakurai coldly interrupted. What? Go to use your gender again to talk? Just now you bumped into Secretary Fujiwara. Did she say anything? Fujiwara Chika was still being held in Sakurai's arms, blinking in confusion. What's going on? Even though I don't quite understand, but Sakurai-kun seems like he's complimenting me. Interrupted by Sakurai, Nakano Nino was so angry she lost all sense, raising her hand to punch him right in the face. But Sakurai caught it instantly. What's this? Can't win a verbal argument, so you're resorting to fists? Sakurai said calmly. If you put this much effort into studying, then maybe last year you wouldn't have been teetering on the edge of failing. Hearing that, Nakano Nino immediately threw a second punch. Study. Always with the studying. It's so damn boring. If people could really study, who wouldn't wanna? But the teacher's lectures were completely incomprehensible. A top student like you could never understand the suffering of people like us. Always standing above, talking to me with that tone. So what if you're good at studying? I tried too, but Nakano Nino's punch finally landed on Sakurai's chest, but she completely drained of strength. It's useless anyway. She broke into tears. Seeing her cry, Sakurai didn't bother to comfort her at all. He pulled Fujiwara Chika and prepared to leave. This is ridiculous. I don't even know who you're trying to move. Move by your own feelings, and now you want to use that as an excuse for not studying. Suit yourself. After speaking, Sakurai Saki didn't even look back, just walked toward the cafeteria. Even though Fujiwara Chika didn't know exactly what had happened between the two of them, she could still feel that Sakurai's mood right now was very bad. So, even though Nakano Nino looked a little pitiful at the moment, Secretary Fujiwara had no intention of staying to comfort her further. What rotten luck. Last night, I even thought these people were still salvageable. How naive of me. Sakurai Saki glanced at the students who had started to gather around to watch the commotion, but he had no intention of explaining anything further. What mattered most now was getting lunch. A peaceful lunch break. Disrupted this badly by her, he was almost out of time to eat now. Beside him, the students who had just been standing around in small groups to watch all dispersed. A few male students saw Nakano Nino wiping her tears and wanted to take the chance to comfort her, but before they had taken more than a few steps, she had already turned and walked away toward the school building. In less than a dozen seconds, everything returned to normal, as if nothing had ever happened there. Many also believed it was just a minor bump, a little quarrel not serious, so they lost interest in watching any further. At the cafeteria, after lining up for quite a while, the two of them finally carried their trays to sit at a quiet corner of the dining hall. Fujiwara Chika ate in silence. The questions she had wanted to ask to probe whether Sakurai Saki had someone he liked now, she couldn't bring herself to say them. Now she was only curious about the relationship between Sakurai Saki and Nakano Nino. Why was it so tense between those two? She was very curious, extremely curious. If she didn't find the answer by tonight, she probably wouldn't be able to sleep. As a love detective, Fujiwara Chika cared deeply about this matter. Chika, if you want to ask something, just ask. Sakurai Saki looked at the expression on Fujiwara Chika's face and said bluntly. Since earlier, those eyes shining like car headlights had been staring fixedly at him. It was hard to pretend not to notice. Anyway, Secretary Fujiwara was the type of person whose emotions were all written plainly on her face, a straightforward girl. Compared to Shinomiya Kagaya, she was definitely much easier to read. Just like now, She was starting to get interested in the relationship between Sakurai and the Nakano quintuplets. Nakano-san, why does she call you that? You mean scumbag? Sakurai Saki directly filled in the part she hadn't said. There was nothing to hide about this. I took on the job of tutoring the 5 sisters from a teacher. That way of calling me, well, it's a long story, but it seems they think I have some sort of ulterior motive toward them. Sakurai Saki gave a brief explanation. In Fujiwara Chika's eyes, there seemed to be twinkling stars. She was now incredibly excited. This was hot gossip, but a few seconds later, she suddenly realized, this gossip seems to involve me too. Fujiwara Chika suddenly had a revelation. Sakurai-kun going to tutor someone else meant he would be going to their house. Wouldn't that definitely lead to all sorts of strange things happening? Just like those shoujo manga. Not to mention, it was 5 sisters born in the same year. Just hearing that was already way too enticing for boys. What if he ended up liking one of them? What would she do then? Chika. Yay, Sakurai-kun, come over to my house this weekend. Secretary Fujiwara suddenly blurted out a thunderous statement. Refuse. Sakurai Saki couldn't figure out the logic behind her thinking, but still flatly refused. This girl was occasionally like this. Everything she said and did was all chaotic and unpredictable. Sakurai Saki picked up a piece of fried pork with his chopsticks. Then he saw one of the Nakano 5 walking toward him. Judging by the star hair clip, it was probably Itsuki. What's she coming for? Could it be Nino went and tattled to the others? That was the only guess Sakurai Saki could make. Chapter 26. Is saying sorry useful? Unexpected. Sorry. That was the first thing Nakano Itsuki said to Sakurai. You didn't do anything wrong, so why are you apologizing to me? Sakurai didn't pay her any attention and quietly continued eating his lunch. About yesterday, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. So, if possible, I hope you can still. Nakano Itsuki clasped her hands tightly in front of her chest. Her uneasy expression made her look somewhat pitiful. Continue being your tutor? Frankly speaking, Itsuki-san, if I threw your bag down from the 30th floor right now, what would you think? Try putting yourself in someone else's shoes. Would you choose to forgive? Sakurai replied with a faint smile. Fujiwara Chika was holding her chopsticks midair, momentarily unsure whether she should keep eating or pause. So, something like this had happened? Which one of the 5 sisters did that? That's awful. If it can make you calm down, then I'm fine with it. Nakano Itsuki said seriously. You can even scold me a few times. I want talk back. After all, it's because of me that my sisters treated you that way. Those words left Sakurai unsure how to respond for a moment. If you just want to find a tutor, then in a big place like Tokyo, there's no shortage of people like me. Sakurai set his chopsticks down and looked at her. Was this girl really the dumbest of the 5 sisters? With an attitude this serious, and based on how she was when studying yesterday, how could her grades possibly be that bad? It's not the same, Itsuki said softly. Sakurai waited for her to continue. Several seconds passed, but no follow-up came. It seemed she couldn't find a reason. Because you caused me to lose a job, and you think that makes me feel bad. So today you came to apologize to ease your own guilt a little? Itsuki-san, isn't that what you're thinking? Sakurai said aloud the thought in her heart. He advised, I said this yesterday. Maybe you didn't hear at the time, but I honestly don't care much about this job. It's no big deal if I lose it. You don't need to feel guilty or blame yourself. You didn't do anything wrong. Itsuki lowered her head. He didn't forgive her. Honestly, I didn't really care about the things you said about me. In the end, this whole matter doesn't actually have anything to do with you. Sakurai said calmly. At the very least, she preserved his dignity. Compared to a Chika, who stormed back to her room, or Nino, who showed that nasty attitude, Itsuki at least acted like a normal person. Of course, that was just relatively speaking. That Oju-sama arrogance was still fully intact. But at least she knew how to apologize, which already made her better than the one just now. It's just the start of the school year, and there's still quite some time before the midterms. The small daily quizzes won't affect whether you repeat the year, so you girls still have plenty of time. It was early April now, and the midterms wouldn't be until the end of May. Shuchiin only held 5 major exams each year. The passing threshold was half the average score. If the average was 60, then the passing mark was 30, and there were no makeup exams. Failing any subject twice would result in no credit, and without credit in a required course, of course one would be held back. Last year, the five sisters were basically all at the yellow card level, that is, one fail and one pass, constantly jumping around the danger zone. That was probably also why their father hired a tutor. You should go now, it's Suki-san. Your sisters are waiting for you. Your apology, I've received it. As for that suggestion from earlier, just forget it. Sakurai Saki said casually. To be honest, he was already fed up with this whole matter. Let's go to the library, Itsuki suddenly said. Huh? Sakurai looked at her like she was an idiot. Let's move today's tutoring session to the library. Okay. I'll convince my sisters to come study too, so is that okay? Itsuki spoke in an extremely submissive tone. Itsuki-san, I already told you, you don't need to act out of guilt. Sakurai sounded a little angry. Nakano Itsuki cut him off and said seriously, I want to study. I want to improve my grades. So, please become my tutor. Sakurai-san. Itsuki bowed deeply. Fujiwara Chika looked at Sakurai Saki, then at Nakano Itsuki. This is a scene that often appears in shounen manga. The part where the main character goes to seek a master to learn from. Chika. Interesting. I refuse. Sakurai Saki felt like she didn't understand human language at all. Doing whatever she wanted, completely unreasonable. Nakano Itsuki raised her head, looked straight into his eyes, and said seriously, Sakurai-san, after class. He'll be waiting for you in the library until the school closes. If not today, then tomorrow, or the day after, he'll keep waiting. After saying that, she walked off, not giving Sakurai any chance to reply. He looked at her fading figure. Idiot. Sakurai Saki cursed under his breath. Sakurai-kun, are you going to go? Fujiwara Chika asked curiously. Of course not. Sakurai Saki replied firmly. My heart isn't that soft, especially after bumping into that girl in the hallway just now. Whispers rose around them. The other party had made no effort to lower her voice earlier. Every student nearby had heard everything. Just from their expressions, Sakurai Saki could tell they were all guessing things related to romance. For example, that after school today, a female student would confess to the Student Council General Affairs Officer Sakurai Saki in the library. Yeah, what Nakano Itsuki said earlier was definitely misleading. After lunch, when heading back with Secretary Fujiwara, Sakurai dropped by to check out the club recruitment activities. They had been recruiting since morning near the school gate. In fact, the first years were even given a whole period in the morning just to participate in club introductions. After school, a welcome performance by the various clubs would also be held in the auditorium. The drama club, jazz club, light music club, even a demonstration match by the kendo club. Back in class, Sakurai noticed that this year's classmates seemed a bit unfriendly. Was something strange going on while I was out earlier? Sakurai found it odd, glanced around the room, but didn't notice anything unusual until he saw Hayasaka, AI, talking to her friend. Yo, AI-chan, what did you have for lunch? Food. Ayazaka only replied coolly. Why does it feel like she's in a bad mood? Am I imagining things? Sakurai thought. You should have noticed that I'm not in a good mood. Ayazaka est maintenant à neutrale expression. If next, Sakurai instinctively tried to comfort her, then maybe he had feelings for her. Hayasaka, AI, thought that, planning to use this to test Sakurai Saki's affection for her. The result? Oh, I had curry. Tasted pretty decent. Sakurai Saki looked at her face, but didn't pick up on anything she was thinking. Sakurai, Hayasaka, AI. Was he pretending not to notice, or did he seriously not understand? Honestly, this Sakurai guy was hard to figure out. Usually emotionless all day, yet sometimes could say teasing things that crossed the line for mere friends. No wonder he got along so well with Secretary Fujiwara. Those two were the same kind of people. Is she jealous? Sakurai Saki wondered to himself. Probably not. Maybe she's just in a bad mood. That time of the month for women. Chapter 27. Self-restraint. The last PE class on Tuesday ended, and Sakurai changed out of his gym uniform before heading back to class to grab his bag. Glancing at Shinomiya Kagaya, Sakurai noticed that she seemed to be heading to the student council room, just like him. Without any intention of walking together, Sakurai slung his bag over his shoulder and left immediately. Pushing open the student council room door, Sakurai saw Shirogane Miyuki sitting in the president's seat, while Ishigami wore a look of utter despair. Ishigami, Joe Ishigami, what's wrong? Sakurai Saki set his bag down on the sofa. I'm fed up with the clubs at this school. Ishigami was typing data on a keyboard while complaining. Sakurai-senpai, can you believe it? The gaming club is full of boys and girls flirting. I seriously don't get it. That's because many games require teamwork. Sakurai glanced at Shirogane Miyuki. Shirogane, isn't the club welcoming event already over? Why are you still working on paperwork? Ah, Sakurai, you're here. In a few days, I have to discuss budget matters with the inter-club union, so right now I'm writing this year's funding approval report. Shirogane spoke while writing. Poor guy. Seriously working his ass off. So, Ishigami, did you end up joining any club? Sakurai asked curiously. Looking at him, the answer was probably no. Sakurai-senpai, gaming is still the most fun. Ishigami concluded with a resolute tone. Don't make that face like you've spent ages pondering just to come to that conclusion. Looks like this guy really is a certified gaming loser addict. Ishigami, I think high schoolers should still join at least one club, Shirogane Miyuki said without even looking up. Ishigami stared at Shirogane Miyuki in silence. He was about to use Shirogane as an example, but seeing how busy the guy was, he probably couldn't join any club himself either. Wait a second. Aren't I also the student council treasurer? The work of a treasurer is pretty busy, so I won't be joining any club either. The student council is more important. Right after he said that, the sound of footsteps came from outside. A few seconds later, Shinomiya Kagaya walked in. Ishigami-kun, are you saying you intend to be part of the bottom-tier Shuchiin? Kagaya showed no expression. Her face as cold as a Yukiana. Her attitude toward Ishigami could probably be summed up as frustrated by his lack of ambition. As mentioned in the previous chapter, there's a very clear hierarchy in Shuchiin. Sports clubs, cultural clubs, and those who don't join any club and just head straight home. The go-home faction are the bottom-tier students. And since Ishigami is the only junior in the student council, his declaration of not joining any club was exactly what Shinomiya Kagaya didn't want to hear. Shinomiya-senpai. Cold sweat trickled down Ishigami's forehead. This man, his fear of the entity known as Shinomiya Kagaya, seemed to have been carved deep into his bones. Kagaya, in Ishigami's eyes. Ishigami-kun, it's not like I've ground you into powder, packed you in cement, and thrown you into Tokyo Bay. So why are you so scared of me? Shinomiya Kagaya asked in puzzlement. That soulless look in your eyes when you stare at people is seriously terrifying. Senpai. Ishigami stayed obedient like a puppy, not daring to speak. Sakurai-san. Same goes for you. You don't intend to join any club either? Shinomiya Kagaya turned her aim. No, not turned. She added another target. If you want to join the archery club, you can just let me know. Kojima-san from the Kendo Club also wants to invite you. In terms of pure strength, this man named Sakurai Saki was indeed very powerful. It might not be obvious just from appearances, but last year, he helped Shirogane resolve a conflict between inter-club union. At that time, Shirogane was holding Sakurai Saki's current position, still just the general affairs officer of the student council. And one of the people causing trouble was Ryuja Momo, daughter of the Yakuza boss Ryuju, who didn't have a very good relationship with Kojima, head of the Kendo Club. Refuse. I don't find sports appealing. Sakurai Saki declined, due to the extremely unstable nature of supernatural powers. Sakurai didn't want to interact with too many people. It was far too easy for something to go wrong. He didn't want to hurt others. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, it would be a violation of the principles he had set for himself. That's why Sakurai was always on high alert. If a human has no limits, they become a monster. And for those with supernatural abilities, that truth holds even stronger. Like an anchor keeping ships steady when they dock, Sakurai Saki had his own set of anchors. First, never harm others without cause, that is, do not use supernatural powers to slaughter innocent people indiscriminately. Second, until he had complete control over his powers, he must not fall in love easily. Third, always remember that he is human. Fourth, smile more. This was very important. Fifth, live like a normal person. Sixth, live a happy life as a normal person. Seventh, don't dwell on the past, always look ahead. Eighth, never use time-related powers to return to the past. If you're not interested in sports, then some of the cultural clubs wouldn't be a bad choice either. Shinomiya Kagaya noticed he was lost in thought and spoke up. Sakurai lives alone in Tokyo. It's not easy for him. Shirogane Miyuki added in. Not everyone has time to enjoy their youth. Shirogane Miyuki had to work part-time to help his family, and Sakurai also had to earn money to cover his own living expenses. Lives alone, Shinomiya Kagaya repeated. This was the first time she had heard that. She already knew that Shirogane Miyuki and Sakurai Saki had part-time jobs. But Sakurai, the general affairs officer, lived by himself. Even she had Hayasaka AI by her side, every day someone to talk to discuss things with. Going home alone, wouldn't that feel lonely? Shinomiya Kagaya's frozen expression softened a little, something vague appearing on her face. Maternal instinct? Kagaya, Sakurai-san, so you've been struggling that much, huh? This was the first time Sakurai Saki had seen this side of Kagaya. For some reason, a chill ran down his back. Please, I'm begging you, Vice President Shinomiya, just go back to normal. Save that excess maternal energy for Ishigami. He's your only junior in the student council. It's really not that bad. Sakurai Saki wasn't used to this. The forced smile on his face looked incredibly awkward. Shinomiya Kagaya saw the weird look on his face and gave a slight smile. Oh, Ishigami, you. That expression is terrifying. Shinomiya-senpai, you're looking at Sakurai-senpai like you want to kill him. Why are you smiling? Are you smiling because you're excited to see blood? Too scary. Too scary. Too. Ishigami-kun, Shinomiya Kagaya's voice sounded in Ishigami's ears like the whisper of a demon crawling out of hell. Ishigami, you looked up slightly, turning toward Kagaya. What is it, Shinomiya-senpai? His voice trembled slightly. What was Shinomiya-senpai going to say? What was she planning to do? Kill me? Somebody help. If you really don't want to join any club, then improve your grade a little. Shinomiya Kagaya issued the command mercilessly. To be honest, letting someone like you into the student council is honestly an embarrassment. Ishigami, you looked to Shirogane Miyuki for help. Shirogane responded with a face that basically said, my hands are tied. Gambear, calm down, you're strong. Something like that. Ishigami, you was in despair. He didn't want to study. Studying meant nothing to him. If not for wanting to repay his senpai Shirogane Miyuki, he wouldn't have even joined the student council. This student council, weren't there too many honor students? Top 3 in the entire school year all gathered here. That's insane. Wait. No. Hold on. There's one more person. Yaya. What's everyone doing? Fujiwara Chika burst into the student council room, eyes darting around in curiosity. What interesting topic were they discussing now? Chapter 28. That is how the ambiguous phase is. No one dares to confess first. Shinomiya-senpai. Fujiwara-senpai's grades aren't exactly outstanding either. Ishigami, you pointed at Fujiwara Chika, raising his voice. Right now, he was like a drowning man grasping at the last straw. But he seemed to forget, compared to other student council members. Fujiwara Chika's academic performance might seem average, but in reality, no. Ishigami, Secretary Fujiwara's grades are actually solid, above average. Shirogane Miyuki listed the numbers. In the third semester finals last year, Secretary Fujiwara ranked 93rd. The top 5 were me, Shinomiya, Sakurai, and Sakurai Saki continued. 4th place was Shijo-san, and 5th was Kashiwagi-san. Exactly. Shirogane nodded while jotting down notes. He was pondering whether to bring Sakurai Saki along to the upcoming inter-club union meeting. Sakurai, in the role of, how to put it, a bodyguard? As a bodyguard, he was quite intimidating and could significantly reduce the risk of conflict. Sakurai and Shirogane eyes. But lately Sakurai had been very busy just yesterday. He ran into issues with his tutoring job. And also, there's the matter from this afternoon, too. Shirogane Miyuki thought silently. He had heard about the commotion near the cafeteria. With only 3 grades and around 600 students total, Shuchiin Academy had a tightly knit network where news traveled fast. From Shirogane Miyuki's perspective, there were many ways to handle conflicts. The simplest was for both parties to take one step back. But that was just the outsider's point of view. As Sakurai Saki's friend, once he learned what happened earlier, Shirogane Miyuki felt that reconciliation between the two was no longer possible, nor was it necessary. I'd better handle this one personally. Still, tutoring after school. I've never done that before, and I'm not too confident. Besides, those 5 sisters were even more difficult than Shinomiya. Well, guess I'll just have to try. Shirogane Miyuki rubbed the bridge of his nose wearily. You hear that, Ishigami-kun? Your entrance exam score was at the very bottom, wasn't it? Shinomiya Kagaya said with a mocking expression. Ishigami-kun really is such an idiot, baka. That's right. I am an idiot. Ishigami, you responded calmly. The philosophy of Ishigami, as long as I know myself well enough, no one can hurt me. Shinomiya Kagaya turned to Fujiwara Chika and said coldly, this is a man with neither goals nor dreams. It's Ishigami-kun after all. That's nothing out of the ordinary. Fujiwara Chika nodded in agreement. Ishigami rolled his eyes in frustration and resumed organizing the student council's budget data. What the hell? What's with that XX is just XX logic. Don't go using Ishigami as a substitute for useless. You too. I think if Ishigami actually put an effort, he could do well. Sakurai Saki offered a compliment. In fact, just the fact that he had been absent from school for over half a year and still managed to pass the entrance exam to Shuchiin Academy was enough proof that the guy named Ishigami was clearly a genius. His math is great, and he can easily excel at treasure work. Sakurai Saki was listing Ishigami's strengths. Also, he's really good at video games, right? And then what? Shinomiya Kagaya crossed her arms. Accounting work is something any human can do, isn't it? That comment was just too harsh, this woman really. Even Sakurai Saki felt she had gone too far. Also, Ishigami is very kind. Sakurai Saki nodded gently. Hearing that, Shirogane Miyuki also looked up. Yeah, he's incredibly kind. The type who quietly works hard for others. Shinomiya Kagaya had no rebuttal to that, because that was something she couldn't deny. Why does everyone think Ishigami-kun is kind? He's not kind at all. He complains about me every day. Fujiwara Chika protested. After saying that, she quickly hid behind Sakurai. At first, Secretary Fujiwara thought Ishigami would talk back to her, but a few seconds passed, and he said nothing. After a moment of silence, Ishigami spoke. She's right. Fujiwara-senpai isn't wrong. I'm not kind at all. I say what I think without filtering, and that hurts people. Noticing the atmosphere had turned a little strange, Sakurai Saki spoke up. Let's end this topic here. Ishigami, don't forget what we talked about tonight. Ishigami nodded, then returned to burying his head in work. Why is everyone so quiet all of a sudden? Fujiwara Chika looked around at the others. To bring the lively mood back, Fujiwara Chika decided she had to get everyone to play a game. Everyone, let's play a game. As soon as she said that, the 4 others reacted in unison. Sakurai Saki, I'm fine with anything. Shirogane Miyuki, sorry, Secretary Fujiwara, I'm really busy right now. Shinomiya Kagaya, I'm about to make tea. Ishigami Fujiwara-senpai, there's still a lot of budget data left to process. Seeing this, Fujiwara Chika sat down next to Sakurai Saki. She lightly nudged his shoulder and scooted closer. Then, she whispered into his ear, Sakurai-kun, you two can't play games together anyway. Right after saying that, she gently blew a breath. Fo, is she trying to get me to call more people? Sakurai Saki's ear tingled slightly. Her breath carried a faint sweet scent, warm and moist against his ear, and her voice had turned as sweet and sticky as maple syrup. Sakurai Saki turned to look at her and saw her face full of mischievous delight at having successfully teased him. Their eyes gradually met. Just like that, Fujiwara Chika and Sakurai Saki began staring into each other's eyes. 1 second, 3 seconds, 5 seconds. Secretary Fujiwara, I heard that if a man and a woman stare at each other for 10 seconds, they'll fall in love, Sakurai Saki said gently. Upon hearing that, Fujiwara Chika quickly looked away, her pale cheeks flushing bright red. I did hear a rumor like that. Teased again. Phew. Good thing I reacted fast. Sakurai Saki also turned his head, a faint blush on his cheeks. This kind of surprise attack really caught people off guard. Clearly, the one who usually did the teasing was him. Shinomiya Kagaya finished brewing the black tea. As she brought a cup over, she saw the two awkwardly avoiding each other's eyes. Curious, she asked, why aren't you two dating yet? From the president's seat, Shirogane Miyuki looked up and gave Shinomiya Kagaya a look as if she were some strange creature. This Shinomiya girl seriously had zero sense of timing. Shinomiya Kagaya set the tea on the table, then sat down beside Ishigami Yu. Ishigami Yu calmly said, that's how the ambiguous phase is. No one dares to confess first. They think the one who confesses first loses, without ever considering the other person's feelings. Not that I'm talking about Fujiwara Senpai or Sakurai Senpai, just speaking about manga. Fujiwara Chika lowered her head, her face red as a tomato, fiddling with the strands of hair near her ear. Sakurai Saki took a moment to compose himself before responding. Some shoujo manga really are like that. It takes dozens of chapters just for the main couple to confirm their feelings. And even after that, they still hesitate forever before confessing. Ishigami Yu nodded deeply. After finally becoming a couple, then comes the threat of a love triangle. It's so damn frustrating. Shinomiya Kagaya began pouring tea for everyone. This was part of the Shinomiya code of conduct occasionally. Showing gentleness was also important. For example, preparing tea for everyone. She carried Shirogane Miyuki's cup over, stood up, and placed it on his desk. Then she returned to the sofa and sat down. Shinomiya Kagaya asked, Shoujo manga? It's a genre of manga aimed at female readers, usually centered around romance, Sakurai explained. Normally, tidbits like this were explained to her by Fujiwara Chika, but since the secretary was still in a brain-dead state, Sakurai had to step in this time. Chapter 29, Dangerous Power 10 minutes later. In the student council room, Shinomiya Kagaya picked up a shoujo manga. It was taken from Ishigami Yu's bag. Sakurai Saki didn't have the habit of bringing otaku stuff to school. Bringing these kinds of things to school and getting caught in an inspection would be a hassle, especially since he was already being watched by a few members of the disciplinary committee. If Fujiwara Chika was like a clingy puppy, then Aino Miko resembled more of a kitten. VS both of them were pretty cute, and teasing them was quite entertaining. Hayasaka AI probably thought the same, otherwise she wouldn't have confronted Miko there this morning. Honestly, Hayasaka A's personality was quite nasty. She was a textbook wicked woman, the kind who laughed out loud while killing people in a game. And not just any laugh and outright maniacal one, generally just very unpleasant to hear. It was clear she usually operated under a lot of pressure. Shinomiya Senpai, how is it? Ishigami Yu closed his laptop. This manga was one of his favorites. Huh? Shinomiya Kagaya was so absorbed in reading that she hadn't noticed. The characters in this one are amazing. A tsundere Oju-sama and a sharp-tongued butler is a classic combo in shoujo manga. But the way they interact is really interesting, not cliché at all, Ishigami Yu commented. The more she read, the more serious Shinomiya Kagaya's expression became. Why hasn't this butler guy been executed by the Oju-sama already? He insults his master every single day. And yet he's still running around alive. This is so weird. Is this supposed to be love? Getting mocked like that and still smiling? Is this person mentally unstable or something? At that, everyone fell silent. Kagaya-san, shoujo manga is about love. If the male lead dies, the story can't go on. Fujiwara Chika explained. Ishigami sighed. Yeah, it figures. There's no way Shinomiya-senpai could understand the charm of shoujo manga. Clearly, he was overthinking it. The plot later on gets super emotional, especially the part where the male lead charges into an army of 1,000 to protect the female lead. While she clutches the ring and looks off into the distance, that part really hits hard. Just thinking about it made the corners of Ishigami Yu's eyes a little moist. He said sadly, Shinomiya-senpai, you don't have a heart. Oh, I read this one too, Sakurai Saki casually spoiled. Later on, the male lead dies pretty. Fujiwara Chika immediately covered his mouth. Sakurai-kun, no spoiled, Sakurai Saki looked completely confused. Even Shinomiya Kagaya didn't want to read anymore. Why was he not allowed to be spoiled? Fujiwara Chika let go. Sakurai stammered. If we don't tell her what happens, then she'll just... And his mouth got covered again. Fujiwara Chika pouted and said angrily, Sakurai-kun, if you spoil it, Kagaya-san will be even less likely to finish reading it. No, I actually think it's pretty interesting. Shinomiya Kagaya objected. This supporting male character is quite fascinating, really matches my taste. Fierce gaze, decisive actions. Supporting male character? Huh. Wasn't this manga supposed to have only one male lead? Kagaya-san, which supporting character are you talking about? That guy named Ander. The tricks he uses to mess with the male lead are seriously impressive. He'll probably steal the female lead later, right? That plotline exists? Ishigami paused, trying to recall the manga's content. Wasn't that guy the villainous young master? He dies a tragic death later, only appears to taunt the male lead, and then gets utterly crushed to highlight the male lead's brilliance. How was he supposed to tell Shinomiya-senpai that she liked a villain? And not just any villain, a doomed one at that. Fujiwara Chika didn't say anything either. She felt like she and Kagaya were reading two different manga entirely. That butler guy was clearly amazing. Why didn't Kagaya-san like him? It was totally baffling. Half an hour later, Shinomiya Kagaya tossed the shoujo manga aside and went with Fujiwara Chika to watch the afternoon club performance for the freshman welcome event. Ishigami had finished his work as well. Seeing Sakurai Saki playing cards in front of him, he asked curiously, Sakurai-senpai, what's that? Cards. His supernatural power would activate, but that didn't mean Sakurai could immediately grasp all the details about it. He could roughly guess its effects, but there were some powers he had never encountered before, so of course the side effects remained unknown and needed to be tested. And today's power was precisely one that Sakurai had never awakened before, so he had to figure it out himself. Sakurai gave it a simple name, as follows: supernatural ability, erasure of existence effect, can erase the existence of an object, meaning it becomes unobservable by others. Duration of the ability is unclear, and currently, there is no known way to control it. Side effects are also undetermined. This ability is extremely dangerous, even more terrifying than Death Note. Death Note came with many prerequisites, including knowing the person's name and writing in the notebook. But erasure of existence could silently eliminate someone from the world. And since he didn't even fully understand how to control it, the duration was also uncertain. Could be a few days, could be a few years. A power like this, which could be activated with just a glance, should logically have severe side effects. Sakurai Saki glanced at Ishigami. Ishigami, I'm going to do a magic trick in a bit. Can you help me observe? I want to check if I make any mistakes. Huh, of course. Sakurai-senpai. Ishigami nodded. As long as there was something he could help with, Ishigami would never refuse. All right then, let's begin. As Sakurai Saki spoke, he held up a red joker card and placed it in front of himself and Ishigami. Whoosh, after a wave of energy that normal people couldn't see. Sakurai-senpai, what kind of magic trick are you doing with your empty hands? Ishigami asked curiously. Sakurai Saki looked at his hands. In his field of vision, they were completely empty. He looked slightly confused and let go of his hands. Did I really not hold a card just now? As he moved to let go, a red Joker card which no one had seen until now fell onto the table. Ishigami, isn't this deck missing a card? Sakurai Saki flipped through the pile. Ishigami, you helped him look for a bit. Yeah, it does seem like it's missing only 53 cards here. Forget it. He'll just use another card for the trick. Sakurai Saki picked up a black Joker card and held it between his fingers. Ishigami, you stared intently at the small Joker. A few seconds later, Sakurai-senpai, why are your hands empty again? Ishigami, you asked suspiciously. Or, did you already finish the trick? Sakurai Saki looked at the cards on the table. A performance deck with no Joker cards at all. This is bad. The supernatural ability today is really bad. Normally, a standard deck of cards has 54 cards. Without the two Jokers, many games can't be played. Sakurai Saki thought for a few seconds. Erasure of existence. So that means he just erased both cards. And that's why they couldn't be seen? Or were they already removed earlier? Maybe Fujiwara-san took them out beforehand? Did he actually activate the supernatural power? Sakurai-senpai, this deck is missing both Jokers. What kind of trick was Fujiwara-senpai planning to play earlier? Don't tell me she was going to cheat again? Ishigami, you suddenly said. Sakurai Saki fell silent, deep in thought. This side effect is a bit too much. The effective range of this ability included the user himself. He wasn't immune to it either. But what if the target was an animal? Could the subject still interact with reality? After all, objects don't move on their own, but living beings are different. Although he was curious, Sakurai no longer intended to keep using it. Chapter 30. Are you sure about this? Student Council Room. Shirogane Miyuki finished his work and stood up. If there's nothing else, Sakurai, let's go home. Ishigami, you had just left. Hearing that, Sakurai Saki also stood up. All right, Sakurai. About that tutoring thing, you'll take care of it. Shirogane Miyuki spoke up casually, bringing up the topic unexpectedly. Actually, Sakurai Saki instinctively started to speak. Shirogane shook his head. Sakurai, you don't have to do these things for me. You don't have to copy how I do things, and especially, you don't have to help others against your own will. Last year, from striking up a conversation with Sakurai Saki to inviting him to join the student council for the experience, it was all initiated by Shirogane. But that didn't mean he wanted Sakurai to become his clone. It wasn't like he was passing down the will of fire or anything. He didn't need to pull in a successor. His own way of doing things was tactful, non-confrontational. Sure, it helped reduce conflict, but Shirogane didn't want Sakurai to become just like him, bottling everything up because that wouldn't be healthy. If you hate it, then give it up. If you like it, then go for it. You messaged me last night, and I could tell you hadn't fully given up yet. That's why I chose to support you. Shirogane Miyuki picked up his bag. And now, if you don't want to do it anymore, they'll give it up with you. That's all there is to it. After saying that, he chuckled a little and walked over to the motionless Sakurai Saki, gently patting him on the shoulder, then added, Don't think about complicated stuff anymore. Do you want to come over for dinner tonight? You haven't seen Kei-chan in a while, right? She even asked me last night, said, Why doesn't Saki and I come over anymore? Shirogane scratched his nose awkwardly. She's my little sister, and yet now she's closer to you than to me. I'm seriously jealous. He followed that up with a joke that wasn't particularly funny, but Sakurai still didn't say anything. It's just a half-hearted task from the principal. It doesn't affect my eligibility to be nominated. Doing tutoring after school isn't going to lower my grades either. Shirogane Miyuki picked up Sakurai's bag. He said confidently, After all, I am a genius who studies 10 hours a day. Sakurai Saki teased. I also work part-time 2 hours a day. Shirogane Miyuki added, A hard-working kind of genius, that's me. TCH. He says something cringe without even flinching. At least take care of the dark circles under your eyes first, Shirogane. Sakurai Saki snatched the bag back from him. And from now on, start splitting the student council duties with Shinomiya-san. Return the general affairs work to me, And give Fujiwara-san her secretary responsibilities back too. If it weren't for trying to help Ishigami fit in with the council, you'd probably have taken over the treasurer's job too. Am I wrong? Sakurai spoke flatly. Shirogane Miyuki, I've known for a while now. With this little work to do each day, no wonder Fujiwara-san's always off doing her own thing. Every time I come here, all I do is double-check your paperwork and confirm Ishigami's numbers. Honestly, the workload doesn't justify the so-called benefits of being in the student council. You've known all along? Shirogane Miyuki asked awkwardly. Hoarding all the work like that, do you think you're Dark Knight? You think that makes you cool or something? Sakurai Saki shot back. Not cool. Shirogane Miyuki was stunned. Idiot. No one's going to thank you. They'll just think it's normal. Sakurai Saki said with a scowl. Those who silently give and sacrifice in the shadows are simply forgotten. Meanwhile, the show-offs get all the attention. That's just how society is. I give up. Hearing you talk like that, whatever. You're not afraid of getting pissed off by those brats, so I won't bother trying to talk you out of it anymore. Sakurai walked ahead. Shirogane Miyuki followed behind. Honestly, I'm not even that confident myself. When it comes to dealing with girls, I'm clueless. High school aside, you mean you didn't interact with any girls, even in middle school? Sakurai glanced back at his face. But your eyes really are intense. Normal girls probably can't handle them. Maybe only the M-type ones would take notice of you. Shirogane Miyuki rubbed his eyes. That reminds me of something Kei-chan said. Last time, she told me to try wearing contact lenses. Honestly, I do want to make my gaze a little softer. Every time I walk down the hallway, the girls all lower their heads and avoid me. It really hurts. Sakurai Saki didn't respond right away. Instead, turning his gaze to the window, looking out over the hallway. It was already 5 o'clock. Over an hour had passed since school ended. If Nakano Itsuki wasn't at the library right now, then maybe Sakurai would have had a bit more respect for her. At the very least, she knew when to let go wasn't the clingy type who just wouldn't quit. The hallway was very quiet. By this time, the students on cleaning duty had finished, and those involved in club activities had already left. Almost no one lingered in the school building anymore. Sakurai picked up the earlier conversation again. For your next birthday, they'll get you a pair of glasses. If you keep squinting all the time when you look at things, your eyesight's only going to get worse. Shirogane Miyuki didn't refuse. Speaking of which, are you getting Secretary Fujiwara a present this year? He remembered her birthday was on March 3rd. Last year, the three of them were in the same class, but the relationship between Shirogane Miyuki and Fujiwara Chika was just so not close enough to be giving birthday presents. Even so, he'd probably still get a friendship chocolate on Valentine's at best. The relationship was at that level. She already ate it before I even got the chance to wish her happy birthday. Sakurai Saki sighed. Birthdays were always tricky when it came to picking a gift, especially for the opposite sex. Jewelry or accessories could easily be misunderstood, while snow globes or music boxes just felt outdated and cheesy. In the end, Sakurai decided to hand-make some wagashi, Japanese sweets, and the result, she ate them before he could even give them as a gift. Uwu, Sakurai-kun, these sweets are so good. Where did you buy them? He vaguely remembered her saying that. Sakurai Saki's eyes drifted to nowhere in particular. Thankfully, her birthday only came once a year. If it were more frequent, he'd probably spiral into depression. What about Hayasaka? You two get along pretty well too. Gave her a game. Sakurai replied casually this time. AI-chan was way easier to deal with. Just give her a couple of co-op games for 2 players, and she'd be completely satisfied. A game? Shirogane Miyuki was starting to lose grasp of how girls thought. What kind of girl gets happy about receiving a game? But if it were Secretary Fujiwara, she'd probably be thrilled to get a board game. Now that he thought about it, that actually made some sense. Yup, and along with the game, I included 20 hours of playtime service, Sakurai Saki added. Shirogane Miyuki, you sure the gift was just a game, huh? The two continued chatting as they passed by the second-year classrooms. Suddenly, Shirogane Miyuki stopped walking. Sakurai Saki stopped as well. Shirogane, let's go. Sakurai gently patted his shoulder. In front of them, A girl sat curled up by the classroom door. Nakano Nino looked up when she heard footsteps, her face full of sadness. But when she saw the two of them, she lowered her head again. Shirogane didn't move forward right away. Shirogane, you planning to take in every stray cat you find on the street or something? Sakurai said. Shirogane understood what that meant. Meaning, don't get involved in other people's business. The two walked past Nakano Nino. Stop. They halted. Sakurai Saki turned back, an annoyed look on his face. You sure about this? Chapter 31. The city without me, what is death? The definition of death. There's a saying that goes like this. The moment a human heart stops beating isn't necessarily when that individual truly dies. Only when everyone has forgotten the existence of the departed. And all traces they left behind in this world vanish, only then can they truly be called dead. Existence is an important criterion for determining death. Nakano Nino watched Sakurai Saki's departing figure. In her mind echoed the image of their earlier argument, along with his icy gaze. It was like he was looking at someone already dead. At the shoe lockers on the first floor of the school building, Sakurai Saki was changing his shoes. Beside him, Shirogane Miyuki curiously asked, "All right? About that misunderstanding Nakano had about you yesterday, have you thought it over? Will you forgive her? She even went out of her way to apologize to you this noon. But you didn't show her any sympathy." Apologize? He didn't show her any sympathy? While changing his shoes, Sakurai took out his phone and opened the chat history between him and Shirogane Miyuki to review. The gist of it, Nakano Itsuki had misunderstood him, but thanks to the mediation of Nakano Miku and Yatsuba, they had managed to get through an unpleasant tutoring session together. So that's why he decided not to continue tutoring today? Am I really that petty? Sakurai began to reflect on himself. He often re-examined his own actions, whether he had done something wrong. Among those thoughts, the most important was, had he abused his supernatural power? The supernatural power today was extremely dangerous. He absolutely must not use it carelessly on others. As for himself yesterday, he might have been a bit hot-tempered. Nakano might be waiting for you in the library. Sakurai, are you going? Shirogane asked after finishing putting on his shoes. I already promised to have dinner at your house, so never mind. Sakurai Saki had complete faith in himself. He believed every action he took was the result of careful thought. Choosing not to meet her was a decision he had already made yesterday, and reaffirmed again at noon today. The seventh rule in the self-restraint laws regarding supernatural powers. Don't dwell on the past, always look ahead. What has been done does not need to be fixed. What he wanted to do at that moment was the truest expression of his heart. Hopefully the four Nakano sisters wouldn't be upset about being stood up. After all, they were the ones who were wrong first. Shirogane Miyuki understood his best friend's behavior well. Sakurai was the type of person who was very decisive. Once he made a decision, he wouldn't change easily, unless someone crossed his final boundary. Something must have happened that he didn't know about, but there was no need to ask, just let him deal with it on his own. The two of them got on their bikes, preparing to return to the Shirogane house in Setagaya. If they had enough time, maybe they could prepare a grand dinner before Kei got home. Oh, they'll pay for dinner tonight. Can't let Kei-chan eat boiled vegetables every day just because she lives with you, Sakurai said. Shirogane Miyuki pushed his bike, suddenly feeling like his position as older brother was being threatened. No, maybe not. Kei-chan had been his little sister for so many years, while this guy, Sakurai, hadn't even known her for a full year, yet how could their relationship be better than that of real siblings? Shirogane comforted himself. Second floor of the school building, in front of the classroom door. Nakano Nino lifted her head, looking at the sunset outside the window. Her four sisters had already gone to the library, saying they wanted to apologize to him. Even Ichika wasn't absent. She had even given up her part-time job. In the end, the only one left like an idiot. Staying here wouldn't help anything. She should just go to the library and find them. Bracing her arms to stand up, Nino felt a wave of numbness in her legs. She had been sitting there for nearly an hour. After taking a short rest, Nakano Nino adjusted the hair clip on her head, then started down the stairs. Mick has probably forgiven her by now, right? After all, they were sisters. Even if she was angry, a whole afternoon should have been enough to cool off. Though what Nino did yesterday was indeed a little impulsive. She still didn't really want to apologize. She'd just avoid him from now on. If he didn't want to see her, then she didn't need to see him either. Nakano Nino thought as she changed from her indoor shoes to her outdoor ones. After changing her shoes, Nino stepped out of the school building. On the way to the library, she ran into an old friend, someone she used to chat and laugh with often in class last year. That person seemed to have just finished a club activity and was getting ready to leave school. "How you do, San?" Nino shouted, happily waving. She wanted to share some recent funny stories with Hayudu and toss all her worries aside. If it was Hayudu, she'd definitely understand. After all, they were good friends. But the scene she imagined the other person turning around and chatting happily did not happen. That person just kept walking, as if she hadn't heard the call at all. She left. Nino stood still, staring at the back of her old friend. Was their relationship not that close after all? Well, it made sense. They weren't in the same class this year anymore, so it was normal to grow distant. Strangers. It was like they were strangers. Nakano Nino felt a heaviness in her chest. These past 2 days had been full of misfortune. Dragging her heavy feet, she headed toward the library. Seeing the librarian still manning the desk, Nino wasn't in the mood for small talk. She just wanted to find her sisters as soon as possible. Entering the study room, Nino heard her sisters' voices discussing something. "Sarai-san didn't come. Could be because I was too stupid yesterday and made him upset." Nakano Yatsuba's voice rang out, filled with regret. Hearing that, Nino frowned slightly. "You didn't do anything wrong, Yatsuba, so why are you belittling yourself? Anyway, we misunderstood him first, so it's understandable if he hates us." Nakano Itsuki said seriously. "He'll come back again tomorrow." Itsuki didn't do anything wrong either. "Let's not tomorrow. I already rescheduled my shift to tomorrow. If Sensei-chan shows up, help me pass the message to him." Ichika chimed in. "Let's go." Miku put down the book Strange Tales of the Sengoku Shoguns. The more Nino listened, the more uncomfortable she felt. In a situation like this, her sisters sounded like they were shouldering the consequences on her behalf. It was unbearable. "You guys, why are you still waiting for him? It's obvious he doesn't intend to come. Who are you apologizing to? Huh? If he doesn't want to come, then what are you still doing here? Just go home already." Faced with Nino's loud outburst, the 4 girls didn't react. They just quietly returned the books to the shelves. "What should we eat tonight?" Ichika smiled as she asked the others. "I want barbecue." Yatsuba raised her hand cheerfully. "Anything's fine." For Itsuki, any kind of food was welcome. Mika said nothing. Nakano Nino stood frozen in place, unsure whether she wanted to laugh or cry. "Why are you pretending not to see me? Aren't we sisters?" All 4 acted like she didn't even exist. They clearly weren't strangers. "We're family, aren't we? Doin okay?" Nakano Nino stepped in front of Ichika. She turned to the figure wearing headphones and shouted, "Miku, Yatsuba suddenly spoke up. "Sorry, classmate, you're in our way." Hearing that, Nakano Nino felt her eyes burn. She raised a hand to her nose, tears welling up and falling from the corners of her eyes. Like a traveler dying of thirst in the desert, she placed all her hopes on this last oasis. If it was Itsuki, surely she wouldn't pretend not to know her. "Classmate, this is a public space. Please step aside." Nakano Itsuki gave a slight bow, exceedingly polite. Nakano Nino looked up, not knowing whether to cry or laugh in that moment. Tears streamed down as she stood there, feeling pitiful and alone. "You guys, was this really necessary? Just over something so small. You're going to ignore me? I was wrong. I'm sorry." He'll apologize to him, okay? Nakano Nino sobbed as she wiped her tears. "So please, don't be cold to me anymore, okay? I'm begging you, don't do this." Nakano Miku pushed her aside and turned to speak. "Who are you? Are we even that close?" In that moment, Nakano Nino felt like she had fallen into an icy abyss. So cold. Chapter 32. Dinner at the Shirogane house. Don't go. Nakano Nino reached out toward her sisters, but not one of them turned around to respond. Why? Why were they treating her like this? Even if she had done something wrong, did they really have to act like they didn't even know her? She lowered her head and realized her legs were trembling violently. Am I scared? Nino wiped away her tears, but they only flowed more, blurring her vision. Friends who didn't care. Family who treated her like a stranger. Then what was the difference from being dead? Might as well die. No one cared about her anyway. Dying would be fine. They would regret it, just one jump from the rooftop, and they'd all regret it. They'd suffer for pushing her to this. Do it. That's right. Wasn't a perfect way out? A crazy thought flashed through Nakano Nino's mind. She dashed out of the library, heading straight for the main building, not even stopping to change her shoes at the lockers. She shoved open the rooftop door. A warm spring wind howled around her, tossing her long, silky hair in every direction. Tears still clung to the corners of her eyes. Step by step, she walked toward the edge of the rooftop. Seconds passed. Leaning against the rooftop railing, Nakano Nino let out a laugh. There's a railing on the rooftop. What the hell are you even thinking, Nino? She pressed her forehead to the railing and looked down at the groups of students leaving school below. It must be nice, not having to be alone. Let's go home. Was I really going to commit suicide? How stupid. Nino sniffled, pulled a handkerchief from her pocket, and wiped away the makeup smeared by her tears. Just as she put the handkerchief away, a sudden gust of wind blew hard, causing her to stumble. She lost her balance, her body leaning forward, face inching closer to the railing. This is really going to hurt. That's what she thought. But what happened next was completely unexpected. Her body passed right through the green safety mesh of the railing. Why was it like this? It happened so suddenly. Am I going to die? I haven't even had the chance to say goodbye. I still want to see them one last time. Ichika, Miku Yatsuba, Itsuki. I miss them so much. I don't want to die. I still want to live. Nakano Nino watched the ground draw closer, then shut her eyes tight in despair. Thud! Just a few seconds later, her body hit the ground with a loud thump. No blood splatter, no broken limbs. Nothing happened at all. Nakano Nino sat down hard on the ground and burst into sobs. The overwhelming relief of surviving, the disbelief at what had just happened. Her heart was a tangled mess. After crying for a while, she looked around. She realized she was in the courtyard garden in the center of the school buildings. When she finally calmed down, a wave of harsh self-denial surged through her. Why didn't I die? Are you kidding me? Why did it turn out like this? I clearly wanted to die. Why won't you let me? What kind of joke is this? Just let me die already. She screamed in despair, like she was trying to pour out everything inside her. Silence. An eerie, heavy silence. No one answered. The girl burst into a mad laugh. No matter how much she screamed, no one answered. She crawled toward her school bag, lying nearby. From inside it, she pulled out a box cutter. She pushed the blade out, then placed it against her neck. But no matter how hard she tried, her hand couldn't apply any force. The fear of death overwhelmed her like being submerged in icy water. A choking sensation surged up, and her breathing started to become strained. Cough. She coughed violently. The coughing wouldn't stop, and more saliva dripped from her mouth. The box cutter slipped from her hand. Powerless, she reached out, trying to pick it back up, but the moment her fingers touched the handle, her hand passed right through it. Her pupils shrank violently. She recoiled several steps, crawling and rolling in utter panic. She held her hands up in front of her face, then frantically patted her body all over. Just like on the rooftop, her body had passed through the railing. What is happening? In front of a Shirogane residence, two people pulled up on their bikes. Shirogane Miyuki just finished a phone call and slipped his phone back into his pocket. Who was that? Sakurai Saki asked curiously. My dad said he won't be home for dinner tonight. Shirogane replied helplessly. Sakurai glanced at the pile of groceries in his arms. He had bought quite a bit today. If it were for 3 people, especially with a girl in the mix, then yeah, this was probably a bit much. And Kei-chan was always mindful of her figure too. Hey Shirogane, let's eat out tonight. There's a new yakiniku place that just opened in Sanganjaya. They've got a promotion going on. These ingredients can wait till tomorrow, right? I'm sure your fridge at home can handle it. Just as Shirogane was about to refuse, Sakurai added, "Oh, and don't forget to bring me a bento tomorrow. I don't want to eat in the cafeteria anymore. Consider the groceries your payment for making the bento. As for the barbecue place, they'll treat you." Kei-chan said she was craving it last time, remember? Sakurai Saki completely cut off all paths of retreat. Dozens of thoughts flashed through Shirogane Miyuki's mind. What's this guy up to? The more he thought about it, the more something fell off. A few seconds later, Shirogane Miyuki. The fierce look in Shirogane Miyuki's eyes became even more menacing. "Sakurai, you got your eyes on my little sister, haven't you?" His little sister was the final line that must never be crossed. Shirogane Miyuki was a hardcore siscon. "What are you talking about?" Sakurai Saki played dumb. Shirogane stared him down for a few seconds, but found nothing suspicious, so he turned to open the door. Just as he was about to unlock it, a sound came from behind. Sakurai turned around. "Oh, Saki-ni, it's been so long." A beautiful girl with long silver hair, a black ribbon headband, wearing a sailor uniform, and bearing a resemblance to Shirogane Miyuki suddenly appeared before him. Shirogane Kei rushed towards Sakurai with a face full of joy and surprise, throwing her arms out wide, then hugged him tightly. "Saki-ni, I missed you so much." Right after the hug, she seemed to realize what she had just done. Her face flushed bright red, and she shyly let him go. Standing to the side, Shirogane Miyuki could no longer hide the jealousy in his eyes. "Kei-chan." Sakurai looks a little flustered. "Maybe ease up on the affection." What's it got to do with you, Aniki?" Kei said while adjusting her hair, then turned sparkling eyes towards Sakurai. "Saki and Ai is still as handsome as ever. That smile is still so charming. And he's always so gentle with her, too." Sakurai spoke gently. "If you say that, Shirogane will feel left out, Kei-chan. Then I won't badmouth him anymore. He'll listen to everything Saki and Ai says." Kei responded obediently, standing beside them. Shirogane Miyuki felt more and more wounded with every word. "Why is my sister?" "All right, Kei-chan," Sakurai said. "He's treating us to yakiniku tonight. You came home just in time. Saki and Ai, is that expensive?" Kei asked a little shyly. Sakurai Saki shook his head and smiled. "I've been making decent money from part-time work. One yakiniku meal is no big deal. Think of it as making up for not seeing you for so long." Upon hearing that, Shirogane Kei nodded happily. At the doorstep, Shirogane Miyuki watched the two of them chatting and laughing, and suddenly he felt like the odd one out. Chapter 33. On the way home, I accidentally picked up a high school girl Sanganjaya. The second floor of a yakiniku restaurant near Sanganjaya Station. Sakurai was staring at the grill in the middle of the table and at Shirogane Miyuki, who was hogging all the meat grilling duties by himself. "Actually, I'm pretty good at cooking too." Sakurai rested his chin on his hand, showing disapproval at being pushed out of the spotlight. Shirogane Kei, as the younger sister of Shirogane Miyuki, had no mercy whatsoever. Aniki might be a bit dumb in some areas, but when it comes to cooking, he's really reliable. Shirogane Miyuki flipped a piece of beef, grilling while complaining. "Kei-chan, don't talk like your brother's useless except for cooking." "Well, he's decent at studying too," Kei added. "Decent? I'm ranked first in the entire grade at Shuchiin Academy. Out of 193 students. I'm number 1. I study 10 hours a day without skipping a single day. That's how I got this far, got it." Faced with this passionate self-justification, Kei calmly replied, "Idiot, this is a restaurant. Can you be quiet for a bit?" Sakurai couldn't help but laugh as he watched the siblings argue. Kei looked at him in surprise. "Saki and I, what are you laughing at?" "Nothing, it's just you two are so close." How admirable. Sakurai had always longed for familial affection. Even though his mother now was kind and treated him very well, he still felt that something was missing deep down. After all, they weren't related by blood. Even so, she was willing to be his mother, and Sakurai was truly grateful for that. If only he had a little sister too, that would be wonderful. So close, Hake repeated his words. In truth, she was a secret brocon. She treasured her big brother a lot, but didn't dare to show it. After all, she was already in middle school. Being so close with her brother like this was kind of embarrassing. Shirogane Miyuki used scissors to cut the sizzling, fatty beef and evenly divided it onto the two plates. He looked just like an old mom taking care of her little kids. Kei-chan nags me every day at home. Shirogane Miyuki took the chance to start grumbling. Sakurai, you don't know, she only acts all obedient like this in front of you. Shirogane Ki's face flushed red, and she turned to glare at him. Shut up. Then she turned to Sakurai Saki and explained, normally I'm really close with Aniki, I never badmouth him. And at that moment, to preserve her good image in front of the big brother next door, Kei threw a heavy punch straight at her real brother. Shirogane Miyuki down. Oh, President Shirogane refused to comment. He chose to become an emotionless meat grilling machine. This yakiniku restaurant wasn't cheap either. The job Sakurai mentioned must really bring in good money. According to him, as long as he sweet-talked some female customers a bit, making money was as easy as carrying sacks into a bank full of gold. But Shirogane Miyuki knew clearly that kind of job didn't suit him. Shirogane Miyuki couldn't even fake a bright smile. Unlike Sakurai, Saki changing his expression was as easy as eating a piece of grilled meat. Look, he just picked up another piece and ate it happily. Isn't it hot? Shirogane Miyuki asked curiously, seeing him dip the meat lightly in sauce and pop it straight into his mouth. I'm not a cat tongue. Sakurai Saki replied calmly. A psychic afraid of burning his tongue? Are you kidding? Shirogane Miyuki held back the sarcastic monologue in his mind. Even someone without a cat tongue wouldn't eat like that. So I'm still a normal person after all. 1 hour later, all three had nearly finished eating. All right, Saki and I, recently I made a new friend. I'll introduce her to you next time. Shirogane Kei shared while eating. What kind of person? Sakurai Saki took the grill tongs from Shirogane Miyuki and began grilling the meat in his place. He flipped the meat on the grill, his movements quite skillful. Her name is Fujiwara Meha. She's very enthusiastic and easy to get along with. This year, she's the student council vice president. Oh, and I'm currently the student council treasurer, Kei said, her eyes full of anticipation as she looked at Sakurai, Saki clearly waiting for praise from him. Kei, treasurer, huh? That's great, Sakurai said gently. But isn't it tough? Not at all. Shirogane Kei beamed brightly. Shirogane Miyuki blew on a piece of grilled meat to cool it, then took a bite. In the next second, the satisfaction from the fat surged up to his chest. After finishing, he hesitated and said, Fujiwara Meha? I remember she's the younger sister of Secretary Fujiwara, right? You're not mistaken. Secretary Fujiwara's mentioned her a lot. Sakurai Saki nodded in response. I remember now. She's just as airhead as her sister. Just thinking about Chika gave Shirogane Miyuki a headache. Saki-ni, do you know Meha? Shirogane Kei asked curiously. Met her a few times. Last year, she came to the middle school division. Sakurai Saki replied. Those few times were when she came looking for Fujiwara. Chika apparently, Secretary Fujiwara had forgotten something. Seems like when it comes to being clueless, Fujiwara Chika still had the upper hand. Chika, Shirogane Kei listened to their conversation and began to feel curious about this person called Secretary Fujiwara. Apparently, Mo has older sister. Going to Mo's house this weekend, maybe. Should get to meet her? What kind of person would she be? After finishing yakiniku, since Sakurai's bicycle was still at the Shirogane house, the three of them decided to head back there together. Got the bike. Sakurai said goodbye. I'm heading out now. Shirogane, Kei-chan, see you tomorrow. Yeah, be careful on your way home. Shirogane Miyuki called from the doorway. Shirogane Kei also chimed in. Saki and I, be careful, okay? Sakurai Saki got on his bike and turned around to wave at the two of them. After pedaling for a few minutes, Sakurai let out a breath. How the night air at just over 10 degrees was a bit chilly. Thinking about how he forgot to buy black coffee today, Sakurai Saki began looking for a vending machine in the residential area. He didn't like sweet drinks, he preferred bitter. Not to act grown-up or anything, it was just that his taste buds were used to bitterness. Had been drinking it since childhood and couldn't get used to anything else now. Every few meters there was a street light. As he neared a convenience store near the Shirogane house, Sakurai Saki spotted a vending machine in front of the store. Next to the vending machine, sitting on the steps outside the convenience store, a figure caught his attention. Curled up, there was someone who had lost all hope in life. Had never seen her before, but her clothes were the Shuchiin uniform. You see a stray cat on the street, and you have to help it. Huh? Sakurai Saki thought to himself as he bought coffee, inserting coins and waiting for the can to drop. Clink! The sound of the can dropping made the curled-up figure lift her head slightly. In the dark night, she had unfortunately dropped her contact lenses and couldn't see anything. Sakurai Saki picked up the black coffee, sipping it while looking at the convenience store. After thinking it over for a while, he stepped inside. Welcome, the clerk greeted politely. Sakurai Saki casually grabbed a few bags of bread, paid, and stepped back outside. Whether it was a burst of compassion or just a stupid act, at the very least, he truly wanted to help this stranger right now. Chapter 34. The wolf has fallen for the sheep outside the convenience store. Nakano Nino heard some noise. Probably the guy who just bought a drink earlier, but that had nothing to do with her anymore. From the time school ended until now, in just a few short hours, she had been through a lot. She had already jumped off a building several times, and even tried to commit suicide by jumping in front of a train. Couldn't die, the train would just pass right through her. But she couldn't touch objects, nor be seen by others. She was no different from being dead. She was starving. She hadn't eaten anything since lunch because she was sulking, and that was hours ago. But since she couldn't touch anything, naturally she couldn't eat either. Her contact lenses were gone too. After wandering all over the place, she was too exhausted to even move anymore. If nothing unexpected happened, then she'd probably die. Thinking that, Nakano Nino laughed. Was she any different from dead already right now? So tired. I just want to sleep. Hey, eat something. You're a student from Shuchiin, right? The voice sounded somewhat familiar, but Nakano Nino was too dizzy with hunger to tell. Surely, they weren't talking to her. No point in lifting her head and wasting energy. Not dead yet, are you? The voice was clearly annoyed. Of course she wasn't dead. Clinging to the little bit of hope left in her heart, Nakano Nino slowly lifted her head. She couldn't see clearly, but they were probably a good person. Sakurai Saki noticed her uniform was a bit messy, and her hair was tangled like wild grass. He had no idea what to do. This was the first time he had ever seen a girl wandering the streets. He had seen it in the news before. It said some schoolgirls ran away from home, forced into desperate situations just to survive. There's some bread here. Eat something first, Sakurai Saki said gently. You can see me? Nakano Nino took the piece of bread he handed her. She could actually touch it. For a moment, she couldn't believe it. I don't think any guy would ignore a girl like you on the street. Sakurai Saki walked over to the vending machine, inserted coins, and bought a can of sweet red tea. Turning around with the drink in hand, Sakurai Saki saw her wolfing down the food. She looked miserable, just like a stray cat. He opened the drink and handed it to her. Nakano Nino hesitated a little. She couldn't see clearly. Drink. Hearing that, she took it and drank a big gulp. Thanks. No problem, Sakurai Saki said, then picked up the can of coffee he had bought earlier and got ready to ride home. You're leaving? Nakano Nino heard his footsteps and vaguely saw his figure growing distant. It's getting late. You should go home. Running away from home will just make your parents worry, Sakurai Saki said. Since she was wearing a Shuchiin uniform, her house probably wasn't far from here. But did she even have money? The trains were probably still running. But it wasn't safe for a girl to walk alone at night. Taking a taxi would be better. Thinking that, Sakurai Saki turned back around, pulled out a 10,000 yen bill, and placed it next to her. Take a taxi home, this should be enough. Nakano Nino fell silent. Do I even have something called a home? Mom had passed away. Dad wasn't even home. And even if she went back, what was the point? Her sisters wouldn't be able to see her. Note, im confused. Didn't they see her in the last chapter? She was quiet for a moment, then continued. I don't have a home. And why are you being so nice to me? Aren't you afraid of being scammed? Sakurai Saki took the money back. I knew someone foolish who would do something like that. He was a kind person, always concerned about others. Once I asked him, these things have nothing to do with you. Helping out won't benefit you at all, so why do you still do it? Sakurai Saki recalled. He said, because I want to. Nakano Nino didn't say anything. Right now I want to help you, and that's simply the only reason. Is that reason enough? Sakurai Saki said seriously. But I don't have a home to go back to. Nino touched the bread bag Sakurai Saki had just handed her and found that her fingertips once again passed right through it. It seemed like he was the only one who could see her. The reason why was unclear. To be honest, even Nakano Nino herself didn't fully understand her current condition. Sakurai Saki stood still. He was thinking about how to persuade her to go home. Most people who ran away from home would say they had no home to return to. She was probably just sulking, or at least in Sakurai Saki's eyes, she was sulking. Once she had time to think things through, she would surely go home. After coming to that conclusion, Sakurai Saki handed the bill back to her, then turned and walked away. Nakano Nino looked at his departing back again. Her heart suddenly ached, as if she was about to lose something very important. Not far away, Sakurai Saki walked to the spot where he parked earlier and kicked up the bicycle stand. Suddenly, clack-clack footsteps came from behind. Sakurai Saki turned around and saw the hem of his shirt being held by the girl from before. Why are you following me? There was no reply. I don't think. We know each other? Still no response. She was like a mute who didn't know how to speak. Her vision didn't seem very good either otherwise. When he handed her the drink earlier, she wouldn't have had that dazed expression. Shirogane, I suddenly felt like imitating your hero way once. And now I've gotten myself tangled up in this mess. Sakurai Saki sighed inwardly. Why am I so unlucky? And so Sakurai Saki walked the whole way home with a little tail in tow. When he got home, it was already past 9 in the evening. After parking his bike, he went up to the second floor of the apartment complex, stood in front of his door, then turned around to look at the girl. He asked, "What's your name?" Had been followed the entire way and didn't even know her name. But thinking about it, it made sense if this girl was good at communication. She probably wouldn't have gotten upset and run away from home in the first place. Nakano Nino only tightly gripped the hem of Sakurai Saki's shirt. Seeing that, Sakurai Saki didn't say anything more. Autistic kids were often like that. He used to be the same, completely disinterested in interacting with strangers. If he hadn't seen his former self in this girl, Sakurai Saki wouldn't have gotten involved either. But to follow a stranger home like this girl seriously has way too little caution. Just a bit of food and drink, and she was willing to follow someone home. Was she planning to offer her body in return? Sakurai Saki didn't object to purely physical relationships, but he didn't like those that were overly wanton. Although he wouldn't catch any infectious diseases due to his physical condition, mentally, it was still hard for him to accept. You wouldn't go home, wouldn't tell me your name, and follow me to the door. Fine. Sakurai Saki opened the door. You're about to enter the room of a man who lives alone. If you're not afraid of what I might do to you, then come in. Sakurai Saki made that clear in advance. Hearing that, Nakano Nino's grip loosened slightly, but a few seconds later she held on even tighter. There was no other choice now, right? It's okay, because besides you, there's no one else who cares about me anymore. That line came from behind. A few seconds later, silence. Sakurai Saki led her through the door into his home. Chapter 35. The pet girl closed the door. Sakurai Saki noticed that the girl he brought home was trembling, but can't blame her. Something like this, it really is scary. He turned on the light, placed his school bag down in the living room, and took off his uniform. Nakano Nino stood beside him, saying nothing. What are you going to do to me? What do you think? Sakurai Saki responded with a question. That? I'm not that reckless, don't slander. Sakurai Saki denied her assumption. This is my first time doing something like this, Nakano Nino whispered. Hearing that, Sakurai Saki turned to look at her. Just now I was giving you a step to walk down, got it? You should consider yourself an ordinary girl, not sit here and tell me I'm very clean. You can consider making a move on me. Sorry, Nino apologized. Sakurai Saki didn't continue the topic. You don't need to apologize to me. Anyway, I'm going to take a shower. Just sit here in the living room. After speaking, without giving her a chance to reply, he grabbed his change of clothes and went straight into the bathroom. He turned on the shower. Warm liquid poured from above, and Sakurai closed his eyes. Shower time was always the most relaxing part of his day. Though I thought about keeping a pet before, this kind of stray cat is a first. What is this even considered? Pet girl? Better forget it. Hopefully, she'll come to her senses tomorrow and go home early. Sakurai Saki had no interest become sugar daddy of high school girls. In the living room, Nakano Nino listened to the sounds coming from the bathroom, curling herself up on the sofa. What will happen from now on? If she still couldn't be seen by others tomorrow, then what would she do? Would she just keep hiding in his house like this? Her eyes stung again. Nino looked up at the ceiling, trying not to let the tears fall. In a boy's house, say, boy, she didn't even know thinking back. Why had she want to follow him? There was no other choice. Just like she had answered earlier. Did she have any other choice? Maybe this was the only way to survive. He was the only one who could see her. Over 10 minutes later, Sakurai Saki walked out of the bathroom into the living room, lazily drying his hair with a towel. Take it off, he said. Nakano Nino froze. So it was true everything he said earlier was a lie. Seeing that she didn't react, I said, take off your clothes. Sakurai Saki spoke again. Her clothes were disgustingly dirty, almost staining the sofa. What had she even done before meeting him? Rolled in mud? The tears Nino had held back earlier now came streaming down. She stood up suddenly, letting the tears fall freely, her hands moving to the buttons of her uniform. From top to bottom, she unbuttoned quickly. First button undone. Second button undone. Third button. After removing her outer jacket, the white inner shirt was revealed. Beneath the shirt, a full, round chest looked like it might spill out at any moment. She had a beautiful figure, long, slender, and shapely legs. Her upper body was slim, but not scrawny. Even her choice of underwear was decent. Right now, with her small face wet with tears, she looked even more alluring. But it seemed she had misunderstood him. The rest go take off in the bathroom. There's a dryer inside. Bring your dirty clothes in too. I just want you to take a shower. Why are you crying? Sakurai Saki picked up a tissue from the table, walked up to her, and gently wiped her tears. Between sobs, Nakano Nino asked, you're not going to do those things? Your body is so dirty, I don't even want to touch you. Go take a shower. Sakurai Saki showed clear disgust as he held up her jacket and led her to the bathroom. He could faintly see the outline of her figure through the mist. His heart started pounding uncontrollably, and Sakurai Saki quickly returned to the living room. On the surface, he looked calm, but this was actually his first time being home alone with a girl. A fast heartbeat could have many causes: hyperthyroidism, heart failure, anemia, etc. But right now, it was probably just because he was still a virgin. Sakurai Saki felt a little embarrassed. Was he really so weak that he couldn't resist this level of temptation? But still, she really was big. A Esper getting aroused by a girl, how disgraceful. Note, I used psychic before, but Esper sounds better. But seriously, she's really big. Super big. A pei de kai. Sakurai Saki fell into a spiral of doubting his own willpower. No, wait. Actually, he was already doing pretty well. Facing this kind of target and still managing not to make a move, he turned on the TV, trying to relax a bit. At the same time, he opened his phone and canceled his plan to play games with Ishigami-yu. The two of them had originally planned to play an online game together today. But now that he had a pet girl in his house, that wasn't going to happen. Ishigami-yu, Sakurai-senpai, did something happen to you? A message popped up online, expressing concern. Sakurai thought for a few seconds, then replied, Sakurai Saki, am currently struggling with a question about willpower. In order not to fall into the abyss, I'm trying to resist. Ting ting, a reply came instantly. Ishigami-yu, senpai, Have you entered Shuchiin phase or something? No. Sakurai Saki apologized for ditching him. They chatted for a bit before ending the conversation. Shirogane Miyuki also sent a message to check in. Sakurai simply replied that had gotten home safely. Putting his phone away, Sakurai turned his attention to a street interview show on TV. Excuse me, miss. How far can your boyfriend go with another girl before it counts as cheating? The reporter's question was a bit tricky. On screen, a fashionably dressed girl tilted her head and acted cute. If it's just holding hands or hugging a bit, I can still accept it. Really? Or are you just saying that? The reporter followed up. I'm lying. If he so much as talks to another girl, he'll start thinking about changing boyfriends. The girl laughed, then added, just kidding, I'm super chill with my boyfriend. Woman. Sakurai Saki didn't believe a single word. Lying came as naturally as breathing. And they had crazy possessiveness, too. If they spotted even the slightest hint, they'd go off and break up. If he had to sum it up in one word, it would be absurd. As he watched TV, after a while, the sound of footsteps came from the hallway. Sakurai Saki turned to look in that direction. The clothes are a little loose, Nakano Nino said, blushing. She raised her arms. Her sleeves were so oversized that they gave off a cute Mo sleeves vibe. There's no way my clothes would fit you. Sakurai Saki glanced at her height. Probably not even 160 centimeters tall. At least a 20 centimeters height difference. Can you not stare at me like that? Nino turned even redder, covering her lower body with her hands. Even though her vision was a bit blurry, she could feel his intense gaze. There definitely wouldn't be any girl's underwear in a guy's house. In other words, right now she was completely no armor. Sakurai Saki's pajamas were just summer boxer shorts. With the weather getting hotter lately, wearing long pants felt a bit stuffy. Nino cautiously sat down beside him. She wanted to see his face, yet didn't dare get too close. Sakurai Saki noticed, but didn't really mind. Chapter 36. Don't leave me before going to bed. Sakurai Saki spent a bit of time finishing his homework, then grabbed a thin blanket. Tonight, he planned to sleep on the sofa. With the blanket in hand, he walked out of the room. You go to the bedroom, Sakurai said, but he noticed she was still sitting motionless on the sofa. Nakano Nino looked at him. Right now, she was a little afraid of falling asleep. What would happen after she slept? Would everything go back to the way it was tomorrow? Or would nothing change at all? What if tomorrow? He couldn't see her anymore either? I don't want to sleep, she said. But it's already 11 o'clock. Sakurai Saki usually had a habit of going to bed before midnight. Nakano Nino glanced at the clock on the living room wall. Normally, she would have gone to bed by this time too. Staying up late wasn't good for the skin. She used to always put on a facial mask before bed. Thinking of that, Nino reached up to rub her eyes. They were swollen. She had cried too much today, like she had poured out all the tears of her life into one day. If that were true, it would be nice. Then she wouldn't have to cry anymore. Sakurai Saki placed the blanket down on the sofa, then sat at the small table by the living room window, the spot where he usually read. Nakano Nino couldn't see clearly what he was doing. What's up? I'm just reading, Sakurai said when he noticed her curious expression. Just some light novels, nothing serious. I usually read a bit before bed. Nakano Nino didn't like books, especially after her fight with Sakurai Saki. She hated them even more. Reading to relax is a good habit, Sakurai added when she fell silent again. Kids who shut themselves off were really hard to approach. Was he this kind of annoying creature last year too? Books are boring, Nakano Nino mumbled. And hard to understand too. But if it were a math book, maybe it'd work better as a sleep aid. But they're useful. Otherwise, when you like someone someday, you won't even know how to write a love letter to express your feelings, Sakurai said with a smile. The moon is beautiful, you know that one, right? Do you think I'm stupid or something? Nino turned to lie on her side on the sofa, pulled the blanket over herself, and closed her eyes. That's the famous line by Natsume Seki. But it's old-fashioned now. Nobody confesses like that anymore, Sakurai added, changing the subject. This girl really was kind of silly. Even though she didn't show it outwardly, every little gesture gave off a faintly foolish vibe. Just like those 4 students yesterday. Note, you may know, but I still take notes. The moon is beautiful, Suki Ga Kirii. Suki sounds like Suki-like. So, the moon is beautiful, I like you. Time slowly passed. Looking up at the wall clock, it was nearly midnight. In that moment, the world around them grew quiet. In the small living room of the rental apartment, the only sound left was the steady breathing of the two of them. Sakurai Saki had read nearly half the book in his hands before noticing that Nino had fallen asleep. She was curled up in a blanket that was originally his, sleeping on the spot where he was supposed to lie. Was this a ploy to steal my spot on purpose, so I couldn't sleep on the sofa? Even Shinomiya Kagayahu, Sakurai, remembered as one of the most unpredictable and indirect people wouldn't pull something like this. She always said things outright. Sakurai never considered her inability to read the atmosphere a flaw. On the contrary. Her way of laying things bare through words was perhaps her form of intimacy. Thinking back to when they worked together in the student council last year, remembering that sour and prideful attitude, Sakurai felt another headache coming on. Good thing she had changed quite a bit lately. Otherwise, the student council wouldn't have gotten anything done. They'd be arguing every single day. Sakurai put away the book and turned off the desk lamp. He was about to accept the girl's goodwill and return to the bedroom when a mumbling voice came from the sofa. Don't go. Don't be silent with me. Please, don't a nightmare? From those muttered words, Sakurai could more or less guess what had happened. This girl was probably ignored by friends or family, treated as if she didn't exist. Teenage girls were sensitive. Even something small could leave a deep scar. She was probably going to cry again. Sakurai Saki picked up a box of tissues. Since the moment he met her, she had already cried who knows how many times, definitely a full-fledged crybaby. Sakurai gently wiped away the tear rolling down her cheek. Her eyes were already swollen from crying too much. Don't go. She suddenly opened her drowsy eyes. Her hand reached out and grabbed his. Once she had a hold of something, it was like she felt safe again and went right back to sleep. You want me to go to the bedroom, but won't let me leave? What do you want me to do? Sakurai tried to pull his hand back without waking her, but she was gripping it tightly, just like earlier when they came back, as if clinging to her last lifeline. Every time, Sakurai Saki tried to withdraw his hand. Her face twisted in discomfort, looking so pitiful. In the end, he gave up and let her hold his hand while she slept through the night. The next morning, Wednesday, at the breakfast table, Nakano Nino's face turned red as she quietly said about last night. I'm sorry. It's fine, Sakurai replied calmly. He was confident in his physical stamina. Pulling an all-nighter didn't faze him. Nino lowered her head, still feeling embarrassed. It was the first time she stayed overnight at a boy's house, and she even clung to his clothes to stop him from leaving. Wasn't that the behavior of some obsessive weirdo? She picked up a slice of bread from the table and nibbled on it bit by bit like some kind of rodent. As expected, as long as it was something he had touched, she could touch it too. You're really nearsighted, huh? Nino softly replied. Omo, I usually wear contacts. Yesterday, for some reason, I lost them and couldn't find them. No wonder she seemed so lost yesterday. But wasn't her nearsightedness a bit extreme? Can't recognize family from 1 meter away. Can't tell people from dogs at 3 meters. Sakurai had thought that was just a joke. But turns out people like that actually exist. Can you go home by yourself today? Faced with the question, Nakano Nino gave the same answer as yesterday. I don't have a home. Sakurai Saki felt that her answer was a bit too much. No matter how mad you are, running away from home for 1 day is enough. Right? I can't stay with you. I've got to go to school later. Sakurai changed the subject. Nakano Nino paused, looked up at him with cautious, searching eyes. Can you not go? If he wasn't here, she wouldn't be able to touch anything. This morning, Nino had confirmed it again. Only when she was near Sakurai Saki could she touch the things he had touched. Sakurai started feeling irritated at her stupidity. How could anyone be naive enough to make such an absurd request? Miss Classmate, you and I don't even know each other. I brought you home yesterday out of a moment of kindness. Do you understand what I'm saying? Nino bowed her head, face on the verge of tears, but I don't want to die. Even if I leave, you won't just drop dead. What the hell was going on in her head? Even Sakurai Saki was starting to feel confused. If you're not here, I really will die, Nino said, tears falling as she nibbled on her bread. "Don't abandon me, please." Faced with such a plea, Sakurai felt no emotional sway in his heart. "If you come to your senses, go home later. If not, just wait here." He couldn't skip school for a girl he barely knew, even if she really was very big. Chapter 37. The girl who saw the boy regarding letting an unfamiliar high school girl stay at his house. Sakurai Saki didn't feel any psychological pressure at all. He wasn't afraid of being robbed. There was nothing in his house that could be considered valuable. The most expensive item was probably his high-spec computer, but she looked so weak. Was she going to dismantle the case and carry it away? Sakurai pedaled his bike to the school gate, his mind still lingering on the image of the girl clinging to him, refusing to let him leave in mourning. That feeling of being treated like some kind of savior was really not pleasant. Sakurai was beginning to regret bringing her home the night before. A single small act could lead to a whole bunch of trouble, something he definitely didn't want. It'd be better not to let kindness take over again in the future. Stopping his bike and switching to walking it, Sakurai Saki spotted a familiar figure up ahead. Aino Miko, wearing her disciplinary committee armband. Miko, already scolding people again. So early in the morning, and already so energetic, is calling people out really that fun? Sakurai-san, good morning. General Affairs Sakurai, good morning. Joe, Sakurai, come play basketball with us next time. Students passed by one after another, and Sakurai Saki smiled and greeted them back. He was fairly well known at school, mainly because he had drawn attention during last fall's sports festival. At the school gate, Aino Miko looked at Sakurai Saki with suspicion. Today Sakurai-senpai is walking way too properly, like a robot, suspicious. Was he planning to tease her again? Miko was terrified inside. To a justice-filled Miko-chan, accepting a bribe from senpai was absolutely unacceptable. The first time, he had caught her off guard, so it was unavoidable. That was fine. The second time, it was senpai being considerate of his kohai. That was also fine. The third time, absolutely not. This can't happen a third time. Miko-chan, why are you looking at me like that? Sakurai Saki hadn't planned to tease her today. Sakurai-senpai, today you absolutely cannot use snacks to bribe me again. Little Miko declared righteously. Oh, I almost forgot. Sakurai Saki suddenly remembered, taking a few coffee candies from his pocket and handing them to her. During lunch break, if you're tired, you can have some candy. You were top-ranked when entering this school, right? You must study hard all the time, so make sure to keep your sugar levels up. Aino Miko froze on the spot. Why? Why was senpai still bribing her? She clearly told him not to. As a good kid, Aino Miko wasn't good at refusing other people's kindness. Instinctively, she reached out, and by the time she realized, Sakurai Saki was already gone. I got bribed again. This can't be happening. But senpai had already walked far away. Miko-chan looked at the hard candy in her hand and, in the end, still put it in her pocket. In those few seconds when she lowered her head, a flash of yellow darted past the school gate. Hayasaka-senpai! Aino Yako shouted in despair. Several girls nearby saw her expression and broke into happy smiles, like when seeing an adorable little animal. She was just too cute. Entering the classroom building, Sakurai Saki stood in front of a shoe locker for a long time. After changing into indoor shoes, he took out an envelope from it. White envelope, sealed with a pink heart. A love letter? Someone still confessed this old-fashioned way these days. If you're going to confess via letter, Sakurai Saki thought it would be better to just use a phone. Not paying it much mind, Sakurai Saki held the love letter and walked off. Morning classes were pretty boring. Sakurai Saki sat by the window, diligently taking notes. He had never slacked off during class, but today it was a bit hard to concentrate. I want to reach enlightenment already. An uncle lay sprawled across the teacher's podium, picking his nose. Being someone with supernatural powers meant learning to accept the ridiculously dumb abilities that awakened every day. Supernatural ability, spiritual power effect, able to see things normal people can't. Side effect, can't be turned off and doubles libido. Would a teenage boy with supernatural powers end up seeing ghostly uncle? This kind of encounter, please, just spare me. Moshi Moshi, you can see me, can't you? Sakurai Saki pretended not to hear. He kept his head down, taking notes, but the ghost girl with white hair and gray eyes stood right in his line of sight. Sakurai Saki didn't have X-ray vision. He couldn't see the blackboard. But he listened to the teacher's lecture and guessed what was being written, still managing to take fairly accurate notes. The ghost girl poked at Sakurai Saki's face, her fingers passing right through. Sakurai scratched his head naturally, then propped his left cheek up with his hand and subtly adjusted his posture. Next, he saw the old man ghost sitting on the English teacher's shoulder. Kinda gos. My name's Yakumo Shiro. What's your name? The ghost girl with white hair and gray eyes kept pestering him. Oh, Sakurai Saki didn't want to get involved in anything weird with a ghost he could only see for a single day. You accepted my love letter, so that means you want to date me, right? Sakurai Saki, is it too late to regret now? As someone popular enough to receive love letters almost every week, Sakurai Saki had never imagined he'd one day get one from a ghost. I'm really smart. I can help you cheat on tests. Hey, what are you even saying? I'm ranked 3rd in the entire Shuchiin High, and you think I need your help? Sakurai-kun, which answer do you choose for this one? The teacher asked. See. Sakurai Saki stood up and replied. Sakurai? That's such a nice name. I really like cherry blossoms, Yakumo, Shiro mumbled to herself. Because the day I became a ghost was when the cherry blossoms were in full bloom. Oh, right, I died by falling off the rooftop and got smashed into pieces. The students walking underneath were scared out of their minds. The ghost girl cheerfully explained, so calmly talking about such a tragic story. This ghost. Having just resolved not to be soft-hearted anymore, Sakurai Saki chose to pretend he was deaf. Talking to her now would be even weirder, wouldn't it? They were in the middle of class, after all. Sakurai Saki didn't want his image as the student council's friendly general affairs officer to be reduced to some lunatic who talks to himself. Pretending not to see me is useless, Sakurai-kun. That love letter only you could activate it. Yakumo Shiro hovered in front of Sakurai Saki, facing him. So, do you want to accept my confession? Not even a little. Maybe he could try giving the letter to someone else later. That guy Shigami could accept the 2D waifu. So a ghost wife might not be out of the question. This ghost was even cuter than expected. At least she wasn't Cthulhu style. And not horror movie creepy either, more like 2D anime style cute. Yakumo-san, you're standing way too close now. You're blocking my view of the board. Chapter 38. Chaos attracts chaos. During the lunch break, Sakurai Saki headed to the student council room. Floating in the air before him was a snow-white ghost girl. Long white hair, long curled lashes, a cute face, and skin so pale it looked a bit unhealthy. A gentle smile was currently blooming on her face. Let's eat lunch. Yakumo Shiro raised her hand and shouted energetically. Sakurai Saki opened the door to find Shirogane Miyuki sitting on the sofa. Sakurai, you're right on time. I thought you'd already gone to the cafeteria, Shirogane Miyuki said, holding up his bento for Sakurai to see. This was something they had agreed upon yesterday. In other words, today Shirogane Miyuki would help Sakurai prepare lunch. As a result, Shirogane Miyuki had gotten up very early this morning, but since he had stayed up late the night before, he now looked rather terrifying. His fierce eyes had gone from the level of demon straight to dragon. Sakurai, is there something next to you? Shirogane Miyuki felt like there was a faint, translucent figure beside Sakurai Saki. Probably a ghost or something. Sakurai Saki closed the door to the student council room. They say when people are on the edge between life and death, they can see things that normally aren't visible. Just what did this Shirogane guy get up to after going home yesterday? Maybe it's because I stayed up too late? Shirogane Miyuki said with a laugh. Clearly, he didn't believe a word Sakurai Saki had said. In Sakurai Saki's view, black and white mist was swirling above Shirogane Miyuki's head, and on his back was a ghost wearing a checkered shirt, with a gaunt face, crawling along. The two of them were practically clinging to each other now. That ghost on his back. Why was the ghost on Shiragane's back a programmer? Was it a good spirit or an evil spirit? Was Shiragane really destined to one day die of overwork, just like that? Sakurai Saki tilted his head and looked at the spirit clinging to his own back. A white-haired, gray-eyed Bishujo. Nice. Shiragane Miyuki noticed Sakurai approaching him with a strange look and sat down across from him. He handed the bento to Sakurai and asked curiously, Sakurai, are you in a bad mood today? Actually, I awakened a superpower today. I can see ghosts now, Sakurai Saki said truthfully. Shiragane Miyuki laughed at that. You sure like to joke. Ghosts? There's no way they exist. Just as he finished speaking, the door to the student council room was pushed open again. Fujiwara Chika entered, glancing around the room. A ghost? UHHH. Where is it? Fujiwara Chika had nerves of steel. Naturally, she wasn't afraid of ghosts. At this moment, she was absolutely brimming with curiosity. Spiritual stuff. Super interesting. Want me to check out your guardian spirit? Sakurai Saki said while opening his bento. A quick glance showed that most of the dishes inside were foods he liked. Not surprising, considering he had picked out the vegetables himself yesterday. A guardian spirit? Like a stando power. You can do that. Fujiwara Chika sat down beside Sakurai Saki while speaking, sneaking a look at his bento and then at Shiragane Miyuki's. Today, Sakurai-kun and President Shiragane are eating the same bento. She knew the two were pretty close, but weren't they too close? Normal male friends didn't usually make bentos for each other, right? In Japan, making a bento for someone was considered extremely intimate, usually something couples did. I asked Shiragane to bring it for me. I was too lazy to cook, Sakurai Saki said, picking up a bite of rice and putting it in his mouth. He chewed gently. The rice was sprinkled with seaweed and sesame seeds. Even plain rice like this was already delicious. After finishing a bite, he reached for a little octopus sausage and was just about to take a bite. The ghost girl in front of him suddenly leaned in close, gulping down the octopus sausage in his hand. Sakurai Saki could see a wisp of light smoke rise from the sausage. The distance between them was now only a few centimeters. Their lips were practically about to touch. Yakumo Shiro blushed and murmured, Sakurai-kun, I'm so hungry, Sarai. Saki quietly swallowed the octopus sausage. The sausage, having been eaten by a ghost, had noticeably lost its flavor. Fujiwara Chika glanced at Shiragane Miyuki, then at Sakurai Saki, her small brain kicking into full gear. After coming up with a bold idea, she covered her nose with her hand. This was kind of stimulating. Once she calmed down a bit, Fujiwara Chika pulled out her own bento. After all, she had come here to eat. Sakurai-kun, what's my guardian spirit like? Hearing that, Sakurai Saki's expression shifted slightly. This topic, maybe it's better to just skip it? He looked up again and stared seriously at the top of Fujiwara Chika's head. There, a strange creature was twisting and writhing, constantly letting out guttural howls. Its entire body was covered in inky black tentacles, resembling a squashed-up octopus. What kind of Lovecraftian spirit is this? This is legit terrifying. Do chaotic beings attract each other or something? Was Chika and this thing the descendant of Azathoth or what? Sakurai Saki had to admit he was a little scared. Even if he was an Esper, running into the offspring of an outer god was a bit much, wasn't it? It's a very cute octopus, Sakurai Saki said with a forced smile. What color is it? Fujiwara Chika pressed on. Sakurai Saki took another look. What even was that color? Vivid black? Pink. All girls like pink. And Fujiwara Chika was no exception. Sakurai-kun's lying again, but seriously, why are you two suddenly talking about ghosts? Is this a courage test or something? But it's not even summer yet. Fujiwara Chika figured these kinds of things were only fun during summer vacation. Meanwhile, hello, Octopus-san. The white-haired ghost girl reached out her hand to shake hands with the Lovecraftian creature, who very politely extended a tentacle in return. What the hell is this? Sakurai Saki had been an Esper for years, but this was the first time he'd ever seen anything like this. A courage test. Huh. Ghosts and stuff are just human imagination, said Shirogane Miyuki, who had never had any experience with such things. To be honest, he found none of it interesting at all. He believed there were no supernatural beings in the world, ghosts, spirits, demons. All nonsense. Secretary Fujiwara, as humans, we should believe in science. Shirogane Miyuki was an atheist. That said, he was completely obsessed with the fortune-telling segments on TV. The daily horoscope often dictated his mood. If his fortune was bad, Shirogane Miyuki would feel gloomy. If it was good, he'd be productive and upbeat. Sakurai Saki ignored the ghost girl and the tentacle monster having a chat beside him and cut in. It's spring right now. School just started a week ago. Summer break is still a long way off. Just as Shirogane Miyuki finished his speech about science, the ghostly programmer on his back let out a groan like a zombie. Faced with that scene, Sakurai Saki chose to ignore it. After all, ghosts were supposed to not exist. And from that logic, espers and aliens didn't exist either. Fujiwara Chika huffed at the two of them, deciding to drop the ghost topic altogether. She glanced at Sakurai Saki's bento, poked his arm, and with big round eyes full of innocent sparkle, opened her mouth and said, "Sakurai-kyun Sakurai." Saki stared back at her with a blank expression. "Secretary Fujiwara, there's no telepathic bond between us. To say my name won't make me understand you. I want the tempura, right?" Before she could finish her sentence, Sakurai Saki stuffed a piece of tempura into her mouth. Fujiwara puppy Chika-chan happily nodded her head. Chewing, she mumbled unclearly. You guessed right, Shirogane Miyuki, sitting across from them, had clear envy written all over his face. If only he and Sakurai could be in sync like that too. Just imagining it made him feel so cool. Shirogane Miyuki, this man, was in some ways very childish. Eye contact communication. That's so cool. Chapter 39. Shinomiya Kagaya wants to refuse. The three of them had been eating lunch for a while. The student council room door opened once again. Shinomiya Kagaya entered, carrying the aura of a monarch patrolling her territory, her eyes sweeping around the room. She had already had lunch in her classroom just earlier. Shirogane Miyuki glanced at her and noticed that today she was different from yesterday. It wasn't that she had changed her hair clip or anything. She always looked like this, with her long, smooth hair flowing like a waterfall, not adorned with any accessory. Her gaze had admittedly become a little less cold recently, but her way of thinking was still the Shinomiya way, that is, whatever can be exploited must be exploited, and personal feelings should never interfere with how matters are handled. Shirogane Miyuki noticed that there was something in Kagaya's hand. A love letter? Shirogane Miyuki put a piece of beef in his mouth. He had eaten too much grilled meat yesterday, so now the surprise had worn off, even though he rarely ate that dish before. You guys, I have something to ask. Shinomiya Kagaya furrowed her brows, then sat down next to Shirogane Miyuki. Fujiwara Chika looked at her curiously. Kagaya-san, what's going on? If someone confesses to you, how would you handle it? Why do I get love letters from these people every single day? Or is it because I greet them regularly and they misunderstood? Shinomiya Kagaya received love letters every week. In the past, she would throw them straight into the trash, because the guys who confessed to her basically had no exploitative value whatsoever. To Kagaya, anything without exploitative value should be thrown in the trash. Spending even one more minute thinking about them would just be wasting her life. But these guys kept charging at her like garbage, which annoyed Kagaya, and she wanted to find a way to deal with it. Sakurai Saki said nothing and kept eating. Within his field of vision appeared a few things that weren't very pleasant. He looked up slightly at the shadow behind Shinomiya Kagaya. A black leather whip. Is she a slave master? What kind of hell joke is this? Sakurai-kun, can I have another one? The ghost girl floating in front of Sakurai pointed at the bento box and spoke up. Sakurai Saki picked up a piece of tamagoyaki, and Yakumo Shiro immediately took a bite. Then Sakurai put the now flavorless tamagoyaki into his mouth. After finishing that, Sakurai glanced at Fujiwara Chika. Why he was there, this weird sense of guilt. Kagaya-san, can I see it? The love letter. Fujiwara Chika immediately got excited as soon as the topic of romance came up. To love Detective Chika-chan, there's nothing more exciting than cases involving love, as long as it's not about her own feelings. She's eager for all of it. Kagaya handed her the letter. There's nothing worth looking at. I've hardly ever received a love letter. Fujiwara Chika said as she glanced at Sakurai Saki, hinting, if someone confessed to me, maybe I'd say yes. I mean, a guy who can muster up the courage to confess to me, I can't just casually trample on his feelings. After reading the love letter carefully, Fujiwara Chika's expression turned serious. This guy's handwriting is awful. If he confesses with handwriting like this, it'd be weird if a girl actually said yes. Also, he even spelled an English word wrong. Does he really like Kagaya-san? Of course he likes me. Shinomiya Kagaya felt the Secretary Fujiwara was doubting her charm. He handed her a love letter, didn't he? So how could he not like her? Not necessarily. Fujiwara Chika raised the envelope and studied it carefully for a while, probably just trying his luck. These lines can be found online, 100 match. While the two of them were talking, Shirogane Miyuki packed up his bento box. Glanced at his phone, it was almost the end of lunch break. Time to go. This love talk, just let the girls handle it. He glanced at Sakurai Saki, intending to say something, only to see Sakurai Saki pull a love letter out of his pocket. Shirogane Miyuki. What the hell? Why does it feel like I'm the only loser here? Shirogane Miyuki, because of his overly fierce eyes, had never received a love letter up to now. Fujiwara Chika, although she's an idiot, but she cute. On average, she received a few letters each month. Shinomiya Kagaya, though an icy lady, was beautiful. On average, she received 1 letter per week. Sakurai Saki, although he usually pouted like a small cat, disguised himself very well in front of outsiders, he was the type of guy who appeared bright and friendly. On average, he also received a love letter each week. Looking at it this way, it really does seem like I'm the only one nobody likes. Shirogane Miyuki held his face in his hands, looking full of despair. Speaking of love letters, I also received one today. I was planning to go after school, Sakurai Saki said suddenly. Fujiwara Chika was so shocked by this that she dropped the love letter in her hand onto the table, her face horrified. Sakurai-kun, are you going to accept the confession? Chika turned to look at him, pressing him for an answer. Sakurai Saki. Well, since it's a girl's heartfelt feelings, rejecting her outright wouldn't be very nice, right? No way. Fujiwara Chika instinctively shouted. She was just here to eat melons and enjoy the gossip, but now she was suddenly dragged into the mess. Fujiwara Chika was on the verge of tears. If Sakurai-kun really dated someone else, she would go eat ultra-spicy ramen every day for a whole month. Just imagining Sakurai Saki fooling around with another girl made Fujiwara Chika grit her teeth. Scenes had already started forming in her head. Sakurai-kun, play games with me. Okay? Sorry, Secretary Fujiwara. I'm going on a date with my girlfriend today. After that girlfriend, it would turn to her with a mocking glare. Era Fujiwara-san, you're still here? Planning to become the third wheel while I'm not looking? Okawai Koto, by the way. The role of girlfriend, it was dearly played by Shinomiya Kagaya. Just that alone was absolutely unacceptable. Fujiwara Chika couldn't bear it. Fujiwara-san, don't go throwing my stuff away so casually. Shinomiya Kagaya glared at her, then picked the letter back up. It's just a confession, right? Sakurai-san hasn't necessarily agreed yet. So what are you so afraid of? Don't tell me you like. Of course not. Fujiwara Chika played dumb, eyes darting around, and even started whistling, though in fact she didn't know how to whistle. When it came to playing dumb, Secretary Fujiwara truly was a genius beyond dispute. I wasn't even done talking. Secretary Fujiwara. Shinomiya Kagaya angrily opened her own love letter. The handwriting really was awful. Isn't there any way to stop these guys from having such delusional fantasies? Sakurai Saki felt that the boys at Shuchiin were probably all Even for a cold and sharp-tongued girl like Shinomiya Kagaya, there were still people who liked her. Or maybe they just wanted to find a sugar mommy. As for sugar, Sakurai Saki had that desire too, but he wanted to both keep his dignity and also become a successful sugar baby. After listening to their conversation, Shirogane Miyuki curiously asked, "Sakurai, do you really want to date someone?" Shirogane Miyuki had never thought this friend of his would be interested in romance. If the other person moves me, then going out with her isn't impossible. Kagaya's expression changed instantly upon hearing that, and she immediately pulled out her phone to send an email to Hayasaka AI. Fujiwara Chika felt the situation was starting to go south. She cautiously asked, "Sakurai-kun, could you tell us where the confession is going to take place?" Sakurai Saki calmly replied, "Behind the school grounds. That space between the main building and the club building." Sakurai didn't think much of it. If she got to go watch the fun, then fine. Especially since the target was a ghost girl. If it weren't for wanting to help her fulfill her wish of "I want to go out with a boy," Sakurai Saki honestly wouldn't have gone. Even if it was just for a day, Sakurai Saki still hoped that when he returned home, he'd be alone. He didn't want to bring a ghost back home with him. As long as Sakurai-kun agrees to date me, they'll pass on right away. Yagumo Shiro put her hands together reverently, floating in front of Sakurai, and even adorably winked at him. He could only hope she was telling the truth. Chapter 40. Good news. General Affairs. Sakurai has accepted the confession. Sakurai Saki knew Fujiwara Chika wasn't some kind of broadcast speaker, but he clearly forgot the existence known as Shinomiya Kagaya. While he was completely unaware, the news had already spread throughout the entirety of Shuchiin in just one afternoon. Breaking news. Breaking news. General Affairs. Sakurai has received his very first love letter. The confession will take place today after school. Hallway. Sakurai, when you get confessed to, hang in there. Even if you're going to reject her, don't be too harsh after all. You might end up classmates later. A male student patted Sakurai Saki on the shoulder. Sakurai Saki smiled and asked curiously, "Oh, Yudo? Even you know about it?" This guy was a member of the Kendo Club. Sakurai Saki truly couldn't understand how had news of this spread like wildfire in just one afternoon, barely over 3 hours. And yet it hadn't been distorted. Not a single weird rumor either. Yudo raised his eyebrows, clearly ready for gossip. "Of course I know. Got it from a confidential intel network. Anyway, who's the girl confessing to you? Can you tell me? Was it Fujiwara Chika or Hayasaka AI?" Yudo was extremely interested in this. He felt like a shareholder who had invested in stocks, now playing the school's love stock market. For the record, he was a member of the Hayasaka faction, aka the Hayasaka AI Sakurai Saki ship. Even though their love story had nothing to do with him, they were in the same class last year and had been following the drama for a while, so he was really curious. She didn't leave a name, so "I don't know either," Sakurai Saki said, half truth, half lie. There really wasn't a name written, but of course he knew who it was. The person in question was literally floating right in front of him. If I pass on without ever falling in love, isn't that the same as never existing at all? The ghost girl muttered. When I died, someone pushed me off the rooftop. She said I stole the guy she liked, so I got curious about love after that. A love triangle? Just hearing that gave him a headache. But I really wasn't into him at all. We were just classmates who talk sometimes. I treat everyone the same, Yagumo Shiro said helplessly. At the same time, Yudo gave Sakurai another pat on the shoulder. Good luck. Sakurai Saki was a bit confused, but still responded, "Yeah, I'll do my best." Wait a second. Yagumo Shiro was pushed off the rooftop. He had thought she committed suicide. To Sakurai, girls who were gentle to everyone were genuinely terrifying. They were the kind of people who made it impossible to gauge personal boundaries. And then you add in the 3 great illusions of life. No way the guys wouldn't get the wrong idea. 10 minutes later, behind the school building, all the classroom curtains were drawn tightly shut, with students crowding to peek through every gap to see what was going on below. These people were so desperate for drama, they didn't even care about club activities anymore. The Nakano 4 sisters were among them too. in the small forest behind the school. Fuivarotiko vor a detective hot sunglasses and a white mask. She looked exactly like some kind of creepy stalker. She hid in a far corner, binoculars in hand, spying on Sakurai Saki, who stood in the middle of the path holding a letter. On the rooftop of the classroom building, Hayasaka AI was also looking down quietly. Next to her, Shinomiya Kagaya wore an uncharacteristically excited expression. Time slowly ticked by, and the crowd's anticipation grew stronger and stronger. Just who was the one confessing? In a world they couldn't see, Sakurai Saki stared at the hundreds of ghosts gathering before him, his face clearly reading, "I want to die. What the hell is this?" Not only was he being watched by hundreds of Shuchiin students during the confession, he also had to let hundreds of ghosts witness it at the same time. Hurry the fuck up already. Hey, what kind of slow-ass confession is this? Shouted a ghost with spiky hair like a pineapple, looking like some delinquent. Youth is so wonderful, sighed a middle-aged uncle ghost, seemingly nostalgic for his younger days. Reminds me of the ex-girlfriend who dumped me over 20 times. Dumped over 20 times and still clinging on? That's peak dog liquor, a legendary simp. Sakurai Saki was speechless. He glanced at the cute girl in front of him with white hair and ash-gray eyes, signaling with his eyes for her to hurry up. Yagumo Shiro was flustered and couldn't get the words out. Since she had never liked anyone before, this was her first time confessing. Sakurai-kun. She had barely spoken one line before freezing up. All the floating ghosts above were staring at her, with eyes full of encouragement. After a few minutes passed, Sakurai Saki finally heard her confession. Of course, only he and the ghosts could hear it. The Shuchiin students couldn't hear anything, so people began to find it strange. Clearly it had been quite a while already. Why hadn't anyone confessed yet? Could it be that General Affairs Sakurai got stood up? If so, that's just too damn tragic. Who the hell was the girl that pulled this shit? That's seriously messed up. All the Shuchiin girls looked at Sakurai Saki with eyes full of pity. They simultaneously gave him looks soaked in a kind of mother love. Even Shinomiya Kagaya went quiet. She's really not coming? She sounded genuinely surprised. Sure, the crowd was a bit much, but was it really that scary? Who the hell is it? Seriously? Hayasaka AI frowned as well. She had tried investigating this afternoon, but couldn't find a single clue. If this was some cruel prank, it was definitely crossing the line. Elsewhere, hidden in the bushes, Fujiwara Chika also felt like something was off. Meanwhile, the central figure of today's storm, Sakurai Saki, had just heard the ghost girl's confession. "I like you, Sakurai-kun. Please go out with me." Sakurai Saki nodded. He softly replied to the ghost girl, "All right, that should be enough for her to pass on, right?" Suddenly, the sound of windows opening rang out by his ears. Sakurai Saki looked up. Inside the school building, windows all across the floors were suddenly thrown open. "Sakurai-senpai, I really like you. So, even if no one showed up, it's okay. I'm willing to be your girlfriend." A junior girl shouted at the top of her lungs. Did I just get consoled? Sakurai Saki stood there dazed, a huge question mark on his face. And then it hit him. No one had seen the confession happen. To the other students, it looked like he was just some poor guy who got stood up. Immediately after that junior girl's shout, others followed. "Sakurai-san, I like you too." "Me too." "Sakurai-kun, don't be sad, okay." One confession after another echoed out, leaving Sakurai Saki frozen in place. No, stop it. This weird-ass turn of events. Something about this was seriously off. Right in front of him, Yagumo Shiro, who had just confessed, tilted her head, her expression now terrifying, a pitch-black aura radiating from her entire body. The situation was spiraling out of control. "Senpai Sakurai, I like you. Be my boyfriend." "Senpai Sakurai, me. Sakurai-kun, I want you too. We're all your girlfriends. So, don't be sad, Sakurai-san." And then came a flood of supporting voices that wouldn't stop. Just like that. In the second week after the school year began, Sakurai Saki officially became the boyfriend of every girl in the school, and a few boys want some nuts. Truly something worth celebrating. Today's outcome: Sakurai Saki wins. Acquired several hundred girlfriends. In the bushes, Fujiwara Chika's eyes were brimming with tears. She mumbled, "How the hell did it end up like this?" Chapter 41. The drowning one forced to become the public boyfriend of the entire academy's female student body for some incomprehensible reason. At the moment, Sakurai Saki was still bewildered. He slowly wheeled his bicycle out the school gate, still not having recovered. Even though he was an esper with supernatural powers, Sakurai Saki had extremely little romantic experience. Or to put it plainly, he was ridiculously pure. Just a bit of teasing from a girl was enough to make him blush and send his heart pounding. Outwardly, it might not have shown, but internally he was a complete mess. Sakurai, be baka. The reason Sakurai Saki often took the initiative to strike first was simply because his defense stat was pathetically low. Last time, when Fujiwara Chika counterattacked, he nearly couldn't recover. "I already told you I like you. You idiot Sakurai-kun." The ghost girl clinging to Sakurai Saki's ear mumbled while rubbing her cheek against him. Why hasn't she passed on yet? Sakurai Saki wondered. He intended to be clear. "Just so you know, I can only see you for one day. Even if I agree to date you, it's just for today. Besides, a ghost girlfriend you can't even touch. Seriously, what guy would be okay with that? I can touch you now, though," Yakumo Shiro said as she gently blew into Sakurai Saki's ear. Hot, freezing cold. Sakurai Saki was flustered from her teasing. "So even if Sakurai-kun pins me down and gets all handsy, it's totally fine." The girl continued to spout lines dripping with hardcore masochist vibes. "Gets all handsy. Are you serious?" Even if he could touch her, wasn't this basically getting excited over nothing? Because even if he pinned her to a wall... Stop. Sakurai Saki, are you seriously considering that possibility? She's a ghost. Even if she has white hair and looks super cute, she's still a ghost. Is interacting with a ghost illegal? Seems like there's no law against it. Sakurai Saki suddenly realized he might be losing control a bit. Because he couldn't deactivate his supernatural power today, his desire was becoming hard to restrain. If Sakurai Saki's desire were measured on a 100 scale, right now he was only 30 points away from turning into a slave of lust. Once he lost control, he'd either charge into a Yakuza hideout at midnight wielding a knife, or go looking for some prostitutes with no other alternatives. Because he had channeled all of his desire into two categories: sexual urges and destructive impulse. This kind of setup only exists in our 18 stories. But even if he lost control, Sakurai Saki didn't want to give a ghost his first kiss. That would be too humiliating. I'm also pretty inexperienced, so Sakurai-kun really hit the jackpot. Yakumo Shiro spun in a circle in front of Sakurai Saki. The short school uniform skirt she wore swayed lightly with her spin. Sakurai Saki caught a glimpse of panties with an adorable bear pattern. "Stop objectifying women so casually," Sakurai Saki scolded. With that, he got on his bike and rode off. Just earlier, something happened that left Sakurai Saki speechless. He ran into the Nakano quintuplets right in front of the school building. And then, they comforted him. That's right, they comforted him. Based on what exactly? Sakurai Saki had originally planned to try tutoring again today, but now he was mad all over again. He'll go when I'm done being pissed off. After buying some food, Sakurai Saki returned to the front of his house. "This is Sakurai-kun's home?" The ghost girl reached out and touched the door of the apartment. Ghosts can't enter a house without the owner's permission. That was something Yakumo Shiro and Sakurai Saki had just been chatting about earlier. Not even guardian spirits are allowed in? Yakumo Shiro asked curiously. Guardian spirits? You mean that thing behind everyone's back? That's not a guardian spirit. That's just a soul resonance. That's why they gather together. Ghosts can absorb soul energy that leaks from humans, which lets them stay in the human world longer. Sakurai Saki used facial recognition to unlock the apartment door. Are there really ghosts who don't want to pass on? He always thought ghosts were beings that wanted to move on, but couldn't. But according to what the girl just said, what the hell is that outer god living on top of Fujiwara Chika's head? Was that tentacled thing really a ghost? Ghosts don't disappear immediately even if they refuse reincarnation, so a lot of them just choose to lie low. Many people who were exploited while alive choose to rest after death. Besides, ghosts can't harm humans, so it's fine. Yakumo Shiro patiently explained. Why did that sound strangely tragic? Only after death could one finally get some peace from the hands of the capitalists. Normal office worker. There was a noise at the door. Nakano Nino, who had been lying limp on the floor all day, suddenly sprang up and ran to the entrance. Sakurai Saki pushed the door open and saw her. He asked, "Why are you still here?" "Welcome home," Nakano Nino greeted joyfully, her face filled with happiness. She could still greet him? Seeing her beaming expression, Sakurai Saki frowned. Was this person really still not getting the situation? "Didn't I tell you to go home?" Sakurai Saki said, annoyed. He had clearly told her this morning to go back already. Why couldn't this girl just listen? Hearing that, Nakano Nino's body trembled slightly, and she didn't dare speak. Seeing her remain silent, Sakurai Saki shoved her aside and bent down to change his shoes. "Don't tell me you've got nowhere to go." That excuse was enough the first time. That push sent Nino staggering, nearly falling over. But she didn't dare say much. Don't kick me out. I'm begging you." Hearing the choked-up tremble in her voice only made Sakurai Saki more irritated. What is this girl made of, water or something? Always crying. At the moment, Sakurai Saki was struggling to control his desires, which was also making his temper worse. If it were any other time, he'd probably be a bit gentler. "Stop crying," Sakurai Saki ordered. Nakano Nino tried to hold back the tears that were about to fall. She leaned against the wall next to the entrance, head lowered. Sakurai Saki sighed inwardly, carrying the groceries into the living room. After checking that nothing had gone missing, he began to trust Nino a little more. At the very least, she wasn't a thief. He took off his uniform and placed his school bag on the shelf, glancing at the bread on the dining table. "You haven't had lunch?" he asked Nakano Nino, who was following behind like a pitiful wife being neglected by an abusive husband. "Nino." Nakano Nino didn't explain that she couldn't touch objects by herself. If he found out, he'd definitely be afraid. Nino didn't want to be kicked out. That line of thinking was understandable, because to Nakano Nino, Sakurai Saki was the only one who could see her. In this situation, if even Sakurai Saki stopped caring about her, she'd be no different from someone already dead. And the experience of death, Nino had already gone through it just yesterday. Precisely because she was terrified, being unseen, feeling like the world had discarded you. That feeling was even scarier than jumping off the school rooftop. "We'll go make some rice first. If you're hungry, eat some bread to tide yourself over," Sakurai Saki said, then carried the groceries into the kitchen. His sudden gentleness made Nakano Nino's heart race. "What's going on? He was just yelling at me a second ago." Chapter 42. Stockholm. It took a bit of time to finish cooking. Sakurai Saki divided the rice into portions and placed the dishes on the table. He didn't forget the ghost girl who had followed him into the kitchen. "Dinner time. Yay!" Yakumo Shiro spun in the air, happily raising both hands and clapping. Now that he thought about it, what do ghosts usually eat? Incense? Did tasting food serve only to satisfy their lingering desires for flavor? Or was it that if they weren't offered anything by their family, ghosts would starve until they faded away? Would it make them hungry ghosts? At the dining table, Sakurai Saki watched Yakumo Shiro and realized she was very picky. She hated bell peppers, disliked carrots, but seemed delighted eating pickled vegetables. Tonight's meal was pretty greasy, so the pickled daikon was there to help balance things out. Nakano Nino glanced at the pickles with a displeased expression, then pushed them away. After doing that, she cheerfully picked up a tempura shrimp and popped it into her mouth. A few seconds later, Nino broke into a smile of pure bliss. "Delicious." Sakurai Saki picked up a piece of vegetable and waited for the ghost girl to finish eating before swallowing his own bite. "How bad is your nearsightedness? They'll go buy contact lenses for you tomorrow." Sakurai Saki thought it wasn't a good idea to to let her stay blind like this. Yesterday, when he picked her up, he had seen several injuries on her body. They looked like self-inflicted wounds, but could have also been from falling. No need. Someone like me isn't worth your concern. Nakano Nino lifted her head and said anxiously. She didn't dare let him sacrifice anything more for her. Nakano Nino had never imagined she'd ever have to lower herself like this in front of a complete stranger. But remembering the things he said to her yesterday made her heart beat faster. Sharp tongue, soft heart. Maybe that's the type of person he is? Thinking this, Nino's cheeks flushed a little. Sakurai Saki noticed and felt more certain that something wasn't quite right with her mentally. Or rather, from the moment they met yesterday, her mental state had been unstable. Someone who's seen darkness, when they finally glimpse a ray of light, will pour everything they have into that faint glimmer. That's why no matter how much he yelled at her or tried to kick her out, she never talked back. She even began to belittle and devalue herself. Even Aizen couldn't manipulate someone's mind this fast. It's only been a single day. Sakurai Saki suddenly started wondering just what exactly this girl had gone through yesterday. This situation reminded him of a psychological term, Stockholm Syndrome, a psychological phenomenon where victims develop emotional bonds with their abuser, even going so far as to protect or justify them. Though the current scenario was a bit different from classic Stockholm Syndrome. After all, it's not like he had been mistreating or kidnapped her. To Sakurai Saki, using supernatural powers always came with a strict rule. Never use them to harm innocent people. Even if someone cursed at him, so long as they admitted their mistakes afterward, he might be willing to forgive them after a small retaliation. But that rule only applied if the other party hadn't made the first move. If someone did try to harm Sakurai Saki, if they had any intent to hurt him, he wouldn't hesitate to crush them using his powers. Last week, during a fight with some thugs, Sakurai Saki had followed that exact principle. When they provoked him, he didn't use his powers. He simply taught them a small lesson, then generously let it go. Sakurai Saki thought of himself as maybe just a little tiny bit petty, but probably not too bad. It's just contact lenses, no trouble at all. There's an optical store on the way home, Sakurai Saki thought out loud and said. Hearing that, Nakano Nino's heart warmed again. Then she told him her prescription. Sakurai Saki found it a bit strange. With that level of nearsightedness, it wasn't like she couldn't see anything, at least it wasn't that serious. Could she be pretending? The reason for his suspicion was that Sakurai Saki noticed she always avoided making eye contact with him. Was his face really that handsome? So much that she didn't even dare to look. Sakurai sighed. Next to him, there'd a lot of black energy coming off her. Inoue Kumoshiro said, her eyes glowing with an eerie blue light. At the same time, the love letter in Sakurai Saki's pocket emitted a faint glow. Yakumo Shiro's ability to now touch Sakurai Saki and even share vision with him was all thanks to the fact that he had accepted her confession. As for the exact reason why, that was her little secret, not something to be casually revealed here. Sakurai Saki focused and looked above Nakano Nino's head. From there, thin trails of black smoke continuously rose upward. Only people close to death look like that. Right now, she's barely holding on to her connection with the real world. After saying this, Yakumo Shiro thought for a moment before concluding, Sakura-kun, if you kick her out now, she'll die really soon. Sakurai Saki didn't seem too concerned by that. A different image popped into his mind, the one he saw earlier of Shirogane Miyuki's head. That strange mix of black and white energy coming off him, what the hell was that? All right, Sakura-kun, that student council president guy you were talking to at lunch, he's super strong, Yakumo Shiro said with a tone full of admiration. He constantly hovers between life and death. So his fate is extremely tough, not easy to kill at all. That was kind of funny. A kind of funny that was soaked in tragedy. After finishing dinner, Sakurai Saki began clearing the table. Nakano Nino noticed and quickly offered to help. I'll do it, Sakurai Saki understood. She was trying to find some kind of value in her existence. Someone who no longer felt they had a reason to exist would eventually want to die. Even if Sakurai Saki didn't particularly care whether she lived or died. He still hoped that when she did die, she wouldn't carry any thoughts about him with her. He couldn't help but watch her silhouette as she moved busily around the kitchen. She was still wearing the clothes he had given her yesterday, an oversized shirt and shorts that only reached her knees, a curvy body, and yet, just washing dishes seemed to make her that happy as if she had never touched a kitchen before in her life. Sakurai Saki recalled the school uniform she was wearing yesterday looked like it was from Shuchiin Academy. If that's the case, she probably came from a wealthy family. But with an Oju-sama like that, if she went missing, her family would have already launched a search by now. Don't tell me. She really doesn't have a home? Maybe her parents had died or divorced, and there were no other relatives left. Working part-time while studying, doing her best to get into Shuchiin on a scholarship. Why does this sound so familiar? After thinking for a few seconds, Sakurai Saki silently apologized to Shirogane Miyuki. But that possibility was almost impossible, because Sakurai Saki pretty much remembered all the notable people in the school. If she really was one of those struggling scholarship kids in the Mixed Institute of Shuchiin, there's no way he wouldn't know. Nakano Nino finished washing the dishes, and when she came back, she found Sakurai Saki staring at her. She hesitated to speak, a little nervous. Did I wash them wrong? Or did I use too much water? Was he about to kick her out? Sully. The apology left Sakurai Saki confused. It's fine. Hearing that, Nakano Nino let out a breath of relief. As long as she wasn't getting scolded, it was all good. Chapter 43. Kagaya-sama wants to help her maid flirt with a guy after dinner. Sakurai Saki, along with Gabriel and Ishigami-yu, started playing games. AI-chan usually didn't get online until around 8 or 9 at night. Lately, there were even days she couldn't log in at all. As soon as they logged in, the three of them formed a party and turned on voice chat. Ishigami-yu's voice came through the headset. Yo. Sakurai-senpai, can you hear me? I can hear you. Sakurai Saki pressed the party button. Aki, why didn't you ask if I could hear you? Gabriel suddenly chimed in. Because even if I don't ask, you'd speak up on your own anyway. Sakurai Saki replied Gabriel. The three of them entered the character selection screen. Sakurai-senpai, what are you planning to play? Ishigami-yu was getting ready to play support. In other words, to be the meat shield for the team. He'll play Bloodhound, you pick Wraith, and Gabchan will take Healer. She's the newbie. Sakurai Saki assigned the roles. Gabriel didn't object either. You're the one who dragged me here, Aki. I was farming a dungeon. Ishigami-yu let out a quiet omo. But in his mind, he was wondering, who is this girl? Did Sakurai-senpai get stood up today, so he found someone to game with to cheer himself up? Is Hayasaka-senpai no longer the first choice? Thinking that, Ishigami-yu let out a breath of relief. His skills were far below those of Hayasaka AI and Sakurai Saki, so he usually played support, doing tasks like scouting and locating enemies. Today, though, he was still supporting Sakurai Saki with scouting. At least there was someone even more noob than him. After finishing that thought, Ishigami-yu debated whether he should greet this unfamiliar girl online. No, forget it. It's just one session anyway. Head, just call her by her in-game name later. Ishigami-yu was the introverted type. His first instinct when dealing with strangers was to minimize contact. Unfamiliar classmates? No good. Unknown girls online? Definitely not. Girls who are sweet to everyone? Absolutely not. As long as he didn't interact with others, there'd be no misunderstandings and no tragedies would occur. While the three of them were gaming at the Shinomiya Mansion in the Tokyo Bay District, Hayasaka AI was grinding her teeth as she walked through the hallway, brimming with fury. She wasn't in the mood to chat with Kagaya anymore. Flirt, flirt, flirt. Every day, it's flirting. Does Kagaya-sama have no hobbies besides venting her feelings? I'm your personal maid, not your toy. Even if we're as close as sisters, you still can't interfere with my attempts at flirting with guys. And wasn't it your suggestion in the first place? Hayasaka took a deep breath, forcing down her anger. With a blank expression, she pushed open the door. Hayasaka, our plan went really smoothly today. Shinomiya Kagaya had just finished speaking when she saw the dark lines on Hayasaka's face. What's wrong? You seriously have a nerve to ask me that? Hayasaka AI thought back to what happened that afternoon and felt a headache coming on. That sidewalk rumor had been spread by Shinomiya Kagaya herself. According to her plan, as long as Sakurai Saki was surrounded by onlookers, anyone who came to confess to him would back off out of common sense. The outcome was exactly as she had predicted, almost down to the last detail. But there was one huge problem. After going through that, would Sakurai Saki ever accept a love letter again? Had worked up the courage to face someone's feelings, only to end up humiliated like that. If it left him with PTSD and made him afraid of love itself, that wasn't out of the question. Sakurai Kagaya-sama. Right now, Sakurai is basically the boyfriend of every girl in school. Hayasaka AI spoke with a smile that wasn't really a smile. This is all your fault. Kaguya-sama. From what Hayasaka AI understood about Sakurai Saki, there was no way he would accept that kind of confession. Because with someone as amazing as herself, Hayasaka AI by his side, and even then he hadn't clearly expressed any romantic intention toward her. How could he possibly be interested in some wild grass that just popped up out of nowhere? No chance. This wasn't narcissism on Hayasaka A's part. She was simply stating the truth. Now, thanks to Shinomiya Kagaya's interference, Sakurai Saki had suddenly gained the traumatic experience of being watched by the entire school as he got stood up, and on top of that, was saddled with a bunch of backup girlfriends. Hayasaka, what exactly are you worried about? Shinomiya Kagaya looked a little puzzled. Those girls. Anyone could tell they were just joking. There's no way any of them actually believed they were in a relationship with Sakurai. You're worried Sakurai-san will go from Sakurai of one person to Sakurai of everyone. And from there, give up on love? Is that what you're worried about? Hayasaka? Shinomiya Kagaya guessed. Give up on love? Hayasaka, I didn't care about that at all. She firmly believed Sakurai Saki would be the one to confess to her first. It was just a matter of time. It's fine. After a while, everyone will forget about it. Ayazaka, I stayed silent. Kaguya-sama, do you really not get it? Or are you just pretending not to understand? That Sakurai Saki guy, at school, he totally fits the image of a warm and gentle boy. The number of female fans he has is absolutely terrifying. For a moment, Hayasaka AI didn't even dare continue the thought. She started to worry what if, after she actually managed to win Sakurai Saki over, some crazed fangirl sent a kitchen knife to her mailbox? Mysterious fangirl cough, pink hair cough. The girls at Shuchiin were all daughters of tycoons. And she, just a tiny little maid, Chan. There was no way she could bear that burden. Especially after this whole commotion, his popularity would definitely shoot up another level. At that point, becoming Shuchiin's idol would be a piece of cake. If he just raised a hand and shouted, the entire nation of Japan would tremble 3 times. Sakurai. Fujiru. Kiaya. Hayasaka. You really are the jealous type. Just because Sakurai-san treats you a bit differently than others, you think he likes you? Let me be blunt, you still have a long way to go if you want to win him over. Shinomiya Kagaya teased. Given the current situation, if you were to come and ask for my help, I wouldn't necessarily refuse to humble myself and assist you. Lately, in order to help her maid flirt Sakurai, Shinomiya Kagaya had been obsessively reading psychology books. She was confident she could help Hayasaka AI conquer Sakurai Saki. Even though she had never dated anyone herself and was a textbook theorist, that didn't matter. Everyone starts from zero, after all. Hearing that, Hayasaka AI clenched her fists tightly. If he doesn't like me, do you think he likes you? Wasn't it you who argued with him every single day last year? And every time you came back, you made me go and get revenge on your behalf. Clearly, you just couldn't win the argument. Hayasaka AI recalled Sakurai Saki's way of arguing. His verbal skills were brutally sharp. He always hit right at people's weaknesses. Kagaya-sama, do you think I can't win him over? Hayasaka AI asked, slightly irritated. She felt like Kagaya was just spouting theory without any practical understanding. Without my help, it'd be really tough. Shinomiya Kagaya hugged a book on her bed to her chest. Lately, she'd been reading the book Tips for Flirting with Boys 101 every night before bed. Then why don't you try flirting with him yourself? Talking like Sakurai's easy to fall in love with or something. Ayazaka oiznept. Kagaya-sama, you really have no idea just how much of a headache that guy is. Fine, I will. Shinomiya Kagaya was also provoked by Hayasaka-A's words. I'll win him over, and then flaunt our affection like crazy right in front of you. Yes, I'll flaunt it like crazy in front of Secretary Fujiwara too. Kagaya-sama, what's in front of you is hell itself. Hayasaka-A's face remained expressionless. He was a boy as wildly unpredictable and chaotic as Fujiwara Chika herself. Chapter 44. Shirogane Miyuki wants to be loved. On Thursday morning, a light drizzle began to fall. Sakurai Saki's vision had finally returned to normal. The ghosts that had once obstructed his sight were gone. And with nothing impeding his view, his mood was quite good. In fact, his love for rainy days, something he had always enjoyed, only deepened. Rainy days were wonderful. You could sit alone in an empty room and listen to the sound of the rain falling, the patter of raindrops hitting the ground, creating a crisp, soothing rhythm that brought a sense of peace and serenity. That white-haired JK ghost girl was probably still lingering nearby, but since Sakurai couldn't see her, he didn't bother worrying about it. He opened his umbrella. The scene before him appeared slightly blurry. By the school gate, trees along the roadside continued to drip water. It was a rainy day after all. Even the strictest members of the disciplinary committee would probably be a little lazy today, right? That's what Sakurai Saki figured. Who would willingly stand at the school gate in a raincoat for an entire hour just to catch students violating the rules? Well, surprise. Someone would. That someone was Aino Mikoe, Jr., known for her seriousness, sense of responsibility, and overwhelming cuteness. Cuteness referred to her appearance, small and adorable, the kind that instinctively triggered a desire to protect. Serious and responsible described her personality. On top of that, she was incredibly easy to tease. No, super easy to tease was more accurate. Miko. Teasing her was fun, almost as fun as teasing Fujiwara Chika. For Sakurai Saki, teasing others came with its own ranking system. Fujiwara Chika always gave him unexpected and wildly entertaining reactions, so she had long since earned the title of rank Chika. Miko-chan was a new discovery that fascinated him. If possible, Sakurai Saki even wanted to pull her into the student council, so he could tease her whenever he got bored. Of course, she'd be rank 2, and the others below rank A. Rank B. Ayazaka I. Ai-chan's expressions were hard to read. Most of the time, she didn't give any surprising reactions. A bit boring, but still, she was gorgeous. Just standing there doing nothing, she was already a dazzling sight to behold. Rank C. Shinomiya Kagaya. Shinomiya Kagaya was like a ticking time bomb, with her setup of sharp tongue, icy demeanor. Sakurai Saki couldn't think of any way to tease her aside from verbal sparring. Moreover, lately her mind seemed so unpredictable it was indescribable. Her thoughts were completely unfathomable. One moment, she'd be asking him about his feelings for Secretary Fujiwara, and the next she'd be wondering how to make all the boys who wrote her love letters die young. That woman, seriously scary. No wonder she was called Ice Kagayaheim. Sakurai-senpai, your collar is a bit messy, Aino Miko said, seeing him approaching with his umbrella. Hearing that, Sakurai Saki adjusted his collar slightly and prepared to head into the school. Miko-chan. Micah's face was full of question marks. Was Sakurai-senpai really not going to say anything to her today? There's a saying, only when it's gone do we realize its value. Right now, Aino Miko felt a strange sense of emptiness. Senpai, Miko called out to him. Sakurai Saki turned his head, curiously looking at the girl. It was almost time for class to start. Today, instead of riding his bike, he had taken a crowded train, so he was already running a little behind. This is for you. Also, those candies are really good. Aino Miko stepped forward, and to Sakurai Saki's bewildered expression, she handed him 3 pieces of chocolate. After giving him the chocolates, she quickly returned to her post at the school gate. All settled. We're even now. Hey, raise how Aino Miko rationalized it. If it's bribery, you have to return the gift. But if it's just an exchange of presents, then it doesn't count as bribery. Besides, Miko didn't feel like she had abused any authority to help Sakurai in the first place, so there was absolutely no issue. Sakurai. Graus? Graus. Now, it was Sakurai Saki's turn to be filled with question marks. He had no idea what kind of logic this girl was operating on, but he still stuffed the chocolates into his pocket. Afternoon, in the student council room, Sakurai Saki sat holding the chocolates in his hand, lost in thought. Hey, Shirogane, if a junior suddenly gives you chocolate, what do you think it means? Cough. Cough. Shirogane Miyuki, mid-bite, choked and coughed violently, then shot Sakurai a weird look. You're asking me that? I haven't even gotten a single gift from a junior in my entire life. When it came to romance, Shirogane was a complete amateur. He hadn't even held hands with a girl before. And on that note, there was a whole hierarchical system for such things. Gold rank, holding hands with a girl platinum rank, hugging a girl diamond rank, going on a date king rank, kissing a girl god rank, going to a hotel with a girl. Didn't you just become the boyfriend of every girl in school yesterday? A junior giving you chocolate is nothing strange, Shirogane Miyuki joked, his tone full of jealousy and resentment. But Sakurai Saki still looked puzzled. But it's chocolate. Meow. So what? What's the big deal about chocolate? Shirogane felt like Sakurai was making things unnecessarily complicated. Also, what the hell was with that weird tone just now? Did he really just meow? Huh. Shirogane Miyuki sighed. Sakurai, I have a friend, and lately, he's been wanting to become more well-liked. He wants to ask you how to do that. Sakurai Saki, that friend of yours, isn't it you? And this guy wants to be popular? What? Is the sun rising from the west now? Seeing that Sakurai stayed quiet, Shirogane Miyuki continued. My friend has another friend who's always popular with girls, so now he wants to boost his own popularity too. That friend of your friend, isn't that me? Sakurai Saki thought for a bit, then said, Shirogane, if you want to be popular, then it's not me, it's my friend. Shirogane cut in quickly. All right, for our brotherhood's sake, it'll give you some face. Let's just call him your friend. I think the key to being popular is to be handsome, meow. Sakurai said bluntly. Girls are visual creatures, and honestly, so are boys. Even though people always say, I care more about personality than appearance. Blah, blah, lies. Absolute lies. Only an idiot would believe that. If you can choose someone hot, what kind of fool would purposely choose someone who isn't? Handsome, huh? Exactly. Just being handsome is enough even if your personality sucks. Someone out there will still like you, meow. Take, for example, Hayasaka AI. She had a ton of admirers. It wasn't obvious on the surface, but the number of love letters she received each month was just as many as, if not more than, Shinomiya Kagaya's. Hayasaka had that outgoing, sexy Jairu image, while Shinomiya gave off the unapproachable noble princess vibe that kept most people at a distance. And just as Sakurai thought of Shinomiya Kagaya, she showed up. He heard the door open. A moment later, a stranger walked in. Calling her a stranger was because right now, her face wore a forced smile, and her movements were incredibly stiff. If Shinomiya Kagaya had always been nicknamed Ice Kagaya, then right now, she looked more like Zombie Kagaya. That walk of hers was so odd. It actually amused Sakurai Saki. Good afternoon, Shinomiya-san. He even took the initiative to greet her out of sheer curiosity. Shinomiya Kagaya casually sat right down next to Sakurai Saki. So it wasn't as hard as I thought. Habaka made Hayasaka acting like it was some impossible task. Today, Shinomiya Kagaya, the great young lady of Shinomiya family, was going to make Sakurai Saki fall for her in just one day. He would kneel at her skirt by the end of it. Shinomiya Kagaya was bursting with confidence. Chapter 45. Clearly, I was here. First question. How do you make a boy like you? A few days ago, Shinomiya Kagaya had absolutely no clue about this. But now, after thoroughly studying a thick book called Tips for Flirting with Boys 101, she had gained clear awareness. Strategy number 1. Use time to gradually wear him down, slowly build feelings. This type is the most stable. Shinomiya Kagaya felt this was the strategy that least suited her, because her relationship with Sakurai Saki had only just recently eased up a bit. Pass. Strategy number 2. Create a burden too great for the other party to bear. Force him to take responsibility. Shinomiya felt this type wasn't very reliable. She didn't want to throw away her first kiss just because she was mad at Hayasaka AI. Moreover, doing so would be overboard, and she couldn't bring herself to betray the sisterly bond between her and Hayasaka. She was Hayasaka's good sister. How could she steal her friend's boyfriend? She thought. Just secretly snapping a shot of Sakurai Saki being shy would be enough. Having that decisive photo in hand would be enough to prove that guy wasn't as hard to win over as Hayasaka claimed. To carry out the plan of photographing Sakurai Saki looking flustered, Shinomiya decided to use the third strategy. Strategy number 3. Suddenly shorten the distance. Surprise the target to spark feelings. This was the strategy Kagaya felt most satisfied with, because this was the most classic method of soft words, hard results, normally cold and distant, but suddenly showing gentleness today that would surely make him flustered. What would Sakurai Saki think? A virgin boy who's never been close to a girl, suddenly facing her, Shinomiya Kagaya, being this unexpectedly gentle. He would definitely have his heart pounding and reveal a super cute shy expression. Heh, how cute, after finishing her thoughts. Shinomiya Kagaya immediately leaned closer to Sakurai. Step 1. Shorten the physical distance. Done. She immediately glanced at his bento box, pretending to be surprised. Is this a boy's bento? You eat so much. I usually only eat a little bit. W step 2. Show off her own cuteness. Girls who eat little are a plus. Girls shouldn't eat like pigs, like that Secretary Fujiwara, eating a whole pile every meal. How is that still a girl? What pissed Kagaya off the most was all the nutrients she ate just accumulated in that huge damn chest. This shit defies science. It completely contradicts normal human physiology. Shinomiya Kagaya recalled her opponent's face, and then felt there was no issue. After all, she was like a cockroach that never stops multiplying. So that kind of thing was completely normal. Chika. Next. Step 3. Praise him. Sakurai-kun, you're so good at studying. How do you usually study? I really want to know. The 2 male students sitting there remained silent. Shirogane Miyuki felt like he was dealing with a fake Shinomiya Kagaya. He was starting to believe what Sakurai Saki said yesterday about ghosts. Ghosts truly exist in this world. Maybe aliens exist too. Right here, right now. In front of him was a humanoid monster, some unidentified alien creature that had taken over Shinomiya Kagaya's body, using it to carry out strange behavior. To summarize in one sentence, this thing, motherfucker, is not Shinomiya Kagaya. Shirogane Miyuki spoke up, as if something prickled his back. Shinomiya, act normal. I'm kinda scared. Shinomiya. I'm always like this. Shinomiya Kagaya said in a cutesy voice. Shirogane Sakurai, you said it yourself? And even you don't believe it, do you? Fooling us is one thing, but please don't lie to yourself, okay? Sakurai Saki took a bite of rice, then quietly shifted away from her a bit. Shinomiya Kagaya felt a bit unwilling. She reached out her hand, intending to touch his face. While doing the action, she even tried to wink. She initially planned to wink with her right eye to act seductive, but unfortunately wasn't skilled. So she ended up closing both eyes at the same time. Sakurai Saki saw that scene and panicked, raising his hand to try and block hers. LL, this girl wasn't Shinomiya Kagaya anymore. She wasn't even human anymore. Right at that moment, everyone's here. I'm here too. Fujiwara Chika opened the door and witnessed a scene that shocked her. Why was Sakurai-kun holding hands with Kagaya-san, both palms pressed together? Sakurai Saki was trying hard to push Kagaya's hand away. Why was Kagaya-san even closing her eyes? Tried to wink seductively but failed. One eye became 2. Were they about to kiss? And another thing, President Shiragain, why are you just sitting there watching? This is the sacred student council room. This kind of impure male-female relationship must be purged. Clearly, I was the one who came first, whether it's hugging or holding hands. First time liking someone, first time having a best friend. Those two joys stacked on each other. Clearly, it should have been a time of happiness. What she should have gotten was a dreamy, beautiful period. But why? Why did it turn out like this? Fujiwara Chika looked at the two of them being close, and her eyes stung. The more she thought about it, the more wronged she felt. Yuwa Fujiwara Chika's eyes turned red as she quickly slammed the door shut. She turned around and ran away in tears. Sakurai Saki heard the last thing she said as she left. Kagaya-san, I clearly saw you as friend. Yuwa, you flat-chested traitor. I'll eat ultra-spicy noodles alone for a whole month. Ultra-spicy noodles? What the hell is that? Sakurai Saki's face was full of question marks. Don't tell me you think there's something between me and her? Wait a second. That's a massive misunderstanding. Sakurai Saki hurriedly pulled out his phone, ready to send a message explaining things online. If it were a rumor with anyone else, he could ignore it. But with Shinomiya Kagaya, absolutely not. Especially since the first witness was Fujiwara Chika. Shinomiya Kagaya heard the other person's voice and opened her eyes. She curiously asked, Did Fujiwara-san come just now? Shiragain Miyuki looked up and replied, She just arrived and then seemed to leave right away. He had been lowering his head to eat and only heard her say one greeting. Sakurai Saki opened line, lowered his head and typed a message to her. Sakurai Saki, Fujiwara-san, you misunderstood what you saw just now. Beep was read almost immediately. Beep Fujiwara Chika, crying dog face. GIF seeing the crying dog face sticker she sent, Sakurai Saki let out a sigh of relief. Beep Fujiwara Chika. So, Sakurai-kun actually cares about me that much? Even took the trouble to message me online. It's just like you're doing that thing to me. It's like I just confessed to Fujiwara. Sakurai Saki recalled his earlier actions. Only now did he realize what he had just done. On the other end, not far from the student council room, Fujiwara Chika leaned against a wall, holding her phone, a silly smile blooming on her face. Read it immediately. Sakurai-kun is probably looking at his phone right now, suddenly feeling a bit embarrassed. A few dozen seconds later, Beep Saki-kun, I was afraid you'd spread some ridiculous rumors. I'm already miserable enough as it is. That's why I rushed to message you like that. Fujiwara Chika knew he was referring to being confessed yesterday, but the way he worded it, wasn't he clearly trying to cover up his shyness? I want to run back and look at his face so bad right now in the student council room. Shinomiya Kagaya looked at Sakurai Saki's blushing face as he typed away and instantly pulled out her phone, quickly capturing the moment. Sorry, Hayasaka, but this time, I won the competition. Shinomiya Kagaya believed the reason he blushed was because of her earlier actions. Having secured decisive evidence, Shinomiya Kagaya immediately withdrew her expression, her face instantly returning to its usual icy cold demeanor. In a bit, she would send this photo to Hayasaka via email. Sakurai Saki? He's nothing at all. Shiragain Miyuki sat across from the two, looking at their completely different facial expressions. In that moment, he felt like he had been cut off from the rest of the world. What just happened earlier? Did the alien in Shinomiya's head get eaten by Sakurai, or something? Chapter 46, Hayasaka, AI jumps in lunchtime ended. After school, in class 2A, Hayasaka, AI looked at the warm afternoon sunlight outside the window, then turned to look at Sakurai Saki, who was cleaning the blackboard at the front. He had a focused expression, casually raised his arm, and wiped away the chalk marks on the board. Kagaya-sama actually made him blush. Regarding the email from Shinomiya Kagaya, at first Hayasaka AI didn't believe it at all. Because, come on, we're talking about Shinomiya Kagaya here. Someone named Shinomiya Kagaya could absolutely never make a guy feel shy. If she were scaring someone half to death, That'd be more believable. Any guy who gets glared at a few times by her would be shivering in fear. Shinomiya Kagaya is exactly that kind of strong-willed, beautiful girl. Ishigami. Oh. Omu. Unfortunately, the evidence was clear. In the photo, Sakurai was blushing so hard he had to use his phone to shift attention away. Even Hayasaka AI had never seen him so flustered before. Looks like I need to play my hand. Dragging this out won't do any good. If she don't make a move now, am her supposed to wait until he already has kids to swoop in? AI-chan's not interested in men who already have families. Thank you very much. As she thought about how to confess, she moved the desks and chairs. Arranging them neatly today, the two of them were on cleaning duty. Only she and he were left in the classroom, now a perfect chance to confess. When it comes to love, Hayasaka AI is very straightforward. She doesn't care who confesses first or who loves more. As long as you already like someone, don't give up. At the very least, try once. If not, you'll regret it. You'll definitely regret it. Humans are creatures that are really good at regretting. Regret not working hard when you were young. Regret love that slipped away. Regret missed opportunities. Almost everyone has something they regret. Hayasaka AI didn't want to grow old and regret. When that time comes, with gray hair, no longer youthful, sitting alone on a swing and watching the sunset, thinking, if only that afternoon I had thrown away all thoughts, not worried about the future, and just focused on the present, how great that would have been. If only back then he and I were together, sharing happiness, living out the rest of our lives. How wonderful that would have been. Hayasaka AI didn't want a future like that. And the more she thought, the more hesitation built up. Hayasaka AI didn't want to wait any longer. Whatever happens with the Shinomiya family, whatever happens with the maid and bodyguard job, none of it matters. After he had seen her true self, after he had seen that side of her, after he had witnessed that deepest, rawest desire inside her, and still stood by her side. Hayasaka AI felt maybe, aside from Sakurai, there's no one else. Resignation or anything else can wait. There's still a long future ahead for the two of them. Sakurai Saki finished wiping the board. He turned his head and saw the girl lost in thought. What's wrong, AI-chan? Hayasaka AI snapped back to her senses and caught sight of his smile. Just in that instant, her pale, pink cheeks flushed slightly like cherry blossoms, and her heart beat faster. A girl in love. Her whole heart was hanging on the person she liked. She wasn't thinking about anything else at all. Just like how Sun Wukong had the golden headband tightened, girls become weaker, but also more bashful and adorable than ever. Sakurai Saki sensed that she had something to say. Do you want to tell me something, Meow? He said while tidying up the items on the teacher's desk. Putting the chalk back in place, his voice was casual. If it's about tonight's game, I actually found a new co-op game yesterday that we can play online. Hayasaka AI slowly walked toward the teacher's desk. Sakurai didn't pay too much attention, so he didn't notice her steps were very slow, nor did he realize how much courage it had taken her to get to this point. To Hayasaka AI, this was an incredibly important moment, the moment that would lead her life into a new phase. As for Sakurai Saki, this might have been the first time someone human directly confessed to him. He just didn't realize it yet. That rain this morning, I thought it'd last till evening, Meow, but didn't expect it to clear up by noon. Now it's all sunny outside. The sports clubs have already started warming up and training on the still damp tracks and grassy fields, Meow. He turned back to look at the blackboard, checking for any leftover chalk marks, casually chatting as always. The conversation was exactly the same as all their usual daily chats. But now, Hayasaka AI no longer had the mind to pay attention to the topic. The two of them were getting closer and closer. Hayasaka AI reached out very decisively, shoved Sakurai Saki back against the blackboard. Sakurai turned his head, surprised. The distance between them now was less than 20 centimeters. What's going on? Pushing me against the wall like a cabinet? I have something very important. Hayasaka AI tried her best to suppress her embarrassment, looking straight into his face. I want to tell you. Sakurai thought maybe it was payback for all the teasing had done to her before. Maybe she was pulling some kind of fake confession stunt to get back at him and make him flustered, then laugh it off. "You're going to confess to me or something," he said with a smile. A flicker of disappointment passed through Hayasaka's eyes. He wasn't taking her seriously at all. All the courage Shed worked so hard to build up vanished in an instant. "No, I just wanted to say sorry for standing you up yesterday." After saying that, Hayasaka felt a strange mix of relief and disappointment. As expected, she was just a cowardly little girl. Seeing that she was still holding the cabinet in pose, Saki joked, "I almost thought you were about to kiss me, or something scared the heck out of me." Hayasaka looked at his face. When words no longer worked, a sudden thought popped into her head. Under Saki's stunned gaze, she slowly leaned forward. The warm breath from her lips brushed his cheek, and Hayasaka could clearly see his eyes darting away. "You should know what I'm thinking by now, right?" she said. The distance between them kept closing so close they could feel each other's breath. Footsteps echoed from outside the classroom, growing nearer with each step. Hayasaka and Sakurai Saki, in perfect sync, instantly pulled away from each other. "Sakurai-kun, I finished the cleaning duty. Let's go to the student council, eh?" Fujiwara Chika peeked in from the front door of Class A. The black ribbon on her head stood out vividly. Seeing Sakurai Saki moving the chalk box on the teacher's desk, Secretary Fujiwara looked puzzled. "Sakurai-kun, that chalk box is already in the right place. No need to touch it." Then she turned to greet Hayasaka. "Good afternoon, Hayasaka-san. It's such a shame we're not in the same class this year." Fujiwara Chika and Hayasaka still had a fairly good relationship, at least when it didn't involve Sakurai Saki. "Yahalo Chika-chan, I missed you so much too." Hayasaka instantly switched to gyro mode, running over to Chika. She threw her arms around the pink-haired girl, pressing her face into Chika's pale neck, grinding her teeth in frustration. So annoying. This damn earth cancer. She was literally just this close to kissing him. This was like the legal wife catching them cheating, right? Showing up at this exact moment. After hugging Fujiwara Chika for a bit, she let go. In her head, Hayasaka was still haunted by the image of the almost kiss somehow. Her eyes drifted to Chika's plump lips. "So soft if I kiss them, I bet they'd cough." "What the hell are you thinking, Hayasaka That's your love rival. Since I'm done with cleaning, I'm heading out now. See you two tomorrow." Hayasaka said as she grabbed her bag, quickly exiting the classroom through the back door, leaving behind a completely confused Fujiwara Chika who had no idea what had just happened. And Sakurai Saki had just been hit with such a direct assault, his brain temporarily shut down. This man was really hopeless when it came to dealing with direct attacks like that. Chapter 47. Nyan? Note, I changed meow to Nyan. If one day you gain the ability to see other people's preferences, would you feel happy? Right now, Sakurai Saki only feels annoyed to death. You probably noticed already he's having a bit of trouble controlling his mouth, along with a strange catchphrase that occasionally slips out. Today's ability, XP Detector. Note, XP meaning sexual preference in Chinese slang, can freely view others' special preferences. Side effect, hard to control blurting out an extremely embarrassing catchphrase, even when the ability isn't activated. "So damn annoying, Nyan," Sakurai Saki blurted out. Fujiwara Chika, walking beside him, immediately pulled out her phone the moment she heard it. Then she looked at Sakurai with an excited face. "Sakurai-kun, can you say that one more time?" She already had the recorder app open, her cute face full of anticipation. "No way, Nyan." Sakurai wanted to sink into the ground the moment he said that. Fujiwara Chika seized the moment and immediately recorded it. "Found a treasure, Nyan. Nyaha. This catchphrase is seriously so cute it's deadly. Especially when Sakurai-kun says it, it's even cuter." Nay. What's this all about, huh? Tell me, please." Fujiwara Chika asked curiously. "Did Sakurai-kun get possessed by a cat?" Just a penalty for losing a game. Nyam. Sakurai tried to swallow the last sound into his throat. In truth, today he had been trying to stay as silent as possible. It's just that when talking with Shirogane and Hayasaka AI, he accidentally spoke a bit too much. Shirogane Miyuki did notice the strange catchphrase from Sakurai, but figured this guy has a few weird days every month anyway, so he didn't really care. As for Hayasaka AI, she didn't notice anything, because when talking to her, Sakurai tried to avoid saying Nyan, though he failed, and at that time AI-chan was busy thinking about confessing, so she didn't pay attention. To Sakurai, Saki saying Nyan to his guy friends was still tolerable, but saying Nyan to a girl? That's the level of shame where you don't dig a hole through the earth with your foot and jump in. Enough to mark it on the list of lifelong, irredeemable embarrassments. So today Sakurai-kun is in Kachan mode all day. Hey, Fujiwara Chika felt like she had missed something huge. At first, she was just curious whether the reply message at noon was sent with a red, blushing face of shame. But now, Chika just wanted Sakurai Saki to say a few more lines. So cute, Nyan. Say a few more things, Nyan. Sakurai-kun, I beg you neon Fujiwara Chika shuted. Luckily, the two were almost at the student council room, so no one else was around. Sakurai Saki glanced out the window, thinking if he jumped from here, it probably hurt a lot, and if it didn't kill him, at least knock him unconscious, right? Pain. It would hurt like hell. In the current situation, Sakurai Saki was in so much pain he couldn't take it. Every Nyan from Fujiwara Chika felt like it was ripping his heart and guts out. Spare me, Fujiwara Nyanka. The moment he said it, he clamped his hands over his mouth. Damn it, he accidentally let out another one. Fujiwara Chika instantly recorded that line too. Any more Nyan? Any more? I want to hear a bit more Nyan. Fujiwara Chika showed no hint of embarrassment saying Nyan. Or rather, from a moment she heard Sakurai say that strange catchphrase, the joy-seeking attribute in Fujiwara Chika's brain had completely taken over the top of her consciousness, and she had become a strange woman who would feel unbearably itchy and restless if she couldn't hear Sakurai Nyan anymore. Chika. Sakurai Saki frantically shook his head. Nonyan. Absolutely nonyan. The hell? This side effect can't even be stopped from leaking into his thoughts? This trash ability, its side effects are way too strong. Being able to observe other people's sexual preferences is supposed to be a powerful ability? Don. Make me laugh. The more Sakurai Saki thought about it, the angrier he got, and he activated the ability, preparing to check Fujiwara Chika's XP preferences. Fujiwara Chika, masochist, light, fujoshi, not fully activated, awaiting awakening, sadist, potential for development. One look. Sakurai Saki quietly deactivated the ability. It's best not to dig too deep, Nyan Sakurai Saki thought. Under the Nyan clinging of Secretary Fujiwara, the two of them arrived at the student council room. Everyone in, listen to me first. Today's Sakurai-kun is super cute. Fujiwara Chika shouted as she pushed the door open. Behind the door, Shinomiya Kagaya looked at the two of them with an expressionless face. Shirogane Miyuki was standing in the middle of the room, and Ishigami Yu was squatting in front of him. Oh, Sakurai, you came just in time. Shirogane Miyuki looked at the pile of documents scattered on the floor. He had intended to confirm some data with Ishigami Yu earlier, but accidentally dropped everything. Seeing that, Ishigami Yu took the initiative to squat down and help pick them up. Sorry, Ishigami, for making you help. It's fine, simple stuff like this, just leave it to me. Ishigami, your technique is pretty good. Huh? Ah, senpai, I often do things like this. The conversation was totally normal. It's just that their posture was a bit off. Fujiwara Chika looked at their weird posture and hurriedly pulled Sakurai Saki to run outside. Sorry, we're interrupting, Fujiwara Chika stammered, then closed the door. After that, she squatted right in front of the student council room door. So they actually have that kind of relationship? Doing that in the student council room. She only got halfway through the sentence before her voice dropped. Then she started mumbling. So this is what BL really is, so nauseating. All the beautiful fantasies have completely collapsed. Just now, they were probably picking up papers? If Nyan, I am not mistaken. Sakurai Saki pulled her up, then pushed the door open and went back in. Fujiwara Chika hid behind his back, peeking out from his right side. Huh, finished already? All done, Shirogane Senpai. I've picked up the documents. Ishigami, you handed the pile of documents to Shirogane Miyuki. Really sorry to trouble you. Recently, Shirogane Miyuki had back pain, so he was a bit lazy to bend down. Good thing Ishigami helped. Between us, there's no need for such formal words, right? Ishigami, you said, and then went back to sit on the sofa. Shirogane Miyuki glanced at the door. Why did you two go outside just now? Fujiwara Chika had just caused a huge misunderstanding, so now she had no face to answer. Sakurai Saki spoke up. It's nothing. Secretary Fujiwara saw you two discussing something important, so she didn't want to interrupt. Shirogane Miyuki smiled lightly when he heard that. It's fine. We're almost done. Once the date is confirmed, we can rest. As he spoke, he sat down next to Ishigami-yu, and they continued their work. Sakurai Saki and Fujiwara Chika sat on the opposite side from them. Luckily, the sofa was long enough. Each side could easily seat 4 people. By the way, Shirogane Miyuki suddenly looked up and turned to Sakurai. Sakurai, for the Interclub Union meeting tomorrow, which is about an hour after school ends. Are you free? Just thinking about the people attending that day made Shirogane Miyuki shudder. Rumor has it that quite a few students who offended those people ended up with their whole families digging potatoes in Siberia. I don't have any plans for now. Sakurai didn't refuse. Shirogane Miyuki understood the implication behind his words. Then I'll leave it to you. Sakurai, all you need to do is stall for time with that classmate Ryuju, or fight a match with Kojima from the Kendo Club. That works too. Anyway, as long as those two don't clash, then I should be able to safely finish this club budget meeting. Probably. Shirogane Miyuki suddenly felt completely unconfident. Shinomiya Kagaya listened to them chatting, but didn't say anything more. That interclub union, or whatever, in front of the Shinomiya family, it's nothing more than a bunch of ants. If we want to wipe them out, we could do it anytime. Chapter 48. NG Words Game, everyone. Let's play a deduction game. Deduction game, a classic genre of games, played in groups, each person taking on a different role with their own goal. The most well-known game is probably Werewolf. Werewolves kill villagers and the special role citizens, while the villagers and citizens must vote to banish all the werewolves. The rules are simple, but playing it isn't easy at all. Schemes, lies, backstabbing. You can encounter pretty much all the scum of the internet in this game. That's why every time Sakurai plays Werewolf, he feels like he's having a verbal war with people on Twitter. All those who talk illogically, ramble nonsense, and when you point out the flaws in their statements, they insult you, but Sakurai really enjoys it because he's quite confident in his trash-talking skills. There aren't enough people for Werewolf. So, Tada Fujiwara Chika took a stack of cards out of her bag. We'll play the NG Words game. As soon as you say or do a word or action written on your card, you'll be considered out. Everyone has 3 lives. At her invitation, everyone's expressions were different. Sakurai Saki wanted to get back at her for chasing him around with all that 9 just now. Shirogane Miyuki had finished his work, but wanted to use the time to study more. As the top student in his grade, he wouldn't allow himself to slack off even for a second, the perfect example of an ultra-competitive academic ace. Studies secretly and amaze everyone. Shinomiya Kagaya let out a yawn. So boring, Ishigami, you didn't even bother to look up. He had just finished calculating the budget data and was now playing on his handheld game console. As a total noob at online games, Ishigami had zero interest in traditional tabletop games, or rather, he looked down on them. But he always got dragged into playing by either Sakurai Saki or Fujiwara Chika. Just as everyone was about to refuse, Fujiwara Chika put a finger to her chin and spoke with an expert tone. This game is really hard, especially when all the players are strong. Everyone will try their hardest to figure out how to get others eliminated while avoiding it themselves. So whoever wins this game is the #1 in intelligence out of everyone here. All right. Fujiwara Chika glanced at Ishigami-yu. Ishigami-kun doesn't need to play. Anyway, you just dragged the quality of the game down, so sit this one out. No sooner had she finished speaking, Ishigami-yu looked up. Fujiwara-senpai, someone who ranked 93rd in the last exam like you, is also dragging the quality of this game down, right? The 93. He lowered his head and continued playing, fingers still pressing buttons, playing while speaking. A whole 90 ranks below Shuchiin's top 3, and yet always confidently proposing games. Fujiwara-senpai really has no shame. If it were me, I'd have dug a hole to crawl into by now after losing so many times. Sakurai-senpai always goes easy on you, haven't you realized that? I actually feel bad for Sakurai-senpai. If he played with you less, his grades might be even better. TCK Fujiwara Chika. But Ishigami-kun, when you first entered school, you were ranked dead last, right? Hearing that, Ishigami-yu paused for a moment, then after a few seconds, went back to playing. It's fine. I've always been that kind of person. Ishigami-yu, a guy who, once he gives up, no longer cares what anyone thinks. Fujiwara Chika showed a disgusted look and waved her hand at him like shooing away a mosquito. Across from her, Shinomiya Kagaya looked at everyone and spoke in a disinterested voice. If you guys want to play, go ahead. I don't care. She didn't actually want to play, not because of lack of interest, but because she didn't want to lose. To Shinomiya Kagaya, the time she was ranked below Shirogane Miyuki on the academic leaderboard was a disgrace worthy of being recorded in the humiliation ledger of her life and a stain on the Shinomiya family name. As the eldest daughter of the Shinomiya household, Shinomiya Kagaya wanted to prove that her intellect surpassed everyone else in the student council. Shirogane Miyuki glanced at Sakurai Saki and said, "They'll play too. This game sounds interesting." This man, on the surface, he looked relaxed and easygoing, but inside, he had already transformed into a demon who knew nothing but victory. As the student council president and top-ranked student in the school, his pride didn't allow him to lose. This game, he wanted to win. Sakurai Saki said nothing. He simply nodded silently. This man, right now, just wanted to escape from this terrifying place as soon as possible. Is there anything more humiliating than accidentally letting out a 9 while playing this game? Probably not. Ishigami, you kept on playing his game. This god of giving up, who had offered his grades and worries as sacrifice, had now transformed into the god of abandonment. At this very moment, he was no longer a monster. He was a god. A god cannot be defeated by mere mortals. But what kind of monster is Fujiwara Chika? She was also a god, the god of chaos, cancer of earth, a terrifying woman who could crush Shinomiya Kagaya by a whole 5 cup sizes. The F in Fujiwara Chika stands for F cup. Chika-chan descended with divine words. Ishigami-kun, we're all playing. You're really not going to join? If you don't get along, you'll end up isolated by everyone, of course. We want to isolate you. But Ishigami-kun, you should try to get along better with your classmates. Ishigami, you slammed the game console button hard. I will join. Shirogane Miyuki asked worriedly. Are you sure? It's just a game, you know. No, Shirogane-senpai. In. Ishigami, you put down his game console. Sakurai Saki also spoke up. Don't force yourself too much, 9. Ishigami thought. Sakurai-senpai said 9 on purpose to cheer me up? If you don't want to, then don't push yourself, seriously. Shirogane Miyuki advised again. Ishigami, you shook his head. Fujiwara-senpai is right. People should learn to get along. Right after that, just when everyone thought he was about to become more positive, about to evolve into a shining boy, Ishigami, you opened his mouth. I think I can ditch all classroom relationships, as long as I'm close with the student council members. That's enough. Even in society later, I only need to keep in touch with you guys. Fujiwara Chika. Ishigami-kun, your evolution is getting more and more problematic from a normal gloomy otaku. You've now evolved into a full-on social reject. Shirogane Miyuki could only sigh when he heard that in the end. Ishigami-yu's mindset could only be changed by himself. This evolution doesn't count as a good thing? Probably right. At least from someone who didn't want to connect with anyone. Now he wanted to get close to the student council members. Save the talk about social rejects for later. Right now is game time. Isn't it, everyone? Shinomiya Kagaya said coldly. Social reject, social reject. Ishigami Yu shrank back when he heard that, hugging his knees. You're always putting yourself down like that. Isvigami-kun, President Shirogane and General Affairs Sakurai helped you last year, not so you could just sit there feeling sorry for yourself. You were amazing. Stand, don't belittle yourself. Ishigami, you looked up. So, Shinomiya-senpai could say nice things. Kagaya glanced at him. If you've come to your senses. Shinomiya Kagaya pulled a card from the game deck. Then shout out loud for me. Ishigami, you straightened his back. Shouted loudly, clear. Chapter 49. Nerve-wracking mind battle, NG words game. The 5 great honored, vying for the title of the smartest in the student council, fought all the way to the borders of Shuchiin, the enormous waterfall of brain power eroding even the Grand Way. On top of Sakurai Saki's head was the word Nyan. He glanced at the word detective action on top of Fujiwara Chika's head, then at the word smirk on Kagaya's head, the word part-time work on Shirogane Miyuki's head, and the word Fujiwara-senpai on Ishigami-yu's head. The keyword for the first round was handwritten by the players themselves. Therefore, they were all words the opponents often said. Sakurai didn't even need to guess to know what Fujiwara Chika had written for him. It was definitely Nyan. Chika, iya. In NG words, if you can guess your own NG word, you can swap the card, but Sakurai Saki didn't dare swap. Right now, he didn't even dare open his mouth, because this side effect of his was very hard to simply control. In this dark forest, each person was a hunter lurking in the shadows. The moment one acted, they could easily be ambushed by others, triggering a chain reaction. Sakurai Saki glanced at everyone's keywords. Listening to their chatting, he began thinking about his target. If he wanted Fujiwara Chika to be eliminated early, he just needed to bring up a topic she liked. Then, there was only one answer, but someone acted before him. Lately there's been someone I really care about. Shirogane Miyuki said, she's a girl I met at my part-time job. It appeared the love topic. A special attack aimed straight at Secretary Fujiwara. As long as it was about love, it could trigger her special form. Love, Detective Chika-chan. The moment Fujiwara Chika heard that, she shot up and pointed her index finger. President Shirogane. No, they. Shinomiya Kagaya gave a slight smirk. Secretary Fujiwara, you're NG2. You performed the designated criminal accusation action. Ishigami, you calmly said. Fujiwara-senpai, you were too careless. And Shinomiya-senpai, you're NG2. Huh? Isvigami-kun. Didn't you just say Fujiwara-senpai? Then you're NG2. Shinomiya Kagaya reminded. After that, the 4 of them simultaneously fell silent, then all took off the card from their heads. After swapping cards, everyone turned to look at the only one who hadn't been attacked, Sakurai Saki. Nyan? Shirogane Miyuki pondered. This was an extremely tricky keyword. He had no idea about Sakurai Saki's superpower side effect today, so he felt the difficulty level was too high. That topic I mentioned earlier, actually the focus wasn't the girl, but what she does. President Shirogane smoothly continued the conversation. In NG words, you can't just remain silent or do nothing. That kind of cheating behavior would make the game unplayable. Glancing at the word laugh out loud on Shirogane Miyuki's head, Shinomiya Kagaya curiously asked, what does she do? She comes every day to the convenience store where I've been working part-time lately to buy pineapple buns, but for some reason, she's not very welcomed by dogs. Every time she's chased by dogs. I always see her being chased by dogs right in front of the store. Shirogane Miyuki explained. After speaking, he glanced at Shinomiya Kagaya's head, make an animal sound. This time, Shirogane Miyuki was aiming for a double kill. Compared to dogs, I prefer cats. Shinomiya Kagaya casually said, cats are quieter, not as noisy as dogs. She even added, and cat sound are also very cute. That's right. The 99 sound is really super cute. Fujiwara Chika, who had the card blink frantically on her head, agreed. To make Sakurai Saki say Nyan, she was even willing to give up her own animal preferences. Actually, she liked dogs more. She even had one at home, and every weekend she took it to the park for runs. All right, that dog's name was P.S. Ishigami Yu glanced at everyone's NG words, and he felt that this time he could wipe them all out. The next second, Ishigami Yu, with the keyword tell a lame joke on his head, began telling a story. Speaking of pets, I've got a little story. Anyone want to hear it? Looking up at him, no one refused. Everyone, go ahead, Ishigami-kun. Who would refuse a self-destruct move? After all, it didn't affect them. Once upon a time, someone adopted a cat and wanted to give a cool name. Someone said, name it Tiger, sounds fierce. Then someone else said, dragon is even cooler, but a dragon can't fly without riding clouds, and clouds get blown away by the wind, and wind gets blocked by a door. Just as the owner was about to name the cat Door, his wife said, but if a door meets a mouse, it'll get gnawed. And mice are afraid of cats. He rattled off the story in one breath. So, in the end, the cat was named Cat. Fujiwara Chika blinked a few times, and after she processed it, burst out laughing. This girl had absolutely no resistance to lame jokes. Shinomiya Kagaya, however, didn't find it funny at all. She frantically blinked at Fujiwara Chika to signal her, then opened her mouth. Nyan? Fujiwara Chika wiped her eyes, understood her intention, and blinked wildly back, saying, Nyan? Shirogane Miyuki glanced at the tops of the three's heads and couldn't help but laugh out loud. These three, they all just got eliminated. Ha 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 ha. Everyone, you're all NG. President Shirogane, you're out too. Shinomiya Kagaya said. I'm out too. Fujiwara Chika, looking confused, pulled the card off her head. Then she glared at Kagaya, full of playful frustration. She did on purpose. That blinking at me earlier. Ishigami Yu also took off his NG card. He had no more words left. Shirogane Miyuki glanced at Sakurai Saki, still steady as a mountain, and also removed the card from his head. The four of them once again fell silent. At this moment, Sakurai Saki opened his mouth. Nyan? My keyword is Nyan? Is that right, Nyan? Fujiwara Chika immediately seized the opportunity, pointing at him. Sakurai-kun, you didn't say beforehand that you had guessed your NG word, so you're out. Sakurai Saki didn't mind. He placed the card down. A few minutes later, Shirogane Miyuki and Shinomiya Kagaya lay slumped on the sofa, starting to question their very existence. The first and second ranks of Shuchiin couldn't even beat the third rank. This made no scientific sense at all. Ishigami Yu once again picked up his gaming console, completely indifferent to winning or losing. As long as it was fun, that was enough, or rather, as long as the senpai were happy, except for Fujiwara senpai. Fujiwara Chika, having gotten to hear a few more Nyan sounds, was still in high spirits and wasn't too upset. Secretary Fujiwara, that recording from earlier, can you delete it? Nyan? Fujiwara Chika looked left and right, then suddenly jumped up. Sakurai-kun, I need to swing by the board game club for a bit. So, see you. She slipped away so fast that Sakurai didn't even have time to chase after her. Or rather, Sakurai Saki didn't really care much anyway. After all, knowing Secretary Fujiwara's personality, she wouldn't spread it around recklessly. Unfortunately, what he didn't know was, right while he was talking, Shinomiya Kagaya had also recorded that part. Send it to Hayasaka tonight to soothe AI-chan's lingering resentment. Shinomiya Kagaya was working very hard. Chapter 50. The Beautiful Woman's Request Part-Time Job, Thursday. Rent a boyfriend. The client this time was the same beautiful woman as before. She had lost her son early on, and more recently became a widow. Neighbors around her whispered that she was unlucky. But Sakurai Saki didn't care much about that. He was simply working to earn his pay. However, the relationship between the two of them was less like a standard business arrangement and more like an exchange of familial affection. Minamoto Mashiro, that was the woman's name. Her son had died when he was little, so she placed Sakurai Saki in a similar position. pouring all her remaining love onto him. And for certain reasons, Sakurai did not refuse that affection. The two of them were mutually dependent. For this job, Sakurai Saki felt that calling it Rin a boyfriend was a bit of a stretch. Calling it Rin a little brother or Rin a son might have been more accurate. Saki-kun eat, this Minamoto Mashiro picked up a piece of vegetable and placed it in Sakurai's bowl. A growing boy needs to eat a lot. Sakurai Saki smiled. Thank you, Mashiro-san. He gazed at the woman before him, momentarily dazed. What's wrong? The beautiful woman gently stroked his cheek, asking with concern. Did I not cook it well? I simmered it for a long time today, and even added lotus root, just like you like. Didn't you say last time that lately you've been craving simmered dishes? Snapping out of it, Sakurai Saki gave her a soft smile. He gently replied, No, Mashiro-san, it's delicious. It was just that. For a moment, he had been reminded of some long-ago memory. As long as you like it, Minamoto Mashiro stood up and scooped more rice for him. A boy needs to eat plenty to grow strong. If Saki-kun stays this skinny, he'll be so worried. Sakurai Saki didn't argue, quietly accepting the bowl she handed over. Actually, I'm not that skinny. Though he looked slim on the outside, Sakurai Saki wasn't lacking in muscle. It just wasn't very visible. The local punks who had been on the receiving end of his fists would probably know that best. After all, their bodies had experienced it firsthand. Even so, you should eat a little more. Minamoto Mashiro advised, every day I see online, they say pretty boys often get pinned to the wall by girls. Sakurai Saki, in his mind, the image immediately popped up of AI-chan pinning him against the blackboard that morning. Honestly, it was so embarrassing. You must already understand my feelings, that was what Shed said then. Sakurai Saki remembered it very clearly. A boy going outside needs to know how to protect himself, or he'll get seduced by bad women. The beautiful woman, with her hair tied loosely to the side in that famously nicknamed Mommy Death flag style, continued lecturing. Saki-kun was so handsome. Surely there were plenty of girls who liked him. And he was gentle, kind, a good-natured boy who didn't know how to refuse or hurt others. Boys like that were easily deceived by girls when they went out. Thinking this, Minamoto Mashiro's eyes were filled with visible worry. Saki-kun, do you have someone you like yet? Can you tell me about it? Minamoto Mashiro set her chopsticks on her bowl. She had finished eating. Not yet. Sakurai Saki looked at her, answering. Whether it was his feelings toward Fujiwara Chika or Hayasaka AI, he still didn't feel it was strong enough to call liking. For Sakurai Saki, liking was a very complicated matter. His supernatural ability, self-restraint, Clause 2. Until he had complete control over his powers, he must not fall in love easily. The supernatural ability was dangerous, and Saki understood that better than anyone. So he was always extremely serious when it came to matters of the heart. If it was just a purely physical relationship, with no emotional involvement, Sakurai Saki wouldn't feel any psychological burden. But whether it was Fujiwara Chika or Hayasaka AI, who today had practically confessed directly, both were serious people. Sakurai Saki was a coward. Compared to Hayasaka AI, he might even be more timid. He didn't dare take the initiative, didn't dare confess. He didn't want to be the one to take the first step. He only hoped someone else would make the decision for him. In this so-called confession battle, Sakurai Saki never actually intended to step onto the battlefield. He was just a flag planted in the middle of the war zone, or to be more precise, a block of wood. And a block of wood cannot confess. He was playing the role of that block of wood with utmost seriousness. That's a relief. Minamoto Mashiro let out a soft sigh of relief after hearing his answer. If you ever have someone you like, be sure to tell me, okay? I can help you think of a way. Sakurai Saki picked up some food, took a bite, then replied, If that happens, I'll tell you, Mashiro-san. Just as he finished speaking, Minamoto Mashiro seemed to suddenly remember something, and she quickly spoke up. All right, Saki-kun, tomorrow, I have something I'd like to ask you to help with. He'll pay the contract cancellation fee. What is it? Sakurai Saki didn't immediately refuse. Even among clients, there are levels. Besides, if he canceled the contract, he'd have to pay 3 times the deposit, even more than the client would. And usually, those clients, once refunded, wouldn't complain much anyway. Modeling for a magazine, Minamoto Mishiro said, "Tomorrow it'll take you to a studio in Shinjuku. It was personally requested by your Yoko-san." The moment he heard the name Yoko, an image immediately popped into Sakurai Saki's mind. A sultry older woman with wine-colored curly hair. "Mishiro-san, he'll come by an hour after school." He nodded, accepting the request. Minamoto Mishiro let out a relieved breath. "You really helped me a lot by agreeing." The male model for the magazine suddenly couldn't make it, and if they have a female model dress up as a guy, ITLL, just look too weird, Minamoto Mishiro explained. After speaking, as if she remembered something, she clapped her hands twice, making a crisp clap-clap sound. That's right. The female model you'll be shooting with tomorrow is quite pretty too. Saki-kun, you can look forward to a little." Seeing her make such childish gestures that didn't quite match her age, Sakurai Saki smiled at her. "Since it's Mishiro-san saying so, I guess I'll look forward to it as long as it's not someone I know." By the time he left Minamoto Mishiro's luxury apartment, it was already past 8 in the evening. Sakurai Saki headed to the nearby optical shop to buy contact lenses, then stopped by a convenience store. He dropped a coin into the vending machine, pressed the button for black coffee. Clank, the coffee can drop down. He picked it up, popped open the tab, and took a sip. The cherry blossoms near the convenience store were still in full bloom. The night wind blew through, scattering a few petals onto his head. "Nine?" He softly opened his mouth, letting out a gentle little sound. He had gotten pretty good at controlling his power today, able to nine inside his head to dodge the reflexive habit of ending sentences out loud with it. Even earlier with Mishiro, he hadn't accidentally let out that cute 9 sound. As he mimicked a cat's meow, a strange girl emerged from the convenience store, just in time to hear it. She glanced at Sakurai Saki's face, then quietly pulled out her phone. "Hello there," Sakurai Saki turned to her, flashing a radiant, sunshine-like smile. The girl froze for a few seconds, then hurriedly bowed in apology, insisting she hadn't meant to take a sneaky photo. Sakurai Saki shook his head, signaling it was fine, and the girl quickly left. The spring night breeze was not warm at all. The cold wind swept past Sakurai Saki's temple. Time to head home. As he spoke, the coffee can traced a graceful arc through the air, landing perfectly into the trash bin. Chapter 51. Confusion. Sakurai Saki opened the apartment door. He changed his shoes at the entryway. Then he saw Nakano Nino timidly peeking her head out from the living room. At this moment, she slightly lowered her head, secretly watching Sakurai. "Welcome back." Nakano Nino didn't ask why he was coming home so late today. She was very clear about her own position, just a freeloader with no home and no presents left. If Sakurai Saki told her to leave now, she wouldn't have any way to resist. "For you." Sakurai Saki took the contact lenses from his bag and handed them to the girl. Nakano Nino walked up to him, but didn't immediately take them. She roughly guessed what they were, which was why she didn't dare to hold them. Seeing her not moving, Sakurai thought she was being self-conscious again, so he coldly said, "I brought you back here because I wasn't cruel enough. Me not caring about you doesn't mean I could just stand by and watch you go die. Likewise, if I buy things for you, you don't need to feel guilty. Got it now?" Sakurai placed the contact lenses into the girl's hand. After that, he headed toward the living room. He hung his jacket on the standing rack, then set his school bag down in its place. When he came out of his room, Sakurai saw Nakano Nino still sitting frozen on the sofa. Sakurai suddenly remembered. It seemed like she hadn't eaten anything. He turned his head toward the kitchen. The loaves of bread on the table were still untouched. Same as yesterday. Same as today. Was she not planning to eat? Without thinking much, Sakurai went to the dining table, grabbed a loaf of bread, and tossed it to her in the living room. Today he had barely used his powers, so there was no need to hold back on any urges. "Let's watch a little TV." Sakurai sat down on the sofa and turned on the TV with the remote. Today there was a variety show he liked. Nakano Nino held the unsealed contact lenses, hesitating for a long time without daring to put them on. Her hands trembled as she picked up one of the lenses, then slowly set it back down. The sound from the TV rang in her ears, lively and noisy. On the screen, the variety show hosts were laughing and joking cheerfully. Nino turned her head to look at Sakurai and noticed that he, too, was smiling. Even through her blurry vision, she could tell, right now, he was truly happy. Sakurai noticed her gaze and said, "Smiling is really important. Someone once told me, if you can't even manage a smile, then what's the point of living?" He paused for a few seconds. "But don't go thinking about suicide either. The people who care about you would be heartbroken. The people who care about me? Besides you, is there anyone else left? In my world, you're all I have now." Nakano Nino held the contact lenses without saying anything. "Put them on." Sakurai spoke up. Humans have to look forward. Though Sakurai didn't know what she had been through, he knew that if people kept drowning in the pain of the past, they'd eventually be swallowed by it. Nakano Nino used her fingers to pull up her eyelid, smoothly placing the contact lens onto her eye. Her vision in her left eye instantly became clear. She picked up the second one and repeated the same motion. Blinking a few times, Nino lowered her head. Done putting them on?" Sakurai asked curiously. "Is the prescription right?" Nino stiffly nodded. She timidly turned her head, her gaze pausing at his legs, then moving up to his waist, then his torso. Her line of sight gradually lifted higher. "So it really is him." Nino let out a smile that looked even worse than when she cried. Hot tears spilled from the corners of her eyes. "Nino, already knew, didn't you?" That voice was so familiar. You just didn't want to believe it, like an ordinary person pretending to be deaf. "Nino, you're such an idiot. What's wrong?" Sakurai looked slightly surprised. Reflexively, he pulled a handkerchief from his pocket and gently wiped the tears from the girl's face. "Why are you being so gentle with me? Why?" Nino covered her face with her hands, awkwardly wiping away the tears, but the more she wiped, the more they kept flowing. Her vision began to blur again. In her mind, scenes of the two of them arguing played over and over. It was clearly her fault. She was the one who threw his things. Why did he still bring her back? Why was he still being so kind to her? "I'm sorry. I did something unforgivable to you. I'm truly sorry. Please, I beg you, don't kick me out. In my world, you're all I have left." Nino choked out, her voice trembling. Sakurai was stunned, startled by the sudden burst of emotion from the girl. She had only just seen his face, so why had it come to this? He gently said, "Don't cry anymore." Sakurai was starting to feel like he couldn't understand what girls were thinking at all. "We just met for the first time 2 days ago, right? In this short time, even if you stay here, I'm not going to throw you out." When Nino heard those words, she was stunned, frozen in place. Only the tears at the corners of her eyes continued to fall. For a moment, the girl didn't know what expression she should make. The guilt she felt toward him, combined with the care he had shown her these past days, all of that together made Nino feel like laughing a little. To nearly die, only to meet the very person she absolutely shouldn't meet. Wasn't that just so ridiculous? But at the same time, she really wanted to cry. If he regained his memories, how would he treat her? What should she do then? He would definitely hate her. So it turned out, this lifeline wasn't a vine at all. It was a thorny branch. In truth, Nakano Nino had long had a faint feeling. After all, they had met so many times before, even quarreled. How could she possibly not recognize his voice? Precisely because she had a hunch, she didn't dare look straight at Sakurai's face. She didn't even dare lift her head. If it were just the body, she could still deceive herself. But the face, that couldn't be changed. Can someone drowning fall in love with a thorny branch? To this question, Nakano Nino could give a definite answer. Yes. "I'm sorry. Truly, I'm sorry." Nakano Nino looked at Sakurai, softly saying, "Tomorrow I'll leave, so please, don't hate me." Rather than wait until he regained his memories and drove her away, it would be better if she left on her own first. If just by chance. With her heart filled with fear, yet holding onto a shred of hope, she spoke. "If we happen to meet again next time, could you smile at me?" Nakano Nino pleaded, her voice full of self-doubt. Just a smile is enough. I wouldn't dare ask for anything more. Please don't scold me. Please don't. I'm truly sick. Sakurai didn't understand what she was saying, but he still replied, I don't hate you. There's no need to say things like that. This kid, does she have something wrong in her head? Sakurai thought silently. Nakano Nino gave him a faint smile. Then she wiped her tears clean. Time passed. Late at night, Nakano Nino lay on the sofa, staring blankly up at the ceiling of the living room, her eyes empty and devoid of light. Today, when Sakurai left, she had been able to touch objects. She had even stood by the window and shouted once, and the people on the street had turned their heads to look. It was just that. Her sense of presence was still extremely faint, easily ignored by people without them even realizing. And through all of this, Nino had come to recognize one truth. The abnormalities in her body were about to disappear. What will happen next? Carrying this unease, Nakano Nino closed her eyes, slowly drifting off to sleep. Chapter 52. A piercing glance Friday morning. Sakurai Saki noticed that the disciplinary committee member on duty today had been switched. It was no longer the adorable Miko-chan. This left him feeling utterly uncomfortable. It was the kind of feeling like missing a daily task you must complete. Overall, just suffocating. Imagine this. You're playing a game. The daily quest progress bar has reached 95-100, but the last points can only be completed by playing an extremely annoying mode before you can claim the full reward. Right now, Sakurai Saki felt exactly like that. Sitting by the window, Sakurai stared outside, zoning out when Hayasaka AI entered the classroom through the door. Today, she hadn't been caught by the disciplinary committee, so at a glance, her expression looked calm. At least outwardly, she was very calm. What she was thinking inside, well, only the maid herself knew. After exchanging a few greetings with classmates, Hayasaka AI walked toward the seat next to Sakurai. How did Kagaya-sama record that voice? Since last night, AI-chan the maid had been mulling over this question nonstop. Not to mention that the outdated her phone could even record audio. Just the fact that Sakurai could imitate such a cute cat meow was shocking enough for Hayasaka AI. A person who usually looked like they were wearing a sour cat face, yet could make such an adorable sound. It honestly gave people chills. Yes, chills. Listening to the recording, Hayasaka AI only felt it was creepy. Hayasaka. Perhaps only Secretary Fujiwara could appreciate the cuteness of Sakurai Saki. Though she was very curious about what had happened yesterday afternoon, deep down, Hayasaka AI had no intention of investigating. She had thought before about sneaking into the student council room, but as a devoted maid, it was inappropriate and an unforgivable breach of manners to intrude upon Shinomiya Kagaya's private space. Having been trained as a maid since childhood, Hayasaka AI was very clear about the Shinomiya family's rules. No matter how close the two of them were, like sisters even, there were still boundaries that could not be crossed. Reaching the seat beside him, Hayasaka AI glanced at Sakurai, who was absent-mindedly gazing out the window, then quietly slipped behind him. She then hugged him from behind, affectionately rubbing her cheek against his. Sakurai-chan, good morning. What are you daydreaming about? Sakurai Saki turned his head, and upon seeing it was her, didn't seem too bothered. He was thinking about the inter-club union meeting happening that afternoon. This afternoon, I have to attend the club president's meeting with President Shirogane, so I was figuring out how to handle it. Hayasaka AI noticed quite a few classmates' gazes drifting over, so she didn't overdo it, letting go of Sakurai and returning to her own seat. Good luck, she cheered. The Shuchiin Academy Club President's Conference, often called the Shuchiin VIP meeting, was a gathering of people not to be trifled with. Behind each of them was usually one of the major forces: military, business, politics, religion, police, yakuza. Just glancing over those keywords was enough to understand how terrifying the deterrent power of these VIPs was. They could practically do whatever they wanted within Shuchiin Academy. If they found someone displeasing, just a slight twitch of a finger could make that person voluntarily leave Shuchiin. In the past, Aside from Shirogane Miyuki, the academy had also seen commoner students rise to the student council president's seat, but most of them couldn't last a full term. The fastest one voluntarily resigned after just a single semester. Currently, the reason Shirogane Miyuki could firmly hold the president's position wasn't just because of the reputation he had built up last year, but also because of another key factor. For example, Ice Queen Shinomiya Kagaya. For Shinomiya Kagaya, protecting the entire student council from being sabotaged was of utmost importance. Not only because her close friend Fujiwara Chika was part of the student council, and not just because her maid Hayasaka AI liked someone in the council, but also because of another reason. She cared deeply about winning and losing. Ever since Shirogane Miyuki stole the position from her through last year's exam results, Shinomiya Kagaya had always held a grudge in her heart. She wanted to win that round back. To achieve that, she had pushed Shirogane Miyuki to become the student council president. That way, he'd have less time to study, and she'd have more chances to defeat him. That was Shinomiya Kagaya's thinking. The above might be a bit off topic, so let's set that aside for now. At the moment, what Sakurai Saki was thinking about wasn't actually all that serious. Although the club presidents all had big backings, it wasn't like they'd break out into an all-out fight just over some club funding. Mainly, they just had to be stopped from arguing too fiercely. Among them, there were two people who especially loved to stir up trouble. One was Ryuja Momo from the Astronomy Club, the daughter of a Yakuza boss. The other was Kojima from the Kendo Club, a guy whose family held high-ranking positions in the police force. As long as those two didn't pick a fight, today's meeting should go smoothly, hopefully. Thinking of those two, Sakurai Saki suddenly felt all his confidence drain away. He went back to zoning out. The teacher entered the classroom. No idea what the homeroom session this morning would be about. Sakurai Saki looked at the female teacher with a ponytail standing in front, chattering nonstop, and he quietly let out a yawn. These days, he needed to sleep at least 10 hours a day, maybe even more just to feel awake. Normally, aside from liking the taste, he drank coffee to help stay alert. Working part-time before had been exhausting, and even in the past half year of working as a rent-a-boyfriend, it hadn't exactly been easy, but at least he could get a bit more sleep. After school, which ended a bit after 3 p.m., Sakurai Saki would go to the student council room to handle work, then head off to his part-time job, which usually started at 5 p.m. His service shift would end close to or just after 8 p.m., and by the time he got home, it would be around 9 p.m. At that point, if during the day Sakurai Saki had randomly gained some uncontrollable supernatural ability, he'd still need to log into a game to vent his destructive urges, scaring the poor gamers there. Only after playing games and satisfying his impulses would he finally feel at ease enough to sleep. But by then, it would already be close to midnight. The next morning, he had to be in class by 8:30 a.m. No matter how you calculated it, it wasn't nearly enough to get 10 hours of sleep. In short, Sakurai Saki was chronically sleep-deprived. Even if it didn't show physically, deep inside he was utterly exhausted. Sakurai rarely showing emotion when in the student council room partly stemmed from this very reason. When the last morning class, literature, ended, Sakurai Saki grabbed his bento, preparing to head to the student council room. He glanced at Shinomiya Kagaya and saw she didn't seem like she was planning to go eat. Right now, she was quietly sitting alone at her seat. At a glance, people might even think she was being isolated. But in Sakurai Saki's eyes, it was more like Shinomiya Kagaya was isolating herself from others. Lately, she had started showing a bit more expression, and her cold demeanor had softened slightly. But for her to truly return to being a normal person, there was still a long road ahead. Leaving the classroom, Sakurai Saki walked down the hallway. Many people were heading to the lower-level courtyard to eat lunch, and so were still chatting about club activities. When he pushed open the student council room door, Sakurai Saki saw Ishigami, who had arrived a step before him. Huh, Ishigami, you're not having lunch? He didn't see Ishigami carrying a bento. Was he not planning to eat? Ishigami, you pulled out a spiral-shaped pastry from his bag. Taking a bite, he replied, "This is enough for me." Sakurai Saki looked at the top of Ishigami's head, and right above him appeared a giant, glowing word, true. He wasn't lying. Why was Sakurai so sure about that? Because today, Sakurai Saki was a human lie detector. Chapter 53. Sakurai-kun doesn't know how to lie in the student council room. The three male members of the student council were gathered, having lunch together. Shinomiya Kagaya and Fujiwara Chika had not arrived yet. All right, Sakurai, your tutoring job, is it still ongoing? Shirogane Miyuki asked while lifting a spoonful of rice from his bento box. If nothing unexpected happens, he'll visit next week. Originally, it was arranged to tutor 3 sessions a week, but improving grades can't be rushed. Besides, among the 4 of them, only one actually has the will to study. When someone has no motivation, no matter how many test papers I give, it won't help much. Sakurai Saki calmly replied. Shirogane Miyuki nodded in agreement. Exactly whether one actually wants to study or not is the most important factor. The fact that he himself could persist in studying 10 hours a day, besides external factors, was largely thanks to his own desire to learn. That was an important reason he could stick to it. Even though Shirogane Miyuki couldn't feel joy in studying, but he could feel his own progress through studying, and from there, find joy in that progress itself. Ishigami, you listened to the two talking, not daring to say a word. This man, he was afraid these two would drag him into the abyss called studying. Ishigami. Shirogane Miyuki uttered the opening that Ishigami, you fear the most. Ishigami. Everyone knows that human words often follow from the previous sentence or topic, like a word chain game. The end of the previous word and the start of the next are inevitably connected. Next week, I think the first years have a small entrance assessment test. Do you need me to help you review? Shirogane Miyuki asked. Ishigami, you forced a smile. I'll review at home myself. No need to trouble the senpai. This is a lie. Sakurai Saki could see the word fake floating above his head. Special ability today. Swallow 1,000 needles when lying. Can check in real time whether the person in front is lying while making that person feel the pain of being pricked by needles. Side effect. The Esper's own will to answer increases sharply and they cannot lie. This is a simple ability, and its side effect is equally simple. How to remove this side effect? Just don't speak. This is the most convenient solution, but it's not easy to pull off. Increased will to answer, simply put, means that once someone asks a question, you basically can't avoid answering. In this situation, what's the biggest problem? The answer is EQ will drop. Drop to what level? Lower than even Ishigami-you. At least Ishigami-you, when facing someone he cares about, wouldn't say everything in his heart, and even if he slips, he'd try to cover it up. But this side effect is different. It turns Sakurai Saki into a super atmosphere-killing machine who can't understand the mood. For example, Franny Jamil from Damachi asks, Nay, Sakurai-kun, do you think I'm pretty? In a normal state, he would reply like this, you're pretty in a very unique way. But if it's today, Sakurai Saki would just bluntly say, I want to gouge my eyes out just because I accidentally saw you, you ugly thing. I've never seen anyone this ugly. I suggest you go home and look in a mirror. You're a certified fat toad. It's disgusting. Ugh, that's the level of the side effect. Truly terrifying. That's why this morning Sakurai Saki had to think carefully about how to maneuver during the club meeting this afternoon. If you do poorly on the entrance assessment, then before the midterms, it'll help you review. Sakurai Saki took a bite of rice, speaking indifferently. The seasoning today was passable, though making the rice this morning had taken some time and was a bit rushed. Sakurai-senpai, then about the nightly gaming time, canceled. Sakurai Saki said decisively, I don't care if the Nakano quadruplets fail the midterms, but if you fail too much, hey, you understand, right, Ishigami? Sakurai Saki smiled dangerously at Ishigami-you. Ishigami-you glanced at Sakurai Saki, then sent a pleading look towards Shirogane Miyuki. But in the end, he realized, even in Shirogane Miyuki's eyes, there was full agreement with Sakurai Saki's plan. It's over and done for. Is it still in time to go find Fujiwara-senpai to save me? Just as Ishigami, you felt his future was pitch black. His angel descended. "Good afternoon, everyone. Your super cute chicken-chan is here." Fujiwara Chika energetically pushed open the door, raised her hands, placed the thing in her hands on top of her head, and spun twice in place. After drawing all eyes in the room, she wobbled a little from dizziness, shook her head, and staggered over to Sakurai Saki, like offering a treasure, placing the item in front of him. "Tadasai-kun, look what this is." "Fujiwara-san, that action you just did was really stupid." Sakurai Saki didn't know how to lie. "And also, why did you wear cat ears to the student council room?" Fujiwara Chika instinctively ignored the first half of the sentence and began introducing the accessory in her hand. "These pink cat ears. Cute, right?" Ishigami, you sent a grateful look toward the pink-haired senpai. Chika in Ishigami eyes now. To repay Secretary Fujiwara's kindness, "Ishigami, you said with full sympathy. It really is cute." "Fujiwara-senpai, these cat ears are super cute." "Oho, Fujiwara." Chika glanced at him. "Then let's have Ishigami-kun try wearing it first." "Ishigami, you. Digging one's own grave. Isn't this exactly what that means?" Fujiwara Chika mischievously placed the cat ears on Ishigami-yu's head. Then, in the very next second, she showed a visibly disappointed expression that could be seen with the naked eye. "Ninu Ishigami-kun, you and the cat ears really don't match at all. It's like, Fujiwara Chika was choosing her words. Finally, she opened her mouth, like a pile of trash sitting on top of a flower. "Huh, Ishigami, you heard that." Shot up in disbelief. "Wasn't it Fujiwara-senpai who told me to try it on? I knew perfectly well it wouldn't suit me." "But Fujiwara-senpai, saying it like that, that's too mean. This isn't an angel. This is clearly a demon." Fujiwara Chika completely ignored his words. This time, she had come here with a very clear goal, because yesterday she had heard Sakurai Saki making 99 sounds. Today, she was feeling bold. Chika sneakily took out her phone, and in a tone, as if casually, she said, "Sakurai-kun, don't you want to try wearing it a bit?" "No," Sakurai Saki decisively answered. "And also, Fujiwara-san, please put away that phone you're planning to use for secret photos." Ishigami Yu took off the cat ears from his head and placed them on the table. Shirage Miyuki curiously picked up the cat ears. Honestly, he was a little curious about how he'd look wearing them. After observing for a few seconds, Shirage Miyuki casually put them on his head. Then he saw the three people in front of him simultaneously show astonished faces. "President, it's so mismatched." Fujiwara Chika covered her mouth with her hand, tears seeming to well up in the corners of her eyes. "You, how pitiful. How could someone be this ugly?" Ishigami Yu comforted, "Senpai, everyone has things that don't suit them. Don't take it too hard." He turned his head, letting out a long, deep sigh. "So ugly, Shirage. Don't wear it again next time. It makes me feel nauseous just looking at it." Sakurai Saki frowned. Shirage Miyuki felt like his knees were struck by 3 arrows in a row. Especially that last sentence from Sakurai Saki. Being told that by his best friend, he felt a bit down. Holding onto a thread of hope, he asked again, "Is it really that bad?" No one answered. At the corner of Shirage Miyuki's eyes, tears fell. "Kusho, damn you, bad friend." Chapter 54. Interclub Union Meeting. In the end, Fujiwara Chika still managed to get a photo of Sakurai Saki wearing the cat ears. Who told him to always indulge her, anyway? Just like Shirage Miyuki often said. Only Sakurai Saki was always willing to go along with Fujiwara Chika's unreasonable demands. Unable to refuse Fujiwara Chika's pouting. That was exactly Sakurai Saki's state when facing her. The final class of the afternoon was art class. In the art room, Sakurai Saki put away the landscape painting he had just completed. This time he painted quite quickly. The assignment the teacher gave could technically be left for the weekend, but Sakurai Saki didn't like dragging classwork into the weekend. Leaving the classroom, he neatly organized his belongings. Sakurai Saki headed to the student council room. Shirage Miyuki had arrived there a step earlier. His last period today was literature, and after class, he went straight over. "Let's go." Shirogane Miyuki patted Sakurai on the shoulder, taking a deep breath. As soon as the words left his mouth, Shirogane Miyuki's entire demeanor sharpened, and his gaze became notably more intense. The two of them were preparing to head to the meeting room in the club building. In the hallway, students passed by continuously. Sakurai Saki held the documents in his hands, skimming through them as he walked. This time, the main player was Shirogane Miyuki. He was the general. At most, Sakurai Saki was just the deputy. The meeting with the club presidents was originally for Shirogane to negotiate personally with the club leaders. Sakurai Saki was at most an assistant, simply put, a secretary. Once they reached the ground floor, they changed into their outdoor shoes. As the two left the main school building, they happened to run into 3 of the 4 Nakano sisters. With only about 600 students at Shuchiin, running into each other was completely normal. Sakurai-san, Nakano Yatsuba cheerfully waved at him. Nakano Itsuki also nodded at Sakurai, seriously saying, "Sakurai-san, good afternoon. Please reconsider the proposal I gave you last time." Nakano Miku didn't say anything. She just silently glared at him with a sulky look. "They'll stop by next Monday. Sorry, I have matters to attend to with President Shirogane right now. We'll discuss the tutoring later." Sakurai Saki spoke with a blank expression, then left together with Shirogane Miyuki, pushing open the meeting room door on the top floor of the club building. Shirogane Miyuki felt his footsteps grow heavy. You couldn't blame him for feeling such pressure. Anyone would. Though they were all the same age, their backgrounds and family circumstances were completely incomparable. Beside him, Sakurai Saki, holding the documents, appeared perfectly relaxed. At the moment, there was no one else in the meeting room. Shirogane Miyuki was taking the chance to mentally organize the points he would present. A short while later, a short-haired girl wearing a beret entered the room. It was Ryuju Momo, who had briefly served as the student council treasurer last year. "Oh, Shirogane, you're early today." Ryuju Momo casually plopped herself into the chairman's seat. She then shot a glance at Sakurai Saki, teasing, "Yo, isn't this Shirogane's bodyguard? Aren't you the one who lost to me?" Sakurai Saki instantly shot back. "Humph." Ryuju Momo let out a cold snort. "What? Are you so proud of defeating a girl like me?" "Defeating a loser isn't something I'm proud of," Sakurai Saki retorted with his usual unfiltered mouth. He calmly added, "Your kendo skills aren't even as good as that Kojima guy." "What?" Ryuju Momo hated most being compared to that guy. "In a real sword fight, you wouldn't last 3 moves against me. He can last 5. Sakurai Saki didn't bother to hold back today. "Sakurai, stop!" Shirogane Miyuki quickly intervened, seeing the two about to come to blows. "TCH." Ryuju Momo clicked her tongue in frustration. She wasn't really skilled at kendo anyway. She only practiced at home for fun. This was an era where guns existed. Who even used swords to fight anymore? Besides, maintaining a real sword was a hassle. Even though her family had katanas, a lot, she had never planned to use them. Though annoyed, she knew full well her sword skills weren't as good as that Kojima guy, which left Ryuju Momo without grounds to argue back. But thinking about it again, Kojima had trained in kendo for so many years, and yet he was only 2 moves better than her. From that perspective, maybe she was actually stronger than him? After a while, the sound of footsteps echoed outside the door again. A long-haired, black-haired girl with sleepy eyes stepped in. Atenbo Yum, president of the Paranormal Phenomena Research Club, from a family with religious ties. Sakurai, General Affairs. "Have you been followed by any female spirits lately?" Hearing this, Sakurai Saki nodded. Umu, a white-haired, gray-eyed JK ghost, a Bishujo. Today, he found himself unable to lie. Era Atenbo Yum slightly opened her sleepy eyes, and just as Sakurai Saki thought she was about to say something shocking, she murmured, "Make sure you take care of your health." Sakurai General Affairs. It was indeed shocking, but in a very different sense. Ahem. Shirogane Miyuki cleared his throat, reminding her, "Atenbo Senpai, this is the meeting room." "Shirogane-san, You should also get more rest lately, or you might drop dead. But looking at your current state, you probably won't die anytime soon. Atenbo-yum squinted her eyes again. She sat down on a seat nearby. Thank you for your concern, senpai. Shirogane Miyuki thanked her. After receiving a response, she shifted her target. Isn't this Ryuju-chan? Have you found someone you like yet? Faced with this sexually harassing question, Ryuju Momo chose to stay silent. Looks like not yet. Well, that's no surprise. Ryuju-chan isn't very good at socializing. After all, as soon as the words left her mouth, someone outside the door picked up the conversation. The person who'd fall for her probably hasn't been born yet. Kojima, the president of the Kendo Club, entered, glanced at Ryuju Momo, then sat down beside her. Ryuju Momo clenched her fist, feeling an urge to punch him. Hey, Sakurai, for the Jyokuryuki tournament and this year's high school sports championship, our Kendo Club is short of vice captain. Want to join? Kojima called out. He was referring to the Kendo tournaments in Japan, all usually held during the summer holidays. Not interested, Sakurai Saki replied flatly. These days, his time was already completely filled with student council work and his part-time job. If he also had to train daily with the Kendo Club, it really might kill him. When the tournament time comes, he'll come call you, Kojima said as if it were a given. If you feel interested then, just let me know. Adding a temporary member is easy enough. Ryuju Momo glanced between the two of them. She didn't quite understand the friendship between boys. For what she heard, last year Kojima and Sakurai had some private disagreements, and after discussing it, they decided to settle things through Kendo. The result was Kojima lost. At first, with that outcome, everyone thought the two would become enemies. But looking at the situation now, their relationship had unexpectedly improved. After waiting a bit longer, the meeting room gradually filled up. Not everyone was physically present. Many joined through electronic devices, participating via live video projection. Everyone, today's meeting is the Interclub Union Conference. The agenda is to discuss this semester's club funding issues. Shirogane Miyuki's fluent voice sounded in Sakurai Saki's ear, though Sakurai's expression barely changed. He glanced toward a corner of the meeting room. That person seemed to be Kashiwagi Nagisa, president of the volunteer club, with short hair and an orange-red hair clip on her left temple. How'd he know? Because she ranked 5th among the second years as Shuchiin. And who was ranked 4th? Ah, that was probably Shijo Maki. Normally, people rarely remembered those ranked beyond the top 3, unless she was always in 4th place. Chapter 55, Taking Photos 1 hour later. The meeting with the Interclub Union had ended. Although there had been some arguments in the middle, overall, it was considered smooth. Everyone maintained a restrained attitude on the surface. Behind-the-scenes exchanges were a different matter, but open quarrels were not good for either side. Even the two who usually argued the most, Ryuju Momo and Kojima, didn't say much. Everyone kept the intensity of the budget competition at a moderate, gentle level. Sitting here were all descendants of high-ranking figures from various fields in Japan, and they might well collaborate in the future. There was no need to strain relationships. Stepping out of the conference room, Shirogane Miyuki let out a sigh of relief. The next meeting was still far away, and for a while, he wouldn't have to endure pressure from this crowd. How on earth was Sakurai so bold? Shirogane Miyuki clearly remembered that, like himself. That guy had no backing at all, so why could he remain so calm? Could it be that he was actually the eldest son of some great family, and entering Shuchiin as an external applicant was just some kind of succession trial? Shirogane Miyuki glanced at Sakurai Saki, who was holding a stack of documents nearby, and in his head, he had already come up with several hundred episode-long dramas. Back in the student council room, Shirogane, I've got something to do today. I'm heading out first. Sakurai Saki said this and turned to leave. At that moment, his phone rang. Glancing at the caller, he saw it was Minamoto Mashiro. Moshi Moshi? Mashiro-san? Sakurai Saki picked up. In his ear came the gentle voice of a beautiful woman. Saki-kun, am waiting at the school gate already. Come on out. Sakurai nodded a farewell to President Shirogane, then picked up his bag and left the student council room. Although Shirage Miyuki was also curious who he was talking to, he didn't ask. After all, it was the other person's private matter. Leaving the school gate, Sakurai Saki saw Minamoto Mashiro parked by the roadside. The beautiful woman sitting inside lowered the window and called out loudly to him. Saki-kun, I'm over here nearby. Several students who had just finished their club activities were walking home. Seeing this scene, they immediately showed looks of surprise. Is that General Affairs, Sakurai's big sister? She's so pretty. A female student raised her hand to cover her mouth, speaking up. But they don't look that much alike. Maybe a cousin? Another female student guessed. Could also be that kind of one-isin. A male student offered another opinion. He was immediately met with a chorus of disdainful glares from a group of female students. Typical boys, always thinking crooked. Just seeing a woman's arm, they immediately think of a naked body. Thinking of a naked body leads to imagining sex. That's how boys' thoughts leap, like jumping off the peak of the Himalayas, escaping Earth's gravity, making Newton's sensei furious, and just floating off into space. As for the students' chatter, Sakurai Saki naturally had no idea. I'm not bothering you, am I? Minamoto Mashiro, sitting in the right-hand driver's seat, tilted her head and asked Sakurai, who was in the passenger seat. Not at all. Sakurai Saki replied gently. I just finished up at the student council, so you came at just the right time. Hearing this, Minamoto Mashiro let out a sigh of relief. There's still plenty of time. We can grab something to eat first. Saki-kun, what do you want to eat? Tell me. Sakurai thought for a moment, then replied, let's have something sweet. Don't you like that kind of thing? What's with this little brother indulging his big sister? I'm the one who should be spoiling you. Minamoto Mashiro said with a laugh. Mashiro, Sakurai Saki didn't like sweets, she knew that well. And your Yoko-san is busy setting up the set, so she probably can't come eat with us. In the end, the two of them drove to a nearby shopping mall, randomly picked a family restaurant inside, and had a simple meal together. By the time the two arrived at the studio in Shinjuku, it was already close to 7 in the evening. Walking into the dressing room together with Minamoto Mashiro, Sakurai Saki sat down in a chair. Hearing the chatter behind him about how they would do his makeup, Sakurai Saki didn't say anything more. Today, he wouldn't be able to lie, so anything he could avoid saying, it was best not to say. A few minutes later, the makeup began. Sakurai-san, your skin is really beautiful. The female makeup artist praised him softly as she gently swept a damp makeup sponge across his face. She was honestly wondering whether she even needed to use concealer in this case, because basically there wasn't a single flaw on his face. After working on so many faces, this was the first time she had encountered such a case. Perhaps the phrase naturally handsome was made to describe someone like him. Thank you, Sakurai Saki replied politely. When faced with compliments, he had never been the type to act humble. Sakurai Saki's level of self-love and thickness of skin could easily rival the corner of a fortress wall. He even believed he could accomplish anything perfectly as long as he wanted to do it. The more the makeup artist worked, the happier she became, her mouth constantly spilling compliments. Minamoto Mashiro, watching her little brother being showered with praise, couldn't help but let the corners of her mouth curl into a smile. Besides the three of them, there were quite a few people in the dressing room. There were many people here today for photo shoots at the studio. Plenty of female models, most of them accompanied by managers. The makeup artist chatted with the models, asking for their opinions, and the noise level was a bit loud. Like that, time stretched on for over 10 minutes. Suddenly, at the door, a man in a suit with slick-back hair appeared and walked in. The entire room immediately fell silent. He swept his gaze around, muttering something under his breath, then shot a sharp glance toward Minamoto Mashiro. After she glared back at him, he walked away. Sakurai Saki said nothing, but the female makeup artist behind him quietly muttered a complaint. Ugh, just our luck. That scumbag's here again to harass the models. So what if his family's rich, acting all high and mighty? Harass the models? Sakurai Saki asked curiously. If he sees a pretty model, he'll go up and strike up a conversation, then ask if they're open to money deals, promising all kinds of benefits. Unspoken rules? Pretty common. He's got this weird fetish. Only sleeps with each girl once. Now, that's drifting into psychological territory. But since it was all consensual, Sakurai Saki had no intention of getting involved. That's enough. Stop gossiping. Minamoto Mashiro, hearing the direction of their conversation, felt that her pure little brother shouldn't be spoiled by such topics. The makeup artist, hearing that, quickly shut her mouth and said no more. Once the makeup was done, a red-dyed, curly-haired woman came rushing in through the back door, looking flustered. Upon seeing Sakurai Saki, she finally let out a relieved sigh. Walking over to Minamoto Mashiro's side, Ueno Yoko gave him a once-over. Sakurai-kun, go change out of that outfit quickly. Even though we still have some time, that school uniform really doesn't look good. Minamoto Mashiro covered her mouth. Giggling beside them, that's Shuchiin's uniform, you know? So what if it's Shuchiin? I can't comment just because it's ugly. If you ask me, that uniform needs a redesign. No trace of youthful spirit at all. One glance, and it's just the smell of decay. A bunch of high schoolers looking like old men. Minamoto Mashiro shot her an annoyed glare. To someone with your tastes, everything probably looks old. Huh? Exactly. Ueno Yoko didn't deny her own preferences one bit. She was quite open about what she liked. Chapter 56. The Innocent Girl. Ichika-chan, oh right, Saha-kun. You are lucky today. Your female co-star today is really cute in the dressing room next to the makeup room. Ueno Yoko made the introduction. Sakurai Saki tugged at the hoodie he was wearing, feeling like he didn't understand fashion at all. What was so good-looking about this penguin on the shirt anyway? Shirage Miyuki would probably love it. After all, that guy was a total penguin maniac, to the point of even knowing the names of the penguin caretakers. It honestly felt a little scary. Mashiro-san told me about it yesterday. Sakurai Saki didn't hold any expectations for this so-called female co-star they were talking about. No matter how pretty she was, just how pretty could she be? After changing clothes and folding up his school uniform, Sakurai Saki stepped out of the dressing room. Back in the makeup room, Sakurai Saki saw Minamoto Mashiro waving at him. She was standing behind a female model. This must be my co-star for tonight? Sakurai Saki walked over. Then, looking into the mirror, he froze. Nakano Itsuki? Or Yatsuba? Mika was probably impossible. Ichika? He blurted out, and right after, he saw the girl in front of him tremble slightly. Ichika. Minamoto Mashiro sensed that something unusual was going on between the two and leaned towards Sakurai Saki, whispering, Saki-kun. You know her? Same school, but not same class, Sakurai Saki answered. Minamoto Mashiro's gaze darted between the two. Oh, how interesting. Does she get to watch this unfold for free? Looks like she got some melon gossip to snack on, but it didn't seem to be anything romantic. Minamoto Mashiro observed Sakurai Saki and didn't see the slightest emotional ripple on his face. Nakano Ichika sat in the chair, watching Sakurai Saki through the mirror, momentarily unsure of what to do. It was her first time working as a photo model, and she just had to run into someone she knew, and not just anyone, but the tutor Shed argued with just a few days ago. Tokyo really was too small. If her acting career had been going smoothly, she wouldn't even be doing part-time modeling work. It wasn't like she didn't have better opportunities. She just didn't want them. At the Oda Entertainment she belonged to, just among the people Ichika personally knew, there were already quite a few who relied on their bodies to climb up the ranks. While Ichika felt a bit envious, she didn't agree with that approach. Using her body to gain more resources was something she couldn't accept. Her manager wasn't bad, but not exactly great either. Recently, they'd been asking if she wanted to take on more suggestive roles. After all, Ichika had a very pretty face and figure. On the road to chasing your dreams, you always have to give something up. That's what her manager had just told her. Put simply, it was telling her to let go of her pride and accept jobs she originally didn't want, like swimsuit modeling. Nakano Ichika valued her body deeply. So even though she had secretly been a female talent for over half a year, she had never considered selling herself short. Maybe I should give it a try? No, it'll just push myself a bit harder. Even though she knew that if she kept hesitating like this, She'd only fall further behind while her peers were riding the elevator straight up. She still just couldn't bring herself to do those kinds of things. Once her makeup was finished, Nakano Ichika glanced back and finally decided to acknowledge the familiar face. Sakurai-san. What a coincidence, I didn't expect to see you here. Today, Sakurai Saki couldn't beat around the bush. You're hiding this job from your family, aren't you? Her academic performance in the first half of last year had actually been quite decent, but it was in the latter half that Shed started hovering near the failing line. Looked like this job had eaten up too much of her time, making it impossible to balance schoolwork. So, she'd been doing this for about half a year? Nakano Ichika had wanted to explain, but in the end, she only gave a soft response. Not telling your sisters, are you really okay with that? Sakurai Saki had more or less figured out why she fell asleep the moment she got home last time. Probably the same reason as him, because her daily work was just too overwhelming. I'll tell them once I make it big, Ichika replied. At that moment, Ueno Yoko also walked over. She just happened to catch those innocent words. Wanting to become famous as an actress isn't that easy. You make it sound so light, Ueno Yoko sneered. What do you plan to rely on? Your face or your body? Nakano Ichika lifted her head, looking straight at her, her voice calm. I've never done that kind of thing, and I have no intention to. I will become famous through a proper, legitimate path. Ueno Yoko saw a girl who was both innocent and adorable. Only someone new to the industry could be this confident. Thinking that, she glanced at Sakurai Saki and saw a small smile tugging at the corner of his lips. It wasn't a smile of satisfaction with the girl's answer. He simply found her words too naive. Ueno Yoko could read that clearly. Only Minamoto Mashiro didn't see the dark thoughts in his heart. She always believed he was a bright, sunshine-like younger brother. Sakurai and Mashiro eyes. Well, having ambition is good. I hope you'll succeed. Oh right, Nakano-san. You'll be the one in charge of your job today. Your manager already told me. Ueno Yoko spoke as she moved closer to Ichika's ear. She lowered her voice, whispering like a devil. Also, Nakano-san, your manager spoke privately with me about you. He said you're not listening, so lately they're considering harsher measures. Maybe, if you keep clinging to certain limits, they'll choose to freeze your activities. Luckily your contract isn't long, and the breach fee isn't high. At this point, Ueno Yoko smiled. Just a 3-year freeze, and you can switch companies. Your agency is honestly too merciful. If it were me, I would have made you sign a slave contract already. Right after, she pulled back from the young girl's ear and softly said, no company likes a product that's both worthless and disobedient, Nakano-san. This is my sincere advice. Hearing that, Nakano Ichika suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. Her eyes darted around, searching for something familiar to give her even a little sense of reassurance. But among the people present, only Sakurai Saki was someone she knew. Yoko, you're scaring the poor girl. Minamoto Mashiro, seeing Ichika's expression, immediately knew what Yoko had just said. It must have been the dark side of the industry again. Really? But I didn't lie to her, you know. Ueno Yoko showed no concern for what she had just done. Nakano Ichika's manager hadn't spelled it out too clearly earlier, but the implications had been enough. Yoko had just added a little extra flavor on top. Sakurai Saki glanced at the top of Ueno Yoko's head. True, all right. It's your turn now, you too. Ueno Yoko said as she grabbed Nakano Ichika's hand, ready to lead the girl out of the makeup room. Watching the two of them leave, Sakurai Saki quietly followed behind. Yoko seems pretty interested in that Nakano girl. Minamoto Mashiro, walking beside him, smiled and said, she only talks about the dark side of the industry to female rookies she wants to pull in. Then she waits for them to come seeking her out. The whole hero saves damsel thing. Girls are pretty easily swayed by tricks like that. So, she's actually quite popular, you know. Sakurai Saki said nothing. He had no desire to understand that filthy adult world. Chapter 57. How do you want to die? Photo studio. Sakurai Saki and Nakano Ichika were sitting facing each other. All right, move a little closer. This time it's a couple style. You two are sitting so far apart. The audience will think you're enemies or something. Quickly, get really close together for me. When Yuko was directing their poses, Sakurai Saki leaned his face close in front of Ichika. Nakano Ichika, looking at his handsome face, showed a shy expression. When Yuko seized the moment to snap a shot. That posture just now was great. Hold it there. Sakurai Saki didn't really understand why Ichika was embarrassed. Logically, a Wani-san type like her shouldn't have such low defenses. Alright, Sakurai-kun. You don't need to hold her waist anymore. Sakurai Saki obediently withdrew his hand from the girl's slender waist. Seeing his nonchalant face, Nakano Ichika suddenly felt a bit mischievous inside. It's not fair if only she's blushing. She wanted to make Sakurai Saki embarrassed. Okay, go change outfits. The next set should be the final round. Hopefully, you two can keep up that energy. Touch up the makeup. It hasn't worn off much, so no need. When Yuko clapped her hands, temporarily wrapping up the shoot. After she spoke, Sakurai and Ichika stood up simultaneously. It seemed the two bumped into each other. Kaya! Ichika slipped, letting out a startled cry. Although Nakano Ichika had intended to tease Sakurai just now, she didn't expect herself to slip up first. As the floor rushed up to meet her face, Ichika reflexively shut her eyes tight. A few seconds passed, but she didn't feel any pain. Opening her eyes again, she found herself being held by Sakurai Saki's hands. Right now, the two were pressed close together. Ichika's back rested against his chest. She could even hear his strong, pounding heartbeat. Her own heart also started racing at that exact moment. They stayed in that position for a few seconds until someone spoke up. If you're done, hurry up and let go. We're on a tight schedule here. No time for you two to keep hugging. When Yuko was the type who, once she entered work mode, didn't care about personal relationships at all. Hearing that, Sakurai Saki nodded and released Ichika. Ichika felt a slight pang of regret, leaving those warm arms. The next part of the work went very smoothly. Sakurai Saki's acting was solid, thanks to his daily experience at school playing the bright male student and also his side job as a rental boyfriend in private life. Ichika's acting was also excellent. She truly had talent. The more Ueno Yoko watched, the more she liked her. A marvelous rough gem, just needing a bit of polishing to shine brilliantly. Back in the dressing room, Sakurai Saki and Ichika began removing their makeup. Halfway through, the dressing room quieted down again like before. Footsteps sounded by his ear. Behind him, Minamoto Mashiro carried a bag and asked, Saki-kun, do you want me to take you out for a bite later? It was already past 10 o'clock now. Mashiro-san, I'm a bit sleepy. Sakurai Saki answered honestly. Today he couldn't tell a lie, so Sakurai Saki really was very sleepy right now, the kind of sleepy where if he had a bed, he could fall asleep instantly. Especially since today, his supernatural ability still hadn't turned off, though its function wasn't very strong, just recognizing truth and lies. Even weaker than mind reading, but was enough to make Sakurai Saki's desire gauge gradually rise. That said, the lack of sleep wasn't just a one-day thing, so he could still endure it. Then let me take you home. Later, Minamoto Mashiro looked at her little brother's tired face, feeling a bit sorry for him. This kid probably stays up late studying every night. Otherwise, how would he end up like this? Still have to do homework after getting home. Sakurai Saki thought about what he needed to do afterward, even forgetting that today was Friday and tomorrow was the weekend, no school. Every day, Sakurai Saki spent about half an hour doing homework. For Sakurai Saki, who could study at home for at most 2 hours each day, the shorter the time spent on homework, the better, so he would have more time to learn new knowledge. Ranked third in the entire grade during the exams. Sakurai Saki's academic achievements weren't thanks to supernatural powers. He had reached that level step by step through self-study. To him, using supernatural abilities to obtain something like that felt a bit humiliating. The strength of a person with supernatural powers didn't need to be proven by those powers. Even without them, Sakurai Saki was confident he wouldn't lose to anyone. But without using supernatural powers, Defeating Shinomiya Kagaya and Shirogane Miyuki was no simple task. If he wanted to claim the #1 spot, Sakurai Saki would need to increase his daily study time to at least 3 hours. For Sakurai Saki, who was already squeezing time like wringing water from a sponge, that was impossible. Sorry to trouble you, Mishiro-san. Sakurai Saki didn't want to refuse her kindness. The relationship between the two didn't require formalities. It was already late at night, and soon the trains would stop running. It's no trouble at all. The beautiful woman softly said, "This is something I should do." While the two were quietly chatting, the surrounding atmosphere remained silent. It felt a bit strange. Sakurai Saki turned his head and saw the slick-back man in the suit from earlier. He was now pestering Nakano Ichika. This was seriously so cliché. Why did he keep running into these kinds of plot lines? His supernatural ability today wasn't some protagonist's halo, was it? Where the hell did all these brain-dead villains come from? Forcing people to buy, forcing people to sell, now forcing girls too? Sakurai Saki squinted and let out a yawn. So sleepy he could die. Would he be able to sleep before midnight today? His destructive urges were spiking, and his emotions were hard to control. If something ignorant came over to provoke him, Sakurai Saki absolutely wouldn't hold back. As for the matter with Ichika, Sakurai Saki honestly didn't care. The two of them weren't close. He himself wasn't some saint who had to act righteously every time he saw injustice. Before this, they had only met once. "Miss, I wonder if you've heard my name before." The man offered a business card, introducing himself. Though his words weren't too direct, still somewhat polite, everyone present clearly understood his intentions. Even if they all felt disgusted, no one dared stand up as a hero. It wasn't worth losing your job just because of a moment of anger. Nakano Ichika forced a strained smile. This was the first time she had encountered someone so shameless, and she found it a bit difficult to handle, especially since this guy seemed to have some influence. Ichika reflexively looked toward Sakurai Saki, only to see him paying absolutely no attention to her, making her feel slightly disappointed. But she also understood their relationship wasn't good. The last time they met, he even had a conflict with her sisters. Asking him to help her out was practically impossible. "There's a pretty nice nightclub nearby. Would you perhaps?" "Sorry, I'm not interested." Ichika straightforwardly refused. The man began showing signs of impatience. Did this woman truly not understand? Or was she pretending not to? This was the first time he had been rejected so bluntly. And on top of that, quite a few people nearby were watching the show, waiting for him to lose face. In this situation, he had no way to back down. He spoke bluntly. "Work closely with me, and he'll arrange all your future castings and resources. This deal's totally worth it, don't you think?" "Sorry." Ichika once again refused. The man frowned, tried to raise the price. "Huh? What are you pretending to be all pure for? Haven't you done this kind of thing plenty of times already?" "What? It's just me you want to do it with. Try to play hard to get." He didn't know the girl's background, but a girl coming to this kind of place to model, without even a manager with her. He didn't see any reason why he should be afraid. Hearing that, Ichika's voice turned cold. "I've never done that kind of thing. Still pretending, huh?" The man sneered and reached out his hand. Anyway, this wasn't his first time doing something like this. These small-time actors and entertainers had no right to refuse. As long as the compensation afterward was good enough, they'd all come crawling back, licking his boots. Minamoto Mishiro was also drawn over by the conversation. This girl named Nakano, her family background didn't seem simple, or rather, anyone who could study at Shuchiin wasn't simple. Why was she being harassed like this? Though curious, she still spoke up. She already said no, Director Kobayashi. "Are you planning to use force?" The beautiful woman couldn't hide the contempt in her voice. The man called Kobayashi paused and turned to look at her. He recognized this woman. She had very close ties to Ueno Yoko. What's more, she was a disaster bringer. There were even rumors that she was the one who had caused the deaths of her own husband and son. Even just getting close to her was said to bring bad luck. Normally, Kobayashi wouldn't want to have anything to do with this woman. He was afraid her misfortune would rub off on him. But now that she dared to come and ruin his business, he wasn't about to show any mercy. Him just picking on a model with no background. And that little brat sitting up front, probably some high school kid you got following you around. Huh? Looks decent on the outside, but you've certainly done plenty of shady things yourself. You've got the nerve to meddle in my business? Careful, or one day they'll have someone tie you up and toss you into an alley. What followed was a string of vulgar insults, and even Sakurai Saki got dragged into the filth. At first, he hadn't planned to care if it was just verbal abuse. He didn't intend to hit anyone too hard, until he caught sight of the top of the man's head. Trumph. So, you really want to pick a fight, huh? That pale-faced little shit over there. Don't think you're getting away either. Get ready to lose your job. Kobayashi Sho finished his rant, glancing around smugly. Seeing everyone's frightened faces, his mood immediately lifted. Hearing that, Sakurai Saki turned to the trembling makeup artist behind him and asked, "Done taking off the makeup?" The makeup artist nodded fearfully. Sakurai Saki sighed softly and slowly stood up. Can't humans just communicate with a little less aggression? In the end, it still has to be me to come explain things properly. A playful, intriguing smile appeared at the corner of Sakurai's mouth as he looked toward Kobayashi Sho. So, how do you want to die? Chapter 58, Broken Body. Maddened Soul, ha ha ha, you're asking me how I want to die? Kobayashi Sho burst into laughter at Sakurai's words. Standing up for someone else? You should at least check your own abilities first, right? Could he be so unlucky as to run into someone untouchable? Ha, ridiculous. Does this brat want to rely on the widowed woman standing behind him? Even funnier, that woman is a disaster. Has anyone who got tangled up with her ever had a good ending? Ueno Yoko, such a strong woman, after getting involved with this woman. Even her company began to plummet without breaks. You're asking me how I want to die? Planning to use your fists to hit me? Kobayashi Sho spread his arms wide. Sorry, but you can't do anything to me. This studio belongs to my family. What do you have to fight me with? Just give up. Kid, it's not worth it to provoke me just to protect a murderer, you know? He wasn't just bluffing. In this territory, Kobayashi Sho truly had the power to stir up storms. As he spoke, he glanced at Nakano Ichika, still sitting silently in her seat, his face showing contempt. Just now acting all noble and aloof. And now that someone stepped in, immediately playing the weak victim. Women are all like that. The moment they find a better option, they kick away whoever there with a bunch of trash. Kobayashi Sho, just thinking about his first love who had left him for someone else, felt his rage flare up. Women really are a bunch of lustful sluts. You'll find out soon enough. Sakurai Saki took a few more steps forward, the smile on his lips unchanged. Because of the blatant insults and clear threats from the other side, he no longer intended to spare him. Could just any dog or cat run up and provoke him? If so, what was the point of being an Esper? An invisible wave slowly spread out from his body. The nature of random abilities was essentially a self-imposed restriction that Sakurai Saki placed on himself. When his abilities went out of control, he would unconsciously release a fully mastered offensive skill. This was the true reason why Sakurai Saki always had to suppress his powers. The supernatural abilities that were repeatedly activated would be mastered by Sakurai Saki, and at that point, they would no longer have side effects. Controlling hundreds of abilities was difficult, but if each day only one random ability was used, then it became much easier. If he couldn't control the power immediately, then just repeating it over and over would do. The self-restriction that Sakurai Saki set up was to be able to use his powers better. If he didn't do so, he would never be able to live like a normal person. But when the desire for destruction increased, this became extremely dangerous. The moment the words fell, clang, on the makeup table next to Sakurai Saki, a jar of lotion fell to the ground, shattering. That sound seemed to trigger some kind of mechanism. The surrounding items began falling one after another, echoing with successive sounds of shattering. The entire building started shaking violently. What the hell? An earthquake? Right now? But what about our work? with my legs shaking like this. How am I supposed to do eyeliner? My makeup's all running. Oh no. The scene immediately fell into a small panic. Someone tried to reassure them. Don't be scared. This quake isn't strong. We can still keep working. That reassurance was quickly echoed. Yeah, IT'll probably stop in a bit. There's a saying, if it's a small one, no need to run. If it's a big one, running won't save you. Besides, in Japan, earthquakes happen as often as meals. So, even though there really was an earthquake, to a group of people who endured dozens of these each year, no one paid it much attention. Except one person. Disaster. That damned woman. This must definitely be because of her. Kobayashi Sho fearfully backed up several steps, his pupils wide. Thinking of the rumors circulating in the industry, cold sweat broke out on his back. Her husband and child both died because of an earthquake. This time it must be the same. Just because she was scolded a few times, she's planning to drag everyone down to die together. This demon woman. Sakurai Saki was just about to use the newly unleashed ability, telekinesis, to crush Kobayashi Sho hard when he felt someone grab his hand. Turning his head, he saw a beautiful woman smiling gently. Don't be angry anymore. Saki-kun, I don't hold those things against anyone. Minamoto Mashiro softly held his hand. Being cursed and insulted like this, it wasn't the first time. Mashiro had heard countless gossips from neighbors, long since immune. She also understood her own constitution. It truly did bring misfortune to those around her. Sakurai Saki looked at that face, saying nothing. As expected, she really resembled her, especially this personality. Always enduring, never thinking of herself. No matter how much she was oppressed, she never fought back. This kind of gentle, good person could truly drive someone mad with anger. A good person returns kindness for hatred. But then what? How do you repay the kindness? If you only know how to give all the time, the only possible ending is tragedy. Sakurai Saki pressed his lips together, his teeth biting into his lower lip. The taste of blood spreading across his tongue. Memories surged in his mind. Inside, a violent fury surged within Sakurai Saki. The desire for destruction skyrocketed, combined with the insults just hurled by the opponent, making it impossible for him to hold back anymore. He ground out through clenched teeth. He just said all that about you, and you're still telling me not to act? The tremors around them instantly grew more intense. Rumble, rumble, even the walls began to shake slightly. Kobayashi Sho, ignoring the cold gazes of those around him, panicked and tried to run from the room. You fools don't even know what's about to happen. Just wait and die. But because he ran too hastily, and the tiled floor in the dressing room had been cleaned too well, his foot slipped, and his head smacked straight onto the ground. Thud! Kobayashi Sho sprawled on the floor, struggled to get up, then burst into manic laughter. Ha ha! You really want me dead that badly, huh? Murder! Killer demon! He pointed straight at Minamoto Mashiro, shouting loudly. Her husband died because of her. Everyone knows that. Right. Anyone who stays in the same room with her ends up cursed. This woman is a walking disaster. She's the reason her son died young. I have never harmed anyone. Minamoto Mashiro still wore a gentle smile, but her eyes were already brimming with tears. Just then, a cold voice rang out. There's an earthquake. Everyone please stay safe while working. The moment the voice finished, a figure stepped out from the photo studio. Ueno Yoko irritably pushed back her wavy, wine-red hair, glancing over the scene in the dressing room. For a moment, she didn't understand what was going on. Sakurai-kun was standing next to Mashiro, while the trash Kobayashi Sho was slumped on the ground, face pale, looking like he had just seen something horrifying. And the people around were all gathered, eyes cold, as if watching a cheap circus act, like they were watching a clown perform tricks. Ueno Yoko raised an eyebrow. What's going on here? Kobayashi, did you switch careers and join the circus? She shot him a look full of contempt. If the clown's performance is over, then get the hell out. Then she turned to the makeup artists. And you all can't work just because there's an earthquake. Huh. Standing there frozen, What, you enjoy watching clowns dance, is that it? All right. We're starting right away. Oh, just now was quite the entertaining show. The makeup artist snapped out of it, faint, ambiguous smiles tugging at the corners of their lips as they cast glances at Kobayashi's show. Gotta admit, that clown's performance was pretty entertaining. As for the earthquake, they just treated it like a natural occurrence, something they experience weekly. If lucky, having the ground shake a few times in a day wasn't even unusual. It was just a pity they didn't get to see that handsome guy land a punch on that scumbag. And that weird rumor? Sure, maybe it had some grain of truth, but it was like any other urban legend, whether it was bad luck or good fortune. None of them took it all that seriously. A few seconds later, the tremor gradually weakened, then stopped completely. Kobayashi's show glared hatefully at everyone, his eyes full of venom. He struggled to his feet, slithering out of the dressing room like a venomous snake, shoving open the door and leaving. Just you wait. I have hundreds of ways to make you all regret this. Sakurai Saki's face was cold as ice, his gaze locked on the man's retreating back, as if he were watching a walking corpse. All right, everyone, wrap it up early and go home. Ueno Yoko rolled her eyes around the room before heading back to the photo studio. After she left, Minamoto Mishiro wrapped her arms around Sakurai Saki, gently patting his back. It's okay now, Saki-kun. Sakurai Saki quietly withdrew his power. When the other party had said those words, above Mishiro's head appeared the word true. That meant, in her subjective perception, the deaths of her husband and child were not caused by her. She wasn't lying. But this matter still felt suspicious. Did she really possess some strange kind of constitution? The earthquake had come fast and gone just as fast. Nakano Ichika cautiously turned her head to look at Sakurai Saki. A moment ago, she had been completely overwhelmed by the sheer intensity radiating from the two of them, unable to speak up. Mishiro-san, the shoot's done. Let's go home, Sakurai Saki said, glancing at Ichika from the corner of his eye. This matter didn't involve her. No matter who had been standing there, Minamoto Mishiro would have stopped them, and Sakurai would have doing exactly the same things. It wasn't because it was Ichika that had acted this way. Nakano-san, how are you getting home? Minamoto Mishiro released Sakurai Saki and turned to ask the young girl. It was already very late, and her manager wasn't around. Letting a girl go home alone under these circumstances would be dangerous. Probably by train? Nakano Ichika replied uncertainly. As she spoke, she pulled out her phone to check and saw that the epicenter of the earlier earthquake had been right near this area. Although the magnitude wasn't high, out of fear of aftershocks, the trains had shut down earlier than scheduled. They had originally planned to stop service after midnight. Now what? How was she supposed to get home? If she took a taxi, she probably didn't have enough cash on her. If you don't mind, Nakano-san, please come with us. Don't be shy. Minamoto Mishiro spoke gently. This girl attended the same school as Sakurai Saki. Later on, she might even get pulled into the company by Ueno Yoko. Lending a hand now wouldn't cost anything. Nakano Ichika was just about to refuse when she heard Sakurai Saki say, "Come with us. If you refuse now, you'll only make things awkward for us. When someone has already offered a helping hand, carelessly turning them down will only widen the distance between you." Sakurai Saki had never been one to reject the kindness of others. As long as he paid them back afterward, it was fine. Hearing him say this, Nakano Ichika no longer declined. The three of them left the studio together. The two girls walked ahead. Sakurai Saki stopped for a moment, lifting his head to look at the moon hanging in the sky. The moon's beautiful. He just wondered if that young Master Kobayashi, whose heart was now pierced by 1,000 invisible needles, still had any mind left to appreciate such a sight. At the same time, on a city street, a figure in a suit was hunched over in agony, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. It was Kobayashi's show, the man who had just left the studio, originally planning to hit up a nightclub for a little adventure. But right now, his heart felt as though an invisible hand was squeezing it tight, followed by an excruciating sensation, like 1,000 sharp needles stabbing straight through his chest. It hurts. It hurts so much. Goo. Kobayashi Sho bent over, curling up like a boiled shrimp. Just a few seconds later, the pain overwhelmed him, and he collapsed to the ground, clutching desperately at his chest. Help! Help me! He howled, gritting his teeth against the pain, trying to cry out as loud as he could. But the people nearby only backed away in alarm, afraid of getting dragged into trouble. In modern society, who still offers unconditional kindness? And even fewer people would ever repay evil with virtue. They wanted nothing to do with a crazy man clutching at strangers. Help! Kobayashi Sho reached out a hand, but only halfway, his arm frozen midair. Seconds later, his body, racked by intense pain, began slipping into shock. Breathing became labored, like fluid rising in his throat. Blood pressure plummeted, his complexion turned deathly pale, and his limbs gradually grew ice cold. Minutes passed, but no one stopped to help. The light in his eyes slowly faded away. In the final moments of his life, amid the fog of unconsciousness, Kobayashi Sho vaguely saw Minamoto Mashiro's face. So in the end, there's no escaping. As expected, once he got entangled with that woman, there was never going to be a good ending. And just like that, Kobayashi Sho stopped breathing. It wasn't until more than 10 minutes after he collapsed, completely motionless on the pavement, that a kind passerby finally noticed something was wrong and called an ambulance. During that time, on the bustling streets of Shinjuku, no fewer than 1,000 people had walked right past him, and not a single one had stopped. By tomorrow, maybe a news article would surface online with a headline like, "Modern Society's Cold-Heartedness. Young master of a famous entertainment company collapses on the street, yet no one steps in to help afterward." Netizens would take turns condemning the situation. And then the matter would probably just end there. Chapter 59. Why did it turn out like this? The spring night breeze was a bit chilly. Outside a 30-story luxury apartment complex in Minato, Tokyo, Nakano Nino was holding a can of red tea she had just bought, lightly taking a sip. So cold right now. She was only wearing her school uniform. "I don't have much money left either," Nino softly muttered. This afternoon, after leaving Sakurai Saki's house, she had returned to school to pick up the bag she had dropped the day before. Luckily, the place was pretty deserted, and even though no one noticed, the bag hadn't been stepped on much. Aside from a bit of dust, it was still in decent condition. Inside, there weren't just books and pens, but also some cosmetics and cash. Unfortunately, today, no one had noticed her existence at all. Afraid of going hungry, Nakano Nino had to buy food from a vending machine to fill her stomach. If she went into a store to buy something, even if she could hold objects, others wouldn't be able to see her. The money she handed over, no matter how hard she tried, it would only scare people. Nakano Nino had gradually come to understand her own condition, which she divided into 3 stages from mild to severe. The first stage, her sense of presence was slightly blurred. She could still touch objects, and if she made a sound, others would turn their heads, but they couldn't see her. She was currently in this stage. The second stage, she could still touch objects, but her presence was completely erased. No matter what she did, strangers wouldn't react. Only those very close to her could perceive her, but even they would become strangely distant. The third stage, she couldn't touch objects, and her presence was completely annihilated. In this state, besides Sakurai Saki, she hadn't found anyone else who could see her. She speculated that perhaps it was because she and Sakurai Saki had once had a fierce argument, leaving a deep impression, making the perception of her clear, which was why he could observe her. Besides that, she had once suspected that the culprit behind this was Sakurai Saki himself. But that didn't make any sense, because if he really had that kind of power, there'd be no need to erase even his own memories. Nakano Nino sat on a bench beside the apartment, where she could watch people passing through the apartment gate. The night breeze blew through her long hair. It's already 11 o'clock. Nino took out her phone to check the time. She glanced at the dwindling battery level on her phone and sighed. Honestly, she had thought about going home, but just thinking about her 4 sisters at home, she didn't dare face them. In her current state, Nino couldn't be noticed by them. If she went home now, her sisters would probably panic, thinking that some things in the house had mysteriously gone missing, or that strange items had suddenly appeared. Outsiders would think the house was haunted. Haze! Suddenly, the sound of a car stopping at the apartment gate rang out. A moment later, two figures approached. Sensei-chan, thank you so much for today. Nakano Ichika bowed. It's nothing. Sakurai Saki acted like he didn't mind. He had helped her, but mainly because of the incident where he and Minamoto Mishiro were insulted and threatened by that guy. Whether Nakano Ichika was troubled or not wasn't really his concern. But since Head helped, if Ichika thanked him, he was happy to accept it. Hey, about me working as an actress, please don't tell the sisters at home, okay? I've always kept it hidden from them. Ichika pleaded. Meanwhile, Nino, from the moment she saw the two, had hurriedly hidden. Huh? Sakurai and Ichika? Since when are they this close? Nino clearly knew that the relationship between Miku and Sakurai was quite good, but Ichika, how come they were close enough that Sakurai was walking her home at midnight? Nakano Nino peeked out from behind the side wall of the building, secretly observing. She clenched her fists tightly, feeling a bit angry. She was hated by him so much that he didn't even want to see her face. So, how come that Ichika could openly talk to him? Realizing her own jealousy, Nino let out a sigh in her heart. She had to admit, she had developed a bit of a crush on Sakurai Saki. The scene of a hero saving a maiden really stirred the heart, and besides, Sakurai's face was exactly her type. It was just a pity that she and he had already argued several times, so getting him to like her was truly difficult. At the apartment entrance, Nakano Ichika suddenly moved closer to Sakurai Saki, softly saying, as long as Sensei-chan doesn't tell anyone, I can do anything. Study hard? Sakurai Saki, as always, was completely unpredictable. He still remembered it very clearly. Study hard? Nakano Ichika's eyes widened in disbelief. I just told you I could do anything. And you're telling me to study hard? Today, Sakurai Saki couldn't lie. To be honest, your body really is very attractive, but something you can't have compared to something you can definitely hold in your hands. Any normal person should choose the latter. He could tell right away that she was joking. Even without supernatural powers, Sakurai Saki could distinguish that. Sensei-chan, you work as a model just to earn money? Like that other job? Nakano Ichika lifted her head to look at his face. Was his family really that short on money? But Itsuki had once said it seemed like he didn't care much about the tutoring job, so that assumption didn't seem very accurate. Yet here he was doing a job that wasn't exactly respectable. I'm not working as a model. That was something Mishiro-san pushed onto me. As for that other job, whether it's for money or not, I think probably no one hates money. Sakurai Saki answered. As long as you were Japanese, you probably wouldn't hate Fukuzawa Yukichi, the 10,000 yen bill. The main reason Sakurai Saki worked part-time was that he didn't want to trouble his mother, who lived all the way in Kyoto. If he could take care of himself, he wouldn't need to ask the family for money. Although his mother still sent him money every month, Sakurai Saki almost always saved it all for emergency funds. The current rent and daily expenses were all covered by money Sakurai Saki earned himself. Sure, for someone with supernatural powers to work part-time might seem a bit embarrassing, but using supernatural powers to make money illegally was something Sakurai Saki despised even more. Even without using supernatural powers, he could live well. Sakurai Saki didn't want to become a slave to desire. As long as you were alive, you'd have desires, just like capitalists always chasing profit. People would throw away their own limits for better material conditions. At least the vast majority did. I see Nakano Ichika seemed to ponder something, then gave a bright smile and lightly patted Sakurai Saki on the shoulder. Then she said, "Second period, I'll study properly. The others don't concern me after saying that." She bowed slightly. "Thank you so much for today. I'm heading back now. It's getting late, and Minamoto-san is probably getting impatient waiting." Ichika said her goodbye and swiped her card at the apartment entrance. Sakurai Saki turned and walked away. After both of them had gone, Nakano Nino, who had been hiding behind the wall and heard the entire conversation, suddenly gulped down a big sip of red tea, curling up with a gloomy expression. After she left, the tutoring job seemed to be going smoothly again. Judging from that conversation, Sakurai would be coming to the house again next Monday, in a situation where the 5 sisters had turned into 4. Also, what was that other job? Why had she never heard of it at all? Nino crouched in a corner by the wall, looking just like a little abandoned puppy. Maybe it'd be better if I just disappeared like this forever. Chapter 60. Speculation once again sitting inside Minamoto Mashiro's car. Sakurai Saki yawned. I'd have to stay up late again today. After all, things like homework. There was no way he'd leave it for tomorrow morning to copy. Whatever he could do himself, he tried to handle on his own. Saki-kun, what were you two talking about just now? The beautiful woman asked as she started the car. Earlier, she had glanced out the window and seen the two of them talking for quite a while. We were talking about my job. Rental boyfriend? That girl knows about that. Minamoto Mashiro gave a small laugh. I don't know. Maybe I told her myself. Sakurai Saki didn't lie. He had noticed something strange. In fact, ever since that Tuesday, he had felt something was off. He still remembered very clearly the supernatural power from that time. Erase existence. When he saw that the deck had only 52 cards left, Sakurai Saki immediately guessed the rough side effects of that ability. But as for its full functionality, he wasn't sure, since it was the first time that power had awakened, and he could only understand a portion of it. This included the basic activation method, the foundational effect of the ability. Beyond that, he had to figure it out on his own. The strangest thing was still the tutoring job. Being a rental boyfriend was indeed his job, but in Shiragane's message, it said he had gone through a not-so-happy period of tutoring, and so he wasn't planning to go back the next day. Sakurai Saki had known about Itsuki's misunderstanding of him ever since his first visit to tutor before the start of the semester. But at the time, he hadn't explained carefully, because the rental boyfriend job was honestly not very proper. Like AI-chan had once said, it was a job of selling smiles. We had to please the customer, so he usually didn't tell anyone about it. Only when the misunderstanding became too heavy would Sakurai Saki be forced to prove himself. After that, as long as the other person was willing to listen and didn't hurl insults that made Sakurai Saki angry right from the start, it usually only took a few minutes to explain everything clearly. They knew about my job, yet still wouldn't give me a friendly attitude? Is that what this means? Sakurai Saki tried to recall, but then discovered his memories of that matter were filled with falsehoods. Not good. Something had definitely happened without his knowledge. Nakano quintuplets. Nakano Ichika, Miku, Yatsuba Itsuki. But what about the second one? Suddenly, Sakurai Saki was startled. The second one among the Nakano quintuplets had vanished. Why hadn't he noticed that these past few days? Quintuplets. But skipping over number 2? That was way too strange. But there was also the possibility that he was guessing wrong. Saki-kun, what are you thinking about? Minamoto Mashiro saw his face clouded with worry, so she pulled over and turned to ask gently, could you tell me a bit? I'm thinking if I've overlooked something, but I can't detect anything unusual. Sakurai Saki had realized the method to suppress today's supernatural side effect. Even though he couldn't lie, he could still dodge the main point. No need to spill everything. The cleverest lie was a lie made entirely of truths. Each part was right on its own, but combined, they were completely wrong. Feel like you forgot your school bag? Or forgot your homework? Oh, right. Saki-kun, tomorrow's the weekend. Do you want to come hang out at my place? Minamoto Mashiro's words suddenly made Sakurai Saki snap back. That's right. Tomorrow was the weekend. Why had he kept thinking there was still school? It felt like one of his days had been erased completely. The car slowly rolled onto the road. If I'm free, he'll come over. Sakurai Saki looked out the car window. There, he saw a vending machine. Looking at it, Sakurai Saki suddenly remembered the girl he had brought home on Tuesday. That homeless girl. Had she already left? Yesterday, she had said she would leave today. So by now, she must have gone back to her own home, right? Sakurai Saki tried hard to recall her face, but no matter how much he tried, he couldn't picture it clearly. Only her hairstyle felt familiar. The moment this thought crossed his mind, Sakurai Saki felt a violent jolt in his chest. He lowered his head and looked at his hands. Information inside his head was being pieced together at an astonishing speed. He had discovered a horrifying truth. He had used that dangerous supernatural ability on an ordinary girl. When did I use it? Was she really the target? Was it one of the Nakano girls? Sakurai Saki closed his eyes. Supernatural power, self-restraint. First rule, never harm others without cause. That is, do not use supernatural powers to slaughter innocent people indiscriminately. What he did today, using his power to deal with that scumbag who both provoked and threatened his life, Sakurai Saki didn't feel he was in the wrong. After all, today he had the ability to discern truth from lies. And everything the other party said had been true, including the threats. What was the reason for using the power? Was it because I hadn't fully grasped the activation method and lost control? Or did I deliberately use it to take revenge? Sakurai Saki wasn't the type to regret his own actions. But if he truly had done wrong, he would think of a way to make up for it. She was just a bit introverted. There was no reason for her to anger me. This point was what intrigued Sakurai Saki the most right now. That timid demeanor really didn't seem like someone who would insult or attack him. Or had she been frightened because of the effects of the power? When it came to matters involving supernatural abilities, Sakurai Saki's mind worked extremely fast. She couldn't be seen, so she stood outside the convenience store late at night. She couldn't be seen, so when she met me, she became so dependent. She couldn't be seen, so she kept saying her world only had me. Yesterday, was it because she realized who am I, and she was afraid I'd truly recognize her? In the end, the Stockholm Syndrome hypothesis he had once considered turned out not to be wrong. Moreover, it seemed that he himself was immune to part of the effects of this ability. Sakurai Saki opened his eyes after thinking it through, his face filled with confusion. Since he couldn't yet confirm exactly what had happened between them, Sakurai Saki was momentarily unsure whether he should go look for her. If there was no animosity between them, and it was just his power running out of control, then she was completely innocent. But if there had once been resentment, and he went so far as to do that to her, how should he handle that? What a headache. Upon arriving home, after saying goodbye to Minamoto Mishiro, Sakurai Saki returned to the entryway. While changing his shoes, he glanced toward the living room. Even after finishing, he didn't see that familiar figure anywhere. If it weren't for some faint, lingering memories, Sakurai Saki might have completely forgotten that he had once brought someone home. He put away his belongings, then looked toward the dining area. On the table, some of the dishes had been partially eaten. The lunchbox he had prepared that morning, that girl had eaten it at lunchtime, and the box had been neatly cleaned up. Sakurai Saki went back to his room, opened a drawer by his bed, and took out an envelope. It was the love letter from Yakumo Shiro, and also the catalyst for summoning her. As he held the letter, a faint bluish light flickered in Sakurai Saki's eyes. He turned his head. As expected, Yakumo Shiro was still following him. No wonder when he was eating lunch earlier, some bites had tasted oddly bland. Sakurai-kun, long time no see. Yakumo Shiro cheerfully flew a few circles around Sakurai Saki, then threw herself onto his back in a hug. As she rubbed her cheek against him, Sakurai Saki directly asked the key question for why he had summoned her. Did you observe anything unusual about that girl this morning? The next second, Yakumo Shiro gave exactly the answer Sakurai Saki had predicted. Her connection to the world is gradually strengthening. I think in just a few more days, she'll be able to live normally again. Sakurai Saki fell in a deep thought. So, he just needed to wait a few more days for the ability's effect to wear off? In the middle of his thoughts, the white-haired, ghostly JK shook his shoulders. Sakurai-kun, I'm hungry. Can you make me something to eat? Please. Yakumo Shiro whined. I want to eat hamburger. Steak. I'm a little sleepy now. I need to go to bed. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Sakurai Saki let go of the letter. At this point, he was so drowsy he just wanted to collapse onto the bed and fall asleep immediately. There was no time left to cook. That earlier earthquake had also burned out his destructive cravings, so tonight he was definitely going to sleep well. Chapter 61. 61. Hayasaka AI's Weekend Saturday. The servants in the Shinomiya household wake up very early. Ayezaka Ai, as one of the few maids in the mansion, which is barely over a dozen people, usually gets up at 5 o'clock in the morning. After waking up, she takes a shower, and right after finishing her shower, Hayasaka AI officially enters work mode. By the time she finishes her makeup and tidies up her hair, it's usually close to 6 o'clock. After changing into her maid uniform, Hayasaka AI becomes her usual self as a maid. She needs to maintain beauty and elegance at all times. That's part of her job. Ayezaka Ai. From 6 to 7 o'clock, since there's no head maid or butler in the mansion, Hayasaka AI, being the most senior, has to oversee everything. She must confirm today's menu with the head chef and instruct the gardeners to trim the garden. As the face of the mansion, the garden is extremely important and serves as a symbol of the Shinomiya family's prestige. At 7 o'clock, Hayasaka AI stands waiting in front of Shinomiya Kagaya's room. She will always wait until Kagaya calls for her, because as a maid, entering the room without the master's summons is improper etiquette. Hayasaka, only after hearing young Lady Kagaya's voice from behind the door, does Hayasaka push the door open and enter. Today is Saturday, a day with no school, so she could be a bit more relaxed than usual. She doesn't have to worry about potential threats near young Lady Kagaya, nor does she need to gather intelligence. But that's only if no guests come to visit. If there are guests, then Hayasaka AI will likely spend the whole day on preparations. Hayasaka, what's up with you? Kagaya still hasn't fully woken up. She went to bed quite late last night, so her mind is still a bit foggy. Kagaya-sama, what would you like to wear today? Hayasaka AI asked as she walked to her side. As a maid, she needs to help Kagaya get dressed. Uniform? Kagaya tilted her head and asked back. Ayezaka, I sighed inwardly. This kind of Kagaya was the type she least wanted to deal with. But last night, young Lady Kagaya just had to insist on reading shoujo manga, and this is the result. Today is Saturday. Hayasaka AI reminded her. Hayasaka, can I not change clothes? Kagaya shook her head back and forth, her face full of joy. Oh, Hayasaka AI felt her earlier question was really unnecessary. It's better if she just goes and picks the clothes herself. After spending a few minutes casually picking out some items from the wardrobe, Hayasaka AI helped her finish changing. Hayasaka, how are things between you and Sakurai-sen? Shinomiya Kagaya had hit right on the topic she shouldn't have brought up. Because she stayed up late last night and was now sleep-deprived, she had turned into a zombie without a brain, only able to unconsciously speak about the subject she was interested in. And recently, the only thing she was interested in was one topic, that was the progress of Hayasaka Ace boy-chasing efforts. Shinomiya Kagaya felt she had proven that Sakurai Saki wasn't the hard-to-conquer type. So she was very curious why Hayasaka AI still hadn't made a move. Hayasaka AI looked at her lady with a smile on her lips, saying nothing. Go ask Fujiwara Chika about that. Chika. As an unpredictable and strange creature, Secretary Fujiwara was something very terrifying to someone like Hayasaka AI, who specialized in intelligence gathering. Last year, when she followed Shinomiya Kagaya to school, she already felt that girl was hard to deal with, impossible to grasp. And after falling for Sakurai Saki, Hayasaka AI suffered even more. She had to face something called Variable F. Question: what's the probability that Sakurai Saki will be successfully confessed to by Hayasaka AI, knowing that currently Sakurai Saki has no girlfriend and has an ambiguous relationship with Hayasaka AI, but the chance of Variable F interfering when Hayasaka AI confesses is how much? Answer: no idea. But Hayasaka AI felt that probability was definitely not low, because Fujiwara Chika was practically clinging to Sakurai Saki every day. Aside from class time, she would occasionally come find him during breaks to chat. At lunchtime, the two of them could be together in the student council room. And after school as well. For Hayasaka AI, who couldn't step into the student council room, this was a huge disadvantage. In this love battle, she was already standing at a disadvantage. Hayasaka AI understood well that a drawn-out war of attrition wouldn't do her any good. So she had chosen to attack. Did he understand my feelings that day or not? This was what Hayasaka AI cared about the most. What she said that day was essentially no different from a confession, just phrased a bit more indirectly. But on that Friday, Sakurai Saki acted as if he hadn't heard anything. AI-chan at first thought he was just pretending to be clueless, but thinking it over carefully, that guy usually acted like a block of wood anyway, so it was completely unsurprising that he didn't understand her confession. It could only be said that Sakurai Saki, who had been pretending to be a block of wood for the past year, was truly talented at it, pretending so well that even a veteran intelligence agent like Hayasaka AI couldn't see through him. Kagaya-sama, I still need a little more time. Hayasaka AI could roughly guess Kagaya's thoughts. It was just that last year she had been teased by Sakurai Saki a few times, plus that terribly humiliating ping-pong loss. That's why now she was hoping Hayasaka would conquer Sakurai to help her get revenge. Then Hayasaka, do you want me to help? Shinomiya Kagaya asked in a cute tone, saying the very thing Hayasaka AI least wanted to hear. Last time, just out of spite, she had pulled a stunt. And yet Shinomiya Kagaya had actually managed to make Sakurai Saki blush with embarrassment. That was something Hayasaka AI had never expected. In her mind, there was no way Sakurai Saki could ever develop feelings for Shinomiya Kagaya. The two of them were always clashing like fire and water. How could they possibly develop something called liking? No need, Kagaya-sama. Hayasaka AI said gently. Otherwise, we might not even be able to be sisters anymore. PFT, you stingy. Shinomiya Kagaya pouted and grumbled. She still wanted to tease Sakurai Saki a few more times. What a pity. But Hayasaka AI just wouldn't allow it. Kagaya-sama, that's the person I like. Hayasaka AI reminded her. I'm just playing around with him, that's all. Shinomiya Kagaya innocently explained. Hayasaka AI looked at her mistress' silly face, momentarily unsure whether she was lying or not. Just playing around? So many people, when interfering in someone else's love, say that line too. It's fine, we're just hanging out a bit. It's normal for friends to go to a love hotel, right? We're just playing. He's not planning to betray you. Are you jealous? He just has one more female friend. You can't even handle that? Hayasaka AI silently added Shinomiya Kagaya to her list of love rivals. Current threat level, see by the way. The love rival list, besides Shinomiya Kagaya, included a total of 5 others. Fujiwara Chika, threat level S, an unpredictable woman, could suddenly steal him away at any moment. Must stay vigilant. Shirogane Miyuki, threat level D, so close that even his sexual orientation is questionable, but the likelihood is low. Shirogane K, threat level B, little sister type, has a very good relationship with Sakurai Saki, apparently even stayed over at Secretary Fujiwara's house this week. The two might form an alliance, so heightened caution is needed for now. Aino Miko, threat level F, Sakurai Saki's new plaything, very cute, but has absolutely no romantic intentions, an extremely safe girl. All the other female students at school, threat level C, cannot rule out the possibility of a dark horse appearing. Needs to be monitored. And just like that, Hayasaka AI spent her weekend morning full of suspicion toward her mistress and her swarm of love rivals. Chapter 62. Shirogane Miyuki feels offended. Speaking of superpowers, the most familiar ones are definitely things like X-ray vision, hypnosis, invisibility, stopping time, etc. Sakurai Saki figured the reason people easily remember those kinds of powers is probably because they frequently appear in doujinshi. Superpowers really are a great theme, though the male protagonists inside those stories, even when they already have such powers, are still hesitant and timid, truly lacking in guts. For Sakurai Saki, among those powers, probably only ZA Warudo would be even a little useful. He could use the extra time to study hard, then make all the students at Shuchiin die from overwork trying to compete with him. X-ray vision, if used too carelessly, would show bones and flesh, which could easily be nauseating. Hypnosis wasn't as good as outright mind control. Under normal circumstances, it could only give a few simple commands, plus it didn't work on animals. Invisibility just hid the body, but there were countless other abilities that were much more useful. And the superpower Sakurai Saki got today was one of those, X-ray vision. Sight can barato obstacles directly observing the inside. Side effects. None, since this was the third time Sakurai Saki had received a power, and he had already experienced it twice before. The side effects had been completely suppressed thanks to his high level of control. His body would adapt to the superpower, though it needed a little time. Sakurai Saki pedaled his bike to the Shuchiin school gates, cherry blossom petals covering the ground inside the courtyard. His allergic rhinitis made him a bit uncomfortable, but when he saw Aino Miko, the corners of his mouth couldn't help curving up into a smile. Sakurai, when he saw Miko, he deliberately activated his X-ray vision to check her bag, confirming there were no hidden sweets inside. With a gentle expression, Sakurai Saki pushed his bike over and walked up beside Miko-chan. He softly said, "Miko-chan, good morning." Aino Miko had just finished catching a male student breaking the rules. When she turned around, she saw Sakurai Saki. To his morning greeting, Miko-chan reflexively responded politely, "Sakurai-senpai." "Good morning." After speaking, she looked at him with a puzzled expression. Strange. Really strange. He was an accomplice who had helped Hayasaka-senpai escape many times. Yet Sakurai-senpai wasn't saying anything else. He was just simply greeting her. That can't be right. Aino Miko immediately took a few steps back. Then she darted her eyes around, glancing behind him, then looking outside the school gates a few times. After confirming that no yellow flash was about to appear, Aino Miko let out a relieved sigh. Phew, everything's normal. Hayasaka-senpai still hasn't appeared on the battlefield. Seeing the girl's panicked expression, Sakurai Saki couldn't help but feel a little soft-hearted. Toward this Kohai-chan who was upright and full of justice, Sakurai Saki suddenly didn't have the heart to bribe her anymore. So, he took out a pack of chocolate and handed it to the panicking Aino Miko. The girl, who wasn't good at refusing things, was just about to open her mouth to protest. But she heard him say, "First years have a quiz this week, right? Don't forget to replenish your sugar while studying." Oh no, this time she couldn't refuse anymore. Wait, Sakurai-senpai is just showing concern for his junior, not bribing me. Miko-chan tried to convince herself, as if hypnotizing her own heart. Her moral boundaries suddenly became much more flexible. Well then, I'm heading in first. Sakurai Saki pushed his bike and walked into the school. Aino Miko held the pack of chocolate, looking at the kind senpai's back, and in her heart, a powerful desire surged up. She had to get first place on that quiz. After walking a few more steps, Sakurai Saki turned back to look at the girl and said, "All right, Miko-chan, if you see me breaking school rules next time, remember to go easy on me a little, okay?" Aino Miko. She lowered her head to look at the chocolate bar in her hands, then raised her head again to look at Sakurai Saki's back. "It's over. I got bribed again." Filled with guilt, Miko-chan spent the whole morning like a lost soul, to the point that even when Hayasaka AI dashed past her, she didn't notice at all. This state lasted all the way until noon, when she finally felt a bit better after eating the chocolate bar. The first class on Monday morning was literature. Sakurai Saki kept his head down, diligently taking lecture notes, while Hayasaka AI beside him pretended to be serious as she copied things in her notebook. The teacher was standing in front of the blackboard, blocking part of the written content behind him. Sakurai Saki activated his power, looking through the teacher's bald head to read the board. With a superpower that had no side effects, he didn't need to worry about emotional drain, and he could still sleep soundly at night. Today might just be one of the most pleasant days Sakurai Saki had experienced recently. After finishing copying all the content from a board, Sakurai Saki glanced sideways at Hayasaka AI. Of course, he would never use his power to look at her body. Doing so would make him no different from a pervert. Sakurai Saki was only curious about something inside Hayasaka Ace blazer pocket. Is that a love letter? However, his X-ray vision only allowed him to see the front side of the paper, not the back. As a result, Sakurai Saki couldn't tell who had written the confession letter. He could only see the blank page, not the lines of text on the other side. He remembered that Hayasaka AI had never accepted such things before. Normally, if she saw one, she'd just ignore it and toss it by the end of the school day. And yet today, she had unusually brought it all the way into class. Sakurai Saki wasn't the least bit worried that Hayasaka AI might like someone else. Based on what he knew about her, the odds of her accepting the confession of some weed by the roadside were basically zero. The first period ended. Hayasaka AI let out a yawn. Last night, she had stayed up thinking about how to make Sakurai Saki understand her feelings, and as a result, she hadn't slept well. After her previous attempt at a straightforward confession had ended in failure, Hayasaka AI had even considered confessing over the phone, but that felt too casual, too much like a joke, so she'd given up on that plan. As for the letter in her pocket, that was merely a backup plan. After all, Hayasaka AI felt that giving someone a love letter in this day and age was pretty old-fashioned. Besides, the aftershocks from that incident when every girl in school confessed to him hadn't even settled down yet. Hayasaka AI glanced at the other girls in class, feeling extremely awkward. Right now, just getting close to Sakurai Saki would instantly earn her strange looks from those girls. Do they seriously think they still have a chance? How ridiculous! Hayasaka AI wasn't the least bit intimidated by the so-called hundreds of quantum state potential girlfriends orbiting around Sakurai Saki. As long as she could capture his heart, all those others would have just one fate, to be losers. Who on earth gave her that love letter? Sakurai Saki was still puzzling over it. If he hadn't known, it would have been fine, but now that he did know, there was no way he could ignore it. However, he couldn't just directly ask about it. After all, he only discovered it thanks to his X-ray vision. Lunchtime, in the student council room, Shirogane Miyuki saw Sakurai Saki walk in with a heavy expression. Sakurai, what's wrong? Bad mood? Shirogane, I have a friend who's really curious about something. That friend you're talking about, isn't it just yourself? You see, there's this girl who normally would never accept a love letter, but suddenly she's holding on to one. Shirogane Miyuki immediately felt something was off. The girl you're talking about, sounds like it's also you, right? Shirogane still remembered very clearly. Last time, this guy had brought a love letter to consult with Shinomiya Kagaya. Bro, wasn't insulting me once already enough? You want to do it again? Chapter 63. Hayasaka AI. Kagaya-sama wants me to confess jealousy, a type of feeling that boys have for girls. Or girls have for boys. Looking from the girl's perspective. Not wanting him to meet other girls. Not wanting him to be intimate with other girls. A bit more extreme. Even if the boyfriend's gaze lingers on another girl's body for just a few seconds, that's not allowed. Girls are extremely jealous creatures. Sometimes when angry, they might even stab that guy. But well, that kind of situation only happens in anime. And the kind of extreme, twisted girl like that is usually called a yandere. Yandere. In real life, they probably don't exist, right? Umo. Something that terrifying, it's better if it doesn't exist. Note. Heresy. Because everyone has a different definition of flirting and cheating, the boundaries that cause jealousy are also very different. For example, Fujiwara Chika. Right now, she's feeling a bit jealous. Why didn't you tell me? President Shirogane. And Sakurai-kun too. What were you two just talking about? Tell me right now. I'm really curious. Fujiwara Chika had just pushed the door open and found the two of them chatting very excitedly. But when she sneakily got closer, she discovered they stopped talking. This situation, it's just like they're deliberately avoiding her. Fujiwara Chika, therefore, felt jealous. The two boys exchanged glances. Secretary Fujiwara, how should I say this? This topic is a bit private. I can't tell you directly. Shirogane Miyuki began speaking evasively. Sakurai Saki glanced at Fujiwara Chika, who was now naturally sitting beside him, and then opened his mouth. We're afraid you'll spread it around. Gur. Fujiwara Chika puffed her cheeks in anger. I won't spread it around, except when it comes to love matters. Secretary Fujiwara had absolutely no resistance when it came to romance topics. She was extremely addicted to gossip. If someone told her a piece of gossip without emphasizing absolutely don't tell anyone, in just 1 hour, she could use her loudspeaker to broadcast the news across the entire Shuchiin. Tell me, Fujiwara Chika shook Sakurai Saki's arm, starting to act spoiled. Pleading Saki-kun, she even secretly changed how she addressed him. In the end, Sakurai Saki helplessly leaned close to her ear, whispering a few sentences. Don't go blabbering it out. What's this? Are you serious or joking? Hayasaka-san got a love letter? Fujiwara Chika was so shocked she couldn't help blurting out loudly. After speaking, she suddenly realized and hurriedly covered her mouth. Shirogane Miyuki glanced at the closed door of the student council room and let out a sigh of relief. This was something Sakurai Saki just said, but he only mentioned that he saw something that looked like a letter, so it wasn't certain yet. She's about to go accept a confession? Fujiwara Chika eagerly asked. Hayasaka-san is finally willing to give up on Sakurai-kun? Then doesn't that mean he'll definitely win? Wonderful, because she had quite a good relationship with Hayasaka AI. Fujiwara Chika still hadn't planned to ambush. She wanted Sakurai Saki to proactively confess himself after the previous confession incident. In fact, Secretary Fujiwara was quite panicked. She worried that Sakurai Saki would give up, turning into an Ishigami loser who only buries his face in games every day after school. But fortunately, Sakurai Saki wasn't that weak. Just one failure wasn't enough to knock him down. Maybe I saw wrong. Just treat it as if you don't know anything, Sakurai Saki spoke up. Fujiwara Chika nodded, in the place where they were unaware. Behind the door of the student council room, Shinomiya Kagaya was listening to the conversation inside. She slowly took out her phone. Arriving early can't beat arriving at the right moment. She just overheard some explosive news. Hayasaka, something like this, and she still won't share it with me. She's truly a distant one. Isn't she fake news? It's about to become real soon. In love, exchanging true hearts for true hearts leads nowhere. For Shinomiya Kagaya, only by constantly using strategy to seize the other's affection is there any viable path. Love is war. Love is conquest. The strong must trample and humiliate the weak miserably. In her eyes, Sakurai Saki, precisely because he lacks a sense of crisis, can afford to be as carefree as he is now. But being this dense, one can't help but admit Sakurai Saki really is quite a talent. Thinking this, Shinomiya Kagaya sighed inwardly. On Saturday, after hearing Hayasaka AI vent, Kagaya had sensed her helplessness despite her efforts. A confession that direct, and yet that blockhead Sakurai Saki didn't have the slightest reaction. No wonder Hayasaka was mad at her. Sakurai Saki, I hate you like I hate a block of wood. Well, not everyone can be as gifted as me. On this path of love, Hayasaka still has a lot to learn. Shinomiya Kagaya still didn't know that last time Sakurai Saki got flustered because of Fujiwara Chika. It actually had nothing to do with her. Therefore, Kagaya now was very proud. Kagaya, am the best. She even felt she was already a love expert. Though she didn't have any practical experience yet, her theoretical knowledge was extremely rich. Lately, Kagaya had been diligently reading books on the psychology of love, aiming to help her best, made conquer Sakurai Saki as soon as possible. It's a pity Hayasaka won't let she help her probe. Otherwise, she could have helped even more. Shinomiya Kagaya also understood what Hayasaka was worried about. She was simply afraid Kagaya would steal away the love, but that was overthinking it. That's Sakurai Saki we're talking about. A guy who last year still bullied her fiercely. And even this year, their relationship hadn't improved much. Liking someone else is one thing. But Sakurai Saki? No way. What kind of idiot would fall for their enemy? There's no way, right? No way, right? If there were, that girl's brain would definitely have a problem. Kagaya pressed the call button for Hayasaka, ace number. Moshi Moshi Hayasaka, the courtyard of the school building. Hayasaka, AI, having dinner with a friend, took out her phone, said a few words to her friend, then walked a bit farther away. After confirming the distance was safe enough and there was no one suspicious nearby, Hayasaka, AI, finally answered the call. Kagaya-sama, what's the matter? A few minutes later, Hayasaka, AI, hung up with a face full of question marks. Just now, Kagaya had called her, telling her to go meet the person who was confessing to her, and then enthusiastically rattled off a bunch of theories. Hayasaka, AI, had tried several times to cut in, but failed. A confessor? Who? Sakurai? Don't joke, I haven't heard anything about him confessing. Fortunately, Shinomiya Kagaya wasn't the kind of person who speaks ambiguously. She had also sent a follow-up email. Shinomiya Kagaya's phone was a keypad phone, not a smartphone, so she couldn't use Line. Although Hayasaka, AI, had once wanted her to switch to a smartphone, Kagaya was extremely fond of that old-fashioned device. She was a very nostalgic person. As long as something still worked, she wouldn't easily throw it away. Hayasaka, if a boy has no romantic rivals, he won't feel a sense of crisis. This part she skipped, since Kagaya had just repeated it several times earlier. Hayasaka, AI, scrolled to the very end. Today you received a love letter, right? Go meet that never-before-seen boy. After that, reject him. Ayazakai. Vu? You mean, you want me to reject a person who doesn't even exist? Is that it? Kaguya-sama? Hayasaka, AI, did understand Kagaya's intention. She wanted her to use this trick to make Sakurai, Saki, jealous, thus turning him from a block of wood into a normal person. But I didn't receive any love letter at all. Hayasaka, A's face was full of black lines. That love letter was something I wrote myself. I didn't even write anything on the front. How on earth did you know about that? And another thing, what the hell have you been imagining, my dear lady? Hayasaka, AI, felt the whole world turn gloomy. Might as well resign tomorrow. I can't work another single day in this job. With Kagaya-sama dragging me down like this, if I actually win, it'd be a damn miracle. Chapter 64. Ishigami Yu wants to use the Shine Beam. Note, Shine Beam, Die Beam. Is this plan really unworkable? Actually, not necessarily. At first, Hayasaka, AI, also felt that Kagaya's plan wasn't trustworthy at all. But thinking it over carefully, if she wanted Sakurai Saki to accept her feelings, aside from throwing away her pride and once again cabined him against the wall to force a kiss. Hayasaka, AI, really couldn't think of any other method. But doing that, her girlish dignity would be completely gone. Hayasaka, could she really pull that off? No way. It's too hard, no joke. That last time, she mustered all her courage, for a coward like Hayasaka, AI, had already been her absolute limit. All the courage she had accumulated over the past year had been entirely spent on that Thursday evening last week. Moreover, things like confessions depend heavily on atmosphere and setting. Let's take a simple example. If you choose a noisy, crowded ramen shop as your confession spot, of course, no idiot would actually confess in a ramen shop. This is just a hypothetical. But if it's a romantic fireworks festival, after the date ends, waiting until the last burst blooms in the sky, the girl softly whispers the burning feelings deep in her heart to the boy. Between those two choices, obviously you'd pick the latter, right? However, when it came to confessions, in the near future, Hayasaka, AI, had decided she would no longer take the initiative. She had already taken the initiative many times without receiving any response. So now she decided to change tactics. She would make Sakurai Saki be the one to confess to her. Therefore, in the end, Hayasaka, AI, accepted Shinomiya Kagaya's suggestion. She would create a romantic rival for herself. And that rival would be herself. As someone in charge of intelligence, Hayasaka AI was very confident in her disguise abilities. She had countless faces: the Jairu image at school, the serious maid appearance at the Shinomiya residence, or her normal private state self. All could be switched at will. Transforming into a male student, or rather, looking like a male student, was extremely easy for Hayasaka AI. Disguising herself was as natural as breathing. The last PE class of the afternoon ended. Sakurai Saki saw Hayasaka AI hurriedly packing up her things and leaving the classroom, which struck him as a bit odd. Normally at this time, AI-chan should be happily chatting with her friends. He unconsciously thought back to the love letter from this morning. However, Sakurai Saki still had tutoring today, so he didn't dwell on it too much, though he still felt slightly uncomfortable. Maybe because the girl he liked was being confessed to by another guy. Is this what they call possessiveness? If I get the chance later, he'll go check it out, Sakurai Saki thought as he packed his bag. He decided to first stop by the student council room. On his way there, Sakurai Saki kept using his X-ray vision ability to monitor Hayasaka AI. Don't get the wrong idea. He wasn't jealous or anything. He was just worried AI-chan might trip and fall. Databeo. At least, that's how Sakurai Saki convinced himself. It wasn't until he saw Hayasaka AI enter the locker room that Sakurai Saki finally breathed a sigh of relief. She probably just forgot something in there after PE earlier, right? Entering the student council room. Huh, Sakurai-senpai. You're here early today. The first person he encountered was Ishigami-yu. He didn't participate in any clubs and had even said before that he wanted to narrow his social circle down to just the student council. Well, Ishigami didn't have many friends to begin with, so this change was probably a good thing. Want some coffee? Sakurai Saki offered. Nah, I'll stick with this. Ishigami-yu raised a can of soda from the tea table. Sakurai Saki nodded and went to brew some coffee for himself. All right, Sakurai-senpai. You and Miu-senpai get along so well. Have you ever thought about calling him by name? Ishigami-yu had wanted to ask this for a while. Like how he himself called Shirogane-senpai by the nickname Miu. The gain in Shirogane could be shortened to Miu. I've always called him that, actually, Sakurai Saki explained. In Japan, people who are close usually call each other by their first names instead of their last names. Even though Sakurai Saki and Shirogane Miyuki had a very good relationship, after half a year of calling each other by last names, switching to first names now just felt weird. With Fujiwara-senpai, is it for the same reason? Ishigami-yu asked curiously. No, it's just that calling her Chika feels a bit embarrassing. Sakurai Saki trusted Ishigami-yu's discretion. He wasn't the type to go spreading things around. True, calling boys by their first name is fine, but calling girls by their first name gives this weird feeling of shyness. Though honestly, I don't even have any girlfriend to call by name, Ishigami-yu added, sounding a bit sad by the end. These days at Shuchiin, there really are a lot of couples, don't you think, Sakurai-senpai? Ishigami-yu grumbled. Every time I see one, I just want to hit them with a shine beam. Oh, Sakurai Saki brought out the coffee head, just brewed, and set it down on the tea table. Shine beam? What a bizarre name. It's a beam of light that makes couples drop dead on the spot when you hit them with it. Expressionless. Ishigami-yu said, Sakurai-senpai, don't you find all those couples annoying? Always clinging and flirting without any sense of shame. Even during lunch break at the cafeteria, they're everywhere. You're way too gloomy, Ishigami-kun. Sakurai Saki felt that even if he didn't like it, he wasn't as extreme as Ishigami. At most, Sakurai Saki would quietly curse them in his heart while maintaining a friendly outward appearance. He definitely wouldn't say stuff like Ryaju should just explode. Holding hands, saying things like, "Oh, your hands are so warm." But Sakurai-senpai, it's almost summer already. Ishigami-yu muttered resentfully, listing off all the annoying things couples did. Lately, he was getting stuffed with dog food to the point of nausea. Everywhere he went, people were flaunting their love. Ishigami. Sakurai Saki lifted his cup and took a sip of coffee. Seems like the disciplinary committee isn't doing its job properly. That girl Aino Miko, was she even working seriously or what? The disciplinary committee was supposed to patrol the school every lunch break and after school, checking if any students were violating the rules or engaging in inappropriate romantic relationships. That's what they said, but honestly, no one cared. The only one who actually put her heart into the job was probably just Miko-chan, right? She was so serious to the point of being stubborn, but that trait was also really cute. Since the start of the school year, among all the underclassmen had met, the one Sakurai Saki liked the most was probably Aino Miko. Yep, in the favorite toy ranking. Miko-chan was just barely edging past Fujiwara Chika now. Disciplinary committee, Inishigami used mind, a face popped up. Aino Miko, his classmate, extremely serious, had been a disciplinary officer since middle school and continued the role into now. Though, her ideas were a bit old-fashioned. She once proposed making all the male students shave their heads and all the female students wear braids and skirts at least 10 centimeters below the knee. You think she time-traveled here straight from the Showa era or something? Meanwhile, in Class 2A, Shinomiya Kagaya had finished packing her things, getting ready to head to the student council room to guide Sakurai Saki. At lunch today, she had carefully discussed the plan with Hayasaka AI and confirmed the setup for the fake confession. Of course, Hayasaka AI didn't actually need to appear. Just letting General Affairs Officer Sakurai know someone was pursuing her was enough. Everything just according to Kikaku. At the same time, first floor, inside the girls' locker room, Hayasaka AI had finished changing into a male uniform, and after making sure no one was around, she put on the wig and left the girls' locker room. Coincidentally, at that very moment, a small figure emerged from around the hallway corner. "Hey, you there!" The girl shouted loudly. "Why are you coming out of the girls' locker room?" "Huh, stop right there. You're breaking the rules." Aino Miko never imagined she'd one day personally witness a pervert coming out of the girls' locker room during her patrol. Oh my god, it's hentai-san. This is terrifying. Chapter 65. Fujiwara Chika wants to be called by name, didn't expect that someone as handsome as you would turn out to be a pervert. Aino Miko looked at Hayasaka, Ace made-up face, and sighed. An Ike-man like this actually risked barging into the girls' changing room. Beside Miko, Osaraji Kobachi, also a discipline committee member, pushed up her glasses. You can't judge a person's heart by their appearance, just as you can't believe in rumors. She said something very reasonable, then turned to Hayasaka AI. "Sorry. Please come with us to the discipline room." Hayasaka AI stood frozen on the spot. Even for her at this moment, she was so embarrassed she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Too bad the Shuchiin Academy hallway floors were paved too well. No holes to hide in. She began thinking of how to explain. "Actually, though on the outside I look like a boy, in my soul I'm a girl. That's why I went into the girls' changing room to change." Hayasaka AI felt they shouldn't be so quick to impose a gender label on her like this. In response, Miko wore an expression as if looking at an idiot. "Are you kidding me, classmate?" Miko introduced, "The school regulations don't care what your soul's gender is, and Japan doesn't have anything called political correctness. You'd better stop struggling." Osaraji Kobachi also nodded in agreement. This isn't the free America. Here there's no freedom of speech or protection for minority gender groups. Hayasaka AI felt that high school girls nowadays knew too much, even terms like political correctness and minority gender they were familiar with. She took out her phone, intending to text Kagaya and inform her the plan had to be canceled. Put the phone away. As expected, daring to do something this reckless must mean you've got someone backing you. Let me tell you, Aino Miko, am not afraid of these tricks, even if you call for reinforcements. It's useless. Miko-chan angrily snatched AI-chan's phone, this confiscated. You'll get it back once you explain everything clearly. Ayazaka, I sighed helplessly. All right, I'll go with you. Hopefully, she'd make it in time before Kagaya-sama started the plan. Meanwhile, in the student council room, everyone was chatting to kill time. There hadn't been anything to handle lately. Since the last club budget allocation meeting, The next busy period would probably be the sports festival, but that wouldn't happen until after Golden Week. Just 2 more weeks until Golden Week. April 29th was a holiday. May 3rd was Constitution Day. May 4th was Greenery Day. May 5th was Boys' Day. And adding the weekend, they'd get at least over a week off. After a while, the conversation circled back to the earlier topic, forms of address. Sakurai-kun, can I call you Saki-kun Fujiwara Chika? Felt she should take another step forward. She also found herself strange. Normally she didn't feel shy calling others by name, but when it came to Sakurai Saki, it was hard to get the words out. So usually, Chika only dared to secretly call his name in her heart. The first step to becoming lovers with Sakurai-kun was to switch to a more intimate way of addressing him. Before Sakurai Saki could even reply, Shinomiya Kagaya had already begun commenting. In the end, a name is merely a symbol representing a person. Something like that isn't worth worrying about. Shinomiya Kagaya wasn't lying. She genuinely thought so. What's so embarrassing about calling someone by name? She smiled and turned to Ishigami Yu. Yu-kun Ishigami. Shinomiya-senpai, please go back to normal. Or, if not, please just look at me with those eyes that can kill. Like before, I'm begging you. Compared to this gentle Kagaya, Ishigami, you would rather face the familiarized Kagaya. That was the Shinomiya family's eldest daughter who always looked at everything with emotionless eyes. He felt more comfortable facing her like that. Besides, that way of addressing was seriously too weird. Ishigami Yu trembled as if he had just encountered the devil, bowing his head and burying his face in his game. Kagaya in Ishigami eyes. Shinomiya Kagaya withdrew her smile, as if she had just discovered something interesting. Everyone seems very sensitive about forms of address. Hachika, she tilted her head, calling out to Fujiwara Chika. Immediately, Chika felt a chill rush from the soles of her feet straight up to the top of her head, her face showing clear panic. Chika-chan also lowered her head. Just calling me Fujiwara-san is fine. Kagaya-san, you don't have to force yourself. She was starting to feel she couldn't handle it anymore either. Seeing this, Shinomiya Kagaya became even more intrigued. She felt that now she could command the winds and rain in the student council. Miyuki-kun, Kagaya called to Shirogane Miyuki, who was sitting across from her. Shirogane Miyuki was sipping a cup of coffee brewed by Sakurai Saki. Cough, cough. He choked and coughed several times, taking out a handkerchief to wipe the corner of his mouth. As Shinomiya, that way of addressing. I'm a bit not used to it. Then from now on, they'll just call you President Shirogane. Shinomiya Kagaya had taken down 3 people in a row, and now she was fully in character. She turned to look at Sakurai Saki, the one sitting at the center of the 3 across from her. Saki-kun Sakurai Saki, expressionless. Took a sip of coffee. Honestly speaking, he didn't feel much emotional fluctuation. He calmly replied, I don't really mind how you address me. Kagaya-chan can call me however you like. Shinomiya Kagaya. Kagaya-chan? Huh? Kagaya-chan? What the hell is this? That way of addressing. From childhood until now, no boy her age had ever dared call her Chan. Fujiwara Chika took the opportunity to chime in. Then can I call you that too? No, Sakurai Saki, feeling a bit embarrassed under Chika's direct gaze, lowered his head and sipped his cup. Being called that by Shinomiya Kagaya and being called that by Fujiwara Chika were 2 completely different feelings. It gave a tingling, itchy sensation in his heart. Normally, 1 or 2 times was still bearable, but if it continued like this non-stop, Sakurai Saki probably wouldn't be able to take it. Fujiwara Chika was clearly unhappy. She muttered, I clearly saw that even Hayasaka-san gets to call you Saki-chan sometime. So why can't I? That made her feel like her position in Sakurai Saki's heart was a step below the other party. Could it be he actually doesn't see her as a girl? Because clearly Sakurai-kun was very close with her, yet he wouldn't even let her call his name. That's way too strange. If you really want to call me that, I won't stop you. Sakurai Saki felt what she said made sense. Balance was very important. After all, the relationship between the 2 girls and him wasn't bad. so he couldn't play favorites. Fujiwara Chika joyfully said, "Okay, it's settled then." Ishigami Yu slightly raised his head, glancing at Sakurai Saki and Fujiwara Chika. At this point, he just wanted to fire a shine beam at both of them. If you're this sweet, why not just officially get together already? Stop spreading dog food in the student council room all day. What's with all this back and forth? As an outsider, Ishigami Yu understood the situation better than even the two involved or Shirogane Miyuki, who hadn't grasped the full picture about the state of this battle. So, Sakurai Senpai is actually this shy, likes her but doesn't dare confess. Or maybe he himself wasn't even sure if he truly liked Fujiwara Senpai. That way of addressing, just now, forbidden, Shinomiya Kagaya suddenly spoke up. "Kagaya-chan, didn't you say a name is just a symbol?" Sakurai Saki hadn't even finished his sentence. Immediately, Shinomiya Kagaya showed an angry yet slightly embarrassed face, saying, "Forbidden. Calling me Kagaya-chan is forbidden." "Got it." Sakurai Saki reluctantly nodded. "It's just a form of address. If you want to make me flustered, that's still a long way off." Saki-kun, Fujiwara Chika suddenly called out to him several times. "W, what is it?" "Nothing, just wanted to call you Chapter 66. Heaven has eyes. Life comes full circle this week. The first years had an exam, something that had been repeatedly mentioned already." "Ishigami, are you going to study this weekend?" Shirogane Miyuki asked curiously. "I remember you said last time you were going to take studying seriously." At first, Shirogane Miyuki thought the other wasn't lying, but then he noticed Ishigami Yu's somewhat strange expression. "You're not going to study?" Ishigami Yu covered his face, speaking gloomily. "I want to study, but the games, they're just too tempting. I couldn't control myself. Ended up gaming the whole day. I can't be saved anymore." Ishigami. The other four all showed puzzled expressions. "If this excuse is just because you don't want to study, you might as well admit it outright." "Ishigami-kun, you seem a bit tsundere, you know?" Fujiwara Chika teased. Sakurai Saki turned to look at him, saying, "The exam is on Thursday. Ishigami, you still have 3 days to work hard. The test content is mostly junior high school material you've already learned. As long as you haven't neglected it too much, you should still be able to manage. Although junior high school graduates are automatically promoted to high school, they still have to take the entrance exam, and that exam isn't easy. The fact that you passed, it shows your basic knowledge isn't bad. Frankly, if you studied seriously from the start of the year, your grades should have improved by now. At the very least, you should have moved up from the bottom to somewhere like rank 160, right?" There were a total of 199 first-year students. Cold sweat trickled down Ishigami Yu's forehead. "Senpai, you're overestimating me." He stammered, Sakurai Senpai, I've basically forgotten everything. From the start of the school year until now. Or more precisely, since the spring break. Ishigami Yu hadn't touched a single book. During the prep phase for the entrance re-exam, he had pushed himself a bit too hard, and now his explosion period was over, leaving him in a skill cool-down phase. Hearing this, Shinomiya Kagaya immediately became serious. Her adorable junior. Could it be he was going to rank dead last in the ability assessment test? She couldn't let that happen. "Ishigami-kun, your grades are already bad. If you don't put in the effort, you'll have to repeat the year." Ishigami Yu glanced around. The top 3 students of the year were all present here, plus Fujiwara Senpai, who was in the decent, above-average tier. Effort. It's not something that works just by trying. There are many things in life where, no matter how much you try, how much you explain, you'll still be denied, misunderstood. So maybe, just maybe it's better not to try at all. For someone with no talent, even trying is pointless. Senpai, you wouldn't understand. Back in junior high, Ishigami Yu's grades weren't particularly outstanding. In just 3 short days, even if he tried, he couldn't improve much. "No, I understand." A voice sounded right beside him. Ishigami Yu turned his head and saw that it was Shirogane Miyuki. "I understand exactly how you feel. A year ago, around the same time, I was in a situation very similar to yours. I was lucky enough to pass the makeup exam and get accepted into the school through a special slot. Even so, my grades back then were at the very bottom. Shirogane Miyuki made no effort to hide his past. He saw a bit of his former self in Ishigami-yu, lacking confidence, giving up on himself, just drifting through each day. If it hadn't been for the previous student council president pulling him into the student council in April of last year, he might have been the same, surrounded by the children of the wealthy. Back then, Miyuki hadn't even had enough money to buy proper meals. And the stark contrast made him feel both inferior and angry. Effort does pay off, Ishigami. Shirogane Miyuki said, glancing at Shinomiya Kagaya before continuing. For me to surpass Shinomiya and rank first in the year, there were many factors involved, but the most important was effort. Even though Shinomiya Kagaya felt very uncomfortable inside, she couldn't find any reason to refute. During last year's first semester final exams, Shirogane Miyuki had challenged Shinomiya Kagaya, declaring he would defeat her to take the top spot in the year. At first, Shinomiya Kagaya hadn't cared about this matter at all, and as a result, she suffered a crushing defeat. It was precisely because of that incident that she remembered Shirogane Miyuki, along with Sakurai Saki, who at the time had just stood yawning next to him when he came to issue the challenge. Shirogane, is it the girl you admire? She looks like an ice statue, not interesting at all. What do you see in her? After beating her, you'll probably switch to a new target anyway. He had said that back then. Honestly, Sakurai Saki's sharp tongue was truly formidable. Instead of remembering Shirogane Miyuki, the one who actually issued the challenge, Shinomiya Kagaya ended up remembering Sakurai Saki more vividly. I will remember this grudge. Definitely need to find his weakness. Vengeance will be mine. To Kagaya at that time, people came in only two kinds. Tools that could be used and tools that could hurt her. The first kind was easy to use. The second kind needed a little sharpening. But later, when Shinomiya Kagaya investigated Sakurai Saki, she only found that his middle school records were suspicious, as if forged. Most of the details were still unclear, as if this man had suddenly appeared from thin air. I was also a bottom-ranked student in the mixed class last year. Similar to Shirogane's situation, Sakurai Saki added in agreement. Back then, he had fled from Kyoto to Tokyo, mainly to get permission to live alone. It was easier to control his powers that way. If a dangerous situation arose, he could use them without fear of being discovered. Sakurai Saki was still concealing his identity as an esper, though his attitude toward it was rather casual. If discovered, then discovered. He'd just wait for the other party to cause trouble for him, and then erase them. Sakurai-senpai was in the mixed class too? Ishigami, you heard this for the first time, even though this semester had only been going on for 2 weeks. My family runs a wagashi shop. Did I tell you that? Sakurai Saki countered. When Fujiwara Chika heard wagashi, she suddenly remembered the birthday gift Sakurai Saki had given her last time. Now she deeply regretted it. Regretted it terribly. Those wagashi should have been saved. But somehow, they had all mysteriously disappeared. Still, they were really delicious. Saki-kun makes amazing wagashi. Fujiwara Chika praised. Shirogane Miyuki felt a surge of jealousy when he heard that. He hadn't even tasted any of the sweets Sakurai Saki had made. If you like, he'll bring some to the student council room next time, Sakurai Saki offered. At this moment, Shinomiya Kagaya suddenly realized the conversation had gone off track. Weren't they just talking about Ishigami-kun's studying? Should she pull the topic back? No, maybe it was better to set aside Ishigami-kun's matter for now. Hayasaka was probably ready by now. She should start leading Sakurai Saki over there. Ah, everyone, just now I saw Hayasaka-san running out of the classroom. Was there something urgent? Kagaya asked, the topic shift sounding a bit stiff. Everyone around her sensed the awkwardness, but they were still intrigued by Kagaya's words. Fujiwara Chika pretended not to care, saying, maybe she want to work a part-time job? Golden Week is coming up, right? Playing around costs money too. Probably off meeting that boy who confessed to her. Shirogane Miyuki said nothing. Ishigami, you had no idea what was going on. His relationship with Hayasaka was merely thick-thighed goddess and thigh hugger. She was great at games, but beyond that, Ishigami barely had any awareness of Hayasaka. Sakurai Saki lowered his head and activated X-ray vision, searching for her silhouette. Where did she go? Could she still be in the changing room? At the same time, Hayasaka AI was staring at Aino Miko, who was chattering away endlessly in front of her, wearing a face that looked like she just wanted to die. Was this karma for teasing Miko-chan all week? AAA. How do I get out of here without revealing my identity? Chapter 67. Esper is not afraid of a Shurafield situation. Note, Shurafield, a situation of intense conflict or chaos, often involving multiple people vying for the affections of one person. Hey, classmate, did you hear me clearly? Aino Miko, inside the disciplinary committee's office, spoke up to Hayasaka AI. Why didn't the other party show even the slightest hint of embarrassment? That kind of shameless attitude was exactly like the Hayasaka senpai she often ran into in the hallway during lunch breaks. Really, they were so alike. Extremely alike. If the two didn't look different and didn't have different hair colors, Aino Miko would have suspected whether they were somehow related by blood. Understood. Right now, Hayasaka AI just wanted to slip out of here as soon as possible. As long as she admitted her fault, she could leave, right? Unfortunately, things weren't that simple. Aino Miko turned to Osaraji Kobachi beside her and said, "Bring me a self-criticism form." A male student sneaking into the girls' changing room. I'm reporting this to the student council, and then the president will bring it up to the principal. Then she turned back to Hayasaka AI and said, "Classmate, please tell me your name and class." AI-chan felt the situation was getting a bit dangerous. She hurriedly grabbed Micah's hand. "Please, let me explain a little." She hadn't planned to reveal her identity at first, but in this current situation, if she didn't tell the truth that she was a girl, things would be beyond saving. Two faces suddenly leaned close together. What are you doing?" Aino Miko looked at the soft face suddenly approaching. Even though it wasn't her type, her heart still beat faster. "We don't take bribes here." Oh, this matter is actually quite complicated, but in fact, Hayasaka Ace's voice carried a choked sob. "Actually, I'm a girl." "Then why did you?" Aino Miko didn't immediately refute. She had never been one to make final judgments easily. If there was a misunderstanding, it just needed to be explained clearly. "My family has really heavy gender prejudice. The so-called valuing boys over girls. Any girl born into my family is raised as a boy." Hayasaka AI let go of her hand, wiping at the corner of her eyes. Of course, those tears were fake. Hayasaka AI was a girl who could control her own tear glands. As the strongest weapon of a woman, mastering it was an essential skill for anyone in intelligence work. "I really wish I could live as a girl, but my father won't allow it." Hayasaka AI covered her face, crying, "Since I was born, I've never even been inside the girls' changing room." Miko-chan, being gullible, was completely drawn in. Beside her, Osaraji Kobachi lightly pushed up her glasses. This story obviously screamed bullshit. How could Miko possibly believe it? This was a wrong judgment. Aino Miko, this innocent girl, completely failed to see through the natural deception of the 100 faces made. Miko-chan had been fully convinced by her. How pitiful. Miko-chan analyzed. "So that's why you only went into the changing room when no one was around." Beneath the face covered by her crying hands, Hayasaka AI revealed an expression of Kikakadori Mwahaha. She continued sobbing. "Why, yeah." Osaraji Kobachi spoke up. "Then normally, you change clothes in the boys' changing room?" Hayasaka Ace's body trembled slightly from the fake crying. Then, after a few seconds' pause, she softly replied, "Omo, this woman's acting was god tier." "Hayasaka, what kind of parents are like that? That's so shitty." A surge of righteousness welled up in Aino Micah's heart. Right now, she just wanted to rush straight to Hayasaka Ace's house and have a proper talk with her parents. What era was this? The Ray name had already changed to Raiwa, and yet there were still families that valued sons over daughters like this. Unforgivable. You must have suffered a lot growing up. Miko-chan stepped forward and hugged Hayasaka AI tightly. The two weren't the same height, so Hayasaka AI very cooperatively bent down. There were times I even thought maybe I should just die. I also want to wear cute clothes. I also want to go shopping with friends as a girl, but my parents would never allow that. If my true identity is exposed, my parents will scold me. Please don't tell anyone. Miko-chan patted her back. Comforting. If you're treated unfairly at school, just tell me, okay? And about your true identity, it'll help keep it secret too. It'll always be your best friend. It'll always be your best friend. That line was so cool. Miko-chan had long wanted a chance to say something like that. Miku, Ayazaka, Graus, Graus. Suddenly, AI-chan felt a bit scared. If her true identity was exposed later, would Miko-chan come chasing after her with a knife? Thank you. Hayasaka, AI, said gently. You're really such a good person. Osaraji Kobachi watched the two of them, feeling that Miko had been fooled again. However, Osaraji also hadn't discovered Hayasaka A's true identity. It was just that after carefully observing her figure, she confirmed that what Hayasaka AI said wasn't a lie. Regardless of family background, the fact that she was female was indeed true. As a master of disguise, Osaraji Kobachi had very sharp eyes when it came to hiding oneself. In fact, she was quite pretty herself. It was just that she always wore the glasses called beauty concealing glasses, so she appeared plain. If she simply took off her glasses, she'd transform into a Bishujo. That was roughly Osaraji Kobachi's setup. Kobachi. Hayasaka, AI, and Aino Miko hugged for nearly half a minute. AI-chan let her go and cautiously asked, So, can I go now? Aino Miko tilted her head. Even though I won't report this to the school, classmate, you still have to write a self-criticism. After all, this kind of behavior easily caused disturbances. Luckily, it was her who saw it. If it had been other girls, it might have caused an even bigger fuss. Just giving a verbal warning wouldn't leave much impression. Better to leave some kind of handwritten record. Here, Osaraji Kobachi pulled out a stack of self-criticism forms from the cabinet next to her, handing the top sheet to Hayasaka AI. Hayasaka AI sighed, sat down on a nearby chair, and started writing the self-criticism. Isn't Hayasaka-san usually pretty close with Sakurai-san? Shinomiya Kagaya. Completely unaware that Hayasaka AI was currently being made to write a self-criticism, was still leading the conversation along her intended script. If she gets close to another boy, wouldn't you feel bothered? Shirogane Miyuki silently took a sip of coffee upon hearing that. Shinomiya, you sure are blunt. Wasn't this basically forcing someone to show their stance? If you don't like her, then it shouldn't matter if she's with another man, right? But if it bothers you, doesn't that mean you like her? That was roughly Shinomiya's implication. Shirogane Miyuki felt that. Even if she wanted to play matchmaker, don't go about it this way. This just made people uncomfortable. And most importantly, there was another girl here who was very close to Sakurai Saki. That was none other than Secretary Fujiwara. Chika, Shurafield. I didn't expect to see this kind of scene in real life. Ishigami-yu, while holding a handheld game console, had already stopped paying attention to the screen. The racing car in his game had gone off the track and was smashing into a wall. Ishigami-yu perked up his ears, waiting for the next lines. During lunch break, I overheard where the confession was happening, probably next to the gym. Sakurai-san, if you go now, you might still make it. Kagaya said. Fujiwara Chika turned to look at Sakurai Saki. Saki-kun, do you want to go check it out? Ishigami-yu Shirogane Miyuki. Yabe, Sakurai senpai. This is a trap. Both of them felt the air around them suddenly freeze. How are you supposed to answer a question like this? So you don't want to go? Then if Hayasaka senpai actually accepted the confession, would Sakurai senpai regret it? But if you say you want to go, wouldn't that be directly showing in front of another girl that you care about that other girl? No solution. Shirogane Miyuki anxiously glanced at Sakurai Saki, who was holding an empty coffee cup. Will this battle ultimately end in Fujiwara senpai's victory? Ishigami's racing car was still crashing into the wall. At this moment, the one at the center of the storm, Sakurai Saki, was incredibly calm. Funny enough, he couldn't even see AI-chan anywhere. She hadn't even prepared to accept a confession. Was he supposed to be scared? Using his X-ray vision ability to scan once around the gym, confirming there was no suspicious target, Sakurai Saki remained completely unpanicked. Not going. Had already seen everything. What was the point of going? Sorry, muggles. But someone with superpowers doesn't fear a Shura field. Chapter 68. Another love rival appears. Or, maybe not. After finishing one self-criticism form, Hayasaka, AI, dragged her heavy steps out of the prep room. Honestly, she had never imagined there would come a day when she'd get caught by Miko. After all, since the start of the semester, she had transformed into the yellow flash of Shuchiin who zipped past Miko-chan countless times. Even when she was caught walking the halls without the proper uniform, Hayasaka, AI, had never been stopped by her. Sorry, Miko-chan. Lunchtime's almost over. I'm heading off now. She would usually playfully laugh it off like that and slip away. But only when she was in her gyro form could Hayasaka, AI laugh like that. For Hayasaka, AI, even though she had the ability to change appearances, she couldn't switch back and forth freely. Otherwise, even she might end up with a personality disorder. So, when dressed in a male uniform, to stay consistent with her character setting, she didn't resist when being dragged to the prep room to write this self-criticism. And the consequence of doing that was, today's entire plan was completely ruined. Beep beep, Hayasaka, AI, took out her phone to check. Her face almost darkened on the spot. Hayasaka, I have bad news for you. Sakurai-san might not like you. Huh? No way. Hold on. How did Kagaya-sama come to that conclusion? He said it outright in the student council room. She was only on the second line. Hayasaka, AI, felt a stomachache coming on. Oh no, this was seriously upsetting. It wasn't until she continued scrolling that the situation improved a little. I told him you were going to meet the person confessing to you. Someone asked if he wanted to go, and he said no. Upon seeing this message, Hayasaka, AI, finally let out a sigh of relief. If Sakurai Saki had directly rushed out to the sports field, then this game would have basically been over. Just at the stage of being confessed to, if the other side immediately showed up, that level of jealousy was practically a public declaration of I like you. But he didn't go. So, the current situation could be divided into two possibilities. First possibility, Sakurai Saki's level of affection toward her wasn't high enough. At least, not to the point where he'd feel jealous seeing her get confessed to by someone else. Second possibility, Sakurai Saki was too familiar with her and knew she wasn't the type of girl who'd easily accept a confession from some random weed by the roadside, so he didn't bother worrying. Hayasaka, AI, leaned more toward the second possibility. After all, when Sakurai Saki was confessed by someone in the past, she hadn't thought for a second that he'd say yes. This love game, from start to finish, had only 3 players. Herself, Sakurai Saki, and Fujiwara Chika. This damn love triangle is such a pain. So twisted, so exhausting. Inside, Hayasaka, AI, was starting to feel a bit helpless when it came to Sakurai Saki. Couldn't he realize something sooner? And then just pick her or Fujiwara Chika? Wait, could it be he wanted both? Nah, probably not. He was the type of dense log who had zero concept of romance. How could he possibly think about two-timing? That possibility temporarily ruled out. Since he's not even planning to go, there's no point going to the sports field now. Ayazaka, I murmured. Shinomiya Kagaya had just said the plan was cancelled. She had even told Hayasaka to just wait by the school gate. The student council work today wasn't heavy, and Kagaya was planning to leave early too. Even though she was technically a member of the archery club, in reality, she rarely attended club activities, still dressed in the male uniform. Hayasaka, AI, picked up the love letter in her school bag, preparing to leave. She headed toward the school gate, crossing the garden in front of the main school building. Glancing at the fountain in the center of the courtyard, Hayasaka, AI raised the love letter in front of her eyes. If only he could come meet me. That would be so nice. As soon as she heard that Sakurai Saki had no intention of going near the sports field, honestly, Hayasaka AI had felt a bit disappointed inside. If he had just shown a little jealousy, Hayasaka AI would have been so happy. But sadly, he didn't even bother sneaking a glance. That result left Hayasaka AI feeling unsatisfied. When Hayasaka AI stood dazedly next to the fountain, Sakurai Saki also stepped out of the school building. He was about to head off to his tutoring job. As he passed by the fountain, the short-haired, black-haired boy standing nearby immediately caught Sakurai Saki's attention. This was the first time he had seen this face at school. Probably a first-year student? Sakurai Saki's gaze was drawn to something in the other boy's hand. This love letter. Isn't this the letter that was in AI-chan's jacket pocket? How did it end up in this person's hands? He activated his X-ray ability and glanced. Inside, the confession was already written, and the signature at the end was Herthaka. A foreigner? Sakurai Saki stole a glance at the handsome boy. Indeed, he looked a bit Western, quite similar to AI-chan. After all, Hayasaka AI was also a mixed blood with sharp and captivating features. So, he's someone pursuing AI-chan, and since Saki had never seen him before last year, he was probably a new student. After a few seconds of thought, Sakurai Saki decided to strike up a conversation. It wasn't because he was worried Ai-chan might fall for this guy, but simply because it seemed like this boy had just experienced a failed confession, probably feeling down and needing some comfort. As the General Affairs Officer of Shuchiin Academy, Saki felt it was his duty to comfort a heartbroken underclassman. Sakurai Saki convinced himself of this. Hello, fellow student. Is something bothering you? Hayasaka AI heard the familiar voice, turned her head to look, and after a few seconds of daze, she greeted. Hello. General Affairs Officer Sakurai. Sorry if I'm being a bit sudden. I saw you holding a letter just now, and you look kind of lost, so I was a bit worried, Sakurai Saki explained with a gentle smile. At this moment, he had switched into General Affairs Officer Sakurai mode. That is, the radiant sunshine boy. Kind, gentle, top student, also great at sports. Nearly the dream model of every girl at school. In the ranking of the boy I most want to date, he was always in the top 3. Sakurai Saki, random JK. Facing this Sakurai Saki, Hayasaka AI began to think about how to reasonably use her bullshit no jutsu. A few seconds later, she said, Sakurai Senpai, actually, earlier I confessed to the person I like. But she didn't accept, so now I'm wondering if I should give up. As she said this, her voice lowered. After all, she's pretty popular, a lot of boys like her. At first, I planned to wait a bit longer. But then I thought, if I don't confess quickly, someone else might beat me to it. In Hayasaka Ace words, there was a hidden message. I'm quite popular myself. I've been confessed to before. If you don't act fast, you might miss your chance. Can you tell me? Who is the person you like? And why do you like her? Sakurai Saki gently asked. Even though he had already guessed about 70 to 80 in his mind, he still wanted to confirm. It seemed the information from Shinomiya Kagaya wasn't accurate. The confession didn't happen at the sports field, but somewhere else he didn't know about. Well, Sakurai-senpai, my name is Herthaka. I'm a new first-year student. Hayasaka AI smiled happily. The reason I like her is actually very simple. At the start of the term, because I wasn't familiar with the high school section, I got lost. But at that moment, there was someone who reached out a helping hand to me. From that moment, I liked her, that passionate, kind, beautiful, generous, gentle, and lovely girl. Shamelessly, Hayasaka AI boasted about herself. And the name of that person, I'm sure Sakurai-senpai knows very well. Sakurai Saki looked at the innocent, naive face of the boy and didn't even know where to start replying. This plotline, it's way too classic. But what shocked him even more was that story actually happened. Yes, even up to this moment. Sakurai Saki still hadn't realized that Herthaka was actually Hayasaka AI in disguise. He wasn't the type to be curious and use his ability to scan others' bodies, so naturally, he hadn't seen through AI-chan's disguise. After Hayasaka AI recounted in detail the encounter between herself and herself, she pressed the love letter to her chest. So, I want to be with Hayasaka-senpai. I want her to know my feelings. Even if I get rejected no matter how many times, I won't give up. I like her. I like her so much. After finishing speaking, AI-chan looked deeply at Sakurai Saki. All those confessions just now. Honestly, you could swap the name of the one being confessed with Sakurai Saki. The timid Hayasaka AI could only use this kind of cute, roundabout confession to indirectly express her feelings. But faced with this subtle confession, Sakurai Saki, of course, understood nothing. At this moment, he was truly no different from a block of wood. Sakurai-senpai, it seems like Hayasaka-senpai likes you. Seeing that he wasn't reacting, Hayasaka AI spoke up again. Where did you hear that? Sakurai Saki asked back. Everyone at school says so. Hayasaka AI tried to look sad. If that's true, then Hayasaka-senpai will probably never accept me. If you don't like her, I still have a chance. But it seems like you like her too. Then I can only stand aside and wish you two happiness. As AI-chan spoke, she put on the face of a secretly in love but unrequited lovesick puppy. Even Sakurai Saki was touched by her. In this day and age, a genuine lovesick puppy like this was truly rare and hard to find. After finishing, Hayasaka AI delivered the finishing blow. She lifted her head and looked straight into Sakurai Saki's eyes. So, Sakurai-senpai, do you like Hayasaka-senpai? Sakurai Saki was caught off guard, unable to react for a moment. Do I like AI-chan? There was no need to think. Sakurai Saki wasn't the kind of person so dense he'd deny his own feelings. The reason he hadn't taken the initiative to confess was just because he hated making decisions, not because he lacked feelings. Probably, Sakurai Saki softly said, I like her. His answer made AI-chan lower her head slightly. AI-chan's fair face was now flushed red, and the corners of her lips unconsciously curved into a faint smile. A bit silly, but incredibly cute. Inside her head, everything was in chaos. What is this? He really likes me? And he even said it out loud like that. Last time when I confessed, I didn't get any response at all. Oh no, my heart's beating like crazy. I can't stop it. I'm so happy. Extremely happy. Oh. Hayasaka AI felt her legs go weak, almost completely losing strength. So excited her legs turned to jelly. This was honestly too embarrassing. She slowly sat down on the ground. Phew, Ai-chan gasped for breath. Even breathing had become difficult. So, knowing the person you like also likes you back, feels like this. Huh. In Hayasaka, Ace heart rose the urge to take off the wig and confess to him honestly. Cabot him and kissed him until both of them were breathless. But just at that moment, Sakurai Saki suddenly spoke. Hirthaka-kun, if you really like her, then I think you should give up early. That person, though she seems gentle on the outside, she's actually really dark inside. She laughs weirdly when playing games, doesn't like black coffee, and even after benefiting, she pretends to be innocent. She's a really troublesome type. Hayasaka AI braced against her knee to stand up, but she didn't dare lift her head. Because she knew her face was definitely red as a tomato right now. She had been able to control her emotions. But the moment she heard Sakurai Saki awkwardly talking bad about her to his love rival, which was actually just accusing her to herself, she was so happy she didn't know where to hide her face. This is even more embarrassing than I imagined. That, Hayasaka AI stammered. You don't have to say anymore. I get it, you know me this well. That's enough. So please don't say more, it's seriously too embarrassing. How is this any different from a direct confession? You baka. He'll give up. After saying that, Hayasaka AI bowed deeply, then hurried away. Sakurai Saki watched the back of the boy leaving, and for some reason, he felt relieved inside. Hirthaka-kun. He probably wouldn't go spreading those words just now, right? And thus, The battle revolving around the love letter came to an end. Today's victory, Aino Miko wins. Revenge accomplished, P.S. Even though she herself was completely unaware. In the disciplinary committee office, Miko-chan looked at the written apology Hayasaka AI had left earlier, and she smiled in satisfaction. Today, too, was a day of upholding strict discipline. Wonderful. If tomorrow I can catch Hayasaka-senpai again, that would be even better. Hayasaka-senpai, you're so hateful. Every day you come to school without properly wearing your uniform, and you love tying your jacket around your waist. Next time, I definitely won't let you off. Chapter 69. Return to the familiar place, returning to the familiar place. Normally, one would feel at ease, but at this moment, as Sakurai Saki looked up at the tall apartment building before him, he only felt a bit of hassle. After having just fended off a rival in love, he relaxed a little and then rode his bike to the Nakano sisters' apartment. Since he had an appointment with 4 of them, Sakurai Saki came back here once again this week. He pressed the intercom button at the entrance, and once the phone connected, Sakurai Saki spoke. Please open the door for me. Thank you. He didn't have a room card, so he had to rely on someone upstairs to let him in. Sensei-chan. The person who picked up was a Chika. Then came an energetic voice. Yeah, is that Sakurai-san? That was Yatsuba's voice. We've opened the door. Come on up. This time it was Itsuki. The moment she finished speaking, the automatic door swung open. Sakurai Saki stepped into the elevator area and pressed the call button. Once inside, he selected the 30th floor. While waiting, Sakurai Saki took out a few sheets of test papers. These were from last week. Ones he hadn't given them yet. The content was all based on middle school knowledge. In terms of difficulty, they were even easier than the mock exam Ishigami you had to take this coming Thursday. After all, he were just to gauge their current level, so there was no need to make them difficult. Actually, Sakurai Saki felt that with papers this easy, some of them still might not even do well. He glanced at the number of test papers in his hand, then frowned slightly. 5. Recalling the deduction he made last Friday, Sakurai Saki began to understand. That homeless girl was definitely someone from the Nakano family, who signed as number 2. Even so, Sakurai Saki didn't dwell too much on it. According to the ghost girl, Yakumo Shiro, the existence of that girl would gradually return to normal. That time would likely be tomorrow. That would make it exactly 1 week. By then, everything would come to light. No need to rush.